Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 108, The Roaring Ninetales and the Blade Space-Rending Siro. Father. Following behind Fugaku, Itachi gripped his kunai tightly. It was the first time he had ever seen his father so fierce. That stern man, his father, was, for the first time, showing himself not merely as the head of the Uchiha, but as a true part of Konoha. Now, leading the Uchiha clan into battle with such conviction, Fugaku's presence deeply moved him. Ken-san, what exactly did you say to father? Now I'm even more curious. The entire Uchiha clan, everyone except the children and the elderly sent to the shelters, had mobilized. Such unity, without a single voice of dissent. He was witnessing it for the first time. Ken-san, the new sprouts of Konoha are bursting with life. I can see it clearly now. Ever since Ken-san shouted the words, First Shinobi Village, in the plaza, the slumbering Konoha has awakened. Not just the Uchiha, but the Hyuga, the Ino, Shika, Cho, and even the smaller clans had already formed their own squads and rushed beyond the village walls. Behind them were the things they had to protect. This Konoha. This village. This battle. Breathing heavily, Itachi followed in his father's footsteps, charging forward without hesitation. Ken-san. I have always chased the light, never stopping. Until the day I become the shadow of that light. Outside Konoha Hospital. Outside the special delivery room, Minato was consumed with anxiety. But Haken's words had given him unshakable confidence. He had said that his trust would give rise to a new Konoha. Minato believed that if Haken said it, he would make it happen. Time passed slowly, minute by minute, as the anxious Minato paced before the delivery room. Until at last, the cry of a newborn rang out, clear and bright. The tension on his face melted into shock and joy. He pushed open the door and stood in the doorway. Inside, the weakened Kushina was gazing lovingly at the baby in her arms. I'm a father now. Every young father must experience this moment. Overwhelmed, he wanted to rush to Kushina's side, to see with his own eyes the new life they had brought into the world. But suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him in an instant. Obito Uchiha. He had come. Carrying hatred and despair, he appeared at last. The birth of new life could not erase the pain that festered in his heart. This false world had never earned his acceptance. He would have his revenge. Revenge against the world that had brought him such agony. In a single instant, Minato and Kushina met the gaze of the masked man. His Sharingan flared to life. Within one breath, Kushina's eyes went unfocused, and she collapsed unconscious. The genjutsu of the Mangekyo struck without warning. Obito's intangible form allowed him to slip effortlessly past Minato's guard at the door, reaching for the infant still wrapped in swaddling clothes. Iwako Sarutobi tried to intervene, but it was too late. She didn't have the strength. Swish. At that critical moment, a flash of blades and kunai forced Obito to phase through the attack again. Been waiting for you. A figure dropped from above, sword in hand, striking at Obito. He had never left. He had been waiting for this one chance, to kill Obito instantly. But Obito reacted in time, activating Kamui. Who are you? Catching his wife and child safely, Minato watched the intruder with caution. You don't recognize me. Obito's voice was cold. Minato frowned, staring at the Sharingan before realization struck. You're Madara Uchiha. As expected. Even standing before you, you still don't recognize me. Of course not. I'm standing here, but I'm no longer the boy I once was. Obito laughed, a chilling, twisted sound. Yes. My name is Madara Uchiha. In that instant, the last trace of hope in his heart vanished. This world was so false, it made him sick. Ah. A flash of steel. Is that all you've got? With a cold smile, Obito turned toward Haken Yoru. The Zanpakuto strike missed once more. Though surprised Haken was still here, Obito had no time to analyze further. Destroy it. Destroy Konoha. He raised his hand and rapidly formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Roar. A thunderous roar shook the entire village as a massive form appeared out of thin air. The Ninetales had broken free from its seal. Under Obito's control, the beast let out a feral scream and charged toward the crowded heart of the village. A tailed beast couldn't resist the Mangekyo's genjutsu, and Haken had no means to counter illusions. After all, he didn't have Aizen's template, he couldn't just say, shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. Haken knew that well, which was why he had already visited the Ninetales earlier, to offer a friendly warning about what should and shouldn't be done. The Ninetales was now under control, and they were still some distance from the village center. His goal was clear: when the Ninetales reached Konoha's heart and began its rampage, he would break Obito's illusion. That part wouldn't be difficult. He had been preparing for this moment all along. If possible, he would end Obito's life right here. What does your pain have to do with this world? His original plan had been to strike when Obito was distracted, reaching for Naruto. Now that chance was gone, so it was time for Plan B. Turning his head, Haken's aura grew unstable. Even his voice had changed slightly. Those bloodshot eyes made Minato's heart clench with worry. Sensei, take Kushina and Naruto away. As far away as possible. And don't rush to deal with the Ninetales. Also, take this talisman and place it on Kushina the moment you return. Haken's breath came fast. His hand shook around the hilt of his blade. A dark void slowly formed in his chest. At the same time, a white mask began spreading across his face, extending outward from within his body. In that instant, a terrifying surge of spiritual pressure burst upward into the sky. Black and gold light intertwined, swirling with destructive chakra. The beam split the heavens, making every villager in Konoha look up in awe. Their hearts were filled with shock. What is this? Why does it make my heart tremble? Haken. Minato caught the talisman Haken had thrown to him and glanced down at it. The intricate patterns were unclear, but one character stood out boldly. A sage's talisman. A miraculous item capable of restoring life to the dying, replenishing lost vitality. System shop price, 1,500 flat rate points. Before Kushina entered the delivery room, Haken had already prepared it, just in case. What is this? Minato opened his mouth to ask, but then remembered what Haken had once told him. You can always trust Konoha's Kenpachi. Glancing toward the rampaging Ninetales in the distance, Minato grit his teeth and vanished from sight. The village was in peril. I don't know what you're doing, but light alone won't be enough to touch me. Obito's voice was calm, but wary. Though the aura pouring off the boy before him was terrifying, he wasn't afraid. He had Kamui. What could possibly hurt him? Still, that eerie mask and the gaping hole in Haken's chest, what were they? Hey! Haken's aura stabilized. But the air around Konoha Hospital had become unbearably heavy. Thankfully, the villagers had been evacuated earlier. Any ordinary person would have been crushed by the sheer pressure filling the air. He spoke softly. A massive skeletal form began to take shape from his Zanpakuto, pointing its blade toward Obito. What? Obito frowned, a sense of unease creeping up his spine. He tried using Kamui, only to realize it no longer worked. The surrounding space trembled violently. Nothing much. Just wanted you to feel it. My slash after holification. Buzz. Space itself quaked. Haken's strike, infused with all his spiritual pressure, unleashed a black and red beam of light that tore through the air. In that instant, the surrounding space collapsed. Annihilation descended. The Gran Ray Zero, unleashed at 15% of the White Hollow template, had arrived in a world where it was never meant to exist. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Kurama, who dares touch me? The sky collapses, the earth caves in. No. When the horizontal slash carrying all of Haken Yoru's spiritual pressure turned into a Zero-like blast, everything before him vanished. From the Konoha hospital behind him to the dense forests beyond the village outskirts, all gone. This was his strongest attack. True destructive power. A single slash unleashed with every drop of energy he could muster. He had been preparing for this strike from the very beginning. The ability to mobilize all his energy in an instant, he still hadn't mastered it completely. First, he called upon his instincts to activate the White Hollow template. Then the spiritual pressure of the Oni fused with the power of the White Hollow. On top of that, the chakra within his body gathered into the chakra blade formed on his Zanpakuto. For now, this was Haken's strongest horizontal slash. Obito. Nothing remained before him but a vast, empty ravine. Clang. The Zanpakuto sank into the ground. Haken's body began to tremble. A wave of weakness surged from within, not physical fatigue, but the hollow emptiness of drained spiritual pressure. It would take several days to recover. But his goal was achieved. Looking toward the village, at the now still Ninetales, Haken smiled faintly and let out a quiet sigh of relief. It was over. The damn Ninetales incident. He dropped to the ground with a thud and yawned. Exhaustion was inevitable. There were still things left to handle, but for now, a short rest was the right call. Just as he decided to take a break, he gave a dry laugh. Inside Konoha, the spiritual fluctuation of a certain soul suddenly turned strange. Come on, Minato-sensei, that was a bit too fast, don't you think? He sighed and dragged his weary body toward the village. But the weakness grew worse, and he almost stumbled. Ken-san. A familiar figure appeared before him, surprising Haken. I'll carry you. The enemies who attacked Konoha have been completely wiped out. I was worried, so I came to check on you. Itachi turned his head slightly to look at Haken. Though it feels a bit awkward, Haken-san, this time it's my turn to stand in front of you. You're exhausted. Get some sleep. Sleep my ass. Things aren't over yet. Haken rolled his eyes. Inside Konohagakure, Kurama glared at the stares from those around him, wanting to swish his tail in annoyance. But just as he started to move, he held back. That brat said not to act recklessly. He gave a proud little snort and settled into a comfortable crouch on the ground. A man, ignoring his warning, charged toward him at breakneck speed, apparently intent on grabbing his beautiful tail. Stay away from me, you jerk. The displeased Kurama backed up and accidentally knocked over a few rooms. Ugh. This isn't my fault. Something's off with the nine tails. Minato stared blankly at the enormous-tailed beast. Truth be told, he'd noticed this peculiarity the moment he'd settled Kushina and Naruto. The tailed beast, reputed to embody hatred and malice, hadn't rampaged through Konoha upon its emergence. Apart from its initial, uncontrolled thrashing while under control, now that the genjutsu had faded, it simply sat there obediently, not moving an inch. What was going on? Was it preparing some massive attack? Minato's mind filled with question marks. It wasn't his fault. Kushina, having received the Sage Seal, was resting and hadn't told Minato about Haken and the Nine Tails. Besides, she'd been quite far away that day and didn't know the specifics either. So now the Nine Tails stood there freely breathing, in plain sight. Fourth Hokage, we're ready. Confused shinobi gathered around. Whether to attack hinged on the fourth's command. But Kurama clearly sensed their intentions. It sprang to its feet, claws extended. Who dares lay a hand on me? After all this trouble to get out, you want to fight me? Do you really think I won't fight back? Puffing out its cheeks, a massive sphere slowly formed before Kurama. The tailed beast ball was taking shape. Its imposing roar instantly put Minato on edge. Without hesitation he charged forward. Seeing Kurama preparing to spin its tail and form the tailed beast ball, Minato's expression turned grave. The Flying Thunder God technique could divert the tailed beast ball. But if Kurama spun its body to unleash a full-tailed beast ball, every shinobi nearby would likely die. There was no choice. The yellow flash's gaze hardened with resolve. There was no time left for hesitation. His hands formed seals at lightning speed. The duty to protect the village compelled him to step forward. He must seal it before the tailed beast ball was complete. He was Konoha's Hokage, protecting the village was his mission, even if it cost him his life. Haken, I leave the village to you. Fuinjutsu. Dead demon consuming seal. Holy shit. The righteous sealing ritual had barely begun when a vast Shinigami specter slowly materialized. Yet that baffling holy shit rang out jarringly. Sensei, you could have at least exchanged a few blows before sealing it. I already made a deal with it. See. It hasn't caused any trouble, right? Haken, riding Itachi, rushed as fast as he could but ultimately arrived a step too late. Pointing at the Nine Tails, he said with a hint of resignation. Here we go. This little brat. With a snort, the proud Kurama swallowed the tailed beast ball whole. A muffled boom echoed as gas began spreading outward. Instantly all the surrounding shinobi covered their mouths. What the hell is that smell? Like eating shit. It stinks so much. Ha. Foolish humans. Didn't expect that, did you? The tailed beast ball was fake. I just wanted to put on a show. Getting some fresh air without scaring people makes me feel uncomfortable. Who told you to attack me? You deserve to be gassed to death. Minato's mouth twitched. Sometimes being too quick with hand seals isn't such a good thing. Confused, he glanced at the Nine Tails, obediently crouched nearby, then at the shadowy Shinigami figure behind him. Minato fell into deep thought. In that moment he understood. He seemed to have missed the mark. The Nine Tails was on his side. The atmosphere turned awkward. Haken sighed, patted Itachi, and leaped off his back. Given the current situation, it wasn't too late. If the ritual had been completed, Minato might have truly suffered. But now there was still time. Hey, you can get lost. Unlike the others who could only vaguely sense the oppressive atmosphere, Haken, being a Shinigami himself, saw everything clearly. He was a Shinigami. A real Shinigami. With a Zanpakuto. Things like souls couldn't hide from his eyes. The deep growl startled Minato. Haken could actually see the Shinigami. Wasn't it said only those who signed a contract could see him? As if provoked, the Shinigami clawed wildly, drawing the blade that severed souls, seemingly ready to strike at Minato. Swish. This insolent bastard. The Zanpakuto flashed brilliantly. The soaring Getsuga Tensho instantly cleaved the Shinigami in two. A piercing wail rent the sky, making even the shinobi who couldn't see the Shinigami cover their ears. Finally the Shinigami's phantom vanished from the air. Just as I expected. Exactly as Haken had surmised. Against any soul entity, the Zanpakuto was an unmatched nemesis. With the Shinigami gone, the sensation of his soul being grasped vanished. Minato stood stunned, unable to speak. Boom. Having watched the spectacle, Kurama stretched lazily, ruffled a few more houses, then began to shrink. Once reduced to a miniature fox, he bounded over to Haken. "Hey, kid. I kept my promise. When are you going to keep yours?" The adorably clueless fox asked, extending a paw. "Seems you don't grasp the severity. Why didn't you shrink earlier? Had to do it now. Don't you realize you're crushing things?" And Haken grabbed Kurama's ears like a little chicken, hoisted him into the air, and pressed his mouth against those huge ears. The boy's chest puffed out as he mustered every ounce of strength to shout. "Who the hell told you to use the tailed beast ball to scare people?" In that instant Kurama seemed to hear a mountain roar and ocean crash. Its eyes rolled back, its legs buckled, and it fainted. As its eyes closed, Haken heard only a faint murmur. "I'm not good at restraint. Kid, if I could actually beat you." If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 110, Shursue, Danzo, you're under arrest. The battle was over. With all clans and ninja fighting as one, every invader who dared step into Konoha had been completely wiped out. It wasn't that Konoha's forces didn't know the value of taking prisoners for interrogation. But once the enemy realized defeat was inevitable, they chose death over capture, determined not to let any secrets slip from their lips. Such is the fate of a ninja. Failure in a mission often comes hand in hand with death. Reporting to Hokage-sama and the commander. All enemy forces have been annihilated. Due to their fierce resistance, no survivors were captured. Judging by the nature of their ninjutsu, we cannot determine their identities. Fire release, earth release, water release, wind release, and lightning release, all were used. None of the corpses carried forehead protectors, making identification nearly impossible. Over 1,000 enemies were eliminated in this battle. Listening to Kakashi's report, Minato placed a hand on Haken's shoulder. Konoha had defended its home at the smallest cost possible. But this victory meant more than just protection, it marked a rebirth. That unity and unshakable resolve were the true embodiment of the will of fire. Amidst the flames of war, the first shinobi village had been reborn. Every member of this true village faced death without fear, charging forward to shield their comrades. That very spirit was enough to crush any enemy. The report went on. The Nine Tails had fainted, but the incident was not yet over. While the ninja worked to clean up the aftermath, Haken's gaze turned toward Hokage Rock. "Danzo, it seems I've won this game after all." The final shogi piece fell. Hiruzen smiled as he lit his pipe. It had been an intense match. Even now, Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart was still pounding. The siege. The chaos. The Nine Tails breaking free. And now, as the fires of war finally died down, the cheers rising from Konoha's center told him the final result. Konoha was still Konoha. Danzo stayed silent, his expression dark and grim. Defeated. He had never expected such an outcome. Even with his careful planning, the operation had failed. The Madara Uchiha who contacted him had promised it would be foolproof. Danzo stood, intending to leave. But Hiruzen flickered in front of him, blocking his path. "You can't leave." Setting down his pipe, Hiruzen spoke calmly. "It's over, Hiruzen. I admit defeat, but in their hands, this Konoha will fall someday," Danzo said coldly. "Indeed, the battle is over. But there are still things you haven't explained," Hiruzen replied, his tone serious. "Tell me, what exactly have you done?" What had he done? Maybe the sting of failure had dulled his mind. Or maybe he simply believed Hiruzen couldn't touch him. He suddenly laughed. Hiruzen, you really don't know what I've done all these years. Why only Tsunade remains of the Senju clan? Why Sakumo Hatake died? What Orochimaru's been researching? You already know all of it." Madness gleamed in Danzo's eyes. He knew that from this moment on, he would never rise again. But that didn't stop him from venting his hatred toward Hiruzen. He was provoking him, counting on Hiruzen's mercy. "You're not fit to be Hokage. I dwell in darkness. I am Konoha's root. Everything I've done was for the village. To correct Konoha's path, I would cooperate with other ninja villages if that's what it takes." Danzo's voice was cold and resolute. "I'm not afraid to tell you. Among the ninja who besieged Konoha, aside from those from other villages, my root division also took part. Our goal was to reclaim the village's two tails Jinchuriki, but we failed. I knew everything from the beginning. Every step was planned. He had actually turned against the village. Hiruzen stared blankly at his old comrade. The change in him was something Hiruzen couldn't bring himself to accept. Now, I've told you everything I needed to. With a mocking smile, Danzo stepped toward Hiruzen. But can you really strike me down? Hiruzen, your weakness has doomed Konoha to destruction. You were never fit to be Hokage. Repeating his earlier words, Danzo suddenly felt a wave of satisfaction. Just like now, you won't lay a hand on me. You'll let me go, covering this darkness beneath the light of day. After all, this isn't the first time you've done something like this. Just like when you stood by and watched Orochimaru slaughter countless ANBU, then let him walk away. Letting Orochimaru go. Hiruzen opened his mouth, pain twisting across his face. His grip on the pipe loosened. Could I do it? Could I expose everything? Would I once again let it all go, just like with Orochimaru? Sensei. If it were you, what would you do? Hiruzen's body trembled. He wanted to turn and attack Danzo, but when the moment came, his resolve faded. This man was his comrade of decades, closer even than Orochimaru had been. Everything I've done was for the village. Brushing past Hiruzen, Danzo strode forward like a madman, shouting again. Those words made a spark flash in Hiruzen's eyes. He gripped his kunai tightly and turned. But before he could speak, something changed. A pair of crimson Sharingan eyes appeared before Danzo. Shisui Uchiha. The key pawn placed here by Hakken to watch over Hiruzen and Danzo. Once a member of Root Division. No. Shisui's furious shout rang out as memories of his time in Root came flooding back. Everything you did wasn't for the village, it was for the Hokage's seat. No one has the right to claim they're protecting the village while turning against its own people. That's what my captain taught me. Danzo, your route was wrong, and it was Hakken who pulled me out of that mistake. Clenching his fists, Shisui's anger surged to its peak. He had heard every word they'd said. For the village, the Senju clan was destroyed. For the village, the respected Tsukumo Hatake died. For the village, Root now dares to attack Konoha itself. Taking a deep breath, Shisui's expression hardened. It isn't the current Root that protects the village. The true will of Konoha will be inherited by the Night Owl. Now, you will come with me to face Hokage-sama and the captain to confess your crimes. The three tomo in his eyes began to spin, and the newborn Mangekyo radiated an overwhelming pressure. Shisui stepped forward and extended his hand. Shisui, from Team Night Owl, reporting. Danzo, you're under arrest. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 111, Kunai pierces Susanoo, Danzo Shimura bound to the pillar of shame. I won't let you leave either. The moment Shisui finished speaking, Hiruzen behind him slowly shifted his stance. With one in front and one behind, Danzo had no path of escape. To get away, he would have to defeat one of them instantly. But his mistake was choosing Shisui as his target. Kunai in hand, Danzo charged forward. I said, you're under arrest. Shisui's Mangekyo began to turn slowly. Arrest, the meaning was clear. He would seize his opponent and deliver him to where he belonged, to face judgment before everyone. From this day forward, Root would cease to exist. The newly born Night Owl team would completely replace what Root once stood for. The kunai flashed closer with Danzo's charge. But Shisui's fury had reached its peak. He burned with the need to drag Danzo before the Hokage and Hakken, to make him confess everything he had done all these years. To subdue his former commander so swiftly, there was only one way. A deep hum resonated as a green skeletal frame erupted from the ground. The roaring Susanoo rose before them, leaving nothing but shock in the eyes of Danzo and Hiruzen. Susanoo, the embodiment of destruction. According to the Uchiha records left by the second Hokage, only those who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan could command such overwhelming power. And not only had Shisui awakened his Mangekyo, he had already mastered this very technique. With a sharp clang, a legendary scene unfolded. But this time, it was Shisui's Susanoo that shattered the kunai. Kunai against Susanoo. Even when facing a being known as a destroyer, Danzo dared to test its defense. That was his arrogance. And indeed, the defense was astounding. A glint of greed flashed in Danzo's eyes as he looked into Shisui's. But he seemed to forget what else Shisui, the prodigy who made his name in the Third Shinobi World War, was known for besides his mastery of the body flicker technique. In that brief instant of distraction, Danzo's body went limp and fell to the ground. This time, Shisui gave him no chance to activate his Anaji. In the span of a heartbeat, his immense ocular power erased any possibility of resistance. In the original tale, if Shisui had been willing to unleash such overwhelming genjutsu, Danzo would never have taken his eyes. The hand of the Susanoo gripped the old man tightly as Shisui turned his gaze toward Hiruzen. The third Hokage. The exchange he had just heard between him and Danzo left a bitter taste in Shisui's heart. So he had known all along, everything Danzo had done. The Senju. Tsukumo Hatake. Orochimaru. He knew, yet he stayed silent. He never acted. That was not the conduct of a true Hokage. Yet when he had turned to strike Danzo moments ago, he had shown the resolve and dignity worthy of one. A deeply conflicted old man. Shisui shook his head, pushing the thoughts aside. Konoha had many minds wiser than his own. His duty was simply to deliver Danzo to them. Lord Third, please come with me. He didn't ask if the third was willing to go with him to find Minato or act as a witness. The way Shisui said it, firm, almost commanding, made it clear how disappointed he was in the old man. Konoha. How much unseen suffering has this village endured? And those former comrades from Root, what kind of pain did they carry when they turned their blades on their own home? Do the people of Root truly lack emotion? No. That's not it. They simply buried those feelings deep within, refusing to feel after witnessing too much darkness. If Hakken hadn't pulled me out of Root, would I have ended up like them? Shall we go? Hiruzen gave a bitter smile. In the end, it had come to this. Looking at his old comrade, now restrained, Hiruzen didn't know what to say. Power. It truly destroyed you, Danzo. You're here. Turning his gaze away, Hakken smiled faintly, relief flickering across his face. Shisui had finally awakened, finally steeled himself to strike Danzo down. Glancing at the ninja still cleaning up the aftermath, Hakken narrowed his eyes. Since things had reached this point, it was time to cleanse Konoha's hidden rot completely. Tenzo. He waved to Yamato, who was eagerly preparing to rebuild. Hakken had already made up his mind. For a shinobi village to truly grow strong, the wall of honor was one side of the coin. The other was the pillar of shame. Reward those who earned it. Punish those who failed. That was the foundation of everything. Once achievements and wrongdoings were made public, the ambitious would strive harder, while the discontented would settle down. The wall of honor and the pillar of shame, both were essential. Commander. Yamato blinked in confusion. Though the Nine Tails hadn't caused catastrophic destruction, its rampage had crushed plenty of houses. As the only would-release user in the village, this was his moment. He might not excel at much else, but building houses was his passion. With enough chakra, he could raise an entire street in a single day. Hold off on construction for now. Put up a pillar next to the wall of honor and attach some chains, I'll be using it soon. Patting Yamato's shoulder, Hakken slung his Zanpakuto over his back and looked toward Minato, carrying the squinting Kurama under one arm. Sensei, it's time to deal with certain people. Minato frowned but said nothing. Kakashi, standing beside him, froze in place. He remembered those same words, spoken by the owl beside the wall of honor. Some people were kept alive only because they still served a purpose. It was never mercy. Was the time finally here? And what about his father? His breath quickened, hands trembling slightly. What was the truth? As the green Susanoo rose from beneath the Hokage rock, towering into the central plaza, every ninja busy with reconstruction stopped and looked up. The Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio. The ANBU elites. And the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. At the front stood Hakken. Step by step, Shisui guided Susanoo forward, Danzo gripped firmly in its massive hand. Behind him, Hiruzen followed with a bitter smile, until they reached the open space before the wall of honor. Hokage-sama. Commander. We have critical intelligence to report. Kneeling on one knee as Susanoo held Danzo aloft, Shisui spoke with unwavering conviction. Former Root Division leader Danzo Shimura, guilty of treason, conspiracy, and betraying Konoha. The evidence is irrefutable. Please, make your judgment. Treason. Every ninja in the plaza froze. What was Shisui saying? Even Minato was speechless. Only the third Hokage, standing behind Susanoo, stepped forward with a weary sigh. About this matter, perhaps we should move to the Hokage's office. No. Hakken raised his hand and tossed aside the Nine Tails. Kurama, who'd been pretending to sleep, tumbled several times before glaring at him in annoyance. Tie him up. Chapter 112, The Men Who Walks in Darkness, Interrogation in the Square. Perhaps out of curiosity, or as if they'd just realized something, the surrounding ninja and villagers began to gather. It felt like something important was about to happen. The wooden stake had already been erected by Yamato. Without hesitation, Shisui pressed Danzo down onto it. Chains coiled tightly around his body, binding him completely as he remained trapped in genjutsu. You may speak now. Standing before Danzo Shimura, Hakken planted his Zanpakuto into the ground and turned to Shisui. Danzo Shimura. At first, his purpose in establishing root division had indeed been noble, concealing himself within the shadows to serve the village. It was also his way of proving that he was no less than Hiruzen Sarutobi. And truly, a village did need a department to handle matters unfit for daylight. But over time, his path strayed further and further from its origin. During the Second Shinobi World War, he disguised himself as a corpse to acquire critical intelligence, triggering civil conflict within the Land of Rain. And now, his obsession with the Hokage's seat had completely blinded him. He was a man born of darkness, one who had long since lost sight of the light. He had become the very root itself, corrupted beyond redemption. Yet Danzo's fall was not his alone to bear. It was also the result of a legacy, the teachings of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Tobirama had possessed all the makings of an exceptional Hokage, a true political genius. Though he delved into forbidden techniques, his vision for the village's growth was unmatched. Where there is light, there will always be shadow. In dealing with his people, he taught that one could be merciful or ruthless. Hiruzen inherited Tobirama's benevolence. Danzo inherited his ruthlessness, the belief that any means were justified for the village's sake. Hiruzen was the ever-kind Hokage who stood in the sunlight. Danzo was the cold, decisive root that struck from the dark. But neither disciple had truly learned their master's balance. One, in his kindness, turned a blind eye as his old comrade endangered Konoha, so merciful he even allowed Orochimaru, who had slaughtered over 60 innocent children, to escape unpunished. The other, in his cruelty, plotted against the last remaining heir of the Senju clan, just to preserve Konoha's stability. That was his teacher's clan, the descendants of Hashirama Senju, founder of the village and bringer of peace to the warring era. Yet even that bloodline, if deemed a threat to Konoha's order, was not spared from his hand. The fall of the Senju clan was the prelude to the tragedy that would later befall the Uchiha. The Senju had risen too high. 2 generations of Hokage, with unmatched achievements, had elevated their clan's prestige to heights that drew envy and fear. Even within the clan, resentment brewed over the Hokage title no longer being passed through Senju blood. It was human nature. To eradicate the potential for conflict, Danzo made his choice, and the Senju clan disappeared from history. Even later, Hatake Sakumo, who had brought great honor to Konoha and led its forces during the Second Shinobi World War, was driven to suicide for a single failed mission. And beyond these were countless other deeds too shameful to ever be spoken of. When Shisui stood before the crowd and revealed the truth he had overheard at Root's entrance, the entire plaza fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The weight of his words left no one unmoved. Such things were beyond comprehension, beyond forgiveness. Could the downfall of the Senju clan truly have been caused by those among Konoha's own leadership? Had the rogue Orochimaru really maintained ties with Danzo? Had Danzo known about the attack on Konoha from the very beginning, and not only stayed silent, but even sent root operatives to aid the invaders? Could such a man still be called human? The silence that followed was broken only by the slow rise of seething fury. A single weary sigh escaped from Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips. He hadn't expected things to spiral this far. Shisui had revealed everything. Was it really right to make such matters public? Minato, no, not Minato. Hakken. Hiruzen gave a bitter smile as he looked at the not-so-tall figure before him. The wall of honor and the pillars of shame, that truly suited Hakken's nature. Wouldn't it have been better to take Danzo away and interrogate him quietly? Why say such things in front of everyone? Hiruzen could never understand Hakken's mindset, nor could he even attempt to. Perhaps for him, maintaining the illusion of Konoha's stability was enough. But Hakken knew the truth. The Nine Tails chaos might have ended, yet the villagers and shinobi needed someone to vent their rage upon. Just like Naruto in the original tale. In every tragedy, someone must bear the hatred left behind. If you claim to be darkness, then you must carry that hatred yourself. But do you have the resolve, the strength, to bear it? Naruto had it. Despite the world expecting him to fall into darkness, he never did. That kind of spirit was something to admire. And Danzo? Was he worthy of such comparison? The so-called darkness of the shinobi world? He acted as if people like Obito and Black Zetsu were beneath him. But beyond his known sins, there were deeds that would soon ignite even greater fury. Drawing his Zanpakuto, Hakken strode toward Danzo Shimura, the villagers and shinobi glaring with outrage all around him. He raised the blade high, and brought it down hard. With a harsh rip, the bandages wrapped around Danzo's body fell away. Along with them came his severed arm. On that arm, Hashirama Senju's unstable cells writhed grotesquely, pulsing as if alive. That arm was the result of Orochimaru's modification before he left Konoha. For now, it bore no rows of Sharingan eyes, yet without their suppressive power, the cells occasionally sprouted tiny shoots of wood. The first Hokages would release, mutating uncontrollably. Still trapped in Genjutsu, Danzo couldn't suppress the rampaging cells. The Uchiha clan still lived, and he lacked the necessary Sharingan to invoke Izanagi. That arm had come from Orochimaru's test subject, Shin Uchiha, a small experiment at best. Yet even so, the sight of those writhing Hashirama cells made every shinobi's blood boil with fury. Using the first Hokage's remains for experimentation, no one could ever forgive that. Anyone with eyes could see now that what Shisui said was true. Danzo had indeed maintained contact with the rogue ninja Orochimaru. And the fury didn't stop there. When the bandages covering Danzo's right eye fell away, a single three-tomo Sharingan glared vividly back at them. Fugaku's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. Every clan member who had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan was recorded. Aside from Kakashi inheriting Obito's eye, there had been no losses reported. The only explanation, Danzo had desecrated their graves. What else was this man hiding on his body? Uchiha shinobi are present, Hakken said coldly. But it seems we're still missing a witness from the Senju clan. With a few clean swings of the Zanpakuto, Danzo's remaining arm and legs were severed. The agony and torrent of blood snapped him out of the Genjutsu. But the moment his eyes focused, despair consumed him. The soul-devouring effect of the Zanpakuto's normal strikes began gnawing at his spirit. With his chakra disrupted, even his remaining three-tomo Sharingan couldn't activate Izanagi. Take your time and enjoy it before my blade returns. Those who walk in darkness must be ready to endure its weight. I wonder if you are. Resting the Zanpakuto on his shoulder, Hakken yawned and turned to leave. After everything that had happened today, he needed rest to regain his strength. The chaos was over. But the aftermath of the Ninetales rampage was only just beginning. There was still much to do. For one, every last attacker who had dared to assault Konoha would pay the price. This eye doesn't belong to you. Ignoring the eyes on him, Fugaku stepped forward and, without hesitation, gouged the three-tomo Sharingan from Danzo's socket. In the original tale, it was this very Sharingan that had allowed Danzo to activate Izanagi, turning the tide and stealing Shisui's eye. Now, the furious stares of the villagers and shinobi closed in from all sides. Danzo's heart pounded violently in his chest. He knew what was coming. Retribution had finally arrived. Now it was time to face the consequences of his own sins. New FIC, Parallel Ninja World, which Naruto will leap through time today. Chapter 113, next time. I, Danzo, will never step down. The early autumn wind carried a hint of chill. October 11th, before dawn, in Konoha Central Square, the night had gone from heart-pounding fear to a simmering blaze of anger. The villagers and shinobi had been through much. Now, their rage spent, they had gone home to rest, waiting for morning to rebuild the houses Kurama had carelessly crushed. Beside the wall of honor, on the pillar of shame, the blood of Danzo, reduced to a human swine, still flowed. He wouldn't die. Not yet. Never underestimate the remnants of Hashirama Senju's life force within him. But survival came at a price, the agony of his body being slowly devoured by those same cells, and the torment of his soul being ground down by the power that had once been his weapon. He couldn't move. He couldn't even take his own life. Now he finally understood why the fourth Raikage had been so obedient during negotiations. It wasn't because he didn't want to resist. He couldn't. If even someone with the Raikage's body couldn't, what chance did he have? The bleak autumn wind and unending pain kept Danzo conscious. The greater the darkness one bears, the harsher the retribution when it arrives. Danzo's mind was unraveling. This was only the first day. He was already at his breaking point. Footsteps drew near. With effort, he turned his head and saw a familiar silhouette, the old comrade who used to play shogi with him at the entrance of Route. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage of Konoha. The men he'd spent a lifetime trying, and failing, to surpass. Itachi once said something true, only when death approaches does a man see who he really is. Take Kisame Hashigaki, for example. A true man, he'd rather be torn apart by sharks than let enemy hands seize his secrets. 1 against 7, huh? Maybe I wasn't so useless after all. Those were Kisame's last words. Now Danzo, too, seemed to understand what his life had amounted to. Perhaps he had made some contributions, but his sins outweighed his merits. If he couldn't be remembered on the wall of honor, then perhaps this pillar of shame was its own kind of remembrance. With a bitter smile, Danzo rasped. Here to mock me, Hiruzen. Mock me. Hiruzen shook his head, his expression heavy. Old friends fade away one after another, like leaves scattered by the wind. To be honest, after Tobarama-sensei's death, only Kagami ever truly understood me, besides you. Hamura and Koharu, they never quite could. Standing before what was left of Danzo, Hiruzen sighed softly. We've grown old, Danzo. I want to scold you, remind you that I told you not to try to change anything, to just watch the next generation grow stronger and lead Konoha forward. But now, those words mean nothing. His gaze lifted from Danzo to the sky. In the chill of early autumn, the stars still shone brightly. A single shooting star streaked slowly across the heavens, like a life quietly fading away. Danzo, I know my own shortcomings, and I know your strengths. We complemented each other perfectly. In the beginning, Konoha truly grew powerful. But gradually, we both changed. A long sigh escaped him as a tear of age rolled down Hiruzen's cheek. I grew increasingly soft and merciful, while you became ever more cold-blooded. That's why we ended up like this. You'll be remembered by the people, while I can't even make it onto the wall of honor. With a bitter smile, Hiruzen pulled a bottle of sake from behind his back, uncorked it, and held it to Danzo's lips. Just like now. Old friend, I still can't bear to see you suffer like this. I want to see you off. Do you see? Danzo opened his mouth, but the words he wanted to say remained unsaid. See me off. Danzo smiled, opened his mouth, bit down on the bottle's mouth, and tilted his head back, gulping it down fiercely. He drank the liquid dry in one breath, then released the bottle, gasping for air. Hiruzen. If I had one more chance, when Tobirama-sensei had someone cover our retreat. I, Danzo Shimura, would never yield my position. Nor would I hesitate for even a second. Breathing heavily, Danzo roared at the shooting star streaking across the sky. I am Danzo Shimura. Even in death, my blood shall flow into Konoha's soil, nourishing its very roots. Guh. The roar was followed by a pained groan. The life of a ninja who walked in darkness had reached its end. Go now. I will watch over this Konoha. After I die, I will tell you everything I have seen. We truly have grown old. Closing Danzo's eyes with a gentle touch, Hiruzen turned and walked away. Perhaps, the one who truly understood him best was still Danzo. It was a pity that the two had only truly confessed their innermost thoughts to each other at the moment of death. He shook his head. Lonely silhouettes were the only sight in the vast central plaza. A faint streak of dawn slowly emerged in the east. The night had passed. New life continued. Ahead lay light and warmth. The land of rain. The scene remained unchanged. Pelting rain lashed the earth. The mystery of a Megakure still beckoned, irresistible. Within a pitch-black cave, horrific hulls sent chills down the spine. Inside the cavern, one white zetsu after another emerged from the ground, repeatedly merging with the tortured figure on the bed. The writhing form was agonizing to behold. Obito Uchiha. He was still alive. But his existence was more wretched than death itself. The Izanagi he used at the brink of death failed to turn the tide. The spare Sharingan left behind by Madara Uchiha had turned a hollow gray. The Shiro Asukuras had reduced his body to less than a third of its original size. Had he not transferred his last reserves of chakra here, desperately using the vitality of dozens of white zetsu to replenish his own fading life force, he would have perished long ago. Izanagi, the Uchiha clan's life-saving divine technique. The black slash struck swiftly, its destructive force absurdly overwhelming. Had Kamui not reactivated immediately after that strike, he truly would have been obliterated into ash. Not even ashes would remain. Even so, the most terrifying wound was the damage inflicted upon his soul. Another reason he survived was that his damaged body had been replaced by white zetsu cells mixed with Hashiramas. Otherwise, he would have perished without a doubt. Is that so, Zhao? A Zanpakuto doesn't just slay life, it also severs souls. The agony of a shattered soul is the most terrifying torment. Even with white zetsu replenishing his body, the wound to his soul remains irreparable. What devastating power, to actually cause instantaneous spatial distortion. Beneath the bed, black zetsu peered out, staring in disbelief at Obito writhing in agony. Kamui has been broken. No, it was a powerful enough attack to cause a brief spatial distortion, sealing Kamui's phantom form. That brat, just who is he? Chapter 114, I'll take you on. Achoo. Though it was early autumn, sneezing was highly unusual for Hakken. His daily sword-swinging training continued without pause, each swing further strengthening his body. Catching a cold was simply impossible for him. Still, there was a faint sense of emptiness in his body. His spiritual pressure was still recovering. The Shiro Asukuras he had unleashed that day had taken a heavy toll. After all, it had been a full-powered strike. Hakken was certain that even Madara Uchiha's complete Susanoo would have cracked under it. This sneeze probably meant someone was talking about him. Lying on a recliner, he startled the maid, Kitten, who was serving beside him. She froze, clearly frightened by the sudden sneeze, wondering if she had somehow failed in her duties. Well, she wasn't entirely wrong. In early autumn weather like this, there was really no need for her to fan him. Carry on. Haken waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. He was resting for now. Once his body recovered, he would move on to the next phase of his plan. The sneeze might have felt satisfying, but Kurama, lounging nearby while munching on three-colored dango, looked visibly displeased. Were these dumplings even edible now? Human sneezes might not be as intense as those of a tailed beast, but it was still somewhat disgusting. Licking his lips, Kurama fell into thought. The maid beside him, and the two tails residing within her, also lapsed into silence. Holy crap! Was that really the nine tails? Don't doubt it. It truly is, said the two tails in awe. When had that ferocious and prideful nine tails become such an obedient fox? And even voluntarily stepped in to help a human? Was this really the same nine tails? No way, it had to be fake. Don't you dare say a word, Madatabi. Just as the two tails was still reeling in disbelief, Kurama's voice echoed directly in her mind. The nine tails and the one tails never got along. Kurama always measured strength by the number of tails, a truth that was, admittedly, hard to argue with. Still, the one tail wasn't exactly weak. If it put in the effort, it could probably charge up and fire a tailed beast ball within a day or two. After all, it even knew ninjutsu. But the two tails had no interest in such rivalries. As a female tailed beast, she had no desire to argue over strength or pride. Overall, her relationship with the nine tails was actually quite decent. I just didn't expect that Kurama would be so quiet. Madatabi shook his head in disbelief. No choice. You're a tailed beast too, you should know that if I fought him, I'd probably die miserably, Kurama said indignantly. You think a tailed beast willingly lets a human pet it? This is forced labor. Otherwise, there'd be no snacks. And that gourd hanging from the kid's waist, the medium spicy liquor inside burned like fire, yet it was strangely satisfying to drink. If he wanted those things, there was only one condition: behave. Kurama lowered his head and nudged Haken's arm lightly. Understanding the signal, Haken calmly tossed the liquor gourd to him. Back when they were in Kushina's ceiling space, he had told Kurama, we should have a drink sometime. Talk a little. That's what life should be like. Well, it's a bit humiliating, but I have to admit, being free like Madatabi feels pretty good, Kurama muttered. Besides, this kid doesn't seem that bad right now, so this old man will let him off. Trying to play it off, he took a deep swig of liquor and said, don't look at this old man like this. When he starts pushing me around later, I'll blow up and beat him so bad even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Huh. Yujito gave a cold snort and suddenly leaned close to Haken's face. Tailed beasts could talk to each other, and a Jinchuriki could hear every word clearly. Master, the nine tails just said it's going to rebel. Without hesitation, Yujito sold out the nine tails for the sake of her future comfort. I'll fight you to the death. Kurama, who had been squatting on the ground drinking, flew into a rage. Just as he lifted a paw to pounce on Yujito, Haken grabbed him by the ear and hoisted him into the air. Rebellion. Haken looked at him calmly and snatched back the liquor gourd. To him, keeping a tailed beast was much like raising a dog, though this dog was far smarter. And it ate even more. It had only been out for a few days, and its face was already getting rounder. I wouldn't dare, Kurama said instantly, his tails clamping together as he cowered. Then he glared at Yujito with a fierce look. Madatabi, when this brat grows up and tosses your Jinchuriki onto the bed to do those disgusting things, remember to send me a little movie. I'll make it public for everyone to see. Huh. Huh. Yujito's face flushed a deep red. Suddenly, writing her report didn't seem possible anymore. Then we'll trade. I'll give you the one with Hashirama Senju, the so-called god of shinobi, and the fourth Hokage. Disgusting. Yujito's face turned scarlet all the way down her neck. The hand gripping her fan went pale, she was clearly furious. Secret filming. She didn't even know tailed beasts could do that. And that wasn't the worst part. Who decided that maids were supposed to end up like that? Who made that rule? Yujito screamed internally. Looks like you won't escape it anyway, Madatabi said sympathetically. Once he grows up, after you've been his maid for all these years, it'll be hard for you to find another home. Probably no one would want you. Yujito's glare met Kurama's, sparks flying between them as Haken stared, bewildered. He couldn't hear their conversation, but just from their looks, he could tell something wasn't right. Ah well. Who cared? Kurama still looked pretty cute, and petting him occasionally wasn't so bad. Haken's eyes flickered as an idea came to him. He grabbed Kurama by the scruff and lifted him up to eye level. Let's make a deal. One that benefits you, me, and this village. A deal. Given this kid's usual style, shouldn't he be threatening me instead? The nine tails narrowed his eyes, instincts telling him something was off. Minato-sensei was known as the Yellow Flash, but the current Yellow Flash is missing something, Hakken said evenly. And Naruto too, without the nine tails, he's also lacking something. I'll ask you this, do you want to beat the crap out of Madara Uchiha, the one who controlled you? Beat up Madara Uchiha. Kurama's eyes lit up. He really wanted to. But he couldn't win. And do you want the people of this village to call you Lord Nine Tails? Gripping Kurama's round chin, Hakken's voice turned low and persuasive. But the sheer pressure in his tone made Kurama's fur stand on end, he nearly lost control of himself out of fear. What exactly do you want this old man to do? Spit it out. I'll send you into the body of someone who truly understands you. The difference is, you'll still be free to come and go as you please. I have a way to make that happen. New FIC, Parallel Ninja World, which Naruto will leap through time today. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, he touches my people, I wipe out his village. The trust between tailed beasts and humans could never be built on just a few words from Hakken. Especially since Hakken wasn't Naruto, talking things out was never his specialty. He was much better at speaking through his blade. If he didn't like you, he'd cut you down. If you caught his eye, he'd hand you a sake gourd. Share a drink, and you were acquaintances. Share another cup later and earn his approval, that made you friends. A simple man with simple rules. So naturally, the Nine Tails wouldn't agree so easily. Recognition from it wasn't earned through words but through actions. Hakken didn't push the matter. If fate willed it, the Nine Tails would eventually turn into a well-behaved husky. If not, then so be it, nothing he couldn't handle. Everything depended on fate. Trust was something built slowly. They'd only known each other for a few days. The fact that Kurama now obediently stayed home, guarding the house, was already impressive. As for Kushina, the effects of having the tailed beast extracted had already healed completely, thanks to the Sage Seal's power. Now, she was simply a great mother. The Nine Tails rampage was over, but Konoha faced new problems in its wake. Naturally, Minato's thoughts turned to his talented disciple. In the Hokage's office, Hakken sat stroking his zanpakuto, deep in thought. Danzo Shimura is dead. That gives the villagers some closure, Minato said as he stepped away from the Hokage's desk and sat beside him. Dead is dead. The third's always been like that. At least this time, he personally sent Danzo to the afterlife. Hakken yawned, clearly uninterested. He couldn't be bothered with such things. If the third hadn't acted first, he would have sliced Danzo's soul apart piece by piece, sealing it in his zanpakuto, just to make sure the man never found peace, even in death. But since Danzo was already gone, there was no point thinking about it now. There's another issue, Konoha's medical system is in trouble. That hospital was completely destroyed thanks to the Nine Tails, and your slash. The current head of the medical corps isn't quite up to the job. I checked, and things aren't running smoothly. So. Minato's tone turned awkward. Ever since Tsunade, one of the Sannin, had left the village, Konoha's medical standards had plummeted. There wasn't a single medical need worth mentioning anymore. You want Tsunade to return to the village? Hakken immediately understood. Whatever else could be said about Tsunadeheim, her medical ninjutsu, her healing power, was second to none. After a brief pause, Hakken nodded slightly. Once I'm done with this matter, I'll go find her and try my luck. With Danzo dead, at least the Senju clan finally has some closure. Minato exhaled in relief. Having Lady Tsunade back would be a great boon for the village. But something Hakken said caught his attention. Once this matter is settled. What matter? Was there something else important going on? Have we identified those bodies yet? Tilting his head, Hakken's eyes gleamed sharply. That was what concerned him most. Taking a hit without striking back wasn't his way. Nor was it Konoha's way anymore. The root operatives Danzo had mobilized were just a fraction of the attackers. Besides Obito and the white Zetsu he brought, there had to be others involved behind the scenes. It's hard to tell, Minato admitted. There weren't any distinctive features, and the ninjutsu used varied wildly, almost as if. He trailed off, a bitter smile forming on his lips. As if the other four great villages had joined forces and launched a coordinated strike against Konoha, right? Hakken let out a cold laugh, his expression darkening with killing intent. The only village Obito could directly command was Kirigakure, the Hidden Mist. After Rin's death, Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, had become the new Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Getting Yagura to send troops to attack Konoha would be child's play for Obito. But in a place like Kirigakure, few shinobi were proficient in elemental jutsu beyond water release. That meant, apart from the known enemies, Root, the Mist Village, and White Zetsu, there were others involved as well. Hakken immediately set his sights on the land of wind and the land of earth. As for the land of lightning, unless the fourth Raikage, had a death wish, there was no way he'd dare provoke Konoha without knowing its current strength. Especially now, when Kimogakure's forces still hadn't fully recovered, they wouldn't risk making any reckless moves. So the targets for vengeance were clear: the land of water, the land of wind, and the land of earth. He had no idea what kind of deal Obito had made to convince them, but one thing was certain: the prestige of the first hidden village was not something that rabble like them could challenge. It seems that way, Minato said helplessly, but Hakken, you have to understand, without direct evidence, we can only swallow this outcome. We don't even have a concrete target for retaliation. Though the damage this time was small, many new names had already been etched onto the wall of honor. They were the heroes who had charged ahead, giving their lives for Konoha. Why not? Hakken raised an eyebrow and stood, resting his Zanpakuto on his shoulder. Hakken, calm down. Minato placed a hand on his disciple's shoulder. I'm angry too. But Konoha has never had a precedent for direct retaliation. If we strike back recklessly, it could throw the entire ninja world into chaos. The consequences would be immense. Minato trusted his disciple's strength and resolve to honor the fallen, but revenge had to be approached carefully, one step at a time. I have a question, Minato-sensei. Turning toward him, Hakken's gaze hardened. Why has Konoha never crossed the border? Never set foot on another nation's soil? Except for the land of rain, in every war, the first, the third, we've only ever defended against invasion. Even when victory was within reach, instead of pressing the advantage, Konoha chose to negotiate peace. Why? Minato froze, caught off guard by the question. After several seconds of silence, he finally replied. Because even defending took a devastating toll. Especially during the Third Shinobi World War, fighting on multiple fronts drained Konoha completely. Under those conditions, we had no strength left to continue. No. Hakken's tone softened, but his eyes remained sharp. That's a difference in mindset. Let me give you an example. During the Third Shinobi World War, Minato-sensei, you were called the Yellow Flash. You could have easily breached enemy lines, wiped out their troops, and made them understand that Konoha is not to be trifled with. You could have shown them the price of invading the land of fire. But you didn't. Once the situation stabilized, you chose peace talks instead. I understand, if you had pressed forward, the enemy would have fought to the death. But so what? Hakken gripped his Zanpakuto tighter, pointing it toward the window. He wasn't blaming Minato, they simply thought differently. A Hokage had to prioritize the greater good. But he wasn't the Hokage. If it were me, he said coldly, anyone who lays a hand on my people, I'll wipe out their entire village. Fight to the bitter end, even if it means mutual destruction. Even in death, I'll tear a piece of flesh from them. Only then will they learn to fear Konoha. Hakken drew in a deep breath. The killing intent in his eyes burned darker, heavier. 200 elite ANBU are on standby. I'm going back to fight. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Before this blade, none can stand. Aniki. The atmosphere in the mountain-encircled Kimogakure had been heavy lately. In that familiar hospital room, there was now another patient besides Killer B, his sworn brother, the fourth Raikage, A. At the moment, his brother's condition was even more worrying than before. Losing an arm and a leg wasn't the worst of it. The damage to his soul made recovery nearly impossible. Even adapting to the sensation of it was excruciatingly difficult. His healing process was taking far longer than anyone had expected. Killer B's condition had improved, but he was still weak, far from his former peak. At least he could move around freely now. As for A, there was little to say. He lay in bed, resting, trying to get used to the feeling of missing limbs. His arm couldn't be reattached, he was destined to live as a one-armed man. What truly troubled the medical nin of Kimogakure was that even after setting the fractures in his leg, it still couldn't move. Just like Orochimaru's sealed hands, it was as though it had completely lost sensation. How's it looking? Has any news come back yet? A struggled to sit up, his voice urgent. His injuries could wait, what mattered most was understanding the state of the ninja world. Especially news from Konoha. Yeah. Killer B nodded. When Mabui had come to report earlier, A had still been resting. For someone who rarely let his guard down, even a bit of sleep was a blessing. Killer B understood that well and hadn't disturbed him. Who won? Konoha, or those people? I pressed him for an answer. Konoha's unharmed, Killer B said. They barely lost anyone. It was the attackers who were completely wiped out. So it was as he'd expected. The Raikage sighed, both unsurprised and slightly regretful. Unsurprised, because he knew that as long as that boy was there, Konoha wouldn't fall. Just like before, the ones who had invaded didn't understand how terrifying that, Konoha's Hakken, truly was. Regretful, because of the harsh terms they had signed in previous negotiations with Konoha. Now, they would likely have to honor every humiliating condition one by one, such as the annual tribute of resources. Yet despite the regret, A also felt an immense sense of relief. Relief that he hadn't acted impulsively on that sealed letter left on his desk in Kimogakure. It had been an invitation to attack Konoha. Each hidden village was to send hundreds of elite shinobi for a coordinated strike, catching Konoha completely off guard. The plan was laid out in detail. During the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's childbirth, while the Hokage stood guard, they would provoke the Two Tails into rampaging first, then break the Nine-Tails seal from within to launch a simultaneous assault. It was a meticulous strategy, and the Raikage admitted that if it had been executed properly, even Kimogakure might not have been able to withstand such an attack. But what was most terrifying was this. Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure had all agreed to take part. It was just like the Third Shinobi World War all over again. The spoils of victory had already been discussed. Konoha's assets and part of the Land of Fire's resources would be divided among them. And the greatest prizes of all, the Two Tails and the Nine Tails. Who wouldn't want to expand their power by seizing those tailed beasts, the ultimate weapons of war? But they failed. Neither the Two Tails nor the Nine Tails went berserk. Konoha, the very same village that had once negotiated with them from a position of strength, proved once again through sheer action that it was still the foremost shinobi village in the world. He could still faintly remember the words he'd heard before losing consciousness, as he was being carried out of Konoha. As long as I stand here, Konoha will remain the #1 hidden village. And that boy had kept his word. Have Mabui deliver that letter to Konoha, and tell them it's a gift for the Hokage. After a long silence, the Raikage made his decision. Getting beaten up early and missing this chaos had turned out to be a blessing in disguise for Kimogakure. That letter wasn't just to declare their non-involvement, it was a statement of intent. Taking a stance was important. At the very least, it would make sure that Brat didn't decide to stroll into the Land of Lightning and stir up trouble. Aniki, you've changed, Killer Bee said, scratching his head. Not changed, A replied. Just finally understood something. For now, we, the shinobi of Kimogakure, need to keep our heads down. He sighed and shook his head. For the first time, the proud Kimogakure was bowing. But he had no other choice. Killer Bee was still alive. He was still alive. As long as they lived, Kimogakure could recover its strength in peace. That was what mattered most now. After his first encounter with that brat, A knew one thing for sure, he wasn't someone who stayed passive. Retribution had only just begun. Mitarashi Compound. Haken's blade was planted in the ground. His arms were outstretched as the maid beside him neatly fastened the buttons of his martial arts uniform and hung the sake gourd at his waist before stepping aside. At the courtyard gate, Itachi crouched silently, blocking the entrance. The message was obvious. Sorry, Itachi. Next time. He didn't want to hear that again. It was just like last time, when he tried to follow Haken into battle against the ANBU, only to be knocked out cold. He never wanted to feel that helpless again. Idiot. Shaking his head, Haken slung his Zanpakuto over his shoulder and tugged at the long ear of the still-sleeping Kurama as he walked toward the gate. This time was completely different. Back then, knocking Itachi out had been to keep the Uchiha from clashing with Konoha. But now, Konoha had changed. Completely. Come on. Follow me. From today onward, the entire ninja world will tremble before Konoha. It was early morning. The first rays of sunlight had just broken over the village, yet Konoha's atmosphere burned hotter than noon. Before the wall of honor in the central plaza, more than 200 black-clad figures stood in perfect formation. At the front stood the most elite of the ANBU, the unit known and revered as the Night Owls. Shursue Uchiha. Kakashi Hatake. Might Guy. Itachi Uchiha. And in the center stood the man with a sword on his back, a sake gourd at his waist, and a drowsy little fox perched on his shoulder, the swordsmanship prodigy hailed as Konoha's Kenpachi, Hakenyoru. Only the strongest of the strong could enter this squad. Even the youngest among them, Itachi, had earned the deep respect of every member. They all knew the grueling intensity of ANBU special training. Despite his age, barely 15 or 16, Itachi's performance was unparalleled. His ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu were all absurdly powerful. As for Might Guy, his inclusion had surprised some. But anyone admitted into the Night Owls clearly had their own extraordinary skills. The slaughter begins. Haken murmured the words under his breath, his eyes drifting from the wall of honor to the distance beyond. Though called a wall, what he was really looking at was his system panel. The advanced mission to unlock his Zanpakuto's next stage, it was time to complete it. Raising his blade skyward, Haken drew a deep breath until his face reddened. The moment has come for your names to be remembered by future generations. Before this blade, none stand undefeated. Kill. Damn. Kurama jolted awake on his shoulder, sneezing so hard he nearly fell off. What the hell are you yelling for this early in the morning? The revenge plan had officially begun. Chapter 117, Could he be the child of prophecy? As the shadowed figures of the ANBU surged toward the village gates, Minato watched their backs with a pang of feeling. Jiraiya-sensei, if you were here, would you feel, as I do, that the child of the prophecy who will change the world is Hakken? Gazing at the shrinking silhouettes, Minato murmured to himself. Well, that still needs proof. Swish. A figure dropped beside him, a tall man in geta, unruly hair flowing around a forehead protector glossed with oil. Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Minato Namike's teacher. He had returned to the village. You're back, Jiraiya-sensei. The surprise was so sudden that Minato looked his mentor up and down. He hadn't changed much, that easy, carefree air still surrounded him. It was exactly the aura Hakken gave off when relaxed. But once he turned serious, that fight to the death resolve was strikingly similar to Jiraiya-sensei's as well. Thankfully, though Hakken was technically Jiraiya's disciple's disciple, the two hadn't had much contact. Otherwise, Jiraiya might have led him astray. As Hakken's teacher, failing to instill the 3 shinobi prohibitions had already left Hakken with a taste for alcohol. If, at this age, he lost his head and let Jiraiya drag him to those pleasure houses, he might veer off the right path altogether. Yeah. Between chasing Orochimaru and the village's safety, the latter clearly comes first. Jiraiya stretched lazily, but a glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Konoha had changed. Beyond the wall of honor in the center of the village, and the faint bloodstains on the pillar of shame, there was a fervor like rebirth that felt new even to Jiraiya. What had happened here while he was away? On his travels, he'd heard rumors about Konoha's Kenpachi. At first, he hadn't realized that Kenpachi was the very brat he'd once run into. Only after seeing the name and deeds engraved on the wall of honor did he feel truly stunned. The brat who'd blocked his research had grown this far, this fast, it was almost unnerving. He was good at analysis. Only someone adept at analysis could write books that made readers blush. After watching Hakken closely, he realized how the boy's relationship with Konoha had shifted, from cold indifference at the start to genuine belonging now. The reason lay with his own student. Yet Hakken Yura's temperament was completely different from the child of the prophecy he had imagined. To his own people, he was a warm breeze, to his enemies, he was ruthlessly decisive. He killed without hesitation. He resembled the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, more than anyone. Konoha had changed. Even the people he knew had changed. His teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, now spent his days peacefully fishing and sipping tea, strolling the village on occasion to glance up at the wall of honor in the Hokage rock. Minato had become more resolute, more like a Hokage. What pleased him most was still Konoha itself. The smile on his face, rising from the heart, couldn't be faked. As long as he stood here, would Konoha remain the foremost hidden village? What immense confidence. Forget it. I want to have a proper talk with him. We can put Orochimaru on hold for now. I'm still not entirely sure whether he's the child of the prophecy who will change the ninja world. Shaking his head, Jiraiya gave chase. His reason for returning had begun to shift the moment he saw that boy. At first, he'd only been worried about Konoha, rumor had it the village had just been attacked, and even the Ninetales had appeared. His heart was with Konoha, so of course he came back. But once he learned the one changing everything was a child, his interest was sharply piqued. The great Toad Sage had said that among his disciples, one would be the child of the prophecy, the key to changing the ninja world. The disciple of his disciple was still his disciple. There was nothing wrong with that. Observe him. Ask him what he thinks of a ninja world steeped in war. After all, guiding the child of the prophecy's growth was his mission. As he sprinted on, faces of his pupils flashed through Jiraiya's mind, from the earliest, Nagato Uzumaki, Konan, and Yihiko, to Minato now, and the newly emerged Hakken Yuru. These were all of his disciples to date. Come to think of it, I even gave him an unreleased, and censored Ika Ika Paradise. He scratched his head. That one hadn't passed review for being too explicit. Huh. His steps halted. Up ahead, a youth with a katana was leaning against a tree, waiting for him. Spotted again. Back when he'd been peeking, he'd noticed something off. Concealing his presence wasn't difficult for him, he'd been good at this kind of peeping since he was a kid, and it almost never failed. Yet now, he'd been discovered a second time. Such powerful perception. Dropping down in front of him, Jiraiya offered an awkward smile. Need something? Hakken held out his gourd with practiced ease and asked calmly. The destination for the 200 ANBU had been set, and their assignments distributed. Once they reached the designated point, they would spread out to gather intel and select targets to strike, so for the moment he didn't need to stay glued to the unit. Sensing he'd been followed, he'd stopped to take a look. This was his second meeting with Jiraiya. The first time, the man had shared his sake, acquaintance made. You're barely old enough to drink. Mind the 3 shinobi taboos. Leaning against the same tree, Jiraiya repeated what he'd said the first time they met. That's not your place to say, Mr. Porn. Hakken curled his lip. As for the shinobi prohibitions, this connoisseur of clubhouses had probably broken all 3 by the time he was 10. Another baffling title. Last time, this kid had called him Mr. Pervert. Now it was Mr. Porn. His stock of strange knowledge was growing. This kid. Tilting his head, Jiraiya took the gourd from Hakken and took a swig. I heard Minato took you as his disciple. And that you became Naruto's older brother. Curiosity stirred, Jiraiya pressed on. If you think I'm the child of the prophecy, this tailing job is going to disappoint you. The only thing that could capture Jiraiya's attention was the child of the prophecy. Minato had mentioned it to him too, and even he'd once thought he was the child of the prophecy. You've got the wrong person. I don't have the legendary level escape technique a child of the prophecy should have, that verbal manipulation that surpasses every Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Mora. I don't have the sunshine a child of the prophecy is supposed to carry, either. So please leave. I have a mission. Shouldering his Zanpakuto, Hakken dashed forward. The child of the prophecy. Just a trick Gamamaru used to fool people. Hakken didn't believe in prophecies. He only trusted his blade. TCH. You say you're not, and that makes it so. Jiraiya arched a brow and gave chase again. Chapter 118, Welcome to the Night Owl. Kid, don't push your luck. On the border of the Land of Fire, along the road to Kirigakure. After a full day of rapid travel, the team had stopped to rest. Each ninja went about their assigned duties. Patrol and reconnaissance squads were sent out in shifts, then returned to report their findings. As for Hakken, the Umbu commander, he lay leisurely beneath a tree, using Kurama's soft body as a pillow. Well, what could he do? Back home, he was used to resting on Anko's and Yujito's thighs. Using Kurama as a substitute wasn't quite the same, but it did the trick. Obviously, the fox being used as a pillow didn't appreciate it and voiced his complaint. Shoo. Tilting his head slightly, Hakken raised 3 fingers toward Kurama. Fine, 3 bottles it is. With a pleased slap of palms, Kurama obediently lay back down. It was just a kid's head, how heavy could it be? Besides, most of the time, he served as a pillow anyway. Compared to those 3 bottles of that drink that made tailed beasts feel blissful, this was nothing. Is that really the 9 tails? It looks more like a dog. Under another tree, the Night Owl squad suddenly gained a new arrival, a white-haired man. A strange sight, yet one whose name echoed across Konoha. He had appeared out of nowhere, declared he was joining Night Owl squad, and even gave himself the codename Mr. Porn. The legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya. It really is the 9 tails, though even we find it hard to believe, Kakashi said beside him with a sigh. Jiraiya was his idol, and like Hakken, also his grand student. That made their connection even closer. Nine-Tails Sama has indeed changed a lot, Shursue nodded in agreement. Nine-Tails Sama. The ears of the living pillow twitched slightly. That title sounded good. With eyes half closed, Kurama gave a satisfied hum. And they say he isn't the child of the prophecy. Only the child of the prophecy could get along with a tailed beast like this. Jiraiya gave a cold snort and popped a soldier pill into his mouth. The great Toad Sage had once said that the child of the prophecy could even move the hearts of the tailed beasts and free them from hatred. Everything lined up perfectly. Does he know the Raisnon? Clearing his throat, Jiraiya suddenly had an idea. Though this boy was his disciple's disciple, not a direct student, Jiraiya had found a way to leave his own mark on him. Minato-sensei once tried to teach Ken-san the Raisnon, but he didn't want to learn it. Itachi shook his head. I'm the one who mastered it. He gave Jiraiya an awkward smile and extended his hand, forming a ball of chakra. The pale blue glow signified the purest chakra. The original Raisnon possessed no elemental nature. The wind release, Raisnon fundamentally differed from the standard Raisnon. By infusing it with wind attribute chakra, a weakened version of the Rasen Shuriken could be formed. The one in Itachi's hand, however, was merely an ordinary, elementless Raisnon. Unmarked, an A-rank ninjutsu, only ninjas possessing unwavering resolve and supreme chakra control could master this technique. But I might be a bit slow, he admitted. I can't manage that instantaneous chakra nature transformation like Ken-san does. I haven't fully grasped the technique of infusing fire chakra into the Raisnon yet. Speaking with a hint of frustration, Itachi slowly infused fire attribute chakra into the Raisnon before Jiraiya. Yet as the pale blue Raisnon began undergoing nature transformation to become a fiery spiral, it vanished with a bang. You call that clumsy? Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Minato-sensei taught me too, but I was too lazy to learn, so I just copied one. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing 3 tomo. Then a Raisnon appeared in his hand as he demonstrated its formation. What the hell is this? Do you have to be so demoralizing? One doesn't like to study. One is lazy and just copies. The other is even more outrageous, admitting he's clumsy, then casually forming a ball and feeding fire chakra into it. What the hell? You don't have to be this demoralizing. Well, since Jiraiya-sama wishes to join the Night Owl team, I'm sure Haken won't object either. Shursue nodded. However, Jiraiya-sama, members of Night Owl team need to understand each other's basic combat capabilities. Only then can we achieve maximum synergy in battle. Please tell us about your combat style. Team coordination. Such a young age, and already understanding the importance of synergy. Recovering from his shock, Jiraiya felt a pang of nostalgia. Back in the day, when he recruited Orochimaru and Tsunade, it was under the guidance of Sarutobi-sensei that they grasped this very principle. That's why, during the Second Shinobi World War, when he fought against Hanzo of the Salamander, they earned the title of the Konoha Sannin. But combat prowess? Jiraiya pounded his chest with a hearty laugh. He hadn't expected to actually join a squad. He even introduced himself with solemn earnestness. Initially, he'd only intended to blend in and observe whether the youth known as Konoha's Kenpachi possessed the qualities befitting the child of the prophecy. Yet sitting here, sharing military ration pills with these squad members, he suddenly felt transported back to the days of fighting side by side with Orochimaru and Tsunade. Though it was an ANBU squad, this particular squad surprised him. Wasn't ANBU supposed to be the darkness that lived in the shadows? Even Sarutobi-sensei had said his personality wasn't suited for ANBU. But look at that goofball over there, clearly training even while eating, and the ninjas around them chatting and laughing. It wasn't just Konoha that had changed. Was this really ANBU? In this moment, he felt an urge to blend in. Well, as a temporary team, he'd see what they were up to. Rising to his feet and glancing at Shursue, Jiraiya cleared his throat. Ahem. That's a good question. The Toad Sage is merely a name I use to deceive the world. In truth, I am the white-haired child, the Toad Messenger, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned far and wide. The handsome guy who can make crying children shut up instantly. Master Jiraiya. Rubbing his chin, Jiraiya glanced around at the calm ninjas and felt slightly awkward. No one's responding. They really don't know how to respect their seniors. Sighing, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. If I had to pick, I'm decent at both ninjutsu and taijutsu, but... It's senjutsu. Humph, never heard of it, right? Senjutsu. That natural energy stuff Haken talked about. Pretty powerful, huh? Shursue nodded, showing little surprise. It would be absurd if the Toad Sage didn't know senjutsu. I'm more skilled in genjutsu and body flicker technique, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for Kakashi, he's recently revived his swordsmanship. Once in combat, he'll engage Haken head-on, creating opportunities for me and Itachi. Guy specializes in taijutsu. After speaking, Shursue, Itachi, Guy, and Kakashi, along with Haken, who had been dozing off, approached. Several hands clasped together. Jiraiya's hand was also pulled into the grasp. A certain furry paw mingled among them. Voices brimming with passion echoed, making the hero's blood surge slightly. Welcome to the Night Owls. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, True Peace is Won Through Battle. After a brief rest, the group pressed onward, their destination unchanged, the Land of Water. Haken's goal was clear. He intended to visit Kirigakure to check on Yugura's condition. The original accounts of Kirigakure's blood mist policy were vague at best. When did it begin? When did it end? Only a rough time frame was ever given. However, there was one clue that confirmed the village was still under the blood mist policy at this point in time, Itachi's age. When Itachi joined the Akatsuki, it was after the Uchiha clan's annihilation. His first partner then had been Juzo Biwa, a man who had once done something similar to Haken. Later, when Yugura regained his senses and tried to seal the three tails into a portable container, Juzo had cut through a tailed beast ball with his blade. Unfortunately, the Kubikurabocho was no Zanpakuto like Haken's, it was fragile and ended up shattering. The broken blade also cleaved Juzo in two. This meant that Itachi's later partner, the real Kisame Hashigaki, had not yet joined the Akatsuki. Obito also had yet to approach him or reveal his true identity. Based on this, it was almost certain that Kirigakure was still under Obito's control. Haken needed to confirm Yugura's status. If Yugura was still trapped in a genjutsu, it meant Obito was alive. If he wasn't, there were two possible explanations. First, Haken had truly killed Obito. Second, he had gravely wounded him, forcing the genjutsu to end. But that possibility was slim. After all, Haken didn't know what kind of illusion was controlling Yagura, and in the original story, even after Minato injured Obito, Yagura's genjutsu remained intact. Of course, the Nine-Tails control had been broken after Obito was severely injured, so it was possible that Yagura had lost control under similar circumstances. In any case, the current state of Kirigakure was clear: its elders, such as Genji, were not in control, and Terumi had not yet taken power. The time when Ao used his Byakugan to see that Yagura was being controlled hadn't arrived yet, but it was close, just a few years away. After all, Ao already possessed the Byakugan. Seeing it with his own eyes would give Haken certainty. Besides, whether the illusion was broken or not wouldn't change his plans. Ken-san, we're close to our destination. Kirigakure was nestled deep in the mountains, its territory perpetually shrouded in mist, completely isolated from other ninja villages within the Land of Water. As they advanced, the specially trained ANBU operatives moved with silent precision, slipping into the outskirts of Kirigakure unnoticed. After carefully observing the surroundings, Itachi approached and reported. What exactly are you planning to do? Jiraiya frowned as he spoke, his tone questioning. If this were just a routine mission, why would they have come this deep? Kirigakure, known as the Village of the Bloody Mist, was infamous for its brutal graduation exams. Under such conditions, its people had suffered for years, making it the village that produced the most rogue ninja. This much, Jiraiya understood about Kirigakure. According to my intelligence, the higher-ups of Kirigakure and the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, are both under control. Haken's words were so abrupt and shocking that Jiraiya froze on the spot. Even the members of the Night Owl team were left stunned. Think about it carefully, Haken continued calmly. No true Kage, someone who's inherited the will of a village leader, would ever enforce something like the Blood Mist policy. There are countless ways to foster competition. Take Konoha's Wall of Honor, for example, graduates striving for recognition through missions and achievements. But forcing students to kill each other to graduate. As a Kage, how cruel do you think that is? The logic was obvious. The Blood Mist policy was never about cultivating strong shinobi, it was madness. Anyone who could become a Kage wasn't an idiot. So our mission is to tell the people of Kirigakure the truth, and then liberate the village. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Truly worthy of the child of the prophecy, seeing a nation in pain and immediately thinking of saving it. And he still denied it. That compassion for the shinobi world was plain to see. Still pretending to be indifferent, the child burdened with destiny's choice. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, child of the prophecy. Resting a hand on Haken's shoulder, Jiraiya spoke with genuine admiration. What does your child of the prophecy have to do with me? Haken asked, giving him a puzzled glance before calmly revealing his true plan. What we're going to do is take the power that controls Kirigakure into our own hands. Turn Kirigakure into a subordinate village under Konoha's command. Of course, we won't make this public right away. Once Konoha fully absorbs Kirigakure, then we'll consider unification. The current leadership in Kirigakure is fragile. We just need to move fast, find a strong enough candidate to take the position of 5th Mizukage, and make her agree to our conditions. Once that's done, our mission concerning Kirigakure will be complete. When Haken finished, Jiraiya stood speechless. This wasn't about liberating the villagers or freeing them from oppression, it was about seizing political control over a village already under someone else's grasp. Was this his real ambition? Jiraiya opened his mouth to speak, but Haken didn't give him the chance. Think about it, why has the shinobi world always been at war? Because there's no absolute authority. It has never been unified. If we can take control of Kirigakure at minimal cost, end the Blood Mist policy, and later join forces with them to pressure the other villages, we can achieve true peace. What's wrong with that? Meeting Jiraiya's eyes directly, Haken's voice was calm and steady. It wasn't about power or glory. This was his ultimate goal, to end the wars completely and bring the shinobi world back on track. But I still feel something's off, Jiraiya said quietly. I believe that if people could just understand one another. He gave a faint, bitter smile. Haken's ambition and purpose were laid bare, and his end goal, ending the chaos, was the same as the prophecy foretold. But his methods were far too ruthless. Jiraiya was just about to bring up Yahiko's philosophy of mutual understanding when a voice suddenly cut in. Have you never killed anyone? It was Shursue, who leaned forward with a faint smile and asked bluntly. Isn't that obvious? Jiraiya blinked, momentarily confused. He had killed plenty during the Second Shinobi World War. As a ninja, that was part of his duty. Then have you ever asked the parents of those you killed if they understood your actions? The question hit like a blade, leaving Jiraiya silent. He killed to protect his home. But those he killed fought for the same reason, to protect their families, to survive. That's where hatred was born. Even during the Second Shinobi World War, it was Konoha that invaded the Land of Rain first. Nagato's parents had been killed by Konoha's own shinobi. I'm not asking you to explain anything, Haken said flatly. Just watch, with your own eyes, the day peace truly arrives. He didn't bother to argue. He and Shisui had already discussed peace in depth before. Maybe mutual understanding could lead to peace. But Haken rejected that idea. True peace had to be fought for. Prepare for action. At his command, 200 ANBU operatives slipped into the village of the Bloody Mist under cover of night and thick fog. The slaughter began. Chapter 120, Slaughter Under the Night Sky. Kirigakure. Ever since the village adopted that brutal graduation ritual, it had lost its vitality. Especially after nightfall, the oppressive air of death became suffocating. Whoosh. 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 Several figures darted through the darkness, heading straight for the Mizukage Tower at the center of the village. This was where the strength of a well-trained assassination unit truly showed. And among them, the Night Owl squad moved faster than anyone else. The target was close. A flash of cold light cut through the dark. Splurt. The guard stationed beside the Mizukage Tower dropped to the ground with a dull thud before he even saw his attacker. In the shadows, Shisui gestured silently to the team behind him. In an instant, several figures slipped into the Mizukage Tower. The moment to taste blood had arrived. Haken moved like lightning, blade in hand, cutting down the Mist Village guards before him and charging straight toward the Mizukage's office. As the ANBU commander, he had only one objective: eliminate the fourth Mizukage, Yugura. The rest could handle the small fry. Reason with Yugura and threaten him into becoming a puppet Mizukage. No. Yugura had ascended to the title at a young age, proving his strength and loyalty to Kirigakure by succeeding the third Mizukage through his own power. Most importantly, ever since the Blood Mist policy began, the village had continued its brutal rule under his ideology, maintaining it for years until the eventual coup. That alone showed that Yugura still held real authority and the loyalty of his people. Someone like him couldn't be easily intimidated, nor truly controlled. Shisui's Koto Emitsukami. A genjutsu with a cooldown lasting more than a decade, Haken wouldn't waste it on Yugura. Besides, if he could solve this problem with his own hands, why rely on Shisui's eye technique? His eyes were Mangekyo Sharingan, not eternal Mangekyo. Every use only weakened his sight. Instead, he intended to leave this opportunity to Terumi. With a swift kick, he burst through the Mizukage's office door. Inside, Yugura sat upright in his chair. The Three Tails Jinchuriki. A perfect Jinchuriki, one who could completely control the power of his tailed beast. But the moment their eyes met, the confusion in Yugura's gaze told Haken everything he needed to know. Yugura was still under Obito's genjutsu. Obito was alive. Now, Haken was certain. If that was the case. His pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, he swung his Zanpakuto. New FIC, Parallel Ninja World, which Naruto will leap through time today. Chapter 121, The Manipulated Kage. Swish. A flash of steel cut through the air. With only a trace of instinct left, Yugura raised his weapon to block. Clang. Sparks from clashing metal lit up the entire office. Haken's cold, expressionless face came into view before Yugura. The confusion in Yugura's eyes confirmed what Haken already suspected. Under Obito's genjutsu, Yugura couldn't fight at even a fraction of his true strength. The weak resistance pressing back against Haken's Zanpakuto said it all. It's over. Crack. Haken tightened his grip. Spiritual pressure surged from his body into the blade. A faint red light flashed, and Yugura's weapon shattered instantly. Wind-natured chakra combined with the razor edge of spiritual pressure, its cutting force was absolute. If Yugura were at full power, he might have been able to resist for a while by entering his tailed beast form. But now. Slash. Blood erupted from the wound in his chest. At the edge of death, a fleeting mix of relief and fury crossed the fourth Mizukage's face. But he no longer had the strength to fight back. Pathetically weak. Blood splattered across the walls. The coppery stench filling the Mizukage's office was almost suffocating. Resting his blood-soaked Zanpakuto on his shoulder, Haken stared silently at the corpse before him. Yugura, bound by genjutsu, was pitifully weak, barely able to move on pure instinct. He hadn't even managed to activate his tailed beast mode. That weakness only confirmed Haken's conclusion. Killer Bee once said that a perfect Jinchuriki fears no genjutsu. But now Haken understood. That only applied to certain types, clearly not to Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. For Obito to keep Yugura trapped in genjutsu for so many years proved just how limited others' resistance to it was. It was likely that the so-called immunity of perfect Jinchuriki was overstated, and that Killer Bee had simply been fortunate. Even Madara Uchiha had mentioned that Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan, being of the Tomo line type, enhanced agility and physical reaction, but not genjutsu power. If Obito had been here directly controlling Yugura in battle, his strength would have increased drastically. But clearly, Obito wasn't in Kirigakure, otherwise, he would have revealed himself long ago. Ken-san, everyone on the target list has been secured and sent to the conference room. That woman named Terumi was tough, but thankfully Shursuke Susanoo managed to withstand her lava release. Behind him, Itachi approached, breathing heavily, his clothes streaked with blood. Everything was under control. Bring him along. We'll need him soon. Nodding, Haken turned and walked toward the Mizukage Tower's conference room. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, gouge out his eye, it doesn't belong to the hidden mist. Is the Mizukage dead? Outside the conference room, Jiraiya looked at the blood-soaked Haken and asked with a weary smile. Jiraiya, I know you're kind-hearted, Haken replied, his tone calm but firm. But think about it, if he's dead, how many fewer people in Kirigakure will die because of him? He let out a quiet sigh. Kindness wasn't a flaw. In that sense, he admired Jiraiya the same way he admired Naruto. But kindness and ruthlessness were opposites that could never coexist within one person. To change the world, sacrifices were inevitable. Taking control of Kirigakure would give Konoha a powerful boost in military strength. And in the coming war for unification, the Mist's alliance could shift the entire balance of power. For Konoha, the advantages were immeasurable. In some ways, Haken's methods resembled those of the late Danzo Shimura, but he had far more restraint, and his lines were clearer. No matter what, he wouldn't hide behind the excuse of, for the village, to justify doing whatever he pleased. If someone angered him, he'd simply kill them. Not for Konoha, but because he wanted to. That was just who Haken was. Hearing his words, Jiraiya felt even more conflicted. First Shursuke had spoken about mutual understanding, and now Haken's ruthless logic seemed equally convincing. He needed time to come to terms with it all. Ignoring Jiraiya's silence, Haken pushed open the conference room door. Inside, Kirigakure's elders and top officials stared back at him in shock and confusion. And they had every reason to be. Dragged out of bed and slapped awake by force, anyone would be dazed and terrified. Only 3 people, tightly bound in the corner, remained alert. Kirigakure's great elder, Genji, the men who had ruled the village after Yugura's death and only later appointed Terumi as the 5th Mizukage during the 5 Kage summit. The old man's spirit seemed unshaken. Despite the chaos, he stayed composed, and that poise alone showed he was no ordinary elder. The other 2 prisoners were the future 5th Mizukage, Terumi, and Ao, the shinobi who had distinguished himself in the 3rd Shinobi World War, his Byakugan hidden beneath an eye patch. Frowning slightly, Haken gestured toward one of his subordinates, a member of the Hyuga clan, codenamed Retsu. Take his eye. Return it to Hayashi Hyuga when we're back. Starting with that kind of order. The mist officials froze in horror, staring wide-eyed. None of them had expected such brutal decisiveness. Even more shocking was that the leader of the force that had invaded Kirigakure so swiftly and efficiently was just a boy. A boy carrying a sword. Are you Konoha's Kenpachi? The hero of Konohagakure? At that tense moment, Ao suddenly spoke up. Konoha's Kenpachi, the name that had swept through the shinobi world over the past year. The one who led the surprise assault division that crippled the Kimogakure rear lines. The one who captured their Jinchuriki and severely wounded the Eight Tails host, Killer Bee. Rumor even had it he fought the Raikage to a standstill and, together with Minato Namikaze, captured him alive. Of course, few believed such stories. Compared to those rumors, most preferred to think it was all part of Konoha's propaganda, a manufactured legend, a hero created to inspire the world in times of crisis. Pluck. Without another word, Haken gave the order. Ah. A blood-curdling scream tore through the conference room. The elders glanced around in panic, barely daring to breathe, terrified that this demon might decide to take their eyes next. Retsu's face twisted into a feral expression as he sealed away the freshly plucked eyeball in his hand. It was a Hyuga main family's eye. Only the main house's Byakugan remained intact after death. Protecting the main house was the duty of the branch family. Remember, this belongs to Konoha, Haken said flatly. You took it through your own skill. I'm reclaiming it through mine. I won't allow Konoha's power to be paraded around like some trophy. Sweeping his gaze across the room, Haken ignored Ao's agonized screams and strode toward Terumi and Genji. His attention finally settled on Terumi. He gestured behind him. Itachi entered silently and threw down the corpse of the 4th Mizukage, Yugura. For a moment, the entire room froze. Eyes widened in disbelief. The Mizukage was dead. Impossible. That man was the strongest in all of Kirigakure. Just moments ago, when they had been captured, they still held onto the faint hope that the Mizukage would defeat the intruders and save them. Now that hope was gone, completely crushed. Sir, are you trying to start the 4th Shinobi World War? Genji's voice broke the silence as he glanced down at the body. His opening line was a calculated attempt to apply pressure. And he wasn't wrong. If word spread that someone had infiltrated Kirigakure and killed the Mizukage, the entire shinobi world would erupt into chaos. The Reikage had also once been captured by this boy and used as a bargaining chip, but at least he had survived. That ordeal lasted only a few days. Now, the Mizukage was dead, killed by a shinobi of Konoha. Could Konoha withstand the mist's vengeance? First, Haken said coldly, "I didn't give you permission to speak." His inhumanly sharp gaze cut through the air. In one smooth motion, Haken grabbed Genji by the throat. His voice came out low and chilling, like something from the depths of hell. Second, Kirigakure isn't worthy of starting a fourth shinobi world war. And even if you could, Konoha wouldn't fear it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Unworthy. The word alone ignited humiliation and rage in Genji's eyes. He was a man revered in Kirigakure, a great elder whose influence rivaled that of the Mizukage himself, yet here he was, being throttled like a child. Such an insult had never happened in his lifetime. Third, Haken continued, releasing his grip, "I despise politicians like you. So keep your mouth shut until I tell you to speak. And don't pretend you don't know whether killing Yagura is good or bad for your village. Wipe that fake smile off your face before I do it for you." He dropped Genji without another glance and turned toward Terumi. "You. Come with me." Leaving those words behind, Haken walked toward the side chamber next to the meeting hall. "Me." Terumi hesitated, startled, then slowly rose to follow him. Whatever he wanted to say, she had no power to resist. His subordinates alone were strong enough to defeat and restrain her, so what chance did she have against the man himself, the legend known as Konoha's Kenpachi? At this time, Terumi was still only a girl in her early teens. Of course, to Haken, she was already an old woman. "Let's talk, Auntie," he said as he sat down in the adjoining room, his sharp gaze fixed on her. The intensity of his stare made Terumi's body tremble. Talk. Talk about what? Chapter 123, Chapter 123, What kind of monster did Konoha produce? For a teenage girl, Terumi was far too developed for her age. And that natural allure of hers, it was far more effortless than Tsunade's cultivated figure. Of course, when it came to shape, she and Tsunade were almost evenly matched. Haken gave her a brief, appreciative glance before withdrawing his gaze. "I've already killed the Mizukage," he said evenly. "Now, I'll give you 3 choices." He tossed his Zanpakuto onto the table with a sharp clatter. Given the situation, he had no interest in wasting time analyzing details. He'd lay the terms out clearly. If she refused, he'd find someone else more obedient. Kirigakure was full of ambitious people like her. "First, I kill you. Or I capture you and take you back to Konoha as my maid." What kind of choice was that? Terumi froze, stunned. If this was supposed to be a negotiation, wasn't that just a death sentence in disguise? And being a maid? Just thinking about it made her blood boil in humiliation. So what if he was Konoha's Kenpachi? She was a woman who had sworn to become Mizukage, she would never kneel to anyone. That first option was out of the question. The Mizukage might command the seas, but becoming someone's maid and serving tea was out of the question. Second, Haken continued, "I'll make you the 5th Mizukage, the hero who ends the blood mist policy." Terumi blinked. What kind of option was that? Compared to the first, this one was too good to be true. Her initial rage faltered as suspicion crept in. Something about this wasn't right. She frowned. "Say your terms, little man." "You're sharp," Haken said with a faint smirk, "but I'm not little. You haven't seen it, so don't speak nonsense." Then his tone hardened. "The condition is this, from today onward, you swear loyalty to me. Kirigakure will regularly send resources and funds to Konoha. Every major decision in your village must first be approved by Konoha. Kirigakure will be completely transparent. You will become a vassal of Konoha. And when Konoha launches the unification war in the future, you'll fight for us. All military power will fall under Konoha's command." Impossible. Never. Terumi shot to her feet, fury blazing in her eyes. If her chakra hadn't been sealed by those who subdued her earlier, she would have unleashed a torrent of lava release right then and there, to show this arrogant man exactly what a kiss filled with molten love felt like. "Listen to the third option," Haken said, his expression turning cold. "Speak." The girl glared at him, her tone like ice. Compared to those conditions, she'd rather choose the first one. To betray Kirigakure was unthinkable, being a maid would almost be preferable. "The third," Haken said softly, "is that I make you accept the second." He snapped his fingers. Kakashi understood immediately and dragged Genji into the room. Swish. The blade flashed. Genji's head flew through the air. No hesitation. No warning. Blood spattered across the walls, staining the room crimson. Next. Haken flicked the blood from his zanpakuto and looked toward Kakashi. You're a demon. Terumi's scream echoed through the chamber, raw and furious. Outside, several elders in the council room lost control and wet themselves in terror. Next, Haken repeated, frowning. Didn't you hear me? He didn't even acknowledge Terumi's words. Genji's death was inevitable. In Kirigakure, his authority was second only to the Mizuki's. If he had been willing to cooperate, fine. But a man like him would only bring trouble for Konoha, perhaps even unite the mist against it one day. The moment he had opened his mouth, accusing Konoha of provoking the Fourth Shinobi World War, Haken knew he would never accept this new order. I agree. I choose option 2. Please, please don't. The moment Kakashi turned away, Terumi finally made her choice. Tears slid down her cheeks. Unable to bear seeing this already tormented village bleed any further, she could only consent. Smart. Nodding, Haken took Terumi's hand, and the two walked toward the partition door. Just as they were about to leave the compartment, Haken's voice grew calm. All right. Watch the changes in the ninja world. One day, you'll be glad you made this choice. Good choice. From now on, you are my subordinate. Striding into the meeting room, Haken took a deep breath. From this day forward, Terumi is the 5th Mizukage of the Mist Village. I won't bother asking who supports or opposes this, I'm simply here to inform you of the decision. Beyond that, she is the hero who pulled the Mist Village from the Blood Mist, the hero who defeated Yugura. Possessing both the Melt Release and Boil Release Kekkei Genkai, her strength is more than sufficient to bear the title of Mizukage. Having spoken in one breath, Haken gave Terumi's small hand a firm squeeze. The foundation remains yours. Remember your choice. If you betray me, the consequences will be dire. Releasing her hand, Haken turned and left the meeting room with his men. At that moment, the trembling Kirigakure elders fixed their gaze upon the departing figure of the youth. Power formidable enough to defeat the 4th Mizukage. A presence so terrifying it silenced all resistance. And a mastery over human hearts that chilled them to the core. What kind of monster had Konoha produced? The man who seized control of Kirigakure's political landscape with thunderous force, what would he do next? Awe, grief, and loss filled the room. The first two emotions were easy to understand. After all, having their village overthrown so violently was deeply unsettling. But that third emotion, loss, carried something deeper. Some couldn't help but wonder, why wasn't I the one taken into that private room? If it had been me, would I too have emerged transformed, destined to become the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure? That was the source of their loss. Only Terumi watched Haken's retreating back with a complicated expression. The words he spoke before leaving made her wonder, was what happened today truly good for Kirigakure? Becoming someone else's subordinate. Yet the village's deepest wounds had been healed. In time, Kirigakure would recover its strength and spirit. Kirigakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, was it really resolved so easily? As Haken stepped out of the meeting room, Jiraiya, who had been watching in silence the entire time, let out a wry smile. He had once thought the deeds etched on the wall of honor represented this boy's peak. But who could have imagined that the moment he left Konoha, he would shake the world this much? To turn one of the 5 great shinobi villages into Konoha's vassal. Such a thing had once been unthinkable. Haken glanced at Jiraiya, sighed, then turned to Kakashi. Take our men and observe outside Kirigakure for a day. You, come with me. Grabbing Jiraiya's hand, he led him up to the highest structure atop the Mizukage Tower. What are we doing here? Jiraiya asked in confusion. To greet tomorrow's sunrise, Haken replied. I want you to see Kirigakure's transformation. Without another word, he handed Jiraiya the sake gourd in his hand. After a few seconds of hesitation, Jiraiya accepted it. Watching the sunrise from the highest point of the Mist Village, what exactly was this transformation he spoke of? Jiraiya sighed softly. At that moment, his heart was filled with nothing but confusion. Haken or Yahiko, who was right? He truly didn't know. Chapter 124, I'm even more certain you're the child of prophecy. Early morning. As the sun rose, the villagers of Kirigakure stepped out of their homes with unease and apprehension. The sounds of last night's battle had been neither too loud nor too faint, just enough for them to hear the desperate cries of those who had met their end. Though the fighting hadn't lasted long, something significant had clearly happened. The air in the village felt strange, heavy with an unfamiliar stillness, and even the thick fog that usually cloaked Kirigakure had thinned noticeably. All villagers assemble. The Mizukichi-sama has an important announcement. The announcement rippled through the village like a gust of wind. Important. What could be so important? Another tax collection. A new decree forcing their children into the ninja academy. Such things had happened before. Living in this village, refusal was never an option, obedience was all they had left. Even those of Kekkei Genkai lineage who had once dared to oppose the village's leadership had been completely wiped out. The joint rebellion of the Minazuki, Kagaya, and even the Hozuki clans had failed to change anything. Rumor had it that the last surviving member of the Kagaya clan, the so-called human shield Kimimaro, had disappeared not long ago. Apart from the Kagaya, the remnants of the Hozuki and Yuki clans were either dead or in hiding. After such a bloody history, who among them still had the courage, or the right, to resist the blood mist? Like lifeless puppets, the villagers moved step by step toward the base of the Mizukage Tower. A deathly silence fell over the crowd as they waited. Then, as the shinobi and civilians of Kirigakure gathered, a striking figure suddenly appeared atop the high platform. Terumi. At that moment, she wore the conical hat that only the Mizukage could bear. I, Terumi, hereby declare, as the 5th Mizukage of the Mist Village. The blood mist era of Kirigakure is officially over. From this day forth, the mutual killing system of the graduation exams is abolished. Her clear yet trembling voice echoed through the air. For a moment, the villagers stood frozen, their confusion slowly melting away into disbelief, then tears. Tears of relief, of joy, of release. They didn't know what had truly happened. But the result? The result was everything. The 5th Mizukage, Terumi, had declared an end to the blood mist. As the first cry of celebration broke out, the emotion swept through the crowd like wildfire. The entire village erupted in cheers. People shouted the Mizuki's name, running through the streets to spread the news. Above them, the rising sun painted the eastern sky in gold and red. It was as if, at long last, Kirigakure was stepping out of the mist and back into the light. No longer would parents fear their children dying in the academy that was meant to protect them. Heat. Excitement. Exhilaration. This was the dawn of a new era, a true rebirth. See. Atop the Mizukage Tower, Haken reclined against Kurama's soft belly, drinking sake. Beside him, Jiraiya stared, mouth agape. As the cheers of the villagers rose from below, his mind finally cleared. If you're expecting to reason with people like these, telling them about the price of the blood mist name, trying to make them reform, and hoping they'll understand the pain of parents who've lost their children, do you really think they would? Taking another long sip, Haken let out a quiet sigh. Some things, he thought, you can only truly understand by seeing them with your own eyes. Otherwise, mutual understanding is just an empty fantasy, almost laughable in its idealism. Just like this so-called sage beside him, who once went to Omegakure to gather intelligence but never understood how Nagato became the man he was. How important first-hand experience really is. Maybe Nagato did lose his mind later on. But when Yahiko, his brother in all but blood, died in his arms, his entire world collapsed. Pity and hatred, both sides of the same coin. Those we pity have their own flaws. Those we despise have their own pain. How to weigh such things? Haken had his own way of measuring them. He could never be like Naruto, offering forgiveness so easily, letting everything go with a smile. I think I understand now, Jiraiya murmured, exhaling softly as he looked down at the cheering crowd. When this brat had charged into the meeting room, sword in hand, cutting down anyone in his way, Jiraiya had thought it was a mistake. Back then, Haken didn't seem like the child of the prophecy at all. But now, watching the true transformation of Kirigakure, seeing all that he had done for Konoha, that belief in Jiraiya's heart began to solidify again. It was contradictory, but undeniably real. He saw change. A village once drowned in silence now teemed with life. That kind of rebirth wasn't something just anyone could bring about. Humans are hypocrites, Kurama grumbled, his deep voice rumbling beneath Haken's head. Eat, drink, live freely, and have someone to stand up for you when you're bullied. That's enough for me. Though, of course, no one's strong enough to bully me. Free and unfettered. Someone to stand up when you're knocked down. Bonds, huh? Jiraiya froze for a moment. Was a tailed beast seeing more clearly than he was? Turning to Haken, he drew in a deep breath. I'm more certain than ever, you are the child of the prophecy. Not my problem. Haken frowned, rising from his place with an indifferent snort. The coup in Kirigakure was over. From today onward, one of the 5 great shinobi villages would become a vassal of Konoha. The mission in the Land of Water was complete. Now came the time for true retribution. Swish. A figure leapt gracefully up from below. Terumi landed beside him, her movements elegant. Her face no longer burned with the fury of the previous night. Though still tired, her spirit was vibrant, her mind already turning over ideas for reforming the Mist Village. After glancing briefly at Jiraiya, she coughed softly and looked toward Haken. Thank you. Though her voice was faint, the words were clear enough for Haken to hear. Thanking the demon who had slaughtered so many of her people. Had she finally reached enlightenment, or was it just resignation? Either way, it was awkward. Yet even she had realized how intoxicating it felt to stand before her people and receive their admiration as the Mizukage. No need to thank me just yet. Just make sure you fulfill your quarterly duties on time, Haken said flatly. Oh, and there are 2 people I want from you. He raised 2 fingers, his eyes glinting with interest. First, Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan. Second, Kisame Hashigaki. While you're at it, eliminate the traitor Fuguki Suikezen, the one who sold Kirigakure's intel, and hand same Hada over to Kisame. Kimimaro and Kisame, 2 names that stood out for one reason above all, loyalty. One followed Orochimaru with absolute devotion. The other would rather die than betray his beliefs. Men like that made reliable subordinates. The place where Kimimaro was imprisoned seems to have been breached. He's no longer there, Terumi said after a pause. As for Kisame Hashigaki, yes, I know him. His talent with water release is remarkable. She frowned slightly, still uncertain why Haken wanted those 2 in particular. Chapter 125, Blood Debts Paid in Blood. Kisame Hashigaki. He vaguely remembered that scene from the anime, a real man who, with the last of his strength, tore apart the wood release binding him and let the summoned sharks bite him to death, 1 chunk at a time. 1 against 7, sir. Maybe I'm not completely worthless after all. That single line summed up Kisame Hashigaki's entire life. Only at the moment of death had he finally understood what kind of person he was. But right now, Kisame felt lost. He had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy and was still waiting for Kirigakure's higher-ups to assign him a mission. Then, out of nowhere, the Mizukage summoned him and handed him an earth-shattering assignment. Infiltrate Konoha. Gather every piece of information on a certain person. And in doing so, he would have to live as a member of Konoha and operate under that person's command. In short, his identity had changed. Running his fingers across the newly issued same Hada, Kisame looked toward the kid chatting with the white-haired men in the distance. Was that his target? Even the reason behind Kirigakure's reforms pointed back to this kid. Every ANBU around them, even the legendary Night Owl team, served under him. It was absurdly shocking. Kisame's strange pupils locked onto the boy as he lowered his head. Compared to the atmosphere of mutual trust around him, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. Hey, time to eat. A voice called out. Kisame looked up, his shark-like cheeks twitching slightly. The kid's name was Itachi Uchiha. Rumor had it he was Kenpachi's closest friend in Konoha. But frankly, Kisame still couldn't figure out what made him so special that he got to stand at the center of the Night Owl team. He was just a kid. I brought my own ration pills. Thanks. He glanced at the dry food in Itachi's hand, shook his head, and pulled out a ration pill from his pack, taking a bite. He still couldn't blend in. Itachi didn't press him. He set the food down and turned to leave. For now, this shark-faced man only sparked the slightest bit of curiosity in him. You're going to find Tsunade. From a distance, Jiraiya stared at Haken in disbelief. He had just heard something outrageous come out of this kid's mouth. Go find Tsunade. If she refused, beat her up and drag her back. Did he think Tsunade was someone you could just beat up? Rolling his eyes, Jiraiya let out a sigh. I know what's going on with Konoha Hospital. When it comes to medical ninjutsu, Tsunade's skill is absurdly high. But Haken, Tsunade leaving the village isn't something that can be explained with a few sentences. I'm telling you, drop this idea. Tsunade hadn't been gone from Konoha for long. You could tell from the fact that Shizune and Yuhi Kurenai graduated in the same year. After graduating, Shizune left Konoha with Tsunade. Judging by the timeline, she'd only been away a few years at most. That wasn't enough time to heal wounds that deep. So Jiraiya was certain Tsunade would never agree to return. I have my own way. Haken stood up, unwilling to explain further. The reason Tsunade left Konoha was easy to grasp. Dan Kato's death wasn't the real issue. The real blow was losing Nawaki, followed by the Senju clan gradually fading away. Loneliness, helplessness, and her inability to understand Konoha anymore were what pushed her out. As for the true reason the Senju clan disappeared, she probably knew it all too well. After seeing how cold the world could be, her respect for Hiruzen faded, and she went from calling him Sarutobi-sensei to simply old man. But things in Konoha had changed dramatically. Hiruzen Sarutobi had completely stepped down. Danzo was long dead. Her resentment toward Konoha didn't need to exist anymore. As Konoha's Tsunadeheim, the position of medical corps chief had always been hers. He had to try. And Haken's next stage of revenge required time to prepare. Using this gap to find Tsunade was perfectly reasonable. Ignoring Jiraiya, Haken called over Kakashi and Shursue. Infiltrate the land of Earth. Investigate every mission source from Iwagakure, their travel methods, and their peak mission periods. Most importantly, map out every possible route they might use to leave the village. And until I get there, do not act on your own. The land of Earth. Iwagakure. So that was the next target. Kakashi nodded, and he and Shisui departed to spread the orders. Jiraiya, however, was even more confused. Reforming Kirigakure made sense. Kirigakure had been choking in a blood-soaked fog for years and desperately needed someone to step up and restore vitality. And during the missions, they had secured plenty of benefits for Konoha. But Iwagakure was not Kirigakure. Anoki's authority was unmatched, and that old man's dust release, Kekii Tota, was frightening. And unlike Kirigakure, its high-ranking officials were unified. Even Jinchuriki, who disagreed with Anoki's policies, had already left the village. Under circumstances like that, what exactly was Hakken planning to do? Before Jiraiya could ask, Hakken lifted his Zanpakuto toward the sky as a black-red blade aura shot upward. It was the signal to assemble. Don't ask why he had to use Getsuga Tensho, spiritual pressure demanded it. Whoosh. 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 In just a few seconds, 200 ANBU gathered. The speed made Kisame Hoshigaki, watching from afar, freeze in shock. Standing awkwardly at the side of the formation with no idea where to go, he was eventually dragged by Itachi to the far left of the Night Owls. Remember why we came out here? Resting his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, Hakken grabbed Kurama by the ear and slapped him against his chest. Thump. Thump. Kurama saw stars. Blood debt. Blood repayment. The roar made Jiraiya jump. Blood debt and blood repayment. Was the purpose of going to the land of Earth simply to kill? Disperse. At his command, the ANBU vanished into the jungle. Soon, only Hakken and Jiraiya remained. Let's go. I'll explain on the way. Hakken didn't know where Tsunade was, Tanzaku Quarters or the Land of Hot Water. But Jiraiya had spent years traveling and knew all the major gambling dens. And Tsunade, being a seasoned gambler, would definitely appear in those places. So having Jiraiya lead him was the smartest option. They split up. The ANBU headed for the Land of Earth, while Hakken and Jiraiya set off to find the legendary gambler. 3 days later, in a town bordering the Land of Water, Hakken and Jiraiya, both carrying swords, instantly drew everyone's attention. Glancing at Jiraiya beside him, Hakken sighed and sat down on a bench by the road. Instead of guessing what I'm thinking, wouldn't writing more erotic novels be better? And if that isn't enough, go visit a club. Does overthinking not exhaust you? Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Hey, old woman. Sighing, Jiraiya snapped off half of each of the 2 butterfly-shaped ice pops in his hands and handed them to Hakken. Though autumn wasn't hot, savoring a bite of cool refreshment was still a pleasant comfort. Jiraiya believed Hakken beside him understood exactly what he was thinking. Yet there were things he simply didn't know how to put into words. When a person's long-held convictions are shattered, they inevitably fall into confusion. Hakken always told him to look with his eyes, yet his mind couldn't stop churning. As the mentor of the child of the prophecy, he feared that his own mistakes might lead the child astray. And when news of Akatsuki's internal upheaval reached him, that fear twisted further into regret, pushing him to overthink even more. Was he failing as a teacher? He'd always lectured others to understand, to trust, to carry out their missions. Yet he himself had never changed anything. Looking back on the first half of his life, all he saw were failures. All right then, I'll ask you a question. After a long pause, Hakken finally spoke. If anyone else had hovered beside him, droning on endlessly about peace, Hakken might have smacked them and sent them to reflect in front of the wall of honor. But not Jiraiya. Stubborn as he was, he hadn't been gifted as a child, nor did he possess any special bloodline. Yet through sheer effort, he had risen to become one of the legendary Sannin. He was also someone Hakken admired greatly. The gallant Jiraiya. He shouldn't have died in the land of rain. You always say that when people understand one another, true peace will follow. So let me ask you. Why entrust that belief to your disciples instead of using your own limited life to do something truly meaningful for peace? Hakken's gaze was intensely serious. Have you ever considered becoming the one to change the world yourself? Instead of placing all your hopes on some vague child of prophecy. And don't say you lack the strength. The power you hold is far from small. Shoulder the responsibility of changing the world. Him? The confusion in Jiraiya's eyes grew even heavier. The great Toad Sage had said his task was to guide the child of the prophecy, not change the world himself. Another one brainwashed by Gamamaru. Hakken rolled his eyes. So whatever that Toad says just becomes absolute. 1,000 years ago, Gamamaru talked Hamura Ōtsutsuki and Hagoromo Ōtsutsuki into sealing their own mother. 1,000 years later, he convinced Jiraiya to run around looking for a child of the prophecy to change the world. Hakken had plenty of suspicions about Gamamaru, but he couldn't be bothered to dig into it. The so-called three great sage regions might have existed for millennia, but what did that have to do with him? As for how to change the ninja world, I've already told you. Absolute unification. Haken let out a sigh, repeating his ambition once more. After watching the anime countless times, even forcing himself through Boruto despite the discomfort just to find that old passion Naruto and Sasuke once held, he knew things had fallen apart. Naruto fulfilled his dream of becoming Hokage and upheld his vow to protect his comrades. During the Ōtsutsuki invasion at the new Chunin exams, he used his life to protect Konoha. But whether he was happy, only he knew. Those exhausting days meant he spent far more time at his desk than he ever did with Hinata. Raising two children pushed Hinata from D cup to A cup, drained completely. On the surface, the five great nations looked harmonious. Each Kage had become Naruto's friend, all falling under the pressure of his ultimate talk no jutsu. Yet even in that world, dark currents still stirred. Problems still appeared. And once Naruto died, would the five nations instantly descend into war again, just like after Hashirama Senju's death? That outcome was almost guaranteed. Will inheritance was real, and so was the world's instability. And when Indra and Ashura reincarnated once more, a new conflict would begin. So why not fix a world that was flawed at its core, achieve true unification, and then establish proper plans and systems? Such a world might not remain stable forever, but centuries of prosperity were still possible. As long as the ultimate force safeguarding peace stayed alive, stability would continue. This was Haken's vision. The first step, transforming Konoha, was already complete. Next was consuming the resources taken from Kirigakure, slowly assimilating it, and merging the entire land of water into Konoha. It would take time, but not much. And while solidifying that process, he needed to make the other ninja villages fear Konoha, enough for them to never make a move again. That was necessary. You couldn't expect Konoha to get hit and never retaliate, to endure invasion and attacks from allies who band together as if nothing happened. It wasn't fair to Konoha, nor to the villagers and shinobi who died defending their home. So a counterattack was inevitable. Especially when Iwagakure still felt no guilt, acting as if they had done nothing wrong, that only fueled Haken's killing intent. At least Kumogakure had the decency not to get involved. They'd even delivered that letter to Konoha. But the land of earth and the land of wind. They stayed silent, as if nothing had happened. Why? Anyway, I've said all I can say. Changing the world isn't really my thing, but making Konoha rule the world. That I'm willing to try. Standing up, he swallowed the ice pop whole and tossed the stick to Kurama with satisfaction. You took a beating without striking back. Sorry, that's not Konoha's style anymore. I owe the dead an answer. If you can't change anything yourself, then follow behind me and watch. I guarantee you'll see peace arrive before you die. What a thing to say. Jiraiya rolled his eyes and stood up with Haken. But just as he was about to ask for details, the boy beside him vanished. When he looked up, two familiar figures appeared in the distance. There was no way. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. This town did have a pretty large casino, so he'd brought Haken to try his luck. But he didn't expect her to actually be here. And judging from the scene, she had lost every last coin and was getting ready to leave. Such rotten luck. At the town's exit, a dusty blonde woman walked with Shizun, muttering nonstop. The girl beside her sighed helplessly. When was the last time she had ever won? Losing was practically the norm. Just then, a voice sounded behind them. The moment she heard it, Shizun, still holding the pig, bolted like lightning. Hey, old woman. Boom. A terrifying aura exploded outward. Already in a foul mood, Tsunade swung a punch immediately. She wanted to see which blind fool had the guts to call her an old woman. Her mood was terrible already, and that phrase pushed her rage past the limit. Do I look old? But when she saw the figure in front of her, head barely reaching her headlights, she panicked. A kid. A kid calling her an old woman wasn't technically wrong. Damn it. Even if she pulled her punch now, he'd still be seriously injured. Losing money was one thing, but now she'd have to treat him for free. What kind of disaster was this? Yet when her fist finally came down, a shocking scene unfolded. Just centimeters away, that seemingly unimpressive hand grabbed the strange blade and held it horizontally to block her strike. Boom. A shockwave burst out. The ground behind the boy cracked apart. But the boy himself didn't move an inch, not even affected. Only the fox perched on Haken's shoulder went flying backward at 300 miles an hour. Listen closely. The fox seemed to still be shouting mid-flight. I'll be back, old hag. You better wait for me. Damn it. I'm the one who ate the popsicle stick. Why am I the one getting hurt when that brat gets punched? What kind of logic is that? Chapter 127, Chapter 127, he's Konoha's Kenpachi, the one who captured the Raikage alive. This brat was no ordinary kid. When her fist, held back with a good portion of its power, slammed into the blade, the recoil numbed even her fingers. Yet the other party didn't react at all. He didn't even take a single step back. Is this how the Slug Princess, one of Konoha's Sannin, greets people? Hakken frowned at Tsunade. If any ordinary person had called her an old woman, they'd be dead or crippled. No matter how bad her temper was, she shouldn't be this reckless. If he hadn't gathered his spiritual pressure into his Zanpakuto, and if his physique hadn't been strengthened by long-term training through daily missions, he probably would have been forced back several steps. A terrifying power, born of raw bloodline strength and precise chakra control. Chakra-enhanced strength. Interesting. Hakken withdrew his blade and exhaled. Who are you? Tsunade felt just as confused. A brat had actually stopped her punch. Even though she held back when she noticed his age, there was no reason he should be completely unharmed. Ah. That outfit. Shizune, standing behind Tsunade, froze as if remembering something. She was about to speak when Jiraiya walked over from afar, interrupting her thoughts. Jiraiya. What are you doing here? Tsunade was just as surprised. She hadn't expected to run into an old acquaintance in a place like this. Move. Get back. Suddenly, Hakken barked the warning and spun around. In the distance, a violent and sinister chakra shot skyward. As the massive chakra solidified, the roaring Ninetales came charging straight toward them. Enough. How dare they treat this great lord like this? Blasted through the air moments ago, Kurama was completely enraged. That brat hitting him was one thing, but that old woman. Who did she think she was? Back when she was in her grandmother's womb, he couldn't touch her. But now that he was out here, she still thought she could bully him. Roar. The savage roar sent the townspeople fleeing in all directions. At the town's exit, Tsunade stood frozen in shock. That's the Ninetales. Why was the Ninetales here? What happened back in the village? Did something happen to Kushina? No way. Did I just punch the Ninetales? A terrifying thought crept up Tsunade's spine. It is the Ninetales. Don't stare at it, Tsunade. If it goes berserk here, this whole town is done for. Jiraiya's expression turned grim as he pressed his hands together to enter sage mode. Hearing him, Tsunade snapped back to her senses. The Een seal on her forehead began to glow faintly as she prepared to suppress the Ninetales at any moment. Even from that destructive chakra alone, they could feel the crushing pressure. This was the strongest tailed beast once sealed inside Mido Uzumaki. And now it wasn't split into two halves, this was the fully intact strongest tailed beast, its true power unknown to anyone. What made Jiraiya and Tsunade even more tense was that, from this distance, they could already see a terrifying tailed beast ball forming in front of its mouth. I told you to stay back. Didn't you hear me? Boom. Spiritual pressure burst out as Hakken turned, coldly glancing at Tsunade. Kid, are you looking to die? Tsunade snapped. I'm trying to protect you, and this is what I get. Back off. Seriously. Jiraiya stood torn. He looked at the charging Ninetales, then at Hakken, then grit his teeth and retreated to a safer distance. The gap closed quickly. The Ninetales, its force enough to obliterate everything, barreled straight toward the town's exit. Old woman. Let's see you act tough now. Kurama was already losing its mind with rage. It hadn't been this angry at first, but as it was sent flying, memories flooded in. That first Hokage who used would release. Absolutely infuriating. As if trapped in a flashback, it saw the massive wooden avatar towering over even its full form, then a single hand gripping it like nothing. And then came the worst part. Ninetales, you're too strong. So I'm sealing you. Thanks a lot, asshole. It couldn't beat Hashirama, but bullying his granddaughter and sending her to meet him early. That, Kurama was very willing to do. A beast was still a beast. Even the Kurama Naruto eventually talked down kept its temper. And that was after years. Right now, having just tasted a bit of human life at Hakken's side, that wild instinct remained. Taming the Ninetales. Earning true trust from a tailed beast. That wasn't easy at all. Hakken understood this clearly. That was why he traveled with Kurama, so that whenever it reached its limit, he could show it a proper attitude. A beast's attitude. Otherwise, if it went berserk inside Konoha, with Naruto still too young to master Talk no Jutsu, that disgusting dead demon consuming seal scene from the original story might happen all over again. The massive silhouette drew closer and closer. Behind Hakken, Tsunade's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Jiraiya stood rigid beside her, worry all over his face, hands still pressed together as he prepared sage mode. And at the exact moment disaster was about to hit, Hakken lifted his Zanpakuto and stabbed it hard into the ground, spreading his arms wide. His pupils shrank sharply, needle-like irises locking onto Kurama's. Calm down, Kurama. Boom. Spiritual pressure exploded outward. The overwhelming force made Tsunade stagger back several steps without meaning to. This power, completely different from chakra, filled her mind with suffocating negativity. This brat. Tsunade stared at his back in shock. Who is he? Why does he have power like this? Calm down, Kurama. Someone is calling this great lord. Kurama, trembling on the edge of losing control, lowered its head. In its eyes, there was only Tsunade. And now that brat stood right in front of her. This brat, arms spread wide, does he really think this great lord wouldn't dare to crush him? Humans are all hypocrites. He'll definitely attack me. Kurama roared again. Its body didn't slow. 10 meters. 5. 3. Damn it. I'm scared of you. But just as its massive form made contact, the tailed beast ball in front of it suddenly veered upward, shooting into the sky. In the end, Kurama stopped. Boom. A deafening explosion rolled across the sky above the town. The earth trembled. The raw power of a full-form Ninetales tailed beast ball shattered everyone's understanding of tailed beasts. Yet, in the end, the town was spared. When everything finally settled, Kurama snorted, shrank down, hopped onto Haken's shoulder, and closed its eyes. TCH. This brat. It's not that this great lord is scared you'll get hurt, I just can't beat you. Yeah. That's all. Whatever. I'll humor the kid. Consider it payback for the drinks earlier. That was it. Behind Haken, Tsunade was drenched in cold sweat, her eyelid twitching non-stop. From afar, Jiraiya finally let out a long exhale. Kid, who the hell are you? After a full minute of silence, Tsunade finally voiced the question. Lady Tsunade, in Konoha, the only person who uses a blade at this level is that one. Shizune, trembling, swallowed hard. He's Konoha's Kenpachi. The Konoha hero who captured the wreckage alive. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Kurama, I'm not just insulting you, but your ancestors too. Trust isn't built in a day. Haken and the Ninetales had made a pact, one that included helping Naruto and Minato become true golden legends. That kind of bond needed time. Once it genuinely acknowledged someone, there was no need for empty talk. The turmoil had settled. Night fell. The town returned to its lively state. The tailed beast ball from earlier hadn't hurt anyone. Aside from the strong tremor, it hadn't affected the residents' daily lives. Inside the barbecue shop beside the casino, a few strange figures drew attention. People looked over a couple of times, especially at the blade resting beside the boy, which gleamed with a sharp light every now and then. Eat. Don't tell me I have to feed you. A piece of tender, fragrant meat, perfectly cooked, landed in front of Kurama as Haken flicked it over with his fork. Kurama snorted without speaking and pointed a tiny paw at the gourd of sake sitting next to Haken's sword. The meaning was obvious. Grilled meat without a drink just wasn't right. With no choice, Haken tossed his own gourd in front of him. The beast was still sulking. Just because Haken had stopped it from beating up Tsunade. By its own logic, it simply wanted to pound Tsunade a bit to vent. Who told her grandfather to seal it away on a whim? Since it couldn't hit the old man, going after the younger one felt perfectly reasonable. And that old woman really had sent it flying. Otherwise it wouldn't be this angry. At heart, it was basically a simple kid. A tsundere one at that. Haken shook his head and looked at the stunned Tsunade and Shizune. At the end of the day, both were healers, medical nin, and excellent ones. Tsunade was the best, Shizune was average. Medical nin this valuable were indispensable to Konoha, which was why he had already explained his purpose. Why are you staring at me? I'm an old woman. What's there to look at? Tsunade said coldly. Good to know. Old hag or not, she still insists on acting young. Before Haken could respond, Kurama beside him immediately started mocking her with a sarcastic tone. Who the hell are you calling an old hag? I'll tear you apart. Got something stuck in your throat? Tsunade was completely enraged. Ever since they'd arrived at the yakiniku shop, this damn-tailed beast had been muttering insults like old hag non-stop. She was already sensitive about anything that hinted at her age, but she'd once provoked the Ninetales, so she'd begrudgingly held back. But now those words felt like they were drilling straight into her ears. If she didn't shut him up now, this nickname would stick with her forever. Old. I'm not old. Tsunade fumed. You. What's your problem? In my opinion, Mito Uzumaki was way stronger than you. This seal came from the Uzumaki clan in the first place, perfected by that woman, then passed to you. Mito Uzumaki knew her limits and only sealed chakra. And you? The moment you learned it, you shamelessly changed its name. If you hate aging so much, why not show up looking the way you did in your toddler years? At least you wouldn't have to use the bathroom. Once Kurama started, he didn't stop. Haken, realizing for the first time that the Ninetales had a chatterbox personality, felt a headache forming. You're supposed to be the strongest tailed beast, not a professional trash talker. Eat meat. He shoved a steaming hot piece of grilled meat straight into Kurama's mouth, held its head down to force it to swallow, then turned to Tsunade. Cut me some slack. My dog's been a bit too sharp-tongued lately. But I'll warn you. You'd better apologize to it. Otherwise, that old hag nickname is going to stick. And don't start a fight with it. It's been annoyed with you for a long time. Actually, not just you. It can't stand anyone from the Senju clan, main family, branch family, or anyone related. Bang. Tsunade slammed the table, her face turning livid as chakra surged from her. Why should I? It's hated me for a long time. What did I ever do to it? Got any shame? And you want me to apologize to your dog? You were the one who called me an old hag first. Otherwise, would the Ninetales, a creature like that, really remember something and chew on it endlessly? Because your beloved grandfather, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, sealed it away just because he was strong. And the most shameless thing is what your ancestor did, treating the tailed beasts like war supplies and selling them. Calm as ever, Haken directly insulted the first Hokage. Damn, unbelievable. Those words hit perfectly. Moved beyond belief, Kurama reluctantly spit the grilled meat from its mouth into Haken's bowl, a gesture of immense generosity for a beast. Unfortunately, Haken disdainfully stuffed the meat right back into its mouth. Don't disgust me. Kid. Who the hell did you just insult? Across from Haken, the furious person grew even more enraged. Even the Een seal on Tsunade's forehead showed signs of opening. She was genuinely losing it. Jiraiya stood beside them, too scared to breathe. Once, he'd merely tried to peek, hadn't even gotten close, before getting his ribs broken. And this kid dared to joke about the first Hokage. Well, it didn't sound like a joke. Haken seemed to hold actual grudges against the first. Jiraiya let out a helpless sigh, not knowing how to resolve this conflict. The old hag comment alone had already been a disaster. Now what? How dare you? What completely shocked Jiraiya was that Kurama, seeing his old buddy being yelled at, wasn't having it. Its tiny paws slapped the table, and it leapt onto the stove, its swollen body wrapped in a cloak of red chakra. Let me spell it out for you. He insulted the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju is trash. If Madara Uchiha hadn't controlled me back then, if I had fought him myself, you think he could beat me? And listen clearly. I'm right here. Not only did the brat insult him, but I did too. Touch him. Go ahead, try. Kurama was acting like a complete menace. Haken was speechless. If you want an excuse to curse the first, just curse him. Why drag me into it? He did have issues with Hashirama Senju, a man strong enough to dominate the world yet choosing to bow his head and beg for peace. But he didn't hate him. The men who co-founded the hidden villages with Madara Uchiha deserved respect. Still, Haken never understood why the first fought Madara so fiercely, yet completely ignored the ambitions of the other four nations. He genuinely didn't get it. Tsunade was already losing her mind, her anger boiling over as she glared at Kurama. You really think I can't beat you? You definitely can't beat this old man. Kurama sneered. If this old woman knew would release, it might fear her. But without it. What was she bragging about? Want to take it outside? Tsunade's pride couldn't take it anymore. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. Today had been unbearably humiliating. She needed to vent. Careful, Kurama. This old woman's got the strength of 100 techniques. She can regenerate from any hit. Yeah, whatever it's called, ninja art, creation rebirth strength of 100 techniques or something. You know about the first Hokage's passive no-hand sign healing, right? Haken narrowed his eyes, suddenly figuring out how to bring this stubborn old woman back to Konoha. He smirked, then intentionally revealed her trump card to Kurama right in front of her. Tsunade completely snapped. You brat. Are you a Konoha ninja or a missing nin? What the hell did I ever do to you? Chapter 129, who said the Senju clan was gone? After she shouted it out loud. Tsunade seemed to calm down a bit. She was indeed furious. After all, she was one of the Sannin, and in terms of seniority, she was on the same level as Jiraiya. And the brat in front of her was Minato's disciple, no matter how you looked at it, she was his senior. How he found out about her strength of 100 technique wasn't something she could control. But how could he take someone else's side? Come back to Konoha with me. I'll help you beat him up. Haken shook his head. He wasn't exposing Tsunade's trump card just to stir trouble, he only wanted to stop her from fighting the Nine Tails. If she really lost her temper, this little town wouldn't survive. Tsunade might not die, but she would definitely get hurt. Creation rebirth came with heavy side effects. Stopping this fight was for her own good. Right now, Hakan just wanted to talk to her properly about returning to the village. Once she was back, he still needed to head to the land of Earth for the next step of his plan. He couldn't keep Shursue and the others waiting. Why should I go back with you? Letting out a cold snort, Tsunade returned to her seat. She was still fuming. Calling her an old woman was bad enough, but dragging her grandfather Hashirama Senju into it. That was the Senju clan's very symbol of faith. Fine. Then I'll change the way we talk. Hakan shook his head, lifted his gourd for a drink, and glanced at Kurama. And you, eat your meat quietly, or I'm chopping your head off. This time, he was truly angry. Kurama clicked his tongue and grabbed another piece of grilled meat. What do you want to talk about? I already said I'm not going back to Konoha. Just hearing the name Konoha made a flash of pain flicker in Tsunade's eyes. It was a place filled with sorrow. If nothing unexpected happened, she planned to stay away for the rest of her life. She might be drowning in gambling debt out here, but she'd grown used to this drunken, drifting lifestyle. What was there in Konoha for her to return to? Let's talk about the fall of the Senju clan. Hakan spoke the most explosive words in the calmest tone. Who says the Senju clan fell? Tsunade slapped the table again, impatience thick in her voice. As far as I know, quite a few members of the Senju clan serve as educators in Konoha. You call those people the Senju clan? May I ask what Senju traits they still possess? Hakan smiled, his expression filled with scorn and contempt. What exactly are you implying? Tsunade's expression grew solemn. She had the distinct feeling this kid knew something. Let me start from the beginning, Hakan said calmly. Hashirama Senju once instructed the Senju clan to integrate into Konoha through intermarriage. To protect his people, he even had them abandon the Senju surname. But the blood passed down from the Warring States era doesn't forget its own glory, and the Senju bloodline does not simply vanish. So a sizable branch still exists, hiding their lineage to continue the bloodline. Those who fully assimilated into Konoha are distant relatives at best, with little true Senju blood. But after the deaths of the first and second Hokage, during the Second Shinobi World War, even that purer bloodline branch was forcibly drafted to the battlefield, including Nawaki Senju, who had just graduated from the academy. As the fighting went on, something felt wrong. The deaths among those possessing Senju blood, a group that wasn't small, became more and more outrageous. The first and second Hokage's methods of protecting their clan were smart, but certain people targeted the true inheritors of the bloodline. Hakan paused slightly and folded his arms. The one who acted was Danzo. The one who watched was Hiruzen Sarutobi. The only one who remained was the third's disciple, Tsunade, one of the Sannin. Disheartened, you left Konoha. Hakan finished in one breath and picked up his gourd again. Now, the above is simply my conjecture. As for where the Senju clan, who once rivaled the Uchiha during the Warring States, actually went. Could you give me an answer? Why did the Senju vanish? Where did the assimilated ones go? Before the second Hokage's death, the Senju clearly had their own compound and many clan members. Even if they hid themselves for protection, it was impossible for only Tsunade to remain. Thus, these guesses emerged. Hakan felt that some details might be off, but the overall direction, pointing straight at Konoha's higher-ups, was absolutely correct. And Nawaki's death was deeply suspicious. Accidentally triggering explosive tags and getting blown apart, his internal organs even gouged out. Was such brutality necessary? What value could a child's organs possibly hold? Considering Nawaki's teacher was Orochimaru, Hakan felt he understood something. The barbecue shop fell silent. Tsunade held her cup, lost in thought. She didn't confirm or deny Hakan's words, nor did she offer an explanation. She simply sat there, staring blankly. Hakan didn't rush her. He gave Tsunade time to think. Everything he said touched on her deepest wounds. He ate grilled meat and drank sake, occasionally clinking cups with Kurama. Time passed, minute by minute. Shizune and Jiraiya sat quietly as well. Hakan glanced outside at the pitch-black late night, then at the shop owner, who seemed desperate to close but too afraid to interrupt. He sighed. However, Tsunade-senpai. He suddenly stood and raised his cup toward her, his expression deadly serious. I do not agree with your grandfather's decisions. I believe the Senju clan's legacy is essential. A village founded by two Hokage needs that banner to continue. I admit I cannot fully approve of the first Hokage's methods, but he is still Konoha's unquestioned founder, a hero. Just like Madara Uchiha, his name will be passed down. This brat. Tsunade lifted her head and stared dumbfounded at him. But as you said earlier. Who says the Senju clan is extinct? Exuding a trace of dominance, Haken nodded confidently. The Senju still have you, Hashirama Senju's direct granddaughter. As long as you live, the Senju legacy can continue. Now, the third has fully retired. Minato-sensei is determined to change Konoha. Danzo is dead, his blood spilled on the pillar of shame in the center of Konoha. I've avenged your clan. In this situation, would you still refuse to return? Konoha needs you. It needs the banner of the Senju clan. He raised his gourd and took a long drink, then poured the strong liquor into Tsunade's cup. Haken took a deep breath and looked at her steadily. He had done everything he could. Persuasion wasn't his strength. If she refused now, he'd have to throw a sack over her and drag her back. Under the table, Kurama was gnawing on a sack. Haken shot him a look. The message was obvious. If words fail, we grab her. Konoha needs me. The Senju clan, passed down since the Warring States, needs me. And I won't have to face that old man's face anymore. Her expression shifted from calm, to stirred, to slightly flushed. Then, suddenly, the old woman snorted a laugh. The sudden shift made Haken freeze. Kid, the true Senju clan, only has me left. What exactly is there to pass on? That was a problem. But that attitude, that sounded like agreement. Relieved, Haken suddenly thought of something. Simple. I'll capture Orochimaru later, then have him clone someone using your grandfather's cells to get a little first Hokage bloodline. You can use that FO. Thud. A fist tapped Haken's head, soft enough to feel like a gentle pat. Tsunade leaned in close, her eyes dangerous. Kid, forget cloning. I'm not into that. I'm just thinking, your bloodline's not bad at all. Even the Ninetales couldn't beat you. Ever heard of robbing the cradle? Chapter 130, let you witness an old lady's speed. Clink. Inside the yakiniku shop, the sound of sake cups meeting felt unexpectedly harmonious. After Tsunade agreed to return to the village, Haken held Kurama up and had it clink cups with her. Neither side could really say who owed whom. The matters of their ancestors could wait. Kurama had thought it over. Picking on someone's descendants wasn't exactly something to brag about. With one last clink, both downed their drinks. That settled things. From here on, they were all Konoha people. They could talk things out. They were still friends. As for giving face, it had already given that to Haken Yoru. How Kurama and Tsunade got along from now on would depend on sincerity and fate. Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the yakiniku shop owner finally breathed a sigh of relief and announced closing time. They stepped out into the street. The town wasn't especially beautiful at night, but its quiet countryside charm was pleasant in its own way. Lady Tsunade, are you really planning to return to Konoha? Walking toward the inn, Shizen, following behind the group, asked in a hushed voice. Well, I've been away long enough. I'll go back and take a look. Tsunade stretched lazily, her impressive figure outshining the weak glow of the nearby street lamp. I thought you actually wanted to use him to revive the Senju clan. Shizen muttered carefully, a flicker of eager anticipation crossing her face. Some people are just naturally repressed in that way. Shizen seemed to be one of them. She'd heard that line about an old cow eating tender grass loud and clear. Her mind had even conjured up a strange image, an indescribable scene that somehow included herself as well. Quite bloody and violent. Believing a joke like that. Did that brat really think he was that capable? Tsunade rolled her eyes, too lazy to explain. Going back to Konoha was simply to confirm what that kid had claimed. Had the village really changed? Danzo was dead. There were things called the Wall of Honor and the Wall of Shame. She didn't know anything about them. So she wanted to see for herself whether the village had changed the way that Brat described, then decide whether she'd stay in Konoha. She wasn't about to believe everything he said. She wasn't going to change her belief so easily. There was only one thing pushing her to return, she was a Konoha shinobi. Konoha needed her, needed a banner of the Senju clan. That was a responsibility she wouldn't run from. Nothing more. See Haken's skill and think he could just take advantage of her. She wasn't some clueless airhead fangirl. She was the last pure-blooded heir of the Senju clan. One of the 3 Sannin of Konoha, Princess Tsunade. Kid. You just said split up. You and Jiraiya aren't going back to Konoha. Tsunade quickened her pace to walk beside Haken and suddenly asked. Yeah, we still have a mission. Haken didn't respond, but Jiraiya answered for him. What mission? So they hadn't come out just to look for her. Tsunade felt puzzled. Cutting people. Haken casually shook his zanpakuto. Since you've decided to return, whether you rest in town or head straight back is up to you. Mr. Porn and I are moving on. What kind of name was that? Tsunade's mouth twitched. And hearing a little brat like him say, cutting people, was almost comical. Are you sure you're cutting people and not the one getting cut? My code name really sucks. I need something cooler. Otherwise, when my name ends up carved on the wall of honor someday, having a code name like Mr. Porn is going to cause a huge misunderstanding. Jiraiya rolled his eyes and pulled Tsunade aside. Don't underestimate him. His expression grew strange, but pride flickered in his eyes. Jiraiya took a deep breath and looked straight at Tsunade. Do you know how long it took him to make Kirigakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, into a subordinate village of Konoha? He held up one finger. Under Tsunade's stunned gaze, he said 2 words. One night. Was he kidding? Tsunade's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. That was Kirigakure. One of the 5 great shinobi villages, on equal footing with Konoha, turned into a subordinate village. And it only took one night. How was that possible? No need to doubt it. I wouldn't lie to you. I watched the whole thing myself. Kirigakure is now a subordinate village of Konoha. Even now, when Jiraiya thought back on that moment, it still felt unreal. But it was the undeniable truth. After the 5th Mizukage took power, everything unfolded naturally. And under the pressure Hakken put on Terumi, she had no intention of resisting. As for why Terumi cooperated so obediently, even Jiraiya didn't know. According to Hakken, once the Land of Earth mission was complete, Kirigakure would understand the price of defiance. He was going to cut people down. How many? To what extent? None of it was clear. To prevent anything unexpected, Jiraiya was definitely going to follow and observe. Can I come? Curiosity burned in Tsunade's eyes as she voiced her thoughts. What was the point of going back to the village? If she really got drafted as the damn head of the medical corps, she might not even have time to drink. She might as well have some fun first. You can. After giving her a once-over, Hakken finally nodded. It wasn't about valuing Tsunade's strength, but about her identity, and the person in his mind. He needed Tsunade to do something. That idiot's body. He was still young. If the cause could be found now, it might still be treatable. And in this world, Tsunade had the highest medical expertise. Don't forget, even when Lee had his left arm and leg crushed by Gaara's sand, she managed to save him and restore him completely. But even if she couldn't diagnose it, Hakken could still find a solution from the system store's items. To him, so-called terminal illnesses weren't really a problem. The only thing certain was that Itachi's illness wasn't caused by the Sharingan. The Mangekyo's only side effect was blindness. Having Tsunade examine Itachi's body was a good idea. Besides Itachi, Hakken would be staying in the Land of Earth for a while. The elite ANBU members would face brutal battles. Having a medical nin on hand would dramatically reduce casualties. It was a good thing, so Hakken naturally didn't refuse. If you're coming, don't expect much time to mess around on the road. Gripping his Zanpakuto and tugging on the Ninetail's ear, Hakken spoke seriously. This is a mission, not a pleasure trip. Don't fall behind. Underestimated, huh? Tsunade let out a cold snort. Kid, I was running missions before you were even born. Let's go. Watch how fast this old woman can move. Chapter 131, the corpse dumped at Iwagakure's gate. According to the intelligence we intercepted from Iwagakure, they'll be sending an information squad along this route tonight toward the Land of Lightning. The strength of the squad is unknown, but based on previous intel unit classifications, analysis suggests the team will include Jonin. Their objective is to confirm whether the Raikage and Killer Bee in Kumogakure have recovered their combat ability. Land of Earth. In the shinobi world, the names of nations usually match their geography. The Land of Earth, a country where mountains and plains intertwined, possessed soil rich enough to provide abundant food resources. Within it, Iwagakure served as the country's military power, wrapped in a ring of jagged rocky peaks that created formidable defenses. Yet from the mountaintop overlooking the village, Hakken found that very defense oddly isolating. Communication between the village and the outside world was difficult, and there were only a few routes leading out. Listening to Kakashi's analysis beside him, Hakken stroked his chin. It seemed Inoki had never imagined that defenses so impenetrable would one day become Iwagakure's cage. Just as Jiraiya had said, the political structure of both the Land of Earth and Iwagakure was absurdly stable. Hakken had never considered seizing control or manipulating the upper hierarchy. Inoki's dust release wasn't something easily handled, and with his will of stone, he would never agree to becoming Konoha's subordinate. Which meant that slaughter was inevitable. Commander, how should we proceed? Kakashi's tone was serious. Night Owl, it's time to show ourselves to the entire ninja world. With his Zanpakuto resting on his shoulder, killing intent surged from Hakken. Have the other ANBU squads continue watching the remaining exits. Starting today, anyone leaving Iwagakure. Remember, anyone. Do not leave survivors. The blood-chilling order made Kakashi's heart hammer violently. No survivors. With only 200 ANBU ninja, was all planning to encircle Iwagakure. Relax. This is all part of the training we went through in Konoha. If they deploy a large force or if the Tsuchikage takes the field himself, I'll notify the sensory unit immediately so they can relay it to Jiraiya. Patting Kakashi on the shoulder, Hakken stepped forward and leaped off the mountain. Kakashi followed right behind him. Below, the Night Owl squad was already assembled. Tsunade, wearing her gambler's cloak, stood in the far corner, staring straight at Hakken. She clearly wasn't part of the Night Owl squad, nor had Hakken invited her. After traveling day and night to reach the land of Earth, Tsunade had developed a strange impulse. She wanted to see exactly how strong this kid was. He had taken a full punch from her and subdued the Ninetales with a single glance. There were simply too many secrets surrounding him. Especially the way he knew about matters concerning the Senju clan, things ordinary people couldn't possibly deduce. The more mysterious someone was, the more attention they attracted. As for examining Itachi Uchiha's condition, she had neither accepted nor refused. The history between the Senju and Uchiha clans was well known. She would observe for a while before deciding whether to treat him. Hakken raised his Zanpakuto. He took a deep breath. Kurama, perched on his shoulder, snapped to full alert, baring its teeth in a fierce and imposing stance. From left to right, the lineup was Shisui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and Might Guy, who had only recently joined Night Owl. Including Hakken himself, the six-man elite squad radiated sharp, lethal intent. Sometimes Hakken even wondered whether Night Owl, with him included, already possessed the strength to face the Akatsuki. If Pain attacked someday, what would happen when the six paths of Pain ran into the Night Owl squad? He couldn't help looking forward to that. Under the night sky, a flash of steel cut through the darkness as Hakken let out a low growl. Night Owl. In an instant, everyone drew their weapons and entered full combat readiness. Only Tsunade scratched her head in confusion, then rolled up her sleeves, clearly ready to jump in. Swish. As Hakken's figure shot forward, darkness fully swallowed the land. The nights in the land of Earth were never truly quiet. Unlike the violent wind tunnels of the neighboring land of Wind, only drifting sand occasionally swept across the roads here. And unlike the dense forests of the land of Fire, peculiar stone formations scattered across the terrain created the most striking scenery. Around midnight, more than a dozen figures slipped out of Iwagakure and headed onto the path leading toward the land of lightning. They knew this road like the back of their hand. There were no places particularly suited for ambushes, so their guard had dropped considerably. Captain Shizuto, what exactly is the Tsuchikage planning? A dark-skinned, pockmarked kunoichi asked while keeping pace. What's with all the questions? You know the Tsuchikage's temper. Just do your job. Shizuto shook his head. The answer was obvious. Even in an era of peace, a major village needed to monitor the combat strength of any potentially dangerous rivals. After the changes in Konoha, the Tsuchikage no longer seemed to consider them a threat and had shifted his attention back to Kimogakure. The reason wasn't difficult to grasp. The negotiations left unfinished last time were due for another round. How much benefit they could gain depended entirely on whether Kimogakure's top fighters had recovered. That was the squad's core mission. As they continued forward, a sudden chill crawled up Shizuto's spine. He instantly snapped his head up. Dust drifted with the breeze. Amid the shifting yellow sand, several figures stood silently ahead. Enemy attack. Shizuto reacted immediately, giving the alarm, but time seemed to freeze in that instant. A sharp ringing filled his ears. Then his head was flying upward. The final image seared into his fading consciousness was the silhouette of a boy who wasn't tall, with needle-sharp, inhuman pupils. Blood sprayed through the air, merging with the swirling sand overhead and staining it a deep red. Screams followed one after another. At the squad's rear, Kakashi blocked their only escape route, lightning cutter in hand, moving in perfect sync with Shisui. Waiting for them ahead was a blood-stained Zanpakuto. The unprepared IWA squad was wiped out in just a few breaths. As Hakken had said, there was no reason to leave survivors. He had come to cut them down. Throw their bodies at Iwagakure's gate. Resting his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, Hakken spoke to Kakashi in a calm, steady tone. Yes. Kakashi nodded and instructed the team to start moving the corpses. The wind swept across the land. Fresh dust drifted down and slowly covered the carnage. A single drop of blood slid down the edge of Hakken's blade. This is only the beginning. Leaving those words behind, Night Owl vanished into the darkness once again. Chapter 132, Konoha doesn't have that kind of nerve. Dawn. As the ninja guarding Iwagakure's entrance slowly woke from Genjutsu, a howl filled with grief echoed through the entire village. Bodies. Blood-soaked corpses. All of them familiar faces, comrades they knew. The wounds carved across their bodies, the sight of heads separated from limbs, cut into their hearts like knives. Just yesterday, these same comrades had confidently handed over their exit passes and set out on their mission. Now they lay dead before their eyes. The anguished cries drew more Iwagakure ninja to the scene. In moments, a heavy gloom settled over the entire village. "Tell me," Shisui said with a sigh as he observed from afar, "why don't they show this kind of sorrow when they're the ones attacking Konoha?" Hatred grew from slaughter, cycling endlessly without pause. "Ken-san told us not to think too much about it." Itachi shook his head. He had seen firsthand how ruthless those people were when they invaded Konoha. No matter how tragic this scene was, it still couldn't compare to the images burned into his memory. All they needed to do was follow Ken-san and witness the changes to come. Change required sacrifices. That was inevitable. Itachi understood far too well now. Just as Ken-san had said, once you looked at the world as a whole, you realized how insignificant deaths like these really were. Do you always have to be the one knocking sense into me? It's not like I don't already know that. And besides, that's not exactly what Haken said. He said the Uchiha clan has mental issues and can't handle stimulation, so we shouldn't overthink things. I don't know what mental issues means, but it definitely isn't a compliment. You're the only one who actually took it seriously. Shisui rolled his eyes, pulled Itachi along, and ended their observation mission. Bang. Inside the Tsuchikige's building, within Inoki's private office, a sharp crack echoed. The fragile desk shattered under the furious palm strike of the still energetic third Tsuchikage. Who did this? This is a provocation against Iwagakure. And of course it was. Inoki's authority within Iwagakure was absolute, completely different from Hiruzen Sarutobi's era in Konoha, where Danzo would occasionally interfere. In Iwagakure, only Inoki's voice mattered. And his qualifications were unquestionable. His grandfather was the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. His teacher was the second Tsuchikage, Mu. With lineage and mastery both supporting him, his position as the third Tsuchikage was unshakably firm. The only person who ever disagreed with him, Rashi, had already left the village. He was the sole Tsuchikage, the inheritor of the Will of Stone. Yet even with such unquestioned authority, one of his men had been killed, and their body dumped at the gates of Iwagakure. Was someone trying to challenge him directly? Fuming, he listened to Kitsuchi finish reporting the results of the corpse examination. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Inoki slammed his palm down again, sending the remains of the table scattering. The wounds were made by a sharp blade, almost all of them were killed in a single strike. Captain Shizuto has plenty of field experience, but we also can't rule out the possibility that the enemy used a transformation technique to get close, then finish them in one blow. Besides the cuts, several had their hearts pierced by lightning release. Some of the others had scorch marks on their bodies. As the son of the third Tsuchikage Inoki, Kitsuchi's skills were excellent. After personally examining the bodies, he had already identified several causes of death. Analyzing an enemy's identity based on such details was a common method among ninja. But it didn't always produce reliable results. For example, although Iwagakure is the village of the Land of Earth, that didn't mean they lacked water release users. And even a specialist in earth release could use other elemental releases after reaching Jonin level, though their effectiveness was terrible, and no one would actually fight that way. Still, because such techniques existed, it made covering up injuries easy. What made things worse was that modern shinobi typically hid or disposed of bodies to prevent intel leaks, so chances to analyze corpses were already rare. Yet those who killed the intel squad headed for the Land of Lightning hadn't even bothered hiding the bodies, they threw them right at Iwagakure's front gate. Just as Inoki had said, this was a direct provocation. At the same time, the bodies did reveal valuable information. Lightning release. Inoki's face darkened. Could the mission to probe Kimogakure's condition have been exposed? Impossible. Even if there was a leak, this was the Land of Earth's hidden trump card. He understood Kimogakure's strength well. They wouldn't dare pull something so arrogant as dumping corpses at their doorstep. It's probably not Kimogakure. Kitsuchi's expression hardened. Others might not know, but this technique, lightning release aimed precisely at the heart, I know exactly what it's called. Lightning cutter. Both Inoki and Kitsuchi stiffened in realization. Lightning cutter. One of the signature techniques of the famed Sharingan wielder, Kakashi. That unique assassination method was practically exclusive to him in the entire ninja world. And they weren't making blind guesses. They had seen this before. During the Third Shinobi World War, the squad under Minato Namikaze, Kakashi's squad, was the one that severed the Kanobi Bridge supply line. The wounds left on their fallen ninja back then were strikingly similar to the ones before them now. Konoha, huh? Inoki took a long breath to calm himself. The Will of Stone represented unyielding resolve and unwavering steadiness. He understood that principle, even if he didn't always embody it perfectly. It's also possible someone else learned this technique and is framing Konoha. In any case, there's no doubt it was Lightning Cutter. Kitsuchi nodded, thought for a moment, then spoke again. Father, considering we joined forces with other villages to attack Konoha not long ago, if this really was a Konoha ninja, could it be retaliation? Konoha. Don't make me laugh. Anoki let out a cold snort, disdain twisting his face. I've dealt with them personally, starting from their first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to their third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Besides the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who had real capability, the other two would never dare initiate an attack like this. And that newly appointed Minato Namikaze. In both influence and authority, he'd be completely suppressed by the third. He wouldn't be able to stir up a thing. Sarutobi is the type who endures whenever possible. How could he ever approve of such retaliation? Konoha doesn't have the guts. Bang. The office door burst open, and a panicked Iwagakure ninja rushed inside. Tsuchikage-sama. Another killing. Boom. Where? Take me there. Enraged, Anoki kicked aside the broken remains of the desk, grabbed the messenger, and stormed out. His fury had reached its limit. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Don't forget to add my new Naruto FIC to your library. Thanks for the support, Parallel Ninja World, which Naruto will leap through time today. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, at this moment, I declare war on Iwagakure on behalf of Konoha. Unlike the bodies found before, this one was discovered on a small road a kilometer away from Iwagakure. The cause of death was the same, killed in a single strike. Gritting his teeth, Anoki clenched his fists as he stared at the corpse. This was one of the men he had sent out to patrol and search for traces of the enemy. Someone from Iwagakure had been killed, and the body dumped at their own village gate. That meant the enemy couldn't have gone far. So sending out pursuit units was necessary. But he never imagined that this elite squad, one he had personally trained, would be wiped out so easily. He could still recall how energetic and confident these subordinates were when they accepted the mission. And now they were dead. The grief in his eyes ignited into fury, his chakra flaring wildly. Who did this? The roar of an old man carried a sharp, gut-wrenching pain. But the moment the words left his mouth, a primal sense of danger shot through him. Without a shred of hesitation, Anoki blasted upward into the sky. The next instant, a streak of black-crimson light tore through the air. Everything in its path, stone or soil, was erased into nothingness. A black-crimson scash of the blade. The hollow power unleashed through Hakken after Hollow White gave him the mask. Boom. The earth trembled. Space itself warped under the pressure. The Iwagakure ninja who failed to react in time vanished completely. The force of this Zero was terrifying, true annihilation. The only unfortunate part was that after the blade's hollow flash tore forward and shattered a distant mountain peak, a lone figure still floated in the sky. Anoki of both scales. The third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. He had sensed the danger and immediately taken to the air. But the escort squad that came with him, they weren't so lucky. A single swing had wiped them out. If Anoki had hesitated even slightly, or if he had tried to block with something like Earth-style wall, Hakken was certain that the men would be dead or severely injured. After hollowification, Hakken wielded both Shinigami and hollow power. That blade, capable of erasing everything, wasn't something ordinary Earth release could stop. That was his confidence. Dead. All of them, dead. Suspended in the sky, Anoki stared blankly at the devastation, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. What kind of monstrous power was this? Hakken shouldered his Zanpakuto and stepped upward as though walking on air, approaching the old man. Anoki of both scales, an unquestionably respectable Tsuchikage when viewed from the outside. But standing on the opposite side, such respect meant nothing to Hakken. Who are you? Someone capable of such overwhelming destruction could never be a nobody. Anoki knew that much. Burning with fury and confusion, he roared the question at Hakken. Iwagakure has no quarrel with you. Why would you do this? No quarrel. That was his logic. They could attack others first, but others weren't allowed to strike back. Everyone in this world lived by double standards. No point debating it. He finally noticed something. Anoki's gaze dropped to Hakken's arm. There, tied firmly, was a Konoha genin forehead protector, practically mocking Anoki's eyesight. A brat from Konoha. Wait. A brat who fought with a sword, and with this level of power. You're that Konoha's Kenpachi. Anoki snapped back to full awareness as rage flooded through him. The brat hadn't even tried to hide his identity. Anoki wasn't a fool. As the third Tsuchikage, he kept close attention on ninja world rumors. He'd heard the stories about Konoha's Kenpachi. But rumors were rumors. No one believed them literally. Yet after witnessing that terrifying strike just now, Inoki understood. This kid was at least as strong as the rumors claimed, if not stronger. Why? Inoki gritted his teeth, fury twisting his face as he forced out the question. Why invade the land of Earth? Why attack Iwagakure's people? Why? Hakken paused. They already knew who he was, but they still asked why. So attacking Konoha was something that could just be glossed over. And he had the nerve to ask why. Why attack Iwagakure? Aren't you afraid of starting a war between the land of fire and the land of earth? Inoki's eyes flickered. He wasn't as clueless as he acted, but the attack on Konoha had involved all the great ninja villages. By logic, even if Konoha knew Iwagakure had participated, they'd still have to swallow the loss. They didn't have proof. If they retaliated, the targets would be all three great villages, excluding Kimogakure. Any large-scale retaliation could even spark a third shinobi world war. Konoha didn't have the resolve for that. Times have changed, Mr. Inoki. The weak Konoha you remember is gone. It seems you all forgot what I said before. Allow me to remind you. As long as I stand here, Konoha is the #1 village. No one is allowed to provoke it. Hakken let out a long breath, then a mocking smile spread across his face as he leveled his Zanpakuto at the old man. You said war, didn't you? Fine. As the commander of Konoha's ANBU, acting under Hokage authority, I hereby declare, on behalf of Konoha, a unilateral war against Iwagakure. To the death. For as long as history remembered, it had always been other villages declaring war on Konoha. But now Konoha had taken the initiative, flipping the roles entirely. War. Was he serious? Inoki froze. Did this brat understand what that word meant? It meant that from this moment forward, the two villages would be locked in full-scale conflict, people would die. And the casualties would be far, far more than the few who died around Iwagakure today. Brat. Don't be so arrogant in front of an elder. Show some respect, and never underestimate that Suchikage. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Placing his hands before his chest, the distinctive expanding white light formed. Dust release. Hakken narrowed his eyes, instantly soaring higher. The Kenpachi template had already unlocked nearly a third. Right now, he was a true Shinigami. With the physical might inherited from Kenpachi layered atop his own, his speed had skyrocketed. A movement faster than body flicker allowed him to dodge attacks like this with ease. Dust release was a Kekkei Tota, far beyond ordinary bloodline limits. Its destructive force was immense. Yet in the original world, it had only killed a handful of people. The reason was simple: unless used in an enormous, area-wide blast, hitting a fast-moving target was extremely difficult. Hakken was a Shinigami. And Shinigami were beings who stood above the sky. Flight was only one of many abilities. After Inoki unleashed the dust release, he looked up, and saw Hakken floating even higher than he was. I'd advise you to stop raging. That thing won't hit me. And as a gift to commemorate your new war, why not look behind you? Hakken pointed his Zanpakuto past Inoki, a radiant smile on his face. A full-powered tailed beast ball from the complete 9 tails. Please accept it. Boom. The earth trembled. Disaster had arrived. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Art. This is true art. The moment Inoki turned his head, disaster arrived. Perhaps when he reaches the end of his life, he might regret the choice he made today. If he hadn't turned back, would the catastrophe never have happened? That was only an if. He no longer had the luxury to regret anything. The radiant bloom of the tailed beast ball was the final sight that marked Iwagakure's horizon. The 9 tails. Undisputedly the strongest of all tailed beasts. Anyone who earned its trust and activated the 9 tails chakra mode could even manifest the golden cloak. That alone placed it leagues above the others. Even the 8 tails couldn't compare. And according to Kurama, even tailed beast balls differed in grade. If it felt annoyed and spent 10 or 20 minutes brewing chakra before firing, the resulting blast would be beyond imagination. Of course, Kurama would weaken afterward. A tailed beast's chakra wasn't infinite. Almost infinite and truly infinite were worlds apart. Which was why tailed beasts normally didn't do such things. They released a tailed beast ball proportional to the chakra they held at the moment. As the shockwave rolled out, Hakken swung his blade through the air, sending out a streak of crimson-black energy. That was the signal to retreat. Everything done today was more than enough to make Iwagakure choke. Inoki remained frozen in midair, but Hakken didn't try to finish him off or force a direct confrontation. A single tailed beast ball wasn't enough to destroy Iwagakure. The village lacked many things, but in sheer manpower, it was absurdly well stocked. The third Raikage had died under the assault of tens of thousands of Land of Earth ninja. The tailed beast ball had been launched. Retreating now was the correct move. As for Inoki, even the Nine-Tails tailed beast ball, when not fully charged, had limited range of destruction. Iwagakure needed someone to remain standing. And before him stood the third Tsuchikage. Anyone acknowledged as a Kage was never weak. Dust Release was still a real threat to Hakken, who hadn't yet unlocked Ultra Regeneration. Its power to disintegrate anything made it deadly. And now that Inoki instinctively guarded himself against Hakken's blade, killing him quickly would be difficult. Better to let him live, let him sink into despair, let him fully understand why Hakken had come. When he finally dropped that patronizing, elder teaching a junior tone, Hakken would choose to speak with him calmly. Enjoy the view. I'll be heading out first. Hakken nodded to the stunned Inoki, even giving a casual farewell as though greeting an old acquaintance. Wait. Aren't you afraid I'll send our 2 Jinchuriki to infiltrate Konoha and fire a tailed beast ball? A tailed beast is a village's ultimate weapon. Aren't you afraid Konoha will be attacked? Inoki's torn, hoarse voice erupted as he whipped around, shouting hysterically. Under normal circumstances, even rival villages rarely use tailed beasts with full force. And if they did, it was only within controlled limits. Because they all understood, if a tailed beast went wild, retaliation would immediately follow. This was the very reason Hashirama Senju distributed the tailed beasts among the villages. With ultimate weapons in each village's hands, every nation possessed its own trump card. So no matter how brutal the wars became, a tailed beast ball fired directly inside an enemy village had never happened. Now, that unspoken rule had been broken. This brat, wielding the 9 tails, had fired a tailed beast ball straight at Iwagakure. That was something Iwagakure could not withstand. If Inoki had been present, he could have rallied every ninja to use Earth Release to block it. But with him absent, even his son Kitsuchi might fail to respond in time. Moments ago, he had been relieved that Kitsuchi hadn't followed him to inspect the bodies outside the village. Now he realized Iwagakure itself was far more dangerous than the lands beyond. Sorry, but I could slice that thing clean in 2 with a single stroke. Even if I'm not in the village, my master Minato Namikaze can use the Flying Thunder God technique. Redirecting a tailed beast ball isn't difficult at all. And I promise you, if you dare try that, I'll personally behead every single person in the land of Earth right before your eyes. I'll let their blood splash across your face and pool into a warm sea beneath you, so you can bathe in it. Hakken rubbed his chin, smiling in a way that made one's heart clench. The temperature of that blood, you couldn't withstand it. The killing intent behind the boy's words drained all color from Inoki's face. Could a child really say something like this? Devil. Madman. Are you insane? You're trying to spark the 4th Shinobi World War. You're a devil. Why does someone like you exist in the ninja world? Devil. At that moment, no word fit Hakken Yura more perfectly. It was a title countless enemies had called him. A title even louder than Konoha's Kenpachi. The Devil of Konoha. It actually had a nice ring to it. Hakken nodded politely at Inoki. Thanks for the compliment. Go check on Iwagakure. Maybe your son's still alive. Goodbye. In the next instant, Hakken vanished, leaving Inoki behind, stricken with pain and confusion. That brat. Konoha. What do they want? Revenge. Killing so many of his men should have been enough. Why destroy Iwagakure too? He didn't know. Perhaps he'd never understand where today's bitter retribution came from. Kage, always hypocrites. Inflicting suffering on others is fine, but when it happens to them, suddenly it's a cosmic injustice. No wonder Nagato went around making everyone eat rice. Inoki was simply someone who hadn't eaten enough rice. Above a mountain peak outside Iwagakure, Hakken headed toward the designated meeting point. Sensing something, he frowned and dropped straight down. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. A small figure knelt on the mountain, staring intensely at the distant explosion of the tailed beast ball, his lips moving in a whisper. Curious, Hakken approached until he finally heard what the boy was muttering. Art. This is true art. His body trembled, as if completely overwhelmed by the visual impact of the blast. Hakken glanced down the mountainside, and realization struck. This was Daidara. The boy who, in the original story, constantly used explosive art and eventually left Iwagakure after damaging the village. The terrain below matched the exact scene from the anime when Daidara was taken. He was simply younger now, only 7 or 8. According to Hakken's memory, Daidara left the village at 9 and joined Akatsuki at 12. What are you doing here? Stopping beside him, Hakken asked, genuinely curious. If going by the timeline, Daidara shouldn't be here yet. Hey, you're blocking my view of the art. Humph. His line of sight interrupted, Daidara snapped in irritation. Art, huh? Then let me ask you, want to meet the artist who created that explosion? It was easy to hook an artist's curiosity. Especially when you knew exactly what he craved. Patting the excited Daidara on the shoulder, Hakken showed a mysterious smile. Come with me. I'll take you. He's a veteran artist. Chapter 135, Obito Uchiha driven to madness. Outside Iwagakure. On a certain mountain peak. More than 200 ANBU operatives were resting, sharing the results of today's battle. The Nine-Tails tailed beast ball had been overwhelmingly destructive. Taking advantage of Iwagakure's chaos, the black-clad shadows of the ANBU had claimed plenty of lives as well. It was a commendable achievement. But still not enough to etch their names onto the wall of honor, so the unit remained hungry for more killing. No need to hurry. With the minister leading them, their dream of reaching the wall would never be far away. At the very top of the peak, Night Owl squad had finished gathering. Jiraiya looked strangely sentimental as he took out a small notebook and scribbled in it. Aboard, Tsunade dragged Shizune along and had her perform a full head-to-toe check on Itachi. Shizune did the examination, Tsunade diagnosed. Even now, she still held a prejudice against the Uchiha. But since Itachi Uchiha was that brat's friend, helping out wasn't an issue. A bit farther down, Daidara stared at the fox in front of him with a conflicted, almost tormented expression. Shursue, Kakashi, and Guy beside him were laughing uncontrollably. You're seriously the old master behind that explosion? Daidara's eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. The creator of that magnificent, flawless blast, was a fox. How ridiculous. This truth was too much for him to accept. Go show him one, Hakken said calmly, tossing Kurama a bottle of Baijiu and patting its head. Boom. Deliberately showing off, Kurama, finally treated with a little respect, produced a small-tailed beast ball in front of Daidara and, as casually as sneezing, flung it at the mountain behind them. The explosion hit, and everyone turned in shock. The small mountain was blown in half. A true veteran artist indeed. This form of explosive art was pure essence. Daidara immediately tensed with excitement. Imitating the Nine-Tails, he pulled explosive clay from his pouch and began chewing it with the mouths on his hands. Opening his arms toward an empty stretch of ground, Daidara breathed in deeply. Art is an explosion. Boom. A modest blast followed, earning Kurama a look of pure disdain. That's it. That level counts as an explosion. Ah, ahem, that was a mistake. A bit awkward. That wasn't a mistake, you just skipped a step before using your art. Kurama narrowed his eyes as if lecturing an apprentice. With a powerful hop, he jumped onto Daidara's back and whispered a few words into his ear. This, actually works. Daidara's expression shifted. Try it if you don't believe me. Kurama remained perfectly calm. All right. For art, Nodding heavily, Daidara plunged his hands into his clay pouch, chewed up a fresh batch, then took in a deep breath and shouted toward the sky. O mighty Nine-Tails, god of explosions, grant me strength. Ah. Boom. The explosive clay hit the ground, and the resulting shockwave left everyone stunned. Holy crap. It actually worked. Daidara's eyes shone as he immediately dropped to his knees before the Nine-Tails. Great old artist, please take me as your disciple. No problem. Chuckling, Kurama patted Daidara on the head, pleased with himself. Hakken, however, had seen clearly, when Kurama leaped onto the kid's back, he'd let out a fart right into that clay pouch. Any ninjutsu infused with the Nine-Tails chakra naturally became stronger. A bigger explosion was only expected. But the end result was obvious, Daidara had completely accepted Kurama as an object of worship. A good thing. In the original timeline, Daidara's death was far too tragic. Despite his cold exterior, his heart was warm, and he had managed to form a real bond with someone like Tobi. Even after being revived through Edo Tensei, he'd asked if Tobi was still alive. A talented individual, no doubt. If Iwagakure didn't want him, taking him into Konoha was no issue at all. Hey, brat, come here a moment. Just as Hakken was considering how to handle Daidara, Tsunade strode over, grabbed him by the arm, and pulled him aside. Is Itachi's condition really that serious? Hakken frowned. It's a very rare condition, Tsunade sighed. Even for me, this is the first time encountering it. From his brain to his lungs and throughout the body, there's always one meridian wound extremely tight. If he suffers too much emotional shock, that meridian fails. It's well hidden, but once it erupts, it's basically a terminal illness. And the stronger he gets, the more troublesome the treatment becomes, because using chakra only increases the pressure on that meridian. So. Hakken raised a hand, cutting her off. He already understood the cause. A so-called terminal illness born from years of internal pressure, combined with thinking like a Hokage from a young age, and the final trigger being the trauma of the clan massacre. He didn't need the details. Just tell me, can it be cured? That was all he cared about. Tsunade's diagnosis was just a reference. If needed, the system store could fix the issue entirely, but he wanted to get the right solution the first time. Can't you let me finish? Tsunade rolled her eyes. It's not really an illness. It's that the belief he clings to must never collapse. In other words, as long as the person he puts his faith in doesn't fall, the chance of triggering it is low. It's a psychological condition. When the comrades he relies on fall one by one, the accumulated pressure builds deeper and deeper. In simple terms, if you don't die, he'll be fine. What kind of explanation is that? Haken rolled his eyes right back. Forget it. Once he had enough points, it wouldn't matter. And if it was a meridian issue, Ashura's chakra should fix it perfectly. The kid was still young anyway. And as for overthinking, Haken narrowed his eyes and beckoned Itachi over. The boy sprinted toward him, curiosity flickering in his gaze. The sudden examination had clearly left him uneasy. You idiot. If you ever start overthinking again, I'll beat you. What did I do? Itachi looked utterly innocent. Land of Rain. The familiar rainfall continued. Inside an underground cavern, Black Zetsu stared in shock and fear at the figure slowly rising before him. He really came back to life. But the current Obito wasn't exactly the real Obito anymore. Yeah. This great Toby is a person again. Shut up. Or I'll kill you. The trembling figure abruptly stopped. Obito's familiar voice came from behind the mask. One body, multiple souls. It wasn't just physical fusion. To fill the unbearable void in his soul, the maddened Obito had even tried to absorb Toby's spirit. Not just Toby, he'd tried absorbing the souls of other abnormal white Zetsu too. He was no longer himself. He was a lunatic. Has Kirigakure fallen? His Sharingan rotated slightly as Obito's breath grew ragged. As expected. Without me controlling him, that illusion-stricken fool Yagura couldn't resist at all. Zetsu, go check what happened in Kirigakure. No need. Black Zetsu exhaled in relief as Obito returned to a stable state. This man switched between multiple souls speaking to him several times a day. At least he seemed to have suppressed the white Zetsu spirits for now. The one who took Kirigakure was Hakenyoru. Hakenyoru. Boom. His very soul felt struck by lightning. Boom. Obito smashed his head against the cave wall like a man possessed. Pain didn't matter, whatever his skull felt couldn't compare to the agony shredding his heart and soul. He raged and raged. The entire cavern echoed with a single, agonized scream. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, Haken. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, A Sudden Rising Force, Konoha's ANBU that shakes the shinobi world. Kurama had gained another devout follower, but it made little difference to the elite of Night Owl team and the ANBU. Their forces spread out around IWA village, striking down any ninja who approached or tried to leave without hesitation. Blood seeped across kilometers of land. A light breeze passed through, yet no one paid attention to the carnage. Only the honest earth recorded everything that had happened. Haken led the operation personally. With just over 200 men working in flawless coordination, they completely severed Iwagakure's connection to the outside world. Inoki wasn't without the will to fight. He had tried to gather the remaining strength of Iwagakure for one last assault, but it was pointless. The moment any spiritual pressure shifted, Haken sensed it instantly and issued precise commands. Then he ordered the Ninetales and its underlings to unleash a few artistic blasts at the already ruined village struggling through reconstruction. Just as Haken had said. Surrounded by rock, Iwagakure had natural defenses anyone would envy. But once every path leading out of the village became lethal, and no one dared set foot outside, the village turned into a one-of-a-kind graveyard. There were many IWA ninja in the land of Earth, but not all of them lived in the village. As a high-ranking member of Konoha's leadership, Haken knew this well. Ninja were assassins hidden in the dark. Tens of thousands of IWA ninja were scattered across hidden bases throughout the land of Earth or posted on reconnaissance missions in other nations. Only a portion of them happened to be inside IWA village. The killing continued. With radar-like spiritual pressure scans, true bloodshed descended upon the land of Earth. Death and slaughter walked side by side. This ANBU unit awakened completely amid blood and combat. A new force had risen suddenly and violently. The entire ninja world felt the tremor. The major villages couldn't hide from the changes in the land of Earth. Once they learned what had happened, they were stunned. 200 ANBU elites had pushed an entire ninja village into chaos, forcing it to pay a devastating price without finding a single effective countermeasure. A full-scale counterattack. That would have meant the ruin of their home. Not that IWA village had much left of value, but the survivors still cowered in corners, waiting for the killing to end. Prepare elite Jonin for an ambush and seize a chance to strike back. Forget it. Every time they tried, the attack came from behind, and it was their so-called elites who died. This ghost-like, unpredictable style of assault sent Iwagakure's death toll soaring. Send squads out in batches to break through the encirclement. And go where? This was their home. If they left, where could they possibly go? Seek protection from other villages. Don't make them laugh. In this brutal world, when others heard of your suffering, you were lucky if they didn't make it worse. Iwagakure was their home. Leaving wouldn't even make them prisoners, they'd be nothing at all. In the end, Inoki gave up resisting. He pulled his forces back, strengthened the village defenses, and resumed reconstruction efforts. Because he realized one thing, stepping outside meant certain death. It was an invisible terror, a crushing psychological weight. The air in Iwagakure grew suffocatingly oppressive. As time passed, sealed letters arrived in the hands of the Kage of every major village. For 3 months, they watched the land of Earth closely. They went from dismissive, to astonished, to silent. They had no choice but to admit a terrifying truth. That's because if these elite ANBU from Konoha were to wreak havoc in their own country, their fate wouldn't necessarily be any better than what happened to Iwa village. There were still doubts. Did Konoha really not fear retaliation for doing something like this? Just as that Konoha's Kenpachi had said, drench every villager's blood over himself, let them feel its warmth. But thinking back, the last time those elites were sent to the land of fire, they didn't even make it into the village before being stopped outside. Konoha was terrifying. That young powerhouse had finally earned universal acknowledgement. The land of Earth was only the first step of Konoha's retaliation. The name Konoha's Kenpachi left a deep impression. Different from every Hokage before him. He carried a resolve harsher than anyone else's. He embodied the saying, if you're not ruthless, you'll never stand firm. Knowing my name, how dare you trespass? The devastation across the land of Earth was the perfect reflection of that phrase. Invade Konoha. Go ahead. As long as you're prepared to endure that level of agony. In the midst of this slaughter, Jiraiya once again voiced the question weighing on his heart. Under the rule of overwhelming force, the world may see brief unity. Yet once the strongest pillar falls, everything will splinter apart again. How could this cycle ever be broken? Haken's answer stunned Jiraiya even further. I won't die. And in the future, all those restless ninja will have a place to unleash their fists. If we step outside the perspective of the 5 great shinobi villages, and they suddenly face a common enemy, one that wants to destroy this world and treat it like a nursery, then all their conflicts will disappear. The god of death will never die. This was Haken's reply, though it was something Jiraiya could never truly understand. With the system in hand, he was the first to unlock the Shinigami template. And the benefit of that template was a soul unmatched in strength. Once his blade reached its absolute limit, he would no longer die. He would stand alone at the peak. What kind of view awaited him there? Haken longed to see it. Kazekage-sama, if we don't act soon, it's certain that Konoha's next target for retaliation will be the Land of the Wind. Land of the Wind, Sunagakure. Inside the Kazekage's office. Chiyo, the elder preparing for retirement, looked at Raza and spoke her mind. Stacked across the desk were reports from the land of Earth. They detailed the nation's changes over the past few months. And just as she had said, if they did nothing, Sunagakure would become the next target of retaliation. The reasoning wasn't difficult to understand. News of the coup in the mist had already spread, but looking closely, the whole incident felt abrupt and unnatural. They couldn't be sure whether Konoha had interfered, but it was undeniable that there was some connection between Terumi and Konoha. And the Land of Lightning's Kimogakure had taken no part in the previous assault on Konoha. That left only the Land of the Wind. Option 1, abandon our prejudice against Iwagakure now, offer them support, and stand together against Konoha. Option 2, launch a direct attack on the Land of Fire. Option 3, before Konoha's ANBU arrive in the Land of the Wind, send an envoy to the Land of Fire and humble ourselves. As the frontline commander for Sunagakure during both the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, Chiyo's mind was still sharp. But she couldn't deny that those 2 wars had cost Sunagakure dearly. We have no choice. With a weary sigh, Raza finally let out a bitter smile. What right did Sunagakure have to invade Konoha? It seems we'll have to trouble you to make the trip. Chapter 137, The Unleashed Blade. Your life is mine to command. It seemed that in such rocky terrain, prolonged rainfall was rare, yet this gloomy, drizzling weather had persisted for nearly half a month. In the northern region of the Land of Earth, near the border with the Land of Rain, a dozen makeshift tents were hidden at the end of a mountain hollow. A water source lay nearby, making this an ideal temporary base. Captain Tsuchi, still no contact from the village. Inside the central tent, a weary Iwa ninja's face showed growing anxiety. They had been stationed here for months to gather intelligence on the Land of Rain, yet for 3 months they had received no new orders. The ninja they had sent back to the village had disappeared without a trace, as if swallowed by the earth. Ninja operate on a single rule: obey orders. Without new directives, even if they worried about what was happening back home, they had no authority to return. If they did return and something happened in the Rain's territory, they would bear full responsibility. But lately, unsettling news from the land of Earth kept reaching their ears: explosions in Iwagakure, countless villagers dead or wounded, and Konoha's ANBU delivering a devastating blow to the village. Rumors like these dragged their spirits deeper and deeper into despair. They risked their lives on missions for one reason: to protect the loved ones waiting for them in the village. But now, with the home front in turmoil, the gloom pressing on their hearts only grew heavier. Just wait a little longer. Rock Sparrow left 3 days ago. If everything went smoothly, we should hear back today. Captain Tsuchi shook his head. He wasn't confident saying it, not really. Before the Rock Sparrow messenger squad, they had already sent 5 separate teams back to the village, and not a single one had returned. Even though Rock Sparrow was a jonin like Tsuchi, he still couldn't help feeling uneasy. But as captain, it was his job to steady the team. All they could do was hold their position and wait for news. Suddenly, Tsuchi lifted his head. A surge of danger washed over him so intensely that his skin crawled. Years of experience made him react instantly. Enemy attack. The words had barely left his mouth when the central tent split cleanly in two. Swoosh. Hot blood splashed across his face, making Tsuchi's entire body tremble. The companion who had just been speaking with him had been bisected along with the tent. 2991. A cold, deathly voice slid into his ears. The next moment, the figure carrying a blade stepped into view. 2992. Another comrade fell, and Tsuchi even caught the pleading look in the dying ninja's eyes. 2993. 2994. Blades flashed again and again. Each strike felt like it was slicing straight into Tsuchi's heart. His body shook uncontrollably, his nerves burning with terror as his comrade's blood stained the ground. At last, unable to endure the suffocating pressure any longer, he dropped his weapon and bolted backward. 3 months of strain exploded all at once as he watched his comrades die one after another. A demon. That thing was a demon. How could humans ever fight a demon? Fear consumed him. Forgetting he was a ninja, he scrambled away on all fours like a terrified animal. 2995. The slaughter continued. But the boy's movements suddenly slowed, and the confusion on his face grew deeper. Chakra. An energy produced by the perfect fusion of the body's various components. It is the source used to perform ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Its origin comes from extracting physical energy from each of the body's 130 trillion cells, combined with the spiritual energy cultivated and accumulated through training. Spiritual pressure, ryatsu, is the density of one's soul. The denser it is, the stronger the power. It is the source of a Shinigami's strength. When the pressure released by the soul is strong enough, it can even immobilize an opponent. Murmured whispers slipped from his lips as yet another enemy collapsed before him. 2996. Physical strength, the body's natural constitution. The foundational power built up over years of training, differing according to one's physique and bloodline. Body, spirit, and soul. 2997. 3 distinct energies, yet all refined and drawn from within oneself, whether actively or passively. 2998. These 3 energies share a single root. If one tries to fuse them based on the self, the result is far beyond a simple 1 + 1 + 1. 2999. A new power, formed from chakra, spiritual pressure, and the body's innate physical might. His dazed eyes gradually cleared. A cool sensation washed down from the top of Haken's head to the soles of his feet. His massive Zanpakuto began radiating 3 strange lights that intertwined. The brilliance shimmering across the boy's body was overwhelming. In the distance, Nightingale Squad instantly felt the pressure surge. Ken-san had grown stronger. Farther back, Itachi froze. This pressure was not just that suffocating spiritual force that pinned the soul. This time, his body was changing as well. This is... Beside him, Tsunade covered her mouth in shock. Unlike Itachi, she could see the overwhelming vitality bursting from his body. Such powerful life force, she had only ever felt it once before, from her grandfather Hashirama Senju. Did he truly possess the Senju bloodline? How was that possible? Body, spirit, and soul. At this moment, the energies of all 3 converged completely. The sensation of freely controlling every inch of himself made Haken slowly close his eyes. The power of Zaraki Kenpachi. The power of white. Chakra and spirit. This is my body. His body trembled slightly. The excitement and terrifying battle intent rising from within drove Hakken to raise his Zanpakuto and slash his own arm. What is Ken-san doing? The night owls behind him stared in shock, too late to stop him. Ken-san is completing his metamorphosis. Itachi shook his head, watching Hakken's back with a hint of sorrow. He had seen this once before, on Minato-sensei's rooftop. That transformation had silenced the Ninetales with a single look from Ken-san. Once again, he had moved farther ahead. Ken-san, when will I ever be able to stand before you and bear some burdens in your place? He just kept getting stronger. Blood streamed down Hakken's arm and along the blade. But not even a second passed before the wound began to close. Zaraki Kenpachi's power was not only his terrifying swordsmanship, but this unmatched, monstrous regeneration. Yet what shocked them even more than his near-immortal recovery was the Zanpakuto itself. The moment it touched Hakken's blood, it began to transform at an astonishing pace. It was still the same blade. But the changes were unbelievable. No longer slung over his shoulder, the hilt now deep black, carved with eerie patterns. Its slender yet broad form made the entire blade look impossibly fluid. Only the red chain at the end of the scar glowed now and then with a dark crimson flash. In this moment, his blade was liberated. His eyes remained closed, yet everything around him entered his mind with perfect clarity. He raised the Zanpakuto high, then drove it into the ground. Boom. The oppressive atmosphere exploded outward. The choking pressure around their throats made the Night Owl team's expressions twist in shock. An invisible barrier had fully expanded. It was the power of a domain. This moment, your life is in my hands. God's tears. Clang. Darkness fell. Hakken vanished. A moment later, the fleeing IWA ninja Tsuchi froze mid-step. PSSSH, blood burst from his body. Even in death, he never saw the man's technique. 3,000 kills. His blade. Finally liberated. Chapter 138, Go, let's go home. Divine Cry. The name wasn't anything impressive. But its Shurkai release left Hakken thoroughly satisfied. From today onward, he no longer needed to prepare and build up an overwhelming katana Siro to deal with enemies who used space-time ninjutsu. This was something close to absolute control over space itself. The greater the difference in strength, the wider the range and the stronger the effect of that control. The advancement mission was finally complete. At this moment, Hakken was a true Shinigami, though the power he wielded was far more than that of a simple god of death. It was the fusion of three energies, power clearly surpassing chakra and spiritual pressure. And this power wasn't limited to just those three. In the coming days, Hakken planned to try adding a bit of senjutsu, natural energy, into his basic strikes. After all, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, without the boost from senjutsu, attacks against Six Paths level enemies proved lacking. Of course, Hakken's blade could obliterate souls, so senjutsu enhancement was optional. No one ever complained about becoming stronger, and senjutsu was still worth exploring. Where others' blades carried chakra, his strikes carried solitude. He had no idea yet how powerful a simple sage mode slash would be, but he wasn't in a hurry. He had only just mastered Shurkai, and the sensation of three energies converging within him was still something he hadn't fully adapted to. Settling into it would take time. And the best way to settle was through endless blade training. Raising his newly transformed Zanpakuto, Hakken examined it and nodded in satisfaction. The once massive, heavy blade had become more restrained after the shift in his spiritual pressure, yet the intricate patterns etched across its pitch-black body radiated an extraordinary presence. It still felt perfectly balanced in his grasp, an extension of his arm. A Zanpakuto's size changes based on spiritual pressure. A larger blade doesn't necessarily mean stronger power. In Bleach, Ichigo Kurosaki's oversized Zanpakuto simply came from not knowing how to control his spiritual pressure. But even that showed how vast his spiritual pressure was. This Zanpakuto resembled Zangetsu, but far more ornate and visually striking. From now on, Hakken wouldn't need to haul around that enormous blade. He could wear this one at his waist like a true swordsman. A sake gourd and a sword, things a swordsman could never part with. The journey to the land of Earth had brought Hakken enormous gains. 3 personal energies fused completely, his Zanpakuto achieved Shurkai, and he accumulated a considerable amount of slash points. All rewards from the advancement mission. If Shurkai alone granted so much, he could only imagine the rewards awaiting him from the Bankai advancement mission. Ken-san. Itachi approached, a complicated expression on his face, though joy for Hakken's growth was the clearest emotion present. Between friends, many words were unnecessary. Besides, he was here to report. Kakashi-san just returned. He said Inoki agreed to the conditions Konoha proposed earlier. He's yielded. A smile tugged at Itachi's lips, he had yielded. After more than 200 ANBU had pressured him for 3 full months, Inoki finally could no longer endure and chose to beg Konoha for forgiveness. Over those 3 months, he had repeatedly attempted to speak with Hakken, hoping to resolve the matter through negotiations. But the very first request Hakken made was rejected on the spot. That demand was for all of Iwagakure to bow its head and apologize to Konoha, an apology issued publicly to the entire ninja world. That was the first condition. The second, identical to the conditions placed on Kimogakure, was to compensate for war damages and pay tribute annually. For someone as prideful as Inoki, agreeing to this was no small thing. But he had no choice left. If he allowed Night Owl to continue devouring the land of Earth, both the nation and the village would collapse entirely. He could no longer stall. Nor could the land of Earth. Hakken didn't push him further. With those two conditions met, he agreed to withdraw from the borders of the land of Earth. Different villages required different methods. Hakken knew very well which brought more benefit, the continued existence of the land of Earth, or its destruction. Unification couldn't be rushed. Konoha was still digesting the resources of Kirigakure from the land of water and lacked the manpower to take full control of Iwagakure. So the right move, for now, was to extract as much benefit from Iwagakure as possible. Once Kirigakure was mostly assimilated, that would be the right time to act. Konoha needed capital. And now that Inoki had finally spoken those words, it meant the mission was complete. Understood. Prepare to head to Sunagakure. Hakken nodded, twirling his Zanpakuto once before glancing at the ANBU around him. Blood must be repaid with blood. The land of Earth had already paid its price, why should the land of the wind be allowed to slip through? Ah. Hakken. Just as he issued the order, Jiraiya walked over, a messenger frog perched on his shoulder. It was a summoned beast from Mount Myaboku. Because Minato Namikaze also held a contract with Mount Myaboku, the messenger frogs could relay information between Minato and Jiraiya. That meant Konoha already knew what Hakken had been doing in the land of Earth, as well as his team's exact position. Even so, the frogs were rarely used. The toads of Mount Myaboku called themselves sages, and they only took on message delivery in emergencies. The messenger frog spat out a scroll. It glanced at Hakken once before vanishing with a thud. For some reason, Hakken saw shock, and even a hint of caution, in the frog's eyes. He shook his head, not bothering to dwell on it, and picked up the scroll. As for the so-called 3 great sacred lands, he had no idea who had given them that title. Animals crowning themselves sages struck him as absurd. He certainly didn't see himself as any child of prophecy, nor did he intend to learn senjutsu through Mount Myaboku's methods. Unless something unexpected happened, he had no plans to deal with those toads at all. True power came from the blade in his hand. Unfolding the scroll, Hakken's expression grew odd. Shursue, who had walked over, took one look and froze. The land of the wind sent an envoy. What are they after? Yes. The scroll contained only one message, the envoy from the land of the wind had suddenly arrived. Minato wanted Hakken's opinion on how to handle them. What else could it be? Same purpose as Inoki. Rolling the scroll back up, Hakken lifted his sake gourd and took a swig. Raza was a smart man. Judging from the situation in the land of Earth, he had already foreseen the land of the wind's fate. If they didn't make a choice, their ending would likely be worse than the land of Earth's. That was something the Kazekage absolutely did not want to see. So before Hakken had even made a move, they surrendered first. I'll surrender immediately. Will you still have the heart to strike me? A very clever choice. But did they truly have the resolve to pay the price? Hakken let out a cold chuckle, hooked the gourd back at his waist, and looked around. 3 months had passed. Not only had he undergone a transformation. This ANBU unit had changed as well, utterly and completely. 3 months of battle inevitably brought casualties, but even those who fell had shown the iron-blooded resolve a true shinobi should possess. That was real growth. This was the Assassination Special Forces unit Konoha truly needed. Drawing his blade toward the sky, Hakken inhaled deeply and roared out. Move. Home. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, the moment to receive honor, this is the reward they deserve. Home. 2 simple words, yet they carried emotions too complex to untangle. Completely different from how they had felt when leaving Konoha, this was a feeling they might remember for the rest of their lives. Returning in glory. These 3 months hadn't been the longest mission they'd ever taken on, but they were undeniably the most exhilarating, the most unforgettable. Seizing control of Kirigakure's leadership in a single decisive strike, turning the village into Konoha's vassal. That achievement alone was worth thousands of miles of merit. Even if their contribution had merely been the final flourish, it was still the greatest honor they had ever earned while following their commander. And beyond that, their journey in the land of Earth had been even more thrilling. Over 200 ANBU standing against an entire ninja village. Forcing one of the 5 great nations, Iwagakure, to bow its head. The ruthlessness shown in Kirigakure, the overwhelming pressure placed on IWA. All of it gave them the right to proudly tell the world. They were Konoha's ANBU. The rightful elite assassination force of Konoha. Not just shadows carrying out silent judgments. Not just nameless figures who would never see the light. This transformation filled their hearts with pride. At this moment, every gaze directed toward Haken brimmed with respect. It was this youth who had given the ANBU a new beginning, and their commander had fulfilled the promise he once made. The reborn ANBU would become Konoha's pride. That sense of belonging, that sense of honor, had transformed into unwavering loyalty toward the village. No one would ever again feel lost because of ANBU missions, nor mistake that honor for darkness. They could even proudly declare, "We are ANBU," and mean it with their whole hearts. And that feeling of belonging reached its peak the moment they arrived outside Konoha's gates. This is the true Hokage. Haken lifted his head and exchanged a distant smile with Minato. Just like the day he returned from the land of lightning after leading Night Owl through battle, Minato was there, watching him with warmth. But this time, behind the Hokage stood a dense crowd of Konoha's ninja and villagers. A spontaneous gathering, stretching from one end of the street to the other. Young ninja practically vibrating with excitement and admiration, elders wearing expressions full of pride and emotion. And the villagers, all they felt was gratitude. Ever since this squad ventured deep into the land of Earth, one victory report after another had flowed back into Konoha. Today, they wiped out several enemy bases in the land of Earth. Tomorrow, they slew countless foes in Konoha's name. Minato hid nothing. Every report of their achievements on the front lines was made known to the public. He wanted the village to understand exactly who was protecting them. The reborn ANBU were Konoha's unquestioned heroes. When disaster struck, they charged in first. And after defending the village, they hadn't forgotten their hatred, they carried it into battle, bringing their fury down upon Kimobukure. This was the kind of merit that would be remembered forever. Feel it, Kakashi. Within Night Owl team, Guy thumped his chest excitedly as he looked toward the comrade beside him. Much like Haken's bond with Itachi, the two of them were genuine, wholehearted friends. Yeah. I feel it. It's completely different now. Kakashi nodded, brushing his fingers lightly over his Sharingan. Darkness. There was no such thing. This was the true ANBU. Night Owl had accomplished what no one else ever had. The team continued forward, removing their masks one by one. Heroes deserve to have their faces remembered. Welcome home, heroes of Konoha. With his arms open, Minato radiated the gentle warmth of the yellow flash. His smile, bright as sunlight, embraced everything. They were family. You really know how to put on a show, Minato-sensei. As they approached, Haken stopped walking, rolled his eyes, and hopped straight to Minato's side. He never liked stepping forward under everyone's gaze. This glory belonged to the ANBU who followed him. As for what he wanted, probably to nap on Anko's lap and enjoy the cool breeze from the little maid's fan. Or drag Yugao Yuzuki off to take a bath together and then sit quietly beneath the swing. There are always people one holds close in life. Yugao had already become someone Haken couldn't do without. Still, not everyone enjoyed the spotlight. A few shy boys in the squad shifted nervously, and as a group, Night Owl's members stepped up beside Minato, letting the attention fall on the ANBU beneath them. They deserve this treatment. They earned it with their lives. The villagers' recognition is something they fought for themselves. Minato shook his head. But Haken, as you asked, their names will all be carved onto the wall of honor. There are just a few names I'm still considering. Besides the third and White Fang-sama, there's one more I'm conflicted about. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Haken raised a brow. You're mistaken. I've spoken with the third. He said he'll spend the rest of his life earning deeds worthy of the Wall of Honor. Consider the past page turned. Minato scratched the back of his head. Even he hadn't expected the third to change that much. As for White Fang, I've already started making the truth public. There won't be any problems. Really? Beside them, Kakashi finally let out the breath he'd been holding. It wasn't vanity that concerned him, not the Wall of Honor or recognition. It was proving that his father had never been the village's criminal. That alone was everything. Cleansing the stain on a hero's name was enough. So, can this great me get a spot on your Wall of Honor? On Haken's shoulder, the Ninetales suddenly grinned at Minato. After all, he'd contributed quite a bit this time, hadn't he? Iwagakure's downfall, wasn't that largely thanks to him? Of course. We won't forget anything Ninetales-sama has done for Konoha. Minato bowed his head in earnest respect. Even he hadn't expected a tailed beast to devote itself so seriously to the village. Not bad. You're a good kid. I'll protect you from now on. Ninetales-sama. Just hearing those words sent a wave of delightful pride surging through Kurama. He'd never imagined that helping humans could feel this satisfying. Not bad at all. And this other person you mentioned? Haken asked. White Fang and the third were accounted for, so who was left? This one wasn't easy to bring up. Minato glanced at Uchiha Shursue and Itachi Uchiha beside him. Under their silent attention, he finally spoke. The shinobi demon who, together with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, judged the chaos of the era and founded Konoha, but later chose to betray the village. After leaving, he returned once more and, at the cost of his life, struck down the first. Madara Uchiha. Chapter 140, Carve his name with your own hands. Savoring the exhilaration of glory was one thing, but they couldn't forget what it had cost to earn it. The hero's welcome was simple yet deeply warming, and brief. As ANBU commander, Haken declared a long break for his subordinates, giving them ample time to rest until new missions arrived. After all, by the time they returned to the village, it was already the second month after the New Year. During their mission in the Land of Earth, the New Year festival had long passed. Letting his subordinates reunite with their families and enjoy the warmth of home was only right. The lights in the Mitarashi household were already out. As the older sister, Enko had begun preparing the moment she heard Haken was coming home, determined to make up for the regret of not spending the New Year with her little brother. During dinner, Minato and Kushina brought baby Naruto, less than a year old, to the Mitarashi home, sharing a moment of genuine familial warmth unlike anything they'd experienced before. They hadn't discussed work at the village gates. As for whether Madara Uchiha's name should be etched onto Konoha's wall of honor, Haken didn't give a direct opinion. Nor did he bother acknowledging the Land of the Wind envoy delegation that had already arrived in Konoha. Right now, he didn't want to think about anything. Walking through the streets of Konoha, Haken arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, the familiar place. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? A lone figure stood there, straight-backed, quietly waiting. He walked up, took her hand without saying a word, brushed away the last winter snowflakes, and the two of them sat down together on the swing. No, I just got here. Her purple hair glowed under the falling snow, and her rosy cheeks made the lie obvious. They'd agreed earlier to take a walk tonight. But Haken knew she must have been waiting since school ended. As the swing gently rocked, it felt as though their hearts drew a little closer. Haken loved this feeling, being beside her with nothing he needed to think about. This feeling, it was unmistakably like first love. There was no need for sweet or flowery words between them, their feelings were already understood. Unconsciously, her purple hair slipped onto Haken's shoulder. My mother used to lean on my father like this. Don't misunderstand, I'm just testing whether it's really that comfortable. Well. She always had her own little excuses. An hour, neither long nor short, but worried that the girl might tire herself, Haken ultimately chose to walk Yuzuki home. Yet the moment he stepped back onto the street, Minato's voice drifted toward him. Years ago, I used to walk Kushina home just like that. Passive-aggressive. Early romance. I learned it from you. Haken rolled his eyes. Minato-sensei had probably been waiting for quite a while. Judging by his timing, he must have followed Haken from the moment he left the house, clearly wanting to take a walk with him. Even though they'd literally just had dinner together. Haken sighed and walked over. So what you're saying is, my early romance looks a lot like yours? Well. He wasn't wrong. When it came to flirting, the eternal little brother's skills were worth studying. From school days all the way to marriage, his romance stat had long been maxed out. Right after graduating from the academy, he even understood that this era revolved around heroes saving damsels, stepping in during Kushina's kidnapping without hesitation. Who wouldn't fall for a man like that? You should cut down on the sake. The familiar streets of Konoha still carried traces of winter. Even though the season was nearly over, snowflakes clung to the bench they sat on, making the scene look a little odd. Haken had barely taken a swig when Minato chimed in with his reminder. Minato-sensei, just say it. Since when did you become so naggy? Haken rolled his eyes again. Minato had been tailing him all this way, it would be stranger if he didn't have something to say. Minato nodded. I spoke with Jiraiya-sensei earlier. I've seen everything you did out there, the way you acted, your understanding of peace, your ideals. But Haken. When I mentioned that man's name today, I couldn't shake the fear that one day you might become like him. I agree that unification requires bloodshed, but you're still young. I don't want to see you killing for the sake of killing. That was the crux of his worry. It wasn't unheard of for excessive killing to twist someone's nature. 3 months. More than 3,000 lives ended. He feared Haken might change, might become someone unrecognizable, a monster driven only by slaughter. I thought it was something serious. Haken exhaled helplessly, but he understood, Minato cared for him. He wasn't just Minato's student. He was also Naruto's older brother. After a moment's thought, Haken did what he always did, thumped his fist lightly against Minato's chest, then held his fist up between them. No need for too many words between men. Thud. Their fists bumped, and the weight in Minato's heart finally eased. He was still himself. Hakken was still Hakken. Konoha's Kenpachi, unchanged. That was enough. That was all Minato needed. By the way, Hakken, what do you plan to do about the Sunagakure envoy? And Madara Uchiha's name, we need to finalize the Wall of Honor list in a few days. Even before sleep, the workaholic Hokage's thoughts were still filled with village affairs. This was a Hokage devoted entirely to Konoha. No need to rush the envoy. Inoki will come to Konoha personally soon. We'll handle both matters together. But Madara Uchiha. Hakken rubbed his chin. Some things really needed to be explained. We'll talk on the way. He stood, tugging Minato by the sleeve as they headed toward the village center. Speaking of Madara Uchiha, you remember the one who attacked Konoha last time, right? As they walked, Hakken's expression turned grave. I remember. If it weren't for you, Kushina and Naruto could have died that night. Minato nodded quickly. That man claimed to be Madara Uchiha. Aren't you the one who called him Madara? Hakken rolled his eyes. Obito, too. Your voice changed, your face changed, your techniques changed, even people thought you died long ago. You wore a mask. And you still expected Minato to recognize you. Have some shame. You don't play it like that. So, you mean he is Madara Uchiha? Minato froze, asking anxiously. Hakken shook his head and led him to the base of the Wall of Honor. With a flash of steel, a name was carved into the marble. Only one achievement marked beneath it, founder of Konoha. Madara Uchiha. It wasn't that Hakken was determined to inscribe Madara's name, but this would be essential later. Whether it could help bring that despairing, unlucky child back from the edge, Hakken didn't know. He only knew one thing, that boy would listen only after a beating. The Wall of Honor was nothing more than a contingency. That man wasn't Madara Uchiha. He was your student, and my senior brother. Actually, no. If you made me call someone like him senior brother, I really would abandon my training. His name is Obito Uchiha. Chapter 141, I want to ask him myself. The purpose of telling Minato this wasn't for anything else. Konoha had changed. Aside from the ultimate goal of unifying the 5 great shinobi villages, Hakken's push to consolidate them was also tied to the future 4th Shinobi World War. Everything he'd done to build that assassination special forces unit was for one purpose, to counter the Impure World Reincarnation Army. Prepare early, and they wouldn't be forced into a desperate position later. And they absolutely couldn't let something like the original incident, where the command center was blown apart, ever happen again. For that reason, once he returned to the village, Hakken planned to expand the ANBU again and create a reserve force. No one would ever complain about having too few elite units, but forging elites wasn't something that happened overnight. And expanding the ANBU meant he needed to sit down with Minato and work out a concrete plan. It would take time, too. Konoha was a village built from its many clans. And right now, every one of those clans would be eager to push their own talents into the ANBU. He already had a blueprint forming in his mind. It was time to share all this with Minato. Obito isn't dead. Minato's lips parted slightly. No wonder. No wonder that Masked Man had felt so familiar to him. But if Obito wasn't dead, why would he turn against Konoha? Minato simply couldn't understand. He knew exactly what kind of person Obito had been. A bright, sunny kid who helped old ladies cross the street, someone who valued his comrades more than his own life. How could a person like that be the one trying to destroy Konoha? Yes. He really didn't die. Hakken nodded. The one who saved him was Madara Uchiha, all for the Moon's Eye plan. The so-called Moon's Eye plan is to cast a genjutsu over the entire world, giving every person the dream they want and making them believe it's reality. By releasing the infinite Tsukuyomi, the goal is to bring peace to the ninja world. Having laid out the final objective and the path ahead, Hakken spoke slowly. Moon's Eye. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Peace. These were terms Minato had never even encountered. But even without fully understanding them, he knew one thing, forcing people into a genjutsu could never be the way to peace. How could Obito believe that? He wasn't that kind of person. Seeing the conflict flickering in Minato's eyes, Hakken knew exactly what he was thinking. Let me ask you something. If Kakashi killed your wife right in front of you, what would you do? If Kakashi killed Kushina right in front of me? Minato's pupils tightened. Impossible. That could never happen. That's why I said if. Theoretically, it really shouldn't happen. Think about it this way. Suppose she fell under a genjutsu, and the only way to break it was to pierce the seal placed over her heart. If you don't break it, she loses control and starts attacking villagers. If you were Kakashi, what would you choose? A simple, direct explanation. Minato went silent. After a long while, he drew in a deep breath. You mean, he saw Kakashi kill her? That was a personal experience. Listening to Haken, Minato felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Switch a few roles around, and the entire scene replayed perfectly in his mind. After the Third Shinobi World War, after the Battle of Canopy Bridge, Obito died. And sometime later, during another mission, Rin died as well. Killed by Kakashi. But that had been Rin's choice. With the three tails sealed inside her, if she didn't die, the beast would rampage under the influence of a genjutsu and attack Konoha. None of it was Kakashi's fault. In fact, Minato even felt a deep ache for his student. To kill a comrade with your own hands, that pain doesn't fade. That moment haunted Kakashi, waking him night after night, sending him to the bathroom to scrub at the blood he imagined was still on his hands. But that blood couldn't be washed away. Without Haken's appearance and the hope he'd given Kakashi, the boy would probably still be wandering in the dark. Was Obito completely swallowed by darkness because he witnessed that moment? Create a world where Rin exists. Minato muttered, as though something had clicked. The infinite Tsukuyomi. The Eye of the Moon plan. He curled his fingers into a fist. A heavy pressure settled over him, sinking into guilt. When Obito was crushed under rocks, he'd arrived a step too late. When Rin was sealed with the three tails and on the verge of losing control, again he'd been too late. When Kushina gave birth, his own disciple stood right before him, yet he hadn't noticed. What kind of yellow flash was that? He shook his head, looking hollow. He didn't even recognize his own senior disciple. Ridiculous. Then, suddenly remembering something, a spark of faint hope lit Minato's eyes. Haken, if I told Obito the truth, would he? Don't kid yourself. Obito already knows all of that. Haken replied calmly. Obito knew Rin would lose control if she didn't die, so Kakashi had no choice but to act. Otherwise, why do you think he hated Kirigakure so much, even twisted enough to use the warehouse to enforce the blood mist policy? Obito understood exactly why Kakashi killed Rin. What he didn't know was that it was all a script set up by Madara Uchiha. He hated Kakashi for failing to change the ending. He hated this world for forcing that ending on him, for making him feel pain. So he rejected it entirely. He created a world with Rin in it, but not by bringing her back. Obito knew who Rin loved. Kakashi knew too. With that love triangle hanging over them, Obito didn't dare use Rin Tensei to revive Rin. Instead, he denied the world itself. From a man's perspective, he wasn't wrong. To take on the whole world for the sake of one person. But to everyone else, that was madness. If someone kills the one you love, go after them. Or throw everything you have into reviving that person, then confess to them with everything you've got. That's what a real man does. But Obito's extremism was intolerable. What did the world ever do to him? Always talking about destroying everything, unable to hold onto his own bonds yet hell-bent on cutting through others. To Haken, that wasn't what a man should be. He didn't even understand himself. In the end it took Naruto's words to wake him up, only to realize that deep down, he wanted the same thing Naruto did, the dream of becoming Hokage. And the strangest part was Naruto's reaction. Obito Uchiha, the man who killed his family, and Naruto forgave him just because he once dreamed of becoming Hokage. Ashura, huh? Makes me want to time travel, steal his wife right in front of him, and then ask if he understands my feelings. Well, I probably wouldn't even need to ask. In the original story, Toneri still lived comfortably in the end. You can ask him that question yourself another day. I'm telling you all of this for one reason. To deal with the trouble ahead, the ANBU must expand. But this expansion won't be simple recruitment. They'll need to pass assessments and earn merit. I'll set the requirements in a few days. In short, the ANBU doesn't need dead weight, only elites. It was already deep into the night when Haken finished speaking and turned to leave. Minato remained in front of the wall of honor for a long time without moving. I have to hear it from him myself. After a long silence, he let out a sigh and vanished. He still couldn't understand. Why did Obito become like this? The night breeze swept through, leaving the plaza quiet once more. Only the wall of honor changed, with one more name added. Madara Uchiha. He'd never have imagined his own name would appear there. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Look, that's your wife. Kid, I'm warning you, if you dare pee on me, I'll slice you in half and send you to Orochimaru for a little reconstruction. After all, Mr. Snake has plenty of experience with gender changes. Then Naruto Uzumaki becomes Naruko Uzumaki, and Sasuke can string you up for fun. The next morning, stepping out of 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze's home, Haken looked helpless. He'd only planned to check in on the brat, but Kushina had shoved Naruto into his arms and gone shopping without a second thought. In her words, pregnancy and childcare had been exhausting, and helping out a little would strengthen the bond between siblings. So now Haken looked completely mismatched, Kurama perched on one shoulder, Naruto on the other, and a sword and sake gourd hanging from his waist. Everything he'd said earlier was just his way of warning Naruto. Since Minato and Kushina were still alive, Naruto still used the Uzumaki surname. That was Minato's way of cherishing his wife, trying to soothe the pain left by her clan's destruction. Letting Naruto inherit the Uzumaki name, that was exactly the kind of thing Minato would do. With nothing pressing to handle and since he was technically resting, Haken decided to bring Naruto to play with Sasuke. He wanted to see what sparks the two little rascals might produce as toddlers. This brat. Kurama crouched on Haken's shoulder, squinting in the direction ahead as if sensing something. A familiar scent. The aura of the Sage of Six Paths. An Uzumaki. Not even a year old, Naruto seemed to notice Kurama staring and turned his head. In that moment, their eyes met. Kurama and Naruto experienced their first face-off. Haken watched calmly, then shook his head. Whether Naruto, without being a Jinchuriki, could understand Kurama or earn its acknowledgement was still uncertain. That was the promise between him and Kurama, try communicating first and see what happened. Eye contact was step 1. Datebeo. After a long pause, Naruto spat out the phrase, almost making Haken stumble mid-step. That cursed catchphrase. Haken was convinced Naruto had picked up Kushina's tone straight from the womb. He'd forgotten everything else, yet somehow mastered Datebeo perfectly. Datebeo. As if trying to show friendliness, Naruto mumbled it at Kurama again. Kurama, ? Naruto, Datebeo. Kurama. Datebeo. Get lost. The air around the tiny shoulders grew strangely tense. Uchiha Clan District. After Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha returned, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan was lively. And for good reason. Two of the elite among the elites were from the Uchiha clan. Their honor was the clan's honor. Of course, it also belonged to Konoha. Under Fugaku Uchiha's firm leadership, the clan's mentality had begun to shift. They still hadn't reached true peaceful coexistence or full acceptance, but at least the tension was no longer suffocating. Change took time, but every small improvement made Fugaku quietly relieved. In the courtyard of the clan head's home, little Sasuke was riding on Itachi's shoulders, giggling like an adorable troublemaker. Mikoto and Fugaku watched from under a tree, the scene warm and harmonious. Ken-san. A figure stepped into the courtyard. Itachi awkwardly stood with his little brother in his arms. The moment he rose, Sasuke and Naruto's eyes crossed in midair. Two children destined to one day walk hand in hand toward their fated mountain, both instinctively reached toward the other. Datebeo. 1 Fight 7, Nichan. With all their baby strength, the two kids scrambled down from Haken and Itachi, then cautiously approached each other, before giving each other a warm, earnest hug. They might actually become good friends. Itachi and Haken watched in satisfaction. But only a few seconds later, Naruto let out a soft Datebeo, and tripped Sasuke straight to the ground. Sasuke wasn't having it. He opened his tiny mouth and bit hard into the side of Naruto's open crotch pants. Haken saw it clearly, that bite was dangerously close to ending Naruto's lineage. They were fighting. They just started fighting out of nowhere. Oh look, domestic violence. Kurama, perched obediently on Haken's shoulder, chuckled. He grabbed Haken's sake gourd, twisted it open, took a sip, and sighed. What were these two? After finally dragging the children apart, Itachi looked at the bite mark on Naruto's calf in alarm, then at his proud-looking little brother, and sank deep into thought. If they fought like this upon first meeting, what were they going to be like when they grew up? I get the feeling my brother and Naruto are a bit strange together. Itachi sighed, turning to Haken. That bite just now, a waste. Haken actually sounded disappointed. These two really were a matched pair. Wasn't the whole Shippuden basically a romantic drama about brotherly bonds? Today, you're my friend. Tomorrow, friend, you're mine. 2 lines, that was the whole story. But Ken-san, that kind of bond is a lot like ours, isn't it? Turning back, Itachi looked genuinely pleased, even drawing a comparison between them. You idiot. Did Tsunade's medicine work yet? Stretching with a yawn, Haken asked casually. Ken-san, I don't think I'm sick. Itachi scratched his head, confused. Take it on time. Same thing as always, if you start overthinking nothing, I'll beat you. Too lazy to explain, Haken grabbed Naruto and lifted him, pointing his little hand toward Sasuke. See? That's your wife. Remember, Naruto, hitting your wife isn't a good habit. Datebeo. The peaceful family scene lingered, but a respectful Uchiha clansman stepped through the gate. Clan head, someone claiming to be from the Sunagakure envoy group is outside requesting to see Commander Hakken. What should we? Why report to me about Commander Hakken? This is Uchiha soil, yes, but remember, the Uchiha belong to Konoha. Commander Hakken holds authority equal to the Hokage. Understood. Fugaku Uchiha spoke sternly. Sometimes the clan's mindset was still stuck, proper correction was necessary. And with Hakken present, it was only right for the clan head to show Uchiha's stance clearly. Someone with power equal to the Hokage was here, reporting to him was meaningless. Understood, clan head. The clansman bowed quickly to Hakken. Hakken-sama, would you like to see them? Chapter 143, your life is already counting down. Lady Chiyo, why do we have to lower ourselves like this? Outside the Uchiha clan district, the young Baki frowned at the elderly Chiyo walking beside him. This was the first time he had ever seen Sunagakure acting so meekly, even to the point of seeming like they were begging for negotiations. And Lady Chiyo's attitude confused him even more. Even if they were here to negotiate, was there really any need to be this humble? Only 3 years older than Kakashi, Baki was already one of Sunagakure's jonin, the fourth Kazekage Raza's right-hand man, and the future mentor of the 3 siblings, playing a key role in Gaara eventually becoming Kazekage. On this trip, he was part of the negotiation delegation, tasked with protecting Lady Chiyo. He was young and full of fire. In his mind, Sunagakure was unmatched. Which was normal, no shinobi would ever admit their village was weaker than another. That was why, from the start, he thought the Kazekage was overreacting. He'd heard rumors about the devastation in the land of Earth, but rumors were just rumors. One thing was certain, Konoha and Iwagakure had clashed. From his perspective, this was the perfect opportunity to mobilize an army and invade the land of fire. The last thing he expected was for the Kazekage to back down, to want to resolve things through negotiation, to even offer to admit Sunagakure's previous opportunistic attack on Konoha and compensate for it. That wasn't the style of the sand. Had the will of wind lost all its sharpness? If it were only that, he could still grudgingly accept it. After all, leaders had to consider far more than someone like him. But after arriving in Konoha, his anger erupted. The impatience in how Konoha welcomed them, the pointing fingers and whispers behind their backs, he found it infuriating. On top of that, they'd already been in the village for a while, yet every time they asked to meet the Hokage, the answer was always, busy with official duties. What kind of logic was that? They had come to negotiate first, which was doing Konoha a favor. And this was how they were treated. And now they were even being asked to go plead with some kid. How could he stomach such humiliation? The Baki of today was far from the calm, steady shinobi he would eventually become. His restless irritation made him look downright unpleasant. You still haven't noticed? Chiyo beside him remained composed, as though everything was unfolding exactly as she expected. My apologies, but what is it I've failed to notice? Baki frowned. If your eyes are dull, keep looking. Don't speak nonsense. Chiyo tilted her head slightly toward him. You're a jonin, yet you can't feel the changes in Konoha. That's negligence. You should know what Konoha was like after the Third Shinobi World War. Even though they won, the place was lifeless, nothing about it suggested any threat. But look at it now. That vitality, that momentum Sunagakure completely lacks, it proves one thing. Konoha, the #1 village, has awakened. Chiyo shook her head, a hint of emotion in her voice. How did I not see it? Baki froze, stunned. Especially when we arrived, you saw the names on that so-called wall of honor. Doesn't one of them sound familiar? Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha. The Konoha criminal who killed my son and daughter-in-law. The wall of honor was still being completed, and the curious Chiyo had taken a look. She could overlook the other names, but Tsukumo Hatake, she would never forget him for as long as she lived. He assassinated her brilliant son and daughter-in-law, then escaped without a trace. To her, that was the deepest agony of her life. Yet what Konoha did afterward oddly brought her comfort. That so-called hero, the moment the war ended, became a criminal, driven to suicide. Laughable, Konoha. Turning a hero into a criminal takes only one mission. When she heard the news, she laughed so hard she ate 5 or 6 bowls of rice, utterly delighted. But when she saw that man's name on the wall, she suddenly understood. Konoha had truly changed. They dared to acknowledge their past darkness and were now pushing everything toward the light. A village like that was terrifying. Chiyo took a deep breath, no longer wishing to explain anything. Baki had only recently become a jonin, his mindset was far from steady. Entering negotiations with such impatience would only magnify the risk. When we meet Hakken, don't speak. Not a single word. Otherwise, you'll die. Chiyo gave Baki a long, heavy look. For Sunagakir's sake, she was willing to lower herself. As for coming here to meet Hakken, it was because she already understood the truth. The one who would ultimately make the final decisions in the negotiation was that boy. The boy who defeated the Raikage and threw the land of Earth into chaos. Why did Konoha always produce such terrifying geniuses? Chiyo truly couldn't understand. Both of you, please follow me. Just as Baki was inwardly scoffing, thinking he'd tell Chiyo there was nothing to fear from some brat, the Uchiha messenger returned. Following him through the Uchiha grounds, they eventually arrived before Hakken. The scene was strange. Two toddlers were rolling on the ground, wrestling fiercely. The blonde one with whisker-like marks on his cheeks had grabbed the Uchiha clan-robed child by a very sacred, absolutely untouchable area. Well, grabbed wasn't quite right, yanking would be more accurate. Good heavens. You can yank that. Chiyo's eyelid twitched madly. They were fighting again. Hakken sighed. He and Itachi each grabbed one child and finally pulled them apart. During the scuffle, Sasuke had clearly been in pain, gritting his teeth before suddenly chomping down on Naruto's cheek. Indra and Ashura. Two children carrying their chakra clashing was only natural. Hakken could clearly sense two distinct auras on Naruto and Sasuke, one blazing and vigorous, the other cold and shadowed. But chakra was only chakra. Naruto and Sasuke were not Ashura and Indra. They were themselves. Hey, whose kids are these? Absolutely disgraceful. Aren't their parents ashamed? In that moment, Chiyo's expression changed drastically. It might have been meant as a joke, but it had obviously targeted the wrong person, especially in this situation. Swish. Blood sprayed into the air. A horrifying sight unfolded. Baki's mouth had been sliced open in a clean, wide gash, his tongue already lying on the ground. If you can't speak properly, I'll help you keep your mouth shut. Hakken's expression didn't change. One hand held Naruto, the other Sasuke. Remember this. One of them is my younger brother. The other will be my future disciple. Starting today, your life enters its countdown. One day, they'll come and take it themselves. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, you think you're Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju. This strike came without any warning. Meaning he swung simply because he wanted to, without considering consequences. That was true, unrestrained will. And in Konoha, there was probably only one person who would act like that. Chiyo of Sunagakir's envoy greets Hakken. Letting out a soft sigh, Chiyo didn't spare a glance for Baki, who was writhing on the ground in pain. She looked deeply at Hakken, then offered a natural, respectful bow. This time, she had come representing Sunagakir to beg for peace. The Kazekage had granted her wide authority for one purpose. To prevent the land of wind from ending up like the land of earth. She had told Baki earlier, use your eyes. Say nothing. Even so, he made a mistake. A fatal one. That he was still alive was nothing but luck. Too young. Far too young. A jonin who failed to see Konoha's change, such a man was unworthy of the rank. This was Konoha. The Uchiha clan's territory. Hakken and the Uchiha clan head's son were sworn companions. He was inside the clan head's home, being treated affectionately, and the two children playing beside him could not possibly be ordinary. All these things were in their intelligence reports. Yet Baki still made that mistake. He deserved that strike. Chiyo had no intention of seeking justice for him. Nor did she have the confidence to attempt it. Since ancient times, sword-wielding shinobi had always been the natural enemies of puppet users. Even setting that aside, the Raikage strength was acknowledged throughout the shinobi world. Anyone capable of defeating the Raikage needed no further explanation. And Sunagakir had come here adopting the lowest posture possible to secure peace, why would they risk angering the other side now? The result of the negotiations between Kimogakure and Konoha had already been engraved beneath Hakken's name on the Wall of Honor. It was his accomplishment. From that alone, it was clear who in Konoha truly made the final decisions. She had come here for one reason, to probe. Hakken, holding a child in each arm, cast a glance at Chiyo before losing interest entirely. In the original timeline, she died a noble death. She used her own life force to perform one's own life reincarnation, saving Gaara after Shikaku was extracted. Or rather, Naruto talked her to death while in her arms. Entrusting hope to the younger generation, this was something every dying elder did. Any shinobi willing to sacrifice themselves for their successors was worthy of respect. For that alone, Hakken would give Chiyo a thumbs up. But that didn't mean he would forget her identity. He understood perfectly why she had come. But this idea of testing the waters was completely unnecessary. Sit. He spoke 2 words, calm as ever. He glanced at the 2 little ones in his arms. Though they were reincarnations of the children of destiny, right now they weren't even a year old. After that whole commotion, both had fallen asleep against him. Just as he'd said, one was his younger brother, the other his future disciple. Hakken wasn't particularly interested in taking disciples. What he could teach was limited, unless he pulled a Zanpakuto from the system shop for Sasuke to play with. Taking Sasuke as a disciple had been Itachi's idea anyway. How much Sasuke could achieve would depend on himself, and whether he was worth Hakken spending points on to give him an Asachi. In the original story, fate was unfair to both children. An orphan clashing with another orphan, sparks were inevitable. But in every confrontation, just as Ashura always suppressed Indra, Sasuke always fell behind. The reason, as the Sage of Six Paths said, was that the power he granted Ashura surpassed that given to Indra. Only in the final moments of this generation, the one in Hakken's arms, did Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo finally change that, granting both equal strength. But none of that concerned Hakken. Only when the two children finally slept quietly in his arms did he realize how deeply they trusted him. Two more little brothers. Whether Sasuke, once he learned swordsmanship, could change anything, Hakken still didn't know. But their eventual victories or defeats weren't what mattered. What mattered was the bond forged through every clash. He smiled and handed them to Itachi and the approaching Makoto Uchiha. Fugaku Uchiha had already slipped back into the house on his own. As clan head, he knew very well when something wasn't his place to hear. Hakken was about to discuss serious matters with Chiyo. Even if Hakken hadn't asked him to step back, this level of awareness was expected. Phew. Chiyo let out a breath, wiping the sweat from her forehead. This was the first time anyone had made her feel such overwhelming pressure. Luckily, Baki's foul mouth hadn't escalated the situation further. As for how he would someday face the challenge of those two children, that would be his own problem. Survive, and then drag his life forward, waiting for the day they came for him. Perhaps that was his fate. Hakken-sama, before the formal negotiations begin, may this old woman ask what terms Iwagakure offered Konoha. After steadying herself, Chiyo spoke first. An apology to Konoha. As Iwa's Kage, Inoki must bow before the hero monument. Beyond that, 1/5 of the land of Earth's territory will be ceded to Konoha, and they must provide annual shipments of supplies. That's all. Hakken said it lightly, then observed Chiyo's reaction. As expected, her face turned green. The first condition alone was impossible for them, let alone the second. And between the two, the first was the true impossibility. The land of Wind's territory wasn't worth much, what treasures could a desert offer? But forcing the Kazekage to swallow his pride and bow before the hero monument in front of all of Konoha. That would be a humiliation beyond words. Do you know why you were kept waiting? Hakken stood and walked to her side, his tone calm. Because Raza didn't come. Your sincerity is still lacking. What should she do? Chiyo's breath grew unsteady. Inoki will arrive in Konoha in 3 days. How you choose to proceed is up to you. And the only reason you can speak with me calmly right now is because you've acknowledged Tsunagekyu's wrongdoing. Otherwise, your fate would be the same as Iwagakure's. Hakken knew well, after seeing the devastation of the land of Earth, Raza had grown timid. By now, everyone except the land of Wind had already been completely subdued by Konoha. Their sincerity simply wasn't enough. Chiyo, who had lived long enough to see countless rises and falls, looked at Hakken deeply. She finally understood what he intended. From Kirigakure to Tsunagakure now. Konoha had systematically overturned them all. What he wanted to achieve was becoming painfully clear. Submit to Konoha. End the chaos of this warring age once and for all. I think I see your ambition, Chiyo said quietly. But tell me, Hakken. Do you think you're Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju? Do you truly believe you can reach that height? But the words he spoke next made her eyes widen in disbelief. I am no one else. Neither Madara Uchiha nor Hashirama Senju will ever stand at the same height as me, looking down upon this world. And the two you mentioned? They're only worthy of having their names engraved beneath mine on the wall of honor. Tilting his head, Hakken let his blade fall into his hand. The pressure that erupted, born from the fusion of his 3 newly awakened powers, surged upward, as if tearing through the sky itself. I am who I am. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, a blade that cuts the heavens, revealing light beyond the clouds. 3 days later. The air of early spring should have been dry. But sometimes, human beings truly can't predict how the weather will shift. Just like how the land of rain suffers downpour year-round, no one can really explain why. And even in the land of fire, where the seasons are distinct, unusual weather appeared from time to time. Late winter moving into early spring. The air still carried a bite of cold, yet instead of the expected dryness, the humidity slowly rose. Konoha's villagers and ninja gathered early around the central plaza where the wall of honor stood, waiting in silence. Before long, 2 lines of people slowly entered the square. The Iwagakure envoy, newly arrived in Konoha, was escorted straight here under Team Night Owl's watch. Anoki's expression was heavy, tinged with helplessness. But beneath the resignation sat humiliation. And hatred. To bow his head in an enemy village, especially the village that had nearly annihilated his homeland, and even apologize. It was unbearable. Yet he had no choice. Konoha's overwhelming power left him no room to resist. If he didn't submit, Iwagakure would be erased. Perhaps once upon a time, they had a countermeasure, before Konoha could make a move, join forces with the other 4 great villages and launch a merciless assault. Just like in the Third Shinobi World War. But that alliance never came to be. Now Iwagakure's strength had hit rock bottom, and rebuilding would take at least 10 years, years they didn't have. And how to even survive those 10 years was a problem in itself. The yearly tribute they owed Konoha only made their burden heavier. Under these conditions, they no longer had the leverage to rally other villages against Konoha. In fact, with Konoha stronger than ever, the other villages had no desire to attack it. Instead, their attention drifted toward the weakened land of Earth. So Inoki couldn't gamble. He didn't even have the right to risk everything in a final stand. As the Tsuchikage, all he could do was come to Konoha in person and bow his head. It was the greatest shame of his life. Even worse than the time, before the First Shinobi World War, when he came with the second Tsuchikage, Mu, to seek an alliance, only to be forced back by a single look from Madara Uchiha. Decades of life, and in the end, I fall because of you. Hakanyoru. At the entrance to the plaza, the Iwagakure delegation continued slowly forward. Anoki's eyes locked onto the boy ahead, one hand casually holding a zanpakuto, the other lifting a drink in relaxed indifference. His sword was different now. Its aura felt raw, stripped down, almost natural, and yet, the moment Inoki probed deeper, a tremor ran through him. That destructive force crushed the last remnants of defiance in his chest. He's grown stronger again. What a terrifying genius. Why do such people always appear in Konoha? The Sannin of the Second Shinobi World War. Hataki Sakumo. The Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Shursue of the Body Flicker during the Third. This village. Inoki clenched his fist, finally forced to concede the truth. This land truly produced monsters, the title of the first Shinobi village was no exaggeration. In the end, his gaze shifted to the other group approaching the Wall of Honor, and to the young man walking at its head. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, had finally arrived. His expression wasn't much different from Inoki's, but there was a hint of schadenfreude tugging at the corners of his lips. This time, at least, he'd chosen to be the sensible one. Even with Tsunagekire's elders protesting, he had rushed all the way to Konoha. One glance at Inoki's condition told him Iwagakure's suffering was no exaggeration. If that was the case, then why couldn't he lower his head as well, when another Kage was already doing the same? In terms of military and national strength, the Land of Earth clearly surpassed the Land of the Wind. If even they obediently dragged themselves to Konoha to apologize, why couldn't he? He was no fool. The Land of the Wind couldn't withstand Konoha's relentless pressure. Inoki let out a cold snort, abandoning any urge to speak with Raza. Tsunagakure and Iwagakure held plenty of grudges against each other, but at the moment, the Land of Earth was undeniably suffering more. That alone eased Raza's spirit considerably. The Land of the Wind was being exploited harshly, but someone else was worse off. People always found comfort in such comparisons. His ambition. Chiyo, walking behind Raza, kept her eyes on Hakanyoru. I am who I am. Just 4 words, yet Chiyo heard within them layers of meaning. I am not anyone else, nor do I seek to surpass anyone. Because they were never worth surpassing. Even their names would only be carved beneath mine. What an overwhelming spirit. But even the god of ninjas couldn't accomplish such a feat. Can you truly do it? That was where Chiyo's doubt lingered. Even so, whether she wanted to admit it or not, once that boy fully matured, he truly seemed to possess the power to realize such ambition. Has someone finally appeared capable of surpassing the ninja god? Chiyo quietly exhaled. Look at Konoha, it was shifting steadily in the direction he envisioned. That sensation of constant change was something Tsunagakure had never known. Step by step, the 2 envoy groups reached the base of the magnificent Wall of Honor. The Monument of Heroes. The tightly packed names, the inscriptions detailing their valor, both Inoki and Raza felt their hearts shake. It was as if those unfamiliar spirits stood before them, staring straight into them. Where did this pressure, this force compelling them to bow, come from? At the sides of the plaza, beside the Wall of Honor, Team All was already assembled. Standing before them was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. For Konoha, this was far more than a ceremony to witness an apology. It was a rebirth. The first time, when they faced Kimogakure, they declared themselves the first shinobi village, an act of courage and resolve. This second time, to make 2 Kage apologize before the monument to the fallen, was action. Different in form. The same in meaning. Konoha had been reborn. When the first icy raindrop fell from the sky, Jiraiya, standing nearby, suddenly understood something. A tear slipped down his cheek. From the First Shinobi World War to the Third, Konoha, yearning for peace, had paid the steepest price. Perhaps what the fallen heroes wanted most was this long overdue apology. Hakken. You are the child of the prophecy. His gaze fell upon the youth. Not far away, Tsunade shook her head. For Konoha, for her, this was a moment of true history. If grandfather could see this, he would be deeply comforted. Compared to the village's current atmosphere, this was perhaps Konoha's greatest transformation. He had really done it. A bow of apology, the signing of an unconditional ceasefire treaty. The two Kage slowly walked toward the plaza exit. Hakken had not forced them to kneel. Those who inherit the will of the Kage. Unless dead, they would never kneel. And clearly, they were far more valuable alive than dead. But this. Lifting his head as the icy rain struck his face, Hakken slowly drew the zanpakuto at his waist. Konoha is the first shinobi village. The sunlight breaking through the clouds is what we should truly see. Swish. Draw. Sheath. A black gold blade of light pierced the sky. Villagers and ninja alike raised their heads. Through the cleft the blade carved in the clouds, a ray of sunlight shone down. Instinctively, their hands reached out toward it. Warmth filled with light, a rebirth after the gloom. This was their Konoha. The Third Shinobi World War had, at last, come to a complete end. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, 5 years sharpening the blade, the figure on the field. Spring gives way to autumn, and the days and nights cycle onward. After the Third Shinobi World War came to an end, the weather-worn 5 great shinobi villages all returned to rebuilding, ushering in their own baby boom. The leaders of the 4 villages that had once besieged Konoha felt nothing but regret. Only Terumi was deeply grateful for the decision she'd made back then. Especially when she heard that the Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth, Anoki, and the Kazekage of the Land of Wind, Raza, had personally traveled to Konoha to apologize for what they'd done. After that, she completely abandoned any thought of ever resisting Konoha. Compared to the other 3 great villages, Kirigakure had only lost a few high-ranking officials. Being a subordinate village had its advantages. All they needed to do was obey Konoha's demands unconditionally. At least not many had died. The relief felt pitiful, yet it was the truth. Once news of the 2 Kage traveling to Konoha spread across every corner of the ninja world, a quiet era officially began. No one knew when Konoha, madly hoarding resources and gathering strength, would erupt again. But preparations had to be made early. With nearly every village having suffered grievous losses, peace became unavoidable. They all waited. Waited for the next opportunity. But compared to the other villages, Konoha's growth speed had multiplied many times over. With abundant supplies and wealth, the clearest change was the explosion in population and overall size. Konoha's territory alone had expanded 3 times already. A 4th expansion was already on the horizon. The ANBU's entry standards remained as strict as ever, yet that division was no longer synonymous with darkness. Ninjas threw themselves into missions with reckless enthusiasm, all for the chance to join ANBU. The surge in missions pushed the shinobi's abilities to new heights. The name Night Owl now echoed throughout the entire ninja world. An unwritten rule had been accepted by all major villages. Should you encounter any member of the Night Owl team during a mission, you may abandon the mission without penalty. It was both a sign of respect for Night Owl and an acknowledgement of Konoha's overwhelming strength. As for how to recognize the Night Owl team, it wasn't a secret at all. That Hokage short-sleeved armband wrapped around their arms was the clearest proof. Only those who had contributed greatly to Konoha, and earned universal recognition, were worthy of wearing the Hokage armband. Of course, it was only a symbol of honor, not a title that granted authority. But even so, shinobi hungered for that symbol all the more. Everyone pushed forward toward the same goal. The feeling was indescribable, exhilarating and fulfilling. And that young man had fulfilled his promise. Did Kimogakure exploit Konoha's weakness to force Hisashi Hyuga to his death? Did the Uchiha clan scheme rebellion, only for Itachi Uchiha to slaughter them alone? None of that existed. This was the reborn Konoha. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye. Another early spring had arrived. The new term at the Ninja Academy was beginning, and this year's enrollment list had stirred up a wave of anticipation and curiosity among the shinobi. Standing on the newly renovated academy grounds, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked down at the list in his hand, feeling unexpectedly sentimental. Fully retired now, he had taken on the role of guiding Konoha's new generation. He had already abandoned the flashy, hollow indoctrination of the past. The phrase, strongest Hokage, no longer appeared in textbooks. Passing down sincere teachings and protecting the jade of Konoha, this was the duty and resolution the 3rd Hokage had set for himself after all that had happened. As for the names engraved on the wall of honor, perhaps that was his regret. But he was still alive, and as long as he lived, it meant he hadn't given up on earning that final accomplishment. Longevity truly had its perks. For instance, he could watch these children enter the academy and tell them the things a shinobi should always bear in mind. Lowering his head again, he felt a wave of emotion at the names on the list. He'd been given the privilege of supervising their entrance exam, and a small thrill rose within him. The Hokage's son, the young spark of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto Uzumaki. The second son of the former Uchiha clan head, Sasuke Uchiha, the younger brother of that Night Owl squad member. The heirs of the new generation of the Ino, Shika, Cho secret arts clans. The Hyuga clan head's cherished daughter, the Byakugan princess, Hinata Hyuga. And several more from the secret arts families, Kiba Inuzuka of the Inuzuka clan, Shino Aburame of the Aburame clan. Along with Niji Hyuga, Tenten, and Rock Lee from the previous year, they were collectively known as the Konoha 12 Strong. Even now, Hiruzen wasn't entirely sure what that title was supposed to mean. What mattered more was that the nickname had come from the terrifying man's own mouth. Konoha's 12 Strong, huh? Interesting. The academy grounds were already filled with people, teachers and students alike. This generation of new students had quite the spotlight on them. The Hokage's son. And the prodigy whispered about within the Uchiha clan. Heard there are 2 real fighters in this batch. On the raised platform, Niji Hyuga stood with his arms crossed, staring down at the gathering crowd. Which 2? Lee asked beside him, puzzled. The Hokage's son and the Uchiha clan head's son. They're called Konoha's rising stars. My father said that besides their status, they were also trained by someone from the Night Owls. Their strength is no joke. They're the ones I'm determined to defeat. Niji took a deep breath, his body trembling slightly, battle spirit flaring at the thought of facing other prodigies. He could earn that man's recognition too. Defeat them. Lee scratched his head. Now that he thought about it, that man he bumped into at the training grounds was also a member of the Night Owls. Niji hadn't said everything. Defeating those 2 wasn't just about proving himself. His father had told him, to defy fate and change the Hyuga clan's system of main house and branch house, it all came from that man's words. He needed that man's approval. Even though he'd never met him. Only by defeating the geniuses trained by that man could he enter his line of sight. Niji took another breath, then suddenly turned to Lee. I'm standing here because I have Byakugan and can see clearly. Why did you come all the way here? Right. This place was far from the field, without Byakugan, he shouldn't be able to see anything. So why was he here? Niji, you don't know. Lee smiled, his bowl cut swaying lightly in the wind. Actually, I've got that Byakugan thing too. You've got it too. Niji jolted. Byakugan. Open. With Lee's explosive shout, his pupils rolled upward, his eyeballs twisted strangely, and the whites of his eyes flipped completely white. This was supposed to be the Byakugan. Niji almost threw up. Well. For a guy who could use a spiral fart, a fake Byakugan wasn't surprising. Sensing something, Niji frowned, and his real Byakugan activated. The 2 figures facing off on the field made his heart skip a beat. Sasuke Uchiha vs Naruto Uzumaki. The entrance exam had begun. Chapter 147, Going for a Bath. This time it's on me. His parents weren't dead. He even carried the added weight of being the Hokage's son. But Naruto didn't behave like Boruto in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. He didn't misunderstand his father or deliberately stir up trouble just to draw attention. Instead, every time he saw how the villagers adored his father, envy welled up inside him. He even made a silent oath, one day, he would become Hokage, earn everyone's recognition, and become someone like Minato. As it turned out, people grow into who they truly are. With his parents by his side, Naruto longed for acknowledgement even more. He cherished this Konoha, this home, with all his heart. The only thing that really irritated him was the spoiled heir from the Uchiha clan standing in front of him. Always putting on a show, copying his brother and waving around a sword. Did he really think he was the successor to Konoha's Kenpachi? And even though Naruto had no particular talent for kenjutsu, he had spent plenty of days training alongside his brother. Not long ago, he had even secretly learned a new move from his father. Today, the second protagonist must fall. That's what he told himself. I'm going to beat him. Prove myself. Show my brother. Second protagonist, yesterday I heard from my brother that when you were little, you almost turned me into a girl. Naruto slowly drew a kunai from his bag, gritting his teeth. Don't act so innocent. Remember how much it hurt when you grabbed me? And besides, no one but Master gets to call me Pillar. Sasuke's expression darkened as he yanked the small sword from his waist. If Naruto hadn't brought it up, maybe it would have been fine. But once the topic surfaced, the rage in Sasuke's chest flared uncontrollably. Ever since he was old enough to remember, he'd had one lingering question: why did he always feel that vague, phantom pain every time he went to the bathroom? Unable to make sense of it, he eventually asked his brother. When he learned the truth, he exploded on the spot and immediately got into a fight with Naruto. That childhood yanking, it left lasting consequences. It didn't affect functionality, but that dull ache would probably haunt him for life. He was furious, and the culprit was right in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two shot at each other. Their sheer speed stunned the third, who was watching nearby. This wasn't a level even genin could usually reach. Good heavens! Just how did that man train these two brats? Forget the seal of confrontation. Normally, before a spar, both ninja had to form the opposing seal to officially begin. But these two already had animosity between them. The seal of confrontation symbolized reconciliation. They'd rather just fight. Their figures blurred as kunai and short sword collided with a sharp clang. The surrounding students froze. This was only an entrance exam. Most new academy students hadn't even learned how to properly handle a kunai or a short blade yet. But these two could already use them with ease. Were they even students? They felt more dangerous than genin. Kunai and sword crossed, and the two drew apart. The next moment, Naruto let out a mischievous chuckle and formed a seal. Shadow clone technique. Boom. Beside him, a flash of white light burst forth, and two shadow clones identical to Naruto appeared. Shadow clone technique. Unlike the illusory clones created by the clone technique, these were fully physical shadow clones. They carried the user's consciousness and had real durability. A solid B-rank ninjutsu. With Kurama no longer causing trouble, Naruto's talent for ninjutsu had been developed to its fullest. He had already mastered the multi-shadow clone technique right at the start of the school year. Against Naruto, holding back was pointless. Sasuke drew a deep breath, let out a cold snort, and raised his small sword high. A second later, pale blue chakra flowed from his body and wrapped around the blade. Chakra blade, infusing chakra into a weapon to increase its destructive power. Not bad, second protagonist. All three Naruto drew their kunai at once and charged. Four figures clashed in chaotic combat. The sight of their movements left the surrounding students completely stunned. This was supposed to be a new first year. Was this a joke? Going to school alongside a monster like this, what kind of pressure would that be? Awe, confusion, despair, the new students were utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the fight on the field grew more intense as time passed. When faint sparks of lightning flickered along Sasuke's blade, and Naruto stretched his hand toward his shadow clones, the third Hokage realized that if he let them keep going, any hopes he had of getting his own name onto the wall of honor would be gone forever. He grabbed one boy in each hand, blew a thick cloud of second-hand smoke at them, and smiled faintly. I hereby declare the entrance exam concluded. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha are tied for first place. Finally over. The students collectively exhaled in relief. If they had watched any longer, they might have sworn off becoming ninja altogether. TCH. The two boys stole quick glances at each other, then turned their heads away. From afar, Neji watched with a trace of regret. Both of them had clearly been preparing some powerful techniques, but he never got to see them. Still, they were incredibly strong. Clenching his fist, Neji was just about to release his Byakugan when a figure suddenly dropped from the sky and landed on the field. His already wide eyes went bloodshot in an instant. It was him. The legendary man. Flowing long hair, a black martial arts uniform, a fox resting on his shoulder, a stunningly handsome face marked by a lightning-shaped scar, a pitch-black long sword at his waist, and that gourd flask, there was no mistaking it. Konoha's Kenpachi, right before him. Konoha's Kenpachi. Neji whispered the name, swallowing hard. It really was him. If we're talking about fighting, that was a bit excessive just now. Taking the two little troublemakers from the third, Hakken lifted one in each hand, raising them off the ground. It was over. They'd been caught. Sasuke and Naruto both turned pale. They didn't even dare look at him, terrified he might suggest some horrifying punishment. Like making them bathe together as brothers. Scrub the back of the person they hated most. Dream on. But Hakken's long black hair slipped over his shoulders as he offered a warm smile. You did well. Keep working hard. Oh my god. That strict older brother actually smiled at them. Naruto blinked in disbelief. Sasuke froze beside him. And so did every child watching. Ino and Sakura's eyes locked onto Hakken instantly and didn't budge. He had just shattered the ceiling of how handsome someone could be. Hakken glanced around without saying anything and made his way toward the academy gates. Coming to see his little brother's entrance ceremony wasn't a big deal for an older brother. With Itachi out on a mission, this sort of responsibility naturally fell on him. Just as he stepped outside the gates, a purple figure dropped into his arms. "Hey, gotcha." Her familiar cheek pressed against his shoulder, her scent instantly recognizable. Haken let out a small smile. "I never hid." "Is that so?" Then. Her pale cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to his ear. "Want to go bathing? This time, it's my treat. The mixed bathing kind." Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Ken-san, the Uchiha clan's cherry blossoms have bloomed. "Hey. You too, can you pay attention? I'm still here, can't you wait until dark? All you humans and your nonsense, from Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki to Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, same old routine, same old poses. This great me has had to stare at two grown men's faces over and over. I'm sick of it. And seriously, are you sure that thing is even fun? All that fuss, and it's over in under a minute, then you have to go wash up. Isn't that annoying? Quit whining and stop being jealous, you're a fox, remember?" Just as Haken and Yugao Yuzuki leaned closer together, an obnoxious voice startled the girl. She turned her head in confusion and met Kurama's eyes, full of mockery. "Keep running your mouth and I'll twist your head off." Haken shot the idiot a calm glance before looking away again. Who knew what the hell that mutt had witnessed, and, 1 minute, was he really not exaggerating that nonsense? Minato-sensei was one thing, after the second Hokage's death, he was acknowledged as the fastest shinobi in the world. But Hashirama Senju, with his absurd stamina, 1 minute. Well, considering that a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast shared vision, seeing things from his perspective really would look disgusting. But in the blink of an eye, Naruto and Sasuke had already enrolled. 5 years had passed. This Konoha. This shinobi village. Even the Nine Tails, all had changed. Haken took a deep breath, feeling heat surge through his chest. He wrapped an arm around the girl's waist and pushed off the ground. With a few swift leaps, the two of them, and the beast, landed atop the tallest spire in the entire village. This was the absolute highest point in Konohagakure. Even the distant Hokage rock couldn't match the panoramic view here. From this spot, one could see every corner of the expanded village, provided their eyesight was sharp enough. A gentle breeze brushed their cheeks. Haken's long hair flowed behind him as Kurama expertly pulled the gourd from his waist, took a swig, and burped before gazing down at the village beside him. Umph. All these changes, this great me deserves credit too. Beside Haken, Yugao Yuzuki looked at his profile for a moment, then unconsciously leaned against his shoulder. Nothing had ever felt safer than this. After graduating, she had followed this man into the ANBU. The promise she'd made when she was young had finally been fulfilled. In that Kenjutsu duel, she had ultimately lost. And not just the duel. Her heart and her whole being, she had lost those too. But she had lost willingly. She had realized her dream of joining the ANBU, and although she knew she wasn't strong enough, she still wanted to help the men at her side however she could. So she became Haken's dedicated secretary within the ANBU, sorting through all the miscellaneous missions and delivering only the important matters to him. With him, she never needed many words. Just being close was enough. Konoha had been expanded multiple times, growing more prosperous while still retaining its old simplicity. Kind villagers and dutiful shinobi each played their roles. The village was moving in a good direction. And the one who had set all of this in motion, Haken, had seemingly vanished from public view over the past 5 years. No one knew what he had been doing. Only at night did that familiar silhouette continue training tirelessly at the training grounds. Minato had once summarized that man's natural state with 8 simple words. Life goes on, and so does the blade. The sword is part of his very being. It is this will that drives the entire village forward, never stopping. Beyond Konoha, Haken himself has changed. With every swing of his blade, his power grows stronger. A single thought, and the system panel appeared before him. Host, Haken Yoru. World, Naruto. Unlocked basic/master template, Zaraki Kenpachi, White Hollow, Hawkeye's Mihawk. Zaraki Kenpachi template progress, 51.1%, Shurikai mastered. White Hollow template progress, 41.1%, Mask mode, Instinctive Call mastered, Berserk goes a half unlocked. Mihawk the Hawkeye's template progress, 21.1%. 4th stage template unlock requires 100% successful fusion of all 3 templates. Basic attack points. Chakra quantity, 3987, comparable to One Tails. Physical attributes, 4471, normal 6 gates. Reiki, unknown, requires first template unlocked at 100%. Activated normal/traits. Chakra blade, highest level chakra nature transformation. Soul devouring blade, reaps souls, claiming victims beneath its edge. Haki shattering blade, Each normal strike infuses armored Haki enhancement, completely bypassing armored Haki defenses and massively increasing armor-piercing power, effective even against Susanoo. Next normal/trait activation begins at 5% progress toward unlocking the 4th template. Daily mission, never ending. Swing 1000 times, unlocks 0.1% progress on all templates. Achieved. Swing 2000 times, increases chakra reserve by 0.1. Achieved. Swing 4000 times, increases physical attribute coefficient by 0.1. Not achieved. Swing 6000 times, soul energy, Reiki, slightly enhanced. Not achieved. Swing 8000 times, unlocks 0.2% progress on all templates. Not achieved. Swing 10,000 times, chakra reserve increases by 0.2. Not achieved. Advanced mission, become a true Shinigami, completed. Next stage Bankai mission unlocks when template progress averages above 70%. Self-Sanpakuto liberation, God's tears. These are all his abilities. In the end, he still has only one move, the basic slash. Yet the power it unleashes is overwhelming. The 3rd template, taken from Hawkeyes of the One Piece world, has already been mastered. After unlocking it, Haken's slash gained a sense of grace and effortless flow. But once instinct fully takes over, his madness becomes terrifying. At this point, if Obito's Kamui were even a fraction too slow, a single slash would kill him instantly. He remains the same youth who prefers pure, straightforward slashes, no frills, no tricks. He stretched out his arms toward the sky above Konoha 5.9. Half of the grand vision in his heart had already been fulfilled. This Konoha, this ninja world, it will one day be reborn. Swish. A figure landed on the platform behind the tower. His hair flowed with unusual softness, unlike the Uchiha clan's typical spiky style. He had arrived. Itachi Uchiha. 5 years of gazing at his master's back had stripped away some youthfulness and left him with a quiet maturity. The only thing unchanged was the conviction in his heart. The Hokage's short sleeves fluttered in the wind. Ken-san, the cherry blossoms of the Uchiha clan have bloomed. A single petal drifted down before Haken. Another year of cherry blossoms. Haken slowly opened his eyes. He reached out, touched the gale sweeping across Konoha, and caught the falling petal. The wind has come. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, The Night Owls Assemble Again. Ken-san, when I just reported our mission to Minato-sensei, he said that if you have time, you should stop by. Cherry blossoms could wait, village matters came first. Itachi spoke softly to Haken's retreating back. Haken nodded and glanced at Yugao Yuzuki beside him. Meet me tonight at the usual spot. That mixed bath you mentioned. Don't you dare run. He ruffled the girl's hair, and in the next instant, Haken and Itachi disappeared. Humph, run. Me. Yugao curled her lip and vanished as well. Here are the details regarding the recent ANBU expansion. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato handed a stack of documents to Haken, a satisfied smile on his face. Following the principle Haken had insisted on, quality over quantity, the elite ANBU force had grown from 200 to 500 members over the past 5 years. Quality over quantity. And that number didn't even include the ANBU Reserve Corps. These were the veterans, the core of Konoha's combat strength. The threshold for joining ANBU remained as high as ever. Even getting into the Reserve Corps required strict screening, let alone joining a true ANBU squad. As for the Night Owls, only those personally selected by Haken Yura had the qualification to enter. Haken skimmed through the document with little interest. Wasn't this Yugao's job? He wasn't about to read all of that. ANBU, Reserve Corps, Night Owls, 3 systems, not too complex, not too simple. All he needed was the final screening results. Minato definitely hadn't called him here just for this. Sure enough, after finishing the matter of ANBU expansion, Minato's expression turned serious. Jiraiya-sensei sent a message. That Akatsuki group you mentioned before has been unusually active. Akatsuki. Haken's eyes sharpened. He had already told the 4th Hokage about Obito. And now Minato knew which organization Obito belonged to. The mysterious group known as Akatsuki, a name meant to symbolize dawn. Yet it had twisted into something that walked straight into darkness. After Haken's warning, Minato naturally began paying attention to their movements. Originally, Jiraiya-sensei was tracking Orochimaru, but based on his observations and deduction, Orochimaru has likely joined Akatsuki. Jiraiya. Without a doubt, he was someone who couldn't sit still. Once Konoha entered a stable period of development, he resumed his travels. Having already confirmed in his heart that Haken was the so-called child of the prophecy, he preferred to wander the world's major places, leaving traces of his existence and continuing the forbidden manuscripts he never finished. Not like Haken would listen to his long speeches anyway. That brat didn't need guidance. Still, the Night Owl squad continued to carry Jiraiya's name. The codename, Mr. 91, had persisted all this time, and any thought of him being a temporary member had long disappeared. In a way, Night Owl had become synonymous with honor. Rumors across the ninja world said that encountering even one member of the Night Owl squad was enough reason to abandon a mission immediately. That alone showed just how powerful the Night Owl's presence was. Where is Jiraiya? But when it came to Akatsuki, Hakken frowned, remembering something, and spoke. In the original story, the legendary Jiraiya met his end on the open sea outside Omegakure. The dragon returns to the sea, yet even the sea refuses to welcome me, Jiraiya. Even when Kabuto attempted to use Edo Tensei to revive Jiraiya, he couldn't find the body. A corpse swallowed by the ocean. That was not the end Jiraiya deserved. And right now, Konoha had no need for Jiraiya to be investigating Omegakure at all. When Jiraiya first left to continue his travels, Hakken hadn't thought much of it. The plot hadn't begun yet. Akatsuki wouldn't truly become a priority until after the Chunin exams. He never expected Jiraiya to uncover Akatsuki intel so early. The cause, of course, was Orochimaru. And judging by the timeline, it did indeed line up. In the original, Orochimaru left Akatsuki after being obliterated by Itachi's Tsukuyomi. If one followed that logic, the Uchiha massacre should have taken place around this time. But with Hakken present, the massacre was never going to happen. So Orochimaru still being in Akatsuki made perfect sense. Jiraiya hadn't been chasing Orochimaru to fight him. With two of the Sannin back in Konoha, he simply longed for the days when the three of them stood together. Maybe, if he brought Orochimaru back to Konoha to take a look, Orochimaru would repent and return. Dragging a comrade out of the abyss was something Jiraiya desperately wanted to do. But Akatsuki right now was not something he could handle. Even without Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hoshigaki, and Deidara, Akatsuki still held terrifying powerhouses. Nagato aside. Without prior intel, just the immortal duo alone would be a nightmare. Then add Black Zetsu's intelligence network, Sasori of the Red Sands puppets, and Biba Juzo, the brute who could cleave through a tailed beast bomb with his blade. Jiraiya alone would struggle. Not for lack of strength, but because his incomplete Sage mode required time to activate, and Omegakure was Akatsuki's home territory. Without knowing the enemy's details, poking around could lead to disaster. Jiraiya-sensei said he found Orochimaru's trail. He's following him toward Omegakure to investigate. Seeing Hakken's expression shift, Minato quickly added an explanation as he glanced at the intelligence report. What's wrong? With Jiraiya-sensei's experience in infiltration and reconnaissance, there shouldn't be any danger, right? Whoosh. Before Minato could finish, Hakken had already leapt out the window. He took a deep breath, grasped the Zanpakuto at his waist, and drove it straight into the sky. Hum. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual pressure, fused from three different energies, burst upward. Crimson-black light shot from the blade all the way to the white clouds overhead, splitting them cleanly in half. At Konoha's training grounds, Shursue, who had been testing genjutsu on his subordinates, suddenly stiffened. After giving a brief instruction, he vanished. Kakashi and Might Guy, stationed farther away, also sprinted toward the village center. This was the Night Owl assembly signal. In moments, countless villagers and shinobi turned toward the Hokage building. The Night Owls, long absent from their sight. Yet no one had ever forgotten the names that stirred admiration and awe. Whoosh. 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 Within 15 seconds, several figures landed before Hakken. He sheathed his sword, took a steadying breath, and surveyed them. Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi Hatake. Might Guy. Shursue Uchiha. And the Ninetales resting on his shoulder. Including himself, they were 5. Destination, Land of Rain. Move out. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, the first clash between Akatsuki and Night Owl. Orochimaru. Near Omegakure, in the Land of Rain. A passing frog suddenly spoke in a human voice as it stepped across the water, its expression unusually grave. From long-term observation, he knew Orochimaru appeared here regularly. The purpose was still unclear, but that unmistakable Akatsuki cloak with its red clouds had already revealed his identity. A member of the Akatsuki. Akatsuki. The frog's eyes narrowed, a mix of confusion and disbelief flickering within them. He had heard of the Akatsuki. He even knew that the organization had originally been founded by his 3 students. But during the Third Great Ninja War, he'd heard rumors that civil strife had broken out in the Land of Rain. Akatsuki had been wiped out, and the whereabouts of his 3 disciples were unknown. Jiraiya had long assumed they were dead. And yet now, Akatsuki had resurfaced, more mysterious than ever. Even his former companion, Orochimaru, had joined their ranks. An organization capable of accepting Orochimaru, what kind of group could that be? As he continued gathering information, every piece he uncovered only deepened his unease. Those signature cloud pattern cloaks. Members all composed of missing nin. What he'd learned so far was that they had become wartime mercenaries, hired by various villages as combat forces, relentlessly hunting high-value targets for money. It felt as though they were amassing power, preparing for some inevitable eruption. What exactly were they trying to achieve? The frog puffed up slightly, staring toward the unervingly silent Omega-kure under the curtain of rain. Orochimaru, don't make another mistake. After a moment of heavy thought, the frog cautiously hopped toward Omega-kure. Ever since the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure and the Kazekage of Tsunagakure personally came to Konoha to apologize, the Third Shinobi World War has officially ended. It's clear that Konoha is far stronger than any other village now. But because the other villages avoid provoking Konoha, they've started clashing more among themselves. As a result, the number of missions our Akatsuki organization can take on has increased a lot. The funds we've accumulated are considerable. Inside the Akatsuki conference room in Omega-kure, Konan calmly analyzed the current state of the shinobi world. This meeting wasn't conducted through their illusionary projection technique. These weren't illusions of members participating remotely. These were their actual bodies. Every so often, to maintain loyalty and to properly assign workloads, in-person meetings were necessary. But more than anything, it was the loyalty check that mattered. After all, Akatsuki was composed of missing nin from every country, a title that made loyalty questionable by default. As their god, Pain had to demonstrate his power from time to time to keep them subdued. But today was different. Today was mainly for intelligence sharing. After glancing around the room, Konan concluded her briefing. Kakuzu and Haiden, the immortal duo, remained as diligent as ever, still enthusiastic about making money. Zetsu, along with the newly joined Afei, stood to one side. Orochimaru and Sasori of the Red Sand continued glaring at each other as though waiting for the moment to strike. Beside them stood Biwa Juzo with his decapitating blade. Because of Haken's intervention, Itachi had never become a missing nin and never teamed up with him, so Juzo hadn't died in Kirigakure and still carried the blade on his back. Along with Devapath and Konan, these were Akatsuki's current combat forces. We need more members, Pain said, his expression blank. Whether it was to accelerate Akatsuki's development for the future ultimate weapon domination plan, or to prepare for the illusionary dragon 9 seals required to seal the tailed beasts, they were clearly understaffed. Any targets? Konan asked. Yes. Still under observation. Just as Pain was about to continue, he suddenly fell silent, a wave of deathly killing intent erupting from his body. Someone dares to infiltrate Omega-kure. What is this place? He had infiltrated successfully, yet Jiraiya felt no satisfaction. Hardly any villagers. Strange buildings. And the grotesque statue at the center, its tongue jutting outward. This Omega-kure felt even more mysterious than it had under Hanzo's rule. Feeling the cold rain on his skin, Jiraiya slipped into a dark corner, returned to human form, and pulled on a straw rain cloak. Where did Orochimaru go? This whole village reeks of something unnatural. As he crept forward cautiously, several sheets of pale paper drifted down from the air, blocking his path. Instantly, Jiraiya shifted into battle stance. More and more paper scattered around him, until a woman with light blue-violet hair emerged, making him shout in shock. Konan. There was no mistaking her. She had grown, yes, but after spending years together, he could never fail to recognize his own disciple. The woman before him was one of the students he once saved and took in, Konan. Angel. The angel of God. Konan unfurled her wings formed of shikigami dance paper, her cold, lofty expression making it clear she saw herself as a divine messenger. Konan, what happened? Why are you here? Jiraiya frowned deeply. According to the rumors, his 3 students had died during the civil war in the Land of Rain. So why was Konan alive? And why call herself a god's messenger? Didn't expect to see a familiar face here. Just as confusion clouded his mind, several figures appeared, behind Konan and at the far end of the street behind Jiraiya. In an instant, his escape route was cut off. Orochimaru. Ignoring the others, Jiraiya's gaze locked onto the man standing not far behind Konan, his former comrade. His breath quickened as he turned back to Konan. You're here, then where are Nagato and Yahiko? Even now, he worried for his disciples, completely ignoring the danger surrounding him. Konan remained expressionless, her wings beating lightly. She had no intention of explaining anything. The gentle girl she once was had long since transformed. Her purpose now was to support Nagato's ideals. Yahiko was dead. Even if Nagato's path wasn't the right one, so what? Someone had to shoulder the dreams of those who had died. Kill him. A cold voice descended from above. Jiraiya followed the sound, and in his pupils appeared an orange-haired figure. Yahiko. Jiraiya froze. His former disciple was ordering his death. Why? What happened to them? Pain's command had been given. Akatsuki members rushed in from all sides. Konan, closest to him, struck first, her wing slicing through the air. It was a death trap closing in around him. Swish. A blade flashed. The encirclement shattered instantly. Hey, you self-proclaimed goddess of shit, who told you could lay a hand on my people? Boom. A thunderous impact shook the street as several figures landed around them. Every Akatsuki attack had been blocked. A black-haired man stood in front of Jiraiya, his sword raised, catching Konan's paper wing on its edge. That earlier insult, goddess of shit, had been spoken by him. At this moment, the first clash between Akatsuki and the Night Owl squad had begun. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, I have Kakuzu, I can slay the first Hokage. It's him. At the end of the path, the moment Tobi saw Hakenyoru, his body visibly trembled. Obito immediately took control, giving Zetsu a significant glance. Retreat. This place is no longer safe. Although he, too, harbored a deep hatred for Hakenyoru, after that fateful blow, he had understood one thing: unless Madara Uchiha was resurrected, there was no way he could ever defeat that man. He couldn't win. Truly, he couldn't win. On top of that, that man had the ability to seal off space itself. If they didn't retreat, they'd likely be killed instantly with a single strike. 5 years had passed, yet Obito's hatred for Hakenyoru only grew with each passing day. But equally, his fear of that man deepened. Without a doubt, when he saw him, Obito could tell the man had grown stronger. And not by a little. As space rippled, Obito retreated, ignoring the Akatsuki members. Zetsu, following suit, burrowed underground, leaving only half his head exposed as he observed. With Night Owl team blocking Jiraiya, the battlefield shifted dramatically. Shadows moved as the remaining Akatsuki members took position behind Konan. Only Devapath Pain stood at the summit, silently surveying the scene. The standoff began. On the left, Orochimaru, Biwa Hozuki, Sasori, Haiden, Kakuzu, and Konan, still struggling to flap her wings and disarm Yatsuhashi Sanpakuto, all stood in their matching fire cloud robes. Aside from Obito, who was fleeing, Zetsu, who was hidden, and Pain from above, the Akatsuki side had 6 members present. On the right, Konoha's Night Owl team stood in formation. In the front was Hakenyoru, with Itachi Uchiha and Shisui standing behind him. Their Sharingan swirled slowly. Guy was ready to open the 8 gates, and Kakashi had pulled back his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. Jiraiya, still recovering from the shock, watched the scene, breathing heavily. The Night Owl team and the Akatsuki were about to clash. I was wondering who the hell was so tough. A couple of kids and a few old guys. How strong could they possibly be? The strange silence was shattered. Haiden, carrying his triple-bladed scythe, let out a loud cry and strode over to his partner, Kakuzu. He then flashed a confident grin, patting Kakuzu on the shoulder. I've got Kakuzu here, together, we can slay the first Hokage. Instantly, all eyes turned to the undying duo. The oppressive tension in the air made Kakuzu's emerald eyes flicker from calm to confusion, and then to rage in the span of 3 seconds. That bastard. He glared at Haiden, practically boiling with the urge to kill him on the spot. When did I ever say I could slay the first Hokage? His body trembled slightly as Kakuzu struggled to keep his composure. Didn't you kill the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? Haiden froze for a moment. That can't be right, Kakuzu. You told me during a mission that you fought the first Hokage. And not long after, he died. Those were your exact words. Those were my exact words. But could you stop twisting the meaning? Kakuzu was fuming. He had indeed fought the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, once, and it was because of that encounter that he became a missing nin. That mission had been insane. Assassinate the first Hokage. Assassinate the man hailed as the god of shinobi. How could anyone pull that off? In reality, he had only thrown a single shuriken from a great distance. And because he was so nervous, he missed entirely. To cover up the failure, he had stolen a forbidden technique from his village and escaped, transforming into his current form. What crushed him the most was that just days after he escaped, the first Hokage had died. He had heard that Hashirama had succumbed to injuries from his battle with Madara Uchiha. The exact cause of death remains unknown, but the first Hokage truly did die. Had he waited just a few more days, he probably wouldn't have spent the rest of his life hiding like this. Alas, it was all fate. Now, with his immortality, the longer he lived, the more he realized how valuable money was. He had become a true miser. As for Haiden knowing this, it was merely him showing off to his comrades back then. After all, the first Hokage had been dead for years, and no one knew what actually happened. Alright then, heh. You go first. Sasori of the Red Sand took a step back willingly. With a man capable of going toe-to-toe with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, present, this fight probably had nothing to do with them. Hehe, you're something else, Kakuzu. Orochimaru also wisely took a step back. He was eager to see which of the two vessels he had been waiting for had grown stronger over the past 5 years. His greedy gaze fell on Hakenyoru and Itachi Uchiha. He unconsciously licked his lips, excitement written all over his face. As for Haiden, he was already happily pushing Kakuzu out. I have Admiral Kakuzu here, together, we can slay the first Hokage. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Kakuzu nervously swallowed and glanced over. That brat. Seems like he hasn't even noticed me. Though humiliating, the best course of action now is to stay still while the enemy moves. After all, the one facing that brat is Akatsuki's angel. He should hold out for a while, right? Konan, what's going on here? The standoff continued, but Jiraiya was clearly in pain. Being treated this way by a former student would be unbearable for anyone. He had saved them in their time of need, taught them ninjutsu. And this was the thanks he got. If Haken hadn't come to their aid, would he have died at the hands of his own disciples today? For the self-proclaimed, child of the prophecy, and guide to die by the hands of his disciples, what a joke. Now's not the time for such thoughts. As for Akatsuki, I'll explain everything once we're back. But right now, as a member of Night Owl team, pull yourself together. Haken tilted his head. The long blade embedded in Konan's shoulder trembled, its searing chakra beginning to burn her wings. At this moment, they were enemies. Shinra Tensei. A voice echoed through the air. Haken snapped his head up. Deva Path Pain's hand was already thrusting toward him. Disperse. A low shout rang out. At the command, the Night Owl team members immediately scattered. Yet, due to their long-honed synchronization, each one unconditionally trusted Haken's decision. Golden light erupted from Haken's body, shooting toward the heavens. A bizarre, colossal skeleton instantly shattered the Shinra Tensei, a technique inherent to the Rinnegan, and even launched a counterattack. Manifested defense of immeasurable spiritual power. Having unlocked over 50% of the first template, Haken was more than prepared for this move. The Oni's incredible strength didn't just lie in its terrifying swordsmanship, it also radiated an oppressive aura and unmatched physical might. How could a standard Shinra Tensei possibly break through such a defense? After the repulsion, Haken stood unmovable, like a mountain. Then, with a taunting gesture, he yanked Konan from the air and pulled her into his embrace, pinching her chin. Tell Nagato to hit harder. This old man is struggling. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, sorry, one world cannot accommodate two gods. Shinra Tensei ineffective? No, it doesn't seem ineffective. Pain above glanced at the crater on the ground next to Haken, created by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. To say it was ineffective would be inaccurate, it was more like the man had absorbed the lethal force of the repulsion with his own body. How could this be? A subtle shift flickered across Pain's rigid, deadpan face. Or rather, Nagato manipulated the muscles of his face using chakra receivers to convey Pain's surprise. Having lived in a state of multiple personalities for years, he could even command the 6 paths of Pain to speak to himself for amusement. Bancho Tenin. As if refusing to believe it, Pain extended his hand again. The immense gravitational pull locked onto Haken, but the man with a look of disdain only grew bolder. With one hand, he thrust his Zanpakuto into the ground. Then, right before Pain's eyes, he grabbed Konan by the throat. The gravitational force surged. But neither Haken nor Konan in his grasp moved an inch. Shinra Tensei and Bancho Tenin had absolutely no effect on this man. Immovable as a mountain. Only these 4 words could describe his state. What on earth was happening? Inside the control tower, Nagato's expression darkened. For the first time, these 2 techniques had no effect on a single person. Let me go. Held captive, Konan thrashed wildly. Though shocked by the man's immense strength, the feeling of being used as a hostage was unbearable. Quiet. Haken's pupils slowly contracted. His gaze, sharp as needles, pierced Konan's mind. Instantly, her body trembled, and she collapsed into Haken's embrace. What is spiritual pressure? It's oppression that comes from the soul. When the disparity in spiritual pressure is overwhelming, even a single glance can strip an opponent of their combat ability. To put it simply, it's similar to the Conqueror's Haki in the One Piece world, but far stronger. How could Konan's soul power possibly compare to that of a monster like Haken? When that soul-shaking force hit, she didn't even have the chance to resist before losing consciousness. Konan wasn't weak. But she met her fatal nemesis. Haken didn't give her any chance to use those 600 billion explosive tags. Here, a sack. Kurama on Haken's shoulder remained composed, only showing a flicker of surprise when he saw Pain's eyes earlier. The old man's eyes, they actually appeared. But Seems like the boss is a bit stronger. He swallowed hard, retrieved the stored scroll, pulled out the sack, and tossed it to Haken. This guy understands me better and better. Haken smiled faintly as he caught the sack, then stuffed Konan inside. His intention to spare her life was clear. Perhaps he was pondering her fate, or maybe he just felt a shortage of maids lately. Either way, Konan's capture was a success. She was a pitiable woman. Her comrades had died before her eyes, and having inherited Yahiko's will, she took the wrong path. Nagato's methods resembled Haken's, but their fates were destined to be completely different. Possessing the Rinnegan, Nagato saw himself as a god, unaware that the eyes he drained his life to wield were fundamentally different from his own innate power. Haken didn't know if that childhood kindness still lingered after the death of Nagato's comrades. He only knew that, of the two who shared his desire to unify the world by force, only one could survive. Though their methods were similar, Nagato's ideal was to create the ultimate weapon to intimidate the 5 great shinobi villages. Haken, on the other hand, sought unification. Intimidation versus unification, fundamentally, they were two very different concepts. You two, step back. Leave this village. I'll explain about Akatsuki once we're back. Glancing back, Haken soared into the sky, carrying Konan and the 9 tails. Should he send Shursue and Itachi to eliminate the Akatsuki members over there? No. It wasn't that he doubted Night Owl Team's abilities. Rather, fearing Jiraiya's demise during their journey, they had rushed without fully sharing intelligence. They had only shared information about Heiden's unique physiology. Of course, Night Owl Team wasn't outmatched by Akatsuki's forces. The only reason for leaving was that what Haken intended to do next might accidentally harm his comrades. Someone who can fly. The pain above froze in surprise. Those eyes clearly weren't Rinnegan, yet how was he floating in the air like himself? Shinra Tensei. Before summoning other pain bodies, Deva Path reached out again. The terrifying repulsive force surged toward Haken, but just like before, the boy's overwhelming golden spiritual pressure erupted once more, forcefully absorbing the Shinra Tensei. His forward momentum remained unaffected, and under Deva Path's stunned gaze, Haken grabbed his throat midair and flew upward. Twisting his body upside down, Haken locked eyes with Tendo, as if through a receiver, he could see Nagato hiding in some corner of a Megakure. Nagato, I hear you call yourself a god. Tendo remained silent, but the chakra within him started to grow increasingly unstable. The other 6 paths of pain were sealed within their coffins, leaving Tendo with an overwhelming concentration of chakra at this moment. Enough chakra to unleash the Super Shinra Tensei. Unfortunately, this technique required charging. Shaking his neck, Haken, now mounted on Deva Path in midair, flashed a savage grin. He knows my name. Nagato, hidden within a Megakure, narrowed his eyes. The members of Night Owl Team had already begun their rapid retreat. Noticing something amiss, Orochimaru also scrambled desperately in the opposite direction. Even as he ran, Mr. Snake couldn't help but glance back at the sky. Hurry! In a dimly lit room, accompanied by a swirling vortex, the masked Obito rushed toward Nagato. That heart-stopping power was returning. Obito's heart pounded violently. There was no mistake, it felt exactly like last time. If they didn't retreat now, it would be too late. The entire Megakure might be lost. It wasn't that he feared Nagato's death. Obito genuinely didn't want Madara's eyes to be destroyed like this. Nagato could die, but if the Rinnegan vanished, how would they summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path? How would they resurrect Madara? Finally, under Nagato's furious gaze, Obito recklessly seized Nagato's body and unleashed Kamui. Simultaneously, the oppressive atmosphere in the air surged once more. Sorry, Nagato. One world cannot hold 2 gods. I'm not Naruto, tolerating trash who attacks their own sensei, let alone forgiving them. 2 massive horns suddenly sprouted from Haken's forehead. Black-red light began to coalesce. Let me show you what a true god is. Grand Rei Siro. A low shout echoed into Nagato's mind as he teleported. The next instant, annihilation struck. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Night Owl, still the same Night Owl. This power. After the crimson-black beam engulfed the entire Megakure, the Nightingale squad, positioned farther away, turned to look back. Confusion and bewilderment clouded their eyes. There, an eerie vacuum had formed. Where was Megakure? Where were the buildings? Jiraiya opened his mouth, but no words came out. Megakure had vanished. Beside him, Itachi gave a bitter smile and shook his head. He had seen Ken-san use this technique before, but he never imagined that, after 5 years, Kensuke had grown this powerful. The gap between them was widening. The confusion in his eyes flickered briefly before fading. Itachi was now pondering what Kensuke meant by special training. It was the training to unlock the Mangekyo. Kisame had mentioned this once before. He'd have to talk to Ken-san about it once they returned to the village. Because of Haken's presence, Itachi couldn't witness Shisui jumping into the river and unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan. That was why Itachi's strength had hit a plateau. To break through, he had to focus on his eyes. Based on Haken's conjecture, the trigger for awakening the Mangekyo lay in stimulation, and he already had a plan for that. A figure plummeted straight down from the sky. Shouldering Konan, Haken turned to survey his handiwork. White Hollow form. A power unlocked when the White Hollow template reached 40% completion. Though not yet the full destructive force of complete hollowification, its might was already staggering. From this day forward, a Megakure is erased from the ninja world. 5 years later, Konoha had not forgotten its vow. Touch my people, and you pay the price. As for Konan, it wasn't lust or favoritism, he had other uses for her. Return to the village. After one final glance at a Megakure, Haken turned and departed with Yako, Nagato and Obito. He did sense spatial fluctuations at the last moment, but his target was Akatsuki's headquarters alone. Dead is dead. If they're still alive, he'll finish them off later when he sees them. 2 crawling insects, no threat whatsoever to Haken. In time, he would journey to the moon to meet Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, to understand what the Ōtsutsuki clan truly was. And the so-called Ōtsutsuki style, along with the other 10 tails. Once he knew everything, those 2 would no longer hold any necessity or value. Uzumaki goddess. Wonder what kind of woman she is. Shaking his head, the group vanished beyond the borders of a Megakure. White Zetsu. Give me White Zetsu. In a gloomy cave, the deranged Obito writhed in agony on the bed. Beside him, Nagato lay unconscious in a chair. The activation speed of the single-eyes Kamui was still somewhat slow. Thankfully, before the Zero descended, Obito had managed to transfer most of his body. Unfortunately, his body sustained fresh wounds. The combination of old and new injuries nearly killed him instantly. His soul was wounded again. But with the knowledge from his previous experience, Obito immediately ordered White Zetsu to merge with him, whether it was his body or his soul, he needed to devour them to survive. The cost, however, was devastating. If it hadn't been for the last shred of stubbornness inside him refusing to be consumed, Obito would have likely become a schizophrenic symbiosis of multiple souls. Pain was inevitable. That feeling of souls tearing at each other was not something most could endure. Only someone who could withstand even the 10 tails devouring his will could survive this. As for Nagato, he had lost only his legs, but the agony of his soul being cleaved still knocked him out. On the ground, Black Zetsu, with only his head exposed, observed this and fell into deep thought. Who exactly was that kid? He had withstood Shinra Tensei, ignored Bancho Tenin. He could even fly. Not relying on speed or strength for a leap, but true flight. At the final moment, Black Zetsu saw it clearly, that kid had been suspended in midair, gripping Devapath's neck. How was that possible? A man without a drop of Ōtsutsuki blood had such terrifying combat prowess. By what right? Black Zetsu couldn't understand. He only knew that this man's existence had severely disrupted the execution of their plan. Glancing at Nagato's body, Black Zetsu felt a deep sense of confusion. If this continued, they might have to revive Madara prematurely. But now didn't seem like the right time. Better to wait until Obito regained consciousness before deciding. Sinking into the earth, Black Zetsu vanished. In the empty cave, only the pained, wailing Obito and the unconscious, occasionally twitching Nagato remained. You're back. At the entrance to Konoha village, the familiar purple-haired girl waited. When she saw several figures land before her, she finally exhaled in relief. That bastard. We agreed it would be tonight. Yet he suddenly went on a mission. Good thing he's back, or all my preparations would have been wasted. Approaching Haken, the sharp-eyed woman glanced at the sack slung over his shoulder, her gaze turning dangerous. Her instincts screamed that it contained prey of the same gender as herself. Just prey. Haken chuckled and tossed the sack to Jiraiya. This was his student. Once Konan regained consciousness, she and Jiraiya would have much to discuss. He wasn't worried Konan would go berserk upon learning of Amagekyu's destruction and start causing chaos with Deidara's explosive art in Konoha. The Night Owl's elite could easily seal her chakra. I'm not jealous. Pouting, Yugao Yuzuki grabbed Haken's arm. Jealous. She scoffed. Like I could even handle that. Forget the village girls, even Kurina Yui, and your sweet-toothed sister, they always looked at you like they wanted to devour you whole. She needed to keep her perspective straight. Yugao Yuzuki simply didn't want unfamiliar women encroaching on her territory. Being sensible was a quality every respectable woman should have. Even if she had to ask, this wasn't the place for it. Let's go. We've wasted some time. The Ninja Academy should be letting out soon. I think I promised Naruto I'd treat him to ramen if he got first place at the academy. Haken glanced at his watch. Well, tied for first is still first. He smiled. If I don't treat him to ramen, Naruto's personality guarantees he'll call me a liar. Bringing Jiraiya back to the village had taken some time, but no one in the ninja world could have imagined that in such a short span, a Megakure had ceased to exist. Night Owl, still the same Night Owl. As formidable as ever. They arrived at the entrance of the ninja academy just as two squabbling kids came out, muttering curses under their breath. But the moment they spotted Hakken, their expressions changed instantly. They rushed forward and bowed deeply. Hakken brother. Master. Smack. Fuck you, Hakken brother. Hakken's mouth twitched violently, barely holding back the urge to kick the brat flying with a single kick. The surrounding children, drawn by the unusual scene, turned their gaze toward them. The new generation of Konoha. Hakken gave them a faint smile before turning away with the girl and his two younger brothers. But this man, who had redefined the very meaning of cool, had no idea what kind of effect that smile would have. Only Uchiha sighed softly, nestling closer into the man's embrace. The age threshold for rivals in love was about to be lowered once more. Chapter 154, Konohagakure, all of its legends are about him. Within Konohagakure, the expanded village layout is remarkably clear-cut. Viewed from above, this zoning system makes the entire settlement appear exceptionally orderly. The village resembles a well-oiled machine. At its core, the Hokage building and administrative offices function as the beating heart and lungs, pumping vitality and energy throughout the village. Surrounding the Hokage building were the vital military, research, and medical departments. Looking outwards, one would see residential districts stretching out in rows. The food street, entertainment district, and the military supply department selling ninja gear were divided into 3 elliptical streets. This layout ensures convenient travel while keeping all necessary facilities within easy reach. Thus, modern Konoha avoids the jarring sight of weapon shops next to snack stands. The contrast is stark. Right now, Hakken stood with Sasuke and Naruto, along with the girl clutching his arm, at Ichiraku Ramen in the food district. Hakken rarely visited this shop before, his indestructible stomach meant he had little appetite for gourmet fare. But ever since Naruto became more aware, he'd recalled this weathered yet steadfast Ramen Ichiraku. He'd even made that silly move of staring curiously at the squinting eyes of Tuchi, the old man. Well, seems, Ōtsutsuki Ichiraku's was just a meme after all. Still, their noodles were pretty good. Especially when eating, catching sight of Ayam's delicate face always added a special flavor. She's grown up. A bit early, perhaps. But fully functional now. Hakken's mindset had shifted slightly. Take the mixed bathing the girl beside him mentioned, his thoughts were now oddly twisted, even tinged with a hint of anticipation. Hey, kid, ever seen a fox grow up eating noodles? On the table, the now plus Kurama, having grown 3 times its original size, was leaning against it, swaying its tail. Suddenly, a steaming bowl of noodles was pushed in front of it. What's that supposed to mean? Why can't a fox eat noodles? The carefree Naruto didn't see anything wrong with his actions. Sharing what little he had with his companions felt like the natural thing to do. Especially since it was his favorite ramen. Kurama, this mystical fox that had appeared by his side since birth, had long been considered family. This brat. Kurama snorted coldly and pushed the ramen back untouched. He vaguely recalled those days, just days after being captured by Hakken. The words spoken to him then. Separate your yin-yang chakra and seal it within Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki. Help them grow stronger. For now, it remains an observation phase. Hakken had said that even sealed, it could still come out to play. But the feeling was still odd. The thought that someday, it might end up competing with itself for sake made Kurama feel uneasy. Still, this little brat was pretty dull. Too lazy to bother with Naruto, Kurama snatched Hakken's gourd, took a swig, then produced a packet of spicy strips from who knows where and shoved it into his mouth. Huff. This fiery sensation, now that's a fox's life. Spicy strips weren't something Kurama cared about originally. But out of curiosity, he dipped into his secret stash to buy a few packets and try them. After all, it was something developed by Hakken, it couldn't be too bad. Yet from that day on, it became his absolute favorite. Well, couldn't this kid tell? You think this old fox would perch so steadily on just anyone's shoulder? Glancing at Hakken, Kurama took another melancholy sip of sake and sighed softly. In this old fox's heart, you're probably still the most perfect Jinchuriki. Too bad you're just a bit too damn strong. Ugh. The ramen shop's atmosphere remained unchanged. Before he knew it, an egg appeared in his bowl. Needless to say, it was from Uchiha. Simple affection, devoid of grand gestures or heart-wrenching drama. Yet it was precisely the hardest to come by. Smiling, Hakken popped the egg into his mouth. Of course, you'll never truly understand a woman's mind. Nor could he fathom what she was thinking at that moment. He'd heard eggs were rich in protein, good for replenishing something. That tidbit, his mother had whispered to him in secret. Yugao clenched her tiny fist, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Perhaps she herself hadn't yet grasped the immense pressure of being the chosen partner of the most exceptional man. But her parents were constantly on edge. Their son-in-law was the hero who had saved Konoha from ruin. He held immense power and influence, possessing all the rights reserved for the Hokage. Having their daughter with such a man placed immense pressure on her parents. They wished for her happiness yet feared other women's covetous eyes, making early education crucial. Especially the conversation between Yugao Uzuki's mother and daughter the day before, words only spoken at a daughter's wedding. It brought Yugao Uzuki to sudden realization. Protein. What exactly was it for? Could you eat it? On the first day of school, Irika, the homeroom chunin, was thoroughly dedicated to his duties. Certain bonds need to be cultivated from a young age, helping children recognize their peers and become less withdrawn. To foster these connections, he decided to take the entire class to the food street for grilled meat. Unfortunately, the two geniuses dashed off faster than anyone else the moment class ended, impossible to stop. So, Irika could only bring the other students to the food street. Unexpectedly, a figure sitting by the entrance of Ramen Ichiraku instantly captured the attention of all the children. Long, flowing black hair, a gentle face currently ruffling Naruto's hair. A black long katana slung at the waist, accompanied by an adorable fox that never left his side. It was that great man. Would such an important figure really accompany his younger brother to eat ramen? Ordinary people always find the lives of those above them inexplicable. They even perceive everything about them as profoundly mysterious. Yet, once the veil was lifted, he was so approachable. Especially the gentle smile, nothing like the cold-blooded legend they'd heard of. Sensei Irika, is that person Naruto's Nisan? A child from a commoner family pointed curiously at Hakenyoru. Just as he spoke, Niji, Tenten, and Lee at the back of the line instantly looked up. They had stumbled upon Irika's group by chance, merely stopping for dinner. Naruto's older brother. Recalling how this boy had loudly declared during introductions that he would surpass his brother and become Hokage someday, Irika smiled. Yes, that's him. Huh? Is Naruto's Nisan really that amazing? Another student asked curiously. Not everyone understood what the words, Naruto's Nisan, truly meant. To them, the name, Konoha's Kenpachi, might ring a bell, but those heroic deeds always felt distant and unreachable. More than just formidable. Niji suddenly spoke up. Formidable doesn't even begin to describe that man. Seeming somewhat agitated, Niji took a deep breath. Because everything you see within Konohagakure village is his legend. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, if one day, I can earn your recognition. Hakenyoru. The man known as Konoha's Kenpachi. You may have seen his name on that wall of honor, but the deeds inscribed there are far from complete. Father once told me that without him, Konoha would likely still be shrouded in the gloom following the Third Shinobi World War. Naruto's Nisan is Konoha's Kenpachi. The student stared in astonishment at the men in the distance, his face radiating gentleness. They'd heard Konoha's Kenpachi had blood on his hands, yet he looked nothing like that now. Though they'd seen him once during the entrance exams, this close encounter made it feel somewhat unreal. That man, who seemed like a god high above, was actually living among them. At just 6 years old, he graduated early alongside Itachi Uchiha. From that day onward, he became Itachi Uchiha's guiding light. He infiltrated enemy territory, captured the Two Tails Jinchuriki alive, and severely wounded the Eight Tails. That same year, he captured the invading Raikage, turning him into a bargaining chip at the negotiating table to expand Konoha's borders. Upon joining ANBU, he transformed the once shadowy division into a revered organization everyone aspired to join. He made the entire ninja world aware of Konoha ANBU's terror, even forcing the Kage of Sunagakure and Iwagakure to come to Konoha personally to apologize. The Night Owls he founded were hailed as the elite of the elite. Any ninja plucked from their ranks possessed terrifying strength. That is also the place I have pursued my entire life. Having spoken in one breath, Niji stroked his forehead. Konoha's Kenpachi. A hero who truly deserved the title. Perhaps when one is still a child, they don't remember what happens, because at that age, they simply don't retain memories. But there was one thing Niji never forgot, from childhood to adulthood. That year, his father carried him to Konoha's central plaza. He witnessed the black light piercing the clouds as it shot skyward. The image of that man raising his sword to challenge the heavens was etched into his soul, just like the caged bird on his forehead. Everything he did was for the village. The man father held in the highest esteem. Father had also said he could change his own destiny. But changing destiny required earning the other's recognition. No one would waste effort on a worthless fool. The children around him fell silent as they listened to Niji's words. It was hard to imagine that a man barely 5 or 6 years older than them had achieved such monumental feats for Konoha. Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hinata, Haruno Sakura, Tenten, Konoha's little toughas, and the other children stared intently at that man. The shock in their hearts was beyond measure. Perhaps only a man like this could be a true hero. The men who had already redefined the very concept of cool now added countless new halos to their impression of him. Especially the gentle grace that flowed so naturally from his every gesture. There was no doubt about it, the idol of Konoha's younger generation had been firmly established. What's most admirable is that I've never heard him brag about his so-called heroic deeds, nor have I seen him flaunt those accomplishments. That kind of modesty is truly admirable. Irika beside him sighed deeply. Indeed. If an ordinary person, let alone a teenager, had achieved such feats, they'd likely be floating on air by now. Even if they were arrogant, it would be well-deserved. Yet this man continued living an ordinary life, quietly doing all sorts of things to strengthen Konoha. Take the current structure of Konoha, for instance, it was all his blueprint. Such a man is truly worthy of the deepest respect. Once, a phrase slipped out from the Hakken Yoro, uttered by none other than Hakken. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't some classified secret. Just an ordinary remark, one Irika still holds as his personal motto to this day. What truly changes the world is never a few words spoken, but action. A phrase revered as a classic. What good are endless words? Only action reveals one's true thoughts. Just like now, Irika, to express his love and care for his students, would rather dip into his savings to treat everyone to a meal, all to understand each child's heart. This is what makes a qualified master. Of course, this might not resonate much with Naruto. But even with Naruto, he only unleashed his verbal jabs after being thoroughly defeated by you, that's the crucial point. For someone he couldn't beat, Naruto wouldn't just say, I get you, you're my friend. That's utterly unrealistic. As Neji said, he is a living legend. And his legend has only just begun. No one knows where this ultimate legend will end, just watch with your eyes and feel with your heart. As if sensing the gazes upon him, Hakken turned his head in curiosity. The new generation of Konoha. Without a doubt, they would be the ones to inherit the will of the older generation in the future. Witnessing their growth firsthand brought a sense of satisfaction to Hakken, who nodded at them. At that moment, the young ninjas were overcome with excitement. That legendary man had actually nodded at them. This encouragement was precisely what they needed. Suddenly, a figure pushed through the crowd from behind. Neji. Lee reached out, but ultimately held back from stopping him. He had wanted to say that such a figure wasn't someone you could easily speak to them, the legend embodied Konoha's glory. But then Lee suddenly recalled the words spoken by that all-member, his own senior, Guy, during their training in the forest. Though Lee hadn't graduated yet, Guy could only be considered his senior, but Lee already regarded him as his master. Hakken-sama. Perhaps you don't understand now, but when you grow up, you'll realize that if light exists within your heart, you won't be drawn to that person unconsciously. This was Guy's assessment. Drawn unconsciously. Lee nodded to Neji. Step by step, as if summoning every ounce of courage, he stood before Hakken. Hyuga Neji. Gazing at the youth before him, Hakken felt a flicker of confusion, yet his eyes also held a trace of regret. No matter how he looked at it, Neji shouldn't have perished at the Ten-Tails' hands. Because, you called me a genius. These were the last words he left behind in the original story. Hakken-sama. Suddenly, Neji dropped to one knee, his face etched with intense determination as he summoned his courage once more. If one day, I could earn your approval. His words were cut off. A hand rested on Neji's forehead. Lifting his gaze, he saw Hakken's gentle smile reflected in Neji's white pupils. Between men, words are unnecessary. I understand. Until that day comes, I will wait for you. Chapter 156, Naruto and Sasuke, different answers. Bro, who was that guy? The brief encounter at the ramen shop had ended, and Hakken was now leading his disciple and younger brother toward the training grounds. Yugao Yuzuki had left a parting remark, meet me at the usual spot, before dashing off. On the way, Naruto suddenly asked. That person, of course, referred to Neji Hyuga. The courage it took to approach Aniki and say those words had piqued Naruto's curiosity. He also didn't quite understand the meaning behind their conversation. Gaining recognition. What comes after that recognition? Naruto was eager to know. Hakken looked at Naruto, thinking to himself. Indeed, teaching a younger brother had to start early. Naruto's stubborn nature remained unchanged, but that also meant his saintly tendencies would persist. And that kind of excessive saintliness wasn't necessarily a good thing. His name is Hyuga Neji. A man who defied his fate. After a moment's thought, Hakken sighed. The tragedy of the Hyuga clan, the Hyuga Hina who was fated to die in the original story still lived on. Yet, the unfair treatment between the branch and main houses, and the lingering wound of being the caged bird, remained a burden for the branch house. Protecting the main house was their duty, but they were also part of Konoha, and neglecting the village while placing the burden of protection solely on the main house was fundamentally flawed. This mindset was misguided. Even Fugaku didn't possess such narrow-mindedness. If Konoha were attacked, could the main house really stay behind? They would stand together. Thus, at its core, this system was inherently contradictory. Even without the incident where his father took the place of Hyuga Hayashi in death, Niji still yearned to defy fate. Seeing Naruto's bewildered expression, Haken patted his cheek. Alright, let me give you an analogy. After the Third Shinobi World War, when Konoha had lost all its elite combat strength, Kumogakure suddenly arrived to negotiate. They resorted to underhanded tactics, attempting to force Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the main branch, to his death. But this was precisely when the mission of the Hyuga clan's branch became clear. To protect the main house's bloodline, Hyuga Niji, Hayashi's younger brother, took his Nisan's place and died. Hyuga Niji, the son of Hyuga Niji, grew up feeling utterly despairing at the unfairness of this fate. If it were you, Naruto, how would you view such a situation? After briefly outlining the original storyline, Haken stared into Naruto's eyes, waiting for his response. But what he found somewhat disappointing was inevitable. Naruto, who never delved into deeper meanings, blurted out his answer directly. Help Naruto change the Hyuga clan's fate. Once I become Hokage, I'll abolish the main house and branch house system. A resolute statement, the exact words Naruto uttered after defeating Niji in the original story. But this wasn't the answer Haken wanted. One more chance. Consider this from Konoha's perspective. He flicked Naruto's forehead playfully before continuing. Alas, Naruto still couldn't think of any other solutions. I think, even hypothetically, Konoha accepting that kind of coercion is fundamentally flawed. It doesn't even align with the creed our master taught us, attack Konoha, and we will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Sasuke suddenly spoke up from beside him. From Konoha's perspective, the Hyuga clan is part of the village. Sacrificing a comrade to buy peace, what good is such peace if it comes at that cost? Protect your comrades with everything you've got, never surrender even unto death. Exactly. That's the spirit Konoha possesses now. Haken nodded. But if war comes, so many will die. Plus, Aniki said Konoha's elite combat strength is already depleted, Naruto countered. Both points were valid, but Haken leaned more towards Sasuke's response. Naruto, remember this. If that day truly comes, think of the Hyuga clan. Changing the Hyuga clan's future fate may be easy, but you owe an explanation to those Hyuga who died. And even if you alter their mission, sparing the branch clan from sacrificing for the main house, if the same tragedy repeats, would you sacrifice the true clan head of the main house? This was a profound question. In the original story, Naruto did become Hokage and abolish the main and branch family system. But if the same situation happened again, what choice would he make then? As Hokage, if he couldn't protect the entire village's citizens, what right did he have to keep proclaiming he wouldn't let his comrades get hurt? Well, you're still young. I hope you'll give me a better answer someday. Shaking his head, Haken sighed. After all, they weren't Itachi. It was impossible for them to think like the Hokage at just 6 or 7 years old. And even Itachi himself carried significant inner conflict. He had already made his decision regarding Niji. Since his father was still alive, changing the Hyuga clan's current situation required even greater resolve. The strength of that resolve lay within Niji himself. If he possessed that fighting spirit, Haken could lend a hand. If not, Haken couldn't be bothered with the clan's traditions. To gain, one must give. After all, it was their clan's affair. The Hyuga had survived this long under this system, proof enough that while the branch family system was cruel, it worked. But if Niji truly reached that point, fully demonstrating his resolve, Haken was confident he could change Hyuga Hayashi's mind. Not through force, but by winning their hearts. Daily training commenced. This was the routine for the two younger brothers. Much like himself and Itachi in the past, one throwing shuriken, the other parrying with his katana. The difference was they switched roles after a short while. This unique training method meant these two were also the successors to Haken and Itachi. Time passed in the fullness of their training. Before they knew it, night had quietly descended. After sending the two youngsters home, Haken arrived at a familiar spot. It was still the swing by the entrance of the ninja academy. A purple-haired girl sat there in a kimono, waiting with dignified composure. Seeing her dressed so formally for the first time, a flicker of admiration crossed Haken's eyes. She had always projected an image of efficiency and carefree spirit. Yet today, the pale pink kimono paired with her violet hair grew more captivating the longer he looked. Lifting her from the swing in his arms, her words murmured into Haken's ear. This dress. It was mother's wedding kimono. I altered the size. A wedding kimono. Haken gently smoothed her long hair. Her straight, jet-black locks remained as captivating as ever. Ken. Go take a bath. I've prepared everything. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Orochimaru and Tobi's collaboration, he is the perfect vessel. Night descended over the land. Within the unassuming territory of a minor nation in the ninja world, a peculiar village stood out like a sore thumb. Space and earth pulsed simultaneously. Two figures materialized in the spot. By your account, Orochimaru must have laid the groundwork for his exit from Akatsuki long ago. The standing figure still appeared somewhat disjointed, with its mask trembling violently with each word. Logically, after having half of his body obliterated by a Gran Ray Sira once again, he should be focusing on healing his soul. But there was no time to waste. If he didn't come now, the one borrowing the Rinnegan might not fulfill his final purpose. That purpose wasn't to revive Madara Uchiha. It was to make him use his last resort to take revenge on Konoha. Obito believed that once Nagato learned Konan had been captured, he would stop at nothing to exact vengeance on that brat. Therefore, keeping him alive would prove invaluable. Correct. He bribed the daimyo of the land of rice fields and established his own village. Otogekure. Black Zetsu's voice, hoarse and raspy, emerged from the ground where only his head was visible. The Akatsuki organization was now little more than a hollow shell. They couldn't care less about the others' fates, nor did they have the time. But Orochimaru's usefulness was immense. Let's go. Talk to him. If that fails, use force. Forcing down the discomfort within him, Obito once again activated Kamui. This time, guided by Obito, he entered the underground laboratory of Otogekure without any concealment. When he reappeared, Orochimaru stared at them in shock. His lair had been discovered. And infiltrated so effortlessly, without him noticing a thing. As expected of you, Uchiha. Madara Uchiha. To find your way here. Well, how should I put it? Though you're an unexpected guest, I'm still not pleased. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as Orochimaru's voice grew icy. Otogekure was the embodiment of his life's work. In this world, who the hell didn't dream of becoming Hokage? This village was his unfulfilled dream. Conducting research, free from anyone nagging him. One could say he transferred all the regrets he left behind in Konoha onto this small ninja village. For no other reason than to show that foolish teacher of his, to prove he had the talent to govern a village. Once, he hadn't disdained becoming the fourth Hokage. Alas, Sarutobi ultimately chose Minato. That regret haunted him for life. From that day on, he stepped into the shadows, choosing to live forever to witness Konoha's ultimate fate. And the appearance of that brat gave him a new perspective. If he wanted to negate the past, then he would destroy it completely. Having inherited Danzo's entire legacy, the remnants of Hashirama Senju cells, various experimental data, and more, his ambition reignited. Since Akatsuki was no longer viable, he would return to brew his own storm. Orochimaru was a man utterly disinterested in wars not of his own making. But now, these two had appeared. It seemed his peaceful existence was about to end. Don't be nervous. I'm here to talk. If possible, we could work together, Obito said calmly. Sorry, but I really have nothing to talk about with you, came the sharp reply. Your eyes, though. With a flick of his hand, Orochimaru's monstrous tongue lunged toward Obito's body. As expected, the attack missed. Spatial ninjutsu. Just as troublesome as Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru was a cold-blooded lord who had slaughtered countless lives during the Second Shinobi World War. He had faced the onslaught of the Land of the Wind ninjas with unflinching composure during the Third. A probing attack like that missing its mark held no surprise for him. With countless trump cards up his sleeve, he didn't even regard these two as threats. I'll say it again, Obito's voice was thick with rage and struggle. I'm only here to talk. His body twitched unnaturally. No counterattack. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh. Just as he suspected, this Madara Uchiha was undoubtedly an impostor. The real Madara would have launched a forced attack long ago if provoked like this. Yet this one, though visibly enraged, maintained a cooperative stance. Gradually calming, Orochimaru nodded. I don't know what you want me to do, or what you can offer me. Beyond the Rinnegan of Akatsuki's leader, Orochimaru felt he needed nothing else. A massive quantity of Hashirama Senju cells. Obito declared. To repair a person. But the next moment, Orochimaru's pupils contracted. Senju Hashirama cells. This was the most scarce resource in his current research. Though he'd inherited many preserved cells from Danzo, using them to enhance his toys felt wasteful. Those toys were meant for attacking Konoha, proving his worth to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. To strengthen those toys required Senju Hashirama cells. He'd already found the vessel for his toys. The impure world reincarnation was also being further refined. With enough time, he could unleash the true reincarnation technique upon Konoha. Meet the third. And that brat. That perfect vessel. But not Itachi Uchiha, Haken. Perhaps Akatsuki's final glimpse allowed Orochimaru to glimpse something beyond chakra. That formidable attack in the body that withstood Shinra Tensei head-on, wasn't that the perfect vessel he needed? I think we can have a good chat now, Orochimaru said, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Whatever he lacked, someone would deliver. For the first time, the world looked so beautiful through his eyes. Orochimaru nodded, and Obito exhaled in relief. Hashirama Senju's cells. To Obito, that stuff had been cultivated countless times using the demonic statue of the outer path. It wasn't a scarce commodity at all. What was certain was that both parties shared a common goal. Cooperation didn't seem too difficult. Can you get out? Thanks. Konoha, mixed-gender hot spring bath. Haken held a purple-haired girl in his arms. Soaking in the hot spring, she was naturally in her natural state, clean and unadorned. Purple and black hair tangled together on the water's surface. And just now, it had been a last-minute kick. But the one kicked out wasn't Haken. Instead, it was that infuriating woman in front of him, fierce and aggressive, clutching a bottle of sake and drinking it down. She kicked open the private room door and jumped straight down. A woman whose double-lamp figure was disproportionate to her stature. Why? Can't I soak in the private room my apprentice booked? Tsunade gave a cold laugh, slapped the water's surface, and sprayed droplets all over Haken's face. I have business to attend to. Don't push me. Haken's eyes turned bloodshot as he stood up straight from the hot spring. At that moment, Tsunade froze. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Spoils of War, Akatsuki's White Tiger. The beautiful night was ultimately ruined by that old woman. Walking through the streets of Konoha, Haken let out a long sigh. The flames of frustration within him were truly hard to suppress. There was nothing to be done about it. Tsunade had arrived at just the right moment, though she probably hadn't expected Haken and Yugao to be so bold. In the end, he hadn't done anything strange in front of Tsunade. That was a show of respect for the young girl. He glanced at his right hand, then at the bulging bulge of his pants, lost in thought. Tsunade, that old hag, had taken Yugao away. She'd used her master's tone, no less. Yes, to ensure that his precious girl had enough combat strength and to give her a little confidence to catch up with him. That's why Haken had asked Tsunade to take her on as a disciple. What surprised him, though, was that Yugao's talent had truly blossomed. Recently, she'd been experimenting with infusing her brute strength into her chakra sword. It was a dangerous idea, but with Tsunade watching over her, there was no need to worry. The most important thing, however, was that Haken was still hoping to pry the Een seal out of Tsunade. Just think of Tsunade, still youthful and radiant in Boruto, and you'll understand Haken's true goal. When your wife remains as beautiful in her 70s as she was in her youth, driving such a vehicle, it would surely offer a unique experience. Haken looked down, drawing in a deep breath. But in this state, going straight home would likely lead to trouble. Anko habitually slept in her own bed. Though it was quite thrilling. Hand. Impossible. Konoha just so happened to have a pitiful woman who needed a lesson. Shaking his hand, Haken let out a cold laugh and strode forward. Megakure, gone. In a side courtyard near the ANBU quarters, deep within Konoha's heart, Jiraiya sighed. Before him stood his former student. After regaining her composure, she had been informed of the current state of Megakure. A vacuum zone. Not a trace of its former existence remained. A physical disappearance. Jiraiya understood that this blow would be massive for Konan. Yet, the reality was that she would have to learn to bear it all. Otherwise, she would have no place in Konoha moving forward. Though it was harsh. Sighing again, Jiraiya, who had initially wanted to talk with Konan, found himself at a loss. How could he bring it up? She had been staring vacantly, tears streaming down her face, before uttering the words, Megakure is gone. Haken's actions had been extreme, yes. But he must have had his reasons. Having come to believe that the child of the prophecy was Haken, Jiraiya could no longer deny the truth of Haken's actions. After all, he had eyes. He could see the changes in Konoha, and how both the villagers and the ninjas valued their lives here more than ever. Moreover, the Night Owl team had only ended up in Megakure because Jiraiya had infiltrated it without authorization. If anyone was to blame, it was likely his responsibility that things had gone this far. So, in this matter, whether it was pleading for mercy or dealing with the aftermath, he had no authority to speak. Jiraiya understood that much. I'll handle this. A figure landed in the courtyard. In the darkness, the crimson glow in his eyes instantly confirmed his identity to Konan, who immediately lunged forward. I'll kill you. Her home was gone. The Akatsuki organization, built over more than a decade, was gone. Her only companion's fate was unknown. But most likely, he was already dead. No one could bear such an outcome. Consumed by despair, Konan only wanted to find her enemy and die with him. But as she tried to summon her chakra to activate the dance of the Shikigami, her body suddenly went limp, collapsing straight into Haken's arms. How strong was Shirsue's genjutsu? Strong enough to alter the will of someone with a Mangekyo Sharingan. After returning to Konoha, Haken had specifically asked Shirsue to reinforce the genjutsu. The conditions for triggering this genjutsu were strange and twisted. Its goal: destruction. And the first to be destroyed could only be herself. Yet the process of destruction was something that Haken savored. This, too, was the reason he was here. You may leave now. Haken glanced at Jiraiya, then hoisted Konan onto his shoulder and entered the room. Hand her over to him. Jiraiya shook his head and turned away. How Haken dealt with Konan was beyond his control. Stay and eavesdrop. No. With that little brat's perception, being discovered would only make things worse. Dawn. A ray of sunlight streamed into the room, falling upon Konan's face, filled with despair and rage. She had fallen victim to an illusion. And not just once or twice. After the engine's humming began, she had regained her senses. But as she reignited the fiery anger in her heart, wanting to use her ninjutsu to eliminate the men before her, the illusion struck again. This time, it was even stronger. This time, she was the one who had initiated it. Shame. In her despair, she wanted to kill herself. But the genjutsu's effect struck again. Suicide attempt failed. Murder attempt failed. She had lost the most important thing. Even now, she leaned weakly against his shoulder, appearing utterly submissive. Is this still me? A flood of insane images in her mind shocked her. I am Akatsuki's angel. A messenger of the gods. Why would I do such a thing? Finally, her gaze turned to the men beside her. The feeling of seething hatred with nowhere to release it was suffocating. Don't look at me like that. Haken snapped his eyes open, grabbed the sake gourd beside him, and took a large gulp. Shirsue's genjutsu was just too powerful. Thankfully. His body was solid, and his physical constitution was practically ironclad. So this kind of consumption wasn't too bad. He dealt with the problem left by Tsunade last night. Haken felt it was time for a proper conversation. I will kill you. Konan had calmed, the hatred now buried deep in her eyes. Since it was an illusion, there had to be a way to break it. Though she'd tried disrupting her chakra countless times, it still hadn't worked. But every technique has its weakness, that much was certain. Once she recovered, those 600 billion explosive tags would be delivered to Konoha without fail. But Haken had already read her mind. Gripping her chin with one hand, Haken smiled. Behave yourself, Byako. The woman truly lived up to her name, sometimes a title fit its bearer perfectly. Akatsuki's Byako was indeed a white tiger. To repay your dutiful service, I'll share some truths. Like whose eyes Nagato Uzumaki truly possesses. Or who exploited that pitiful soul. His gaze fixed on Konan as she stared at him in shock, and Haken wore an amused smile. Interested? Then fall for one more genjutsu. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Live well, Kakashi, you don't owe anyone anything. You're not human. It was already noon. Konan's breathing was extremely unstable as she collapsed weakly onto the bamboo mat. You're not human at all. I'm the first. You must know this. Her face flushed crimson, but Konan ultimately couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. Sorry, me too. Haken gave her a calm glance. She hadn't needed to push herself this far, but the moment she snapped out of the genjutsu, she'd been consumed by the urge to take Haken down with her. Only now, after escaping the genjutsu, did she finally abandon those suicidal and murderous thoughts. Or rather, she simply lacked the strength left. Had she not been driven by the need to uncover the truth behind Nagato's eyes, she likely would have collapsed unconscious. Pure willpower alone had sustained her through that entire series of high-difficulty maneuvers. And mind you, I was only responsible for lying down the whole time. Are you trying to kill me with words? Konan's breath came in gasps. She seemed so refined before, how did she turn into such a scoundrel here? All right. He sprang to his feet, his black martial arts uniform already draped over Haken. The sake flask and katana hung at his waist. His gaze shifted from the playful amusement of 27 back to its usual state. Such things never affected him. Yahiko's death was a conspiracy. Leaning against his daughter's shoulder, Haken inhaled the scent of an unfamiliar shampoo before uttering a single sentence and turning to leave. Yahiko's death was a conspiracy. Konan's pupils contracted sharply. A buzzing sensation nearly sent her reeling into unconsciousness. Her comrade's death had always been a wound in her heart. It was precisely because she had killed Yuhiko with her own hands that Nagato had become the tormented shell he was today. That's all. Eager to hear more, Conan disregarded her disheveled nightgown and grabbed Haken's hand, urging him to continue. Rest well. Your attitude in serving me over the next 3 days will determine whether I continue. Haken smiled gently, running his fingers through Conan's pale blue hair. If one day you can be mindful without needing genjutsu, I'll tell you everything. You're not human at all. A furious cry, and Conan collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. Shaking his head, Haken tucked the blanket around her before turning away. The process of reduction takes time. Genjutsu would fade someday. Haken's plan was to completely eradicate the other's thoughts of self-destruction before that day came. As for the truth, anticipation was essential. What if hearing it only deepened her despair? Essentially, she wasn't evil, she'd merely followed Nagato into deeds she shouldn't have done. He'd given her the chance. Whether she could seize it was up to her. Stepping out of the room, Haken didn't even form the seal. He simply bit his finger and slapped the ground. Summoning jutsu. Yujito ni. Thud. White smoke dissipated, revealing Yujito ni dazed as she held a kitchen knife, looking around. To be honest, she was in the middle of making lunch for her master's older sister. I have a mission for you. There's a woman in the room. Remember to bring her meals on time. If she wants to go out, accompany her. Beijian pinched the cat ear accessory on Yujito's head as he spoke. Compared to the other one inside, Yujito's understanding was far superior. She even slipped into the maid role much more naturally than the others. A very capable cat-eared girl. Nodding to her, Haken vanished from the spot with a body flicker technique. Curious, Yujito entered the room. 5 minutes later, she burst out, her face flushed crimson. Just looking at them, you could tell what happened. Oh my god, if Anko ever found out about this. Shaking her head violently, Yujito swallowed hard, refusing to let her mind wander any further. Cheating. You finally met your match. Rolling her eyes, Yujito put away the kitchen knife and went inside to help tidy the room. What could she do? He was her master. And witnessing that scene, she suddenly realized that little brat had grown up. Which meant she herself was. Danger. Let's talk. Konoha training grounds. Due to yesterday's mission taking up much of the day, some of the original training plans hadn't been completed. As a result, Kakashi decided to intensify the training for the reserves today. Known as the Devil Instructor, Kakashi himself took to the field today. A voice called out. Kakashi nodded in response and walked over to a nearby tree. Today, all seemed a bit different than usual. He's matured a lot. Probably even more handsome now. Taking the gourd of sake handed to him by Haken, Kakashi pulled down his mask and took a swig. Let's talk. It had been ages since he'd spoken like this with Owl. The mutual understanding between them remained. But training new recruits was time-consuming, after all. Patting Kakashi's shoulder, Haken's expression turned serious. If Obito Uchiha were still alive and sought to destroy the world, to destroy Konoha, would you strike against him? Minato Namikaze already knew about the masked men who had impersonated Madara Uchiha in Konoha, attempting to release the Nine Tails. But he had told Minato to keep it a secret from Kakashi for now. Back then, Kakashi was just a teenager. Even though he'd experienced much and matured. Compared to the shock and anguish he felt when encountering Obito during the Fourth Shinobi World War in the original story, he had adjusted much more quickly to the change. Therefore, Haken hadn't directly told him that Obito was still alive. But now, Kakashi had already seen Obito while en route to Omega Kure. Whether that familiar feeling would resurface was uncertain, but the time had come to tell him. Because soon, this debt would be settled once and for all. It was essential for Kakashi to mentally prepare himself beforehand. You only need to answer me this, will you strike him down? Seeing Kakashi freeze in surprise, Haken repeated the question. Obito. A name buried deep within his memories. Gripping Haken's sake flask tightly, Kakashi finally exhaled deeply. If he truly intends to do that, I will stop him. As a ninja of Konoha, your subordinate. Owl, you needn't worry about my resolve. Even if it means dying in battle. He would never betray the name of Night Owl Team, Unit 497. This was Kakashi's resolve. Good. Haken patted Kakashi's shoulder, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. People change. Kakashi's ANBU chapter had turned the page. He was now a true Konoha ninja. Every Konoha ninja possessed the spirit to fight to the death for what they needed to protect. This was the true will of fire. Obito didn't die. He saw you kill Rin. But he understood your reasons. He just rejected this world entirely and became twisted. You know how messed up the Uchiha are. When their beliefs crumble, turning to darkness is only natural. Especially for those who cherish emotions the most. 2 sentences revealed what likely drove Obito from light to darkness. But I can tell you more than that. Re-examining Kakashi's eyes, Haken leaned closer to his ear. He was nothing more than a pawn. I can assure you with certainty, from this day forward, carry no guilt whatsoever for killing Rin. Because it was all a conspiracy targeting Obito. Rising to his feet, Haken snatched the flask and strode forward. Only Kakashi, left behind, perked his ears to catch the man's final words before he vanished. Live well, Kakashi. You owe nothing to anyone. Chapter 160, The Next Step, Prelude and Finale. Over the past 5 years, the ninja villages have kept their promises, and the supplies they've delivered have not decreased. However, from the attitude of the ninjas delivering the supplies in recent visits, it's clear that the seeds of conflict buried deep within their hearts have likely started to sprout. Still, given Konoha's current strength, I don't think they dare defy the old treaty. Konoha, Hokage's office. While organizing intelligence reports, Minato discussed the current situation with Haken. In the past 5 years, the major ninja villages had all recovered to varying degrees. Yet, the tribute they had to pay to Konoha every year remained a significant burden. Kirigakura sighed, since it was a subordinate village, the tribute would only stop if Terumi had lost her mind. But the kage of the other 3 villages must have accumulated quite a bit of resentment. This was inevitable. No one wanted to surrender the hard-earned wealth they had fought for. But they had no way to fight back. Konoha's power had far surpassed what they had anticipated. To put it in perspective, 5 years ago, Konoha was like a newly awakened first shinobi village still in recovery. But now, the sleeping beast had fully risen, extending its sharp claws. No one knew where it would strike next. That oppressive atmosphere made even the surrounding beasts instinctively want to retreat. Such was the might of the first shinobi village. So, what's our next step? Rubbing his temples, Minato asked. He had been overwhelmed with work lately. As Hokage, there were simply too many issues demanding his attention. A few days ago, he had talked to Haken. After all, his disciple had grown up, and he thought it might be time to hand over some of the weighty responsibilities to him, allowing himself a bit of rest. But the outcome had been exactly what he expected. His disciple didn't even consider it and flatly rejected his proposal. Become Hokage. Not interested in the short term. And in the long run, when unification truly arrived, what would the title of Kage even mean? By then, perhaps only ascending to the throne would hold any real appeal for Haken. For now, he definitely wasn't becoming the 5th Hokage. Besides, Minato was still young, he could manage. The first 5-year plan for the ANBU is complete. Just training soldiers without real combat experience won't lead to significant improvements. The second 5-year plan can begin. After a moment of thought, Haken stood up and walked to the ninja world map hanging on the wall of the Hokage's office. He took it down and placed it on Minato's desk. Using a pen from the desk, he pointed to the small nations wedged between the major powers. Before the next great war breaks out, we need to reclaim these ninja villages and nations. This will help facilitate true unification later and prevent the remaining great nations from being caught off guard. The second 5-year plan. Reclaim the small nations. Take control of those smaller ninja villages. Perhaps the small nations, caught in the cracks between the great powers, had often complained about the unfairness of the world whenever war came. They were like buffer zones for the great nations' conflicts. Being weak meant being bullied, slaughtered. But they weren't without options. Now, the opportunity lay before them to integrate those nations into Konoha's sphere of influence. Any future attacks would be seen as a direct provocation against Konoha itself. As a result, the power of the daimyo in those small nations would be diminished, relegating them to local governors. For the common people within those nations, however, this would be a huge blessing. This was the second step of Haken's plan to reshape this chaotic ninja world. After hearing his disciple's words, Minato fell into deep thought. No one had ever tried annexing small nations in this way to expand their territory. Even Konoha had always seen those small nations as natural battlefields. No one had ever considered those lands themselves. Take the land of rain, for example. It was the default battleground for the land of fire, the land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of lightning. Had the land of water not been so far away, it might have joined the conflict alongside Kirigakure. But Haken's words had opened up a new way of thinking. Peace sometimes requires necessary bloodshed. The path to unification had never been clearer. Is that so? Then we'll have our hands full from here on out. The ninja world isn't small. Some ancient nations still cling to their own systems, making implementation quite challenging. After a moment's contemplation, Minato nodded in approval of Haken's plan. This was true unification, difficulties weren't the real fear. The true dread lay in losing the resolve to persevere. But Haken, regarding this grand decisive battle you mentioned, how do you assess our chances against the current leaf? After a pause, Minato voiced his lingering doubt. Was the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi, coupled with Obito's threat, truly that insurmountable? He struggled to envision anyone in present-day Konoha capable of challenging them. In terms of elite combat power, the Night Owls, formed by his own disciples, were likely the most formidable force in the entire ninja world. Then there were the meticulously vetted ANBU ninjas. Most crucially, the growth and strength of Konoha's Kenpachi over these years would astonish many. Infinite Tsukuyomi is merely the prelude. Haken shook his head, gazing out the window at the sky. No matter how Obito schemed with the Eye of the Moon plan, Haken feared nothing. Running a hand over his Zanpakuto, Haken even felt like laughing. An impure world resurrection that could only be sealed, never truly destroyed. Beneath this blade, such a thing simply did not exist. A Zanpakuto, it cuts souls. The true enemy had never been Obito or Madara Uchiha. It was the mysterious Ōtsutsuki clan. The very clan that made Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, the rabbit goddess, the progenitor of chakra, tremble with fear. What kind of existence was that clan? Haken's intelligence was limited. Ultimately, he needed to have a thorough conversation with Princess Kaguya to gain deeper insight into the clan's origins and power. Before engaging in profound discussions with her, using advanced techniques to win her over and extract the truth about the clan's lineage, boosting Konoha's overall combat strength was an absolute necessity. The era of ninjas is over. Who gave you the nerve to say such things? Discussing this with Minato now was pointless and unnecessary. The Ōtsutsuki clan possessed 6 paths power per capita. Even the Ōtsutsuki ultimate technique, the merciless iron elbow, could only be countered by the Uchiha's grappling throw, absurdly powerful. Anyway, first we'll take down those small nations and minor ninja villages. Leave this to the ANBU reserve squad. Those who excel will be formally admitted into the ANBU. Opportunities are equal for all, with the other members of the Night Owl team overseeing the process. Should any trouble arise, Kakashi and the others will intervene. Having spoken in one breath, Haken took a swig of sake and stretched lazily. And what about you? Minato asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Me. I'll enjoy the genjutsu first. Once I've had my fill, I'll head out. Find some innocent Haku to have a proper chat with. I'm finding your words harder and harder to follow. Minato gave a wry smile. Whether it was the so-called prelude to the infinite Tsukuyomi or claims that the real test hadn't arrived yet, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. The only thing he could be certain of was this, that child had grown up, changed greatly. But that heart, still belonged here. Chapter 161, Give me a Tsunade pill. The familiar room. The familiar sunlight. The same 2 people. You can tell me now. Her breath was slightly hurried as she leaned against Haken. Another round of genjutsu resistance had just ended. Ignoring her own condition, Konan quickly asked. Should I cover it up with the fire cloud robe? None of that mattered anymore. What needed to be known, what needed to be seen, this man already knew it all. And this genjutsu. She couldn't resist it at all. It had no effect on anyone else, but when she was near this man, it turned into a relentless, juicer-like frenzy. A terrifying genjutsu. As agreed, every day after it ended, this man would reveal some secrets about the hidden truths behind the Akatsuki organization. He had mentioned before that Yahiko's death was a conspiracy. What had really happened? As for this situation, just consider it part of the deal. Gritting her teeth, Konan leaned against Haken again. It is indeed a conspiracy. I have no reason to deceive a foolish woman, Haken responded indifferently. Speaking of which, this is connected to Konoha's past. Initially, Hanzo of the Salamander genuinely supported the idea of uniting with Akatsuki to strengthen their bargaining power with the great nations. That was until someone found him. Danzo Shimura. Running his hand over Konan's pale back as her breaths grew more labored, Haken tilted his head. He told Hanzo that if Akatsuki's growth continued unchecked, his days as the leader of Omegakure would be numbered. So, during negotiations, he captured you. The outcome ultimately drove Yahiko to his death, and the original Akatsuki organization fell apart. Danzo Shimura. So it was him. Konan's body trembled as she clutched the quilt tightly. Ever since Haken Yoro had told her about the conspiracy behind Yahiko's death the previous night, she'd been reflecting on it. After all, Akatsuki and Omegakure had shared common goals, so an alliance wasn't impossible. And then there was Hanzo of the Salamander, an ambitious, powerful leader of Omegakure. Why would he resort to such underhanded schemes against Akatsuki? That feeling of unease made Konan's mind spin. Now, the truth was clear. Indeed, the men before her had no reason to deceive her. After all, she now belonged entirely to him. Deceiving a mere plaything would hold no value. But I've already avenged you. He glanced calmly at Konan before continuing. As I said, that was the old Konoha. The instigator of this incident is dead. He's been tied to the pillar of shame next to Konoha's wall of honor. Was it revenge? Konan shook her head slowly. Yahiko was already dead. After that event, Nagato's personality had changed drastically. Akatsuki had also transformed, its original mission of mutual understanding replaced by a new doctrine. Only by sharing in equal suffering could the world avoid war and find peace. Revenge, it's easy to say, but the aftermath is unimaginable. Even if Nagato were still alive and found out, he wouldn't change his path. What else? She now knew about the conspiracy behind Yahiko's death, but surely there were more hidden truths behind Akatsuki. You know the rules. Haken raised an eyebrow before leaning back, placing his hands behind his head, and closing his eyes. Are you even human? Konan clenched her fists in frustration, but eventually leaned back against him in resignation. The sun had risen high. Nagato's eyes aren't his own. The men dropped another cryptic statement before leaving indifferently, leaving Konan feeling exhausted. Seems like finding out whose eyes they are will have to wait until tomorrow. That bastard, always talking nonsense. Sighing, Konan struggled to stand and walked toward the bathroom. Konoha Training Grounds. The newly recruited ANBU reserves were undergoing their final trials under the supervision of Shursue and Kakashi. Over 200 elite ANBU operatives were ready for deployment. The mission was simple: reclaim small ninja villages and infiltrate smaller nations. Submit, or be forced to submit. Haken wasn't driven by such ruthlessness. He couldn't destroy all the minor nations. Such an idea was both impossible and unrealistic. Reform had to be gradual. The key was to let them experience the changes brought about by integration. This was the true purpose of testing the ANBU reserve's abilities. At the edge of the training grounds, Haken, as always, swung his blade through the air, strike after strike. He was getting closer to the power needed to split the world in half. Over the years, he'd either actively or passively dispersed some of his efforts, but overall, his template unlocking progress, Chej, hadn't slowed. And from his long daily routine of swinging his blade, he'd accumulated plenty of slash points. With the points he'd gathered, he could easily exchange them for powerful gear. But for Haken, such things didn't matter. His system's existence and years of growth had already sealed his fate. He was destined to be a madman charging into battle, blade in hand. The king of normal attacks. Ken-san. A figure landed before Haken. It was nostalgic. He hadn't trained with Ken-san in a long time. The ANBU was expanding. As a member of the Night Owl team, Ken-san had his own duties, training juniors and evaluating promising talents. He loved this work. But today, Ken-san had called him over for something else. That idiot's grown up, huh? Haken looked at Itachi's face, about to speak, but froze. Damn, I knew I forgot something. Rolling his eyes, he thrust his Zanpakuto into the ground and pointed a finger at Itachi's forehead. Wait here for me. Here we go again. Rubbing his forehead, Itachi let out a wry smile. But even this finger-pointing gesture, he had learned to mimic. Give me a Tsunade pill. Using body flicker technique, Haken arrived at the Konoha Medical Division. He kicked open the door to the head of the medical corps' office and found Tsunade immersed in paperwork. Ever since Tsunade had messed up his plans that day, the two hadn't spoken much. It might have been his imagination, but he thought the old woman was actually blushing. Startled. Well, given where she had been staring when he emerged from the hot springs, Haken figured blushing was completely normal. However, the so-called Tsunade pill wasn't her son or anything like that. It was a drug, one with remarkably clear effects. It dramatically expanded chakra pathways in a short amount of time. This was one of Tsunade's accomplishments after returning to Konoha. With this drug, she had forcibly carved her name onto the Wall of Honor, a move that sent Hiruzen Sarutobi into a bit of a self-imposed retreat. Expanding the meridians meant a greater amount of chakra could flow at once, significantly increasing the power of ninjutsu. Taking one during battle showed remarkable results, drastically improving a ninja's chances of survival. Of course, there were side effects. Weakness for a few days was inevitable. You want to take a Tsunade pill? The luxury car girl froze, clearly puzzled. As an experienced medic, she knew full well how abnormal Haken's physique was. He'd never need something like that under normal circumstances. After thinking for a moment, Tsunade decided not to probe further. She stood, pulled out a bottle of small blue pills, and shook it slightly. You can have one, but there's a condition. A dangerous smile spread across her face as she leaned in slowly toward Haken. Want to borrow my seed? Fine. Get ready and contact me later. I've got stuff to do. Gotta go. Haken snatched the bottle and turned to leave. Remember to shower afterward. The door slammed behind him. Left in the room, Tsunade stood frozen for a moment, confused. A long while later, a roar echoed from the Konoha medical department, carrying far into the distance. Borrow my ass. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Advanced Mission, Crowned as King. Open your mouth. At the Konoha training grounds, Haken walked up to Itachi and spoke. Open my mouth. Confused, Itachi nodded and slightly parted his lips. Gulp. A small blue pill slid down his throat, entering his body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the uncontrollable primal power surged within him, 2 streams of foam shot from Itachi's nostrils, his face flushing bright red from the strain. What is this? Start your training. The Tsunade pill's effects had significant side effects on others, but Itachi was different. Expanding his chakra pathways only made him feel more comfortable. In fact, it was during Itachi's treatment that Tsunade conceived the idea of developing this new type of Tsunade pill. Training while medicated. Itachi gasped for air as a shuriken landed in his hand. Whoosh. 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 The sharp sound of the shuriken slicing through the air echoed. But the expected clang of metal striking metal never came. Confused, Itachi's mind went blank. The shuriken had been thrown. But the spot it had hit. I hadn't counted. 1, 2, 3 yet. He collapsed to the ground in agony, his body twitching as he lowered his head to look at the shuriken embedded in his chest. I killed Ken-san. Despair overwhelmed Itachi as he rushed to Haken's side, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly struck by immense shock. But just as the blood vessels in his eyes seemed ready to burst into tears, and his pupils started to evolve, he suddenly sensed something was off. Itachi chuckled coldly, crouching in front of Haken and sighing. Ken-san, as much as I'd like to keep playing along, I honestly can't imagine your body being injured by a shuriken. He paused. Can't get into character. Your acting's too weak. Oh. Haken nodded calmly, then pulled the shuriken out of his chest. In that case. Time to pull out the trump card. His hands moved rapidly to form hand seals. Ram, monkey bird dog boar. Summoning jutsu. Boom. When the figure of Sasuke appeared in front of them, Itachi immediately regretted it. Puffed. But the real shock came next. He watched as Ken-san grabbed his hand, using his own shuriken to stab it deep into his younger brother's chest. Itachi was completely stunned. I killed my own brother. A shadow clone. No, it didn't disappear. And that sensation of real contact. I really killed Sasuke. Finally, the emotions that had been building up reached their peak. Itachi's 3-tomo Sharingan shattered instantly, and crimson tears flowed from his new Mangekyo Sharingan. The nerves that had been stretched tight from the agony of killing Haken finally snapped. Mission complete. Satisfied with his work, Haken released his grip on Itachi. The second pillar slowly transformed the next second, turning into a wooden stake. Would release clone. This was a backup item borrowed from Yamato, meant to be used in case Itachi saw through the ruse and realized the shuriken wouldn't kill him. The would-release clone was far more convincing than a shadow clone. Without his Mangekyo, Itachi couldn't possibly detect the flaw. Thankfully, everything went smoothly. First, Haken used the Tsunade pill to block the fragile meridian inside Itachi's body, then personally stepped in to stimulate it. For a genius, awakening the Mangekyo wasn't an overly complicated process. Witnessing the death of a loved one was enough. In the original story, before Shisui had even fully plunged into the Naka River, Itachi's Mangekyo had already awakened. From that moment on, the boy who loved sweets began a lifetime of hardship. The lines that once resembled nasolabial folds officially transformed into tear troughs. Tear troughs exist, yet tears cannot fall. Only on rainy days does he stand outside, relishing the rain. As Hoshigaki would say, standing like this in the rain, no one can tell if he's crying. Splash. After the Mangekyo activated, the effects of the medicine faded. Itachi collapsed forward, weak. Naturally catching his body, Haken patted his shoulder. Rest well. With the Mangekyo, you should see things more clearly now. Sword healing. Itachi nodded and closed his eyes. Today's events had been quite taxing, he truly needed proper rest. Haken said little more. The Uchiha clan possessing the Mangekyo was fundamentally different from those without it. The dojutsu and susanoo granted by the Mangekyo were the Uchiha clan's formidable capital. Stimulating Itachi to open his eyes now meant that, with his combat intelligence, he wouldn't need to worry about anything even if he acted alone later. As for the risk of losing his dojutsu power from overusing the Mangekyo, Haken had his own methods. Not to mention, the second pillar is right there. His system store carries those eye drop solutions for restoring eye power, not too pricey, good enough for temporary use. Once points are sufficient later, he could consider directly exchanging for small portions of Indra and Ashura chakra. But now isn't the time, so there's no need to dwell on that. Setting today as the day to trigger Itachi's awakening was also because, starting tomorrow, the entire Night Owl team except him would be dispatched across the ninja world to assist ANBU elites in taking control of the villages. Haken wasn't concerned about the other villages. Only Otogekure, where Orochimaru resided, posed a genuine problem. One of the legendary Sannin, the forbidden tech Kenjutsu scientist Orochimaru had always sought a perfect human vessel. In the original story, Itachi, who had joined Akatsuki earlier, was Orochimaru's target. But after their confrontation, Orochimaru regretted it. He couldn't defeat Itachi. Thus, he turned his sights to Sasuke, another member of the Uchiha clan. It's certain that the current Orochimaru undoubtedly covets Itachi Uchiha's body. But for now, there's no need to worry about that issue. The moment the Mangekyo blossomed, Orochimaru lost his chance to seize Itachi Uchiha's body. Mr. Snake, who frequently used the living corpse reincarnation technique, had already begun to weaken spiritually. While he could handle other attacks, Genjutsu was his natural nemesis. Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. The divine weapons of Susanoo. This was a man whose combat power exploded after opening his eyes. With his final worry set aside, Haken could now focus on preparing for what he truly desired. Within 5 years, Konoha would secretly control all the small and medium-sized nations across the ninja world. Glancing at the emergency quest that appeared on his system panel after receiving Conan's service that morning, a gleam of sharpness flashed in Haken's eyes. Emergency Advancement Mission, Crown Yourself King. Mission content, the Ōtsutsuki clan regards Earth as their nursery. But with a new king about to be crowned, the moment to assert sovereignty has arrived. Eliminate all threats to Earth using any means necessary. This mission is the ultimate mission in the Naruto world. No time limit. No restrictions on methods. Reward, 100,000 flat rate points. Unlocks the first stage of the Bankai Advancement Quest for Zanpakuto, formally crowning you as the dominant force in the Naruto world. Additional reward, unknown. Emergency Advanced Mission. This type of mission appears twice in total. The first instance directly unlocked the Shurikai for Haken. Though it's a mission with no time limit, advanced preparation is still necessary. Carrying Itachi on his back, Haken gazed up at the sky. It was time to have a talk with her. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Sage Mode, the Sword That Split the Moon. The war-torn ninja world was slowly regaining its vitality. When the world's vitality reached a certain point, new conflicts would inevitably arise. Transforming this world required time and resolve. And the key to that transformation lay with a certain individual in Konohagakure, within the borders of the Land of Fire. Konohagakure. At the end of a certain street, Jiraiya, ice lolly in hand, repeated these words almost to himself, oblivious even as the old lolly in his grasp began to melt. Need something. A voice drew his attention. Jiraiya turned his head to find a familiar figure sitting beside him. Taking the ice lolly Jiraiya offered, Haken looked slightly puzzled. ANBU reserves, and Night Owl members had all been dispatched. It wasn't that Jiraiya enjoyed special treatment and didn't have to carry out missions. After witnessing Nagato and Conan's transformations, he felt lost and had taken leave to return to Mount Maiboku, missing the departure. Once he figured out why Conan, Nagato, and Yuhiko had changed, he would rejoin the team. Haken wasn't the unreasonable type, and neither was Jiraiya. When they couldn't figure something out, they'd keep mulling it over. But despite his seemingly unfocused demeanor, he was the most dependable companion in critical moments. But if you're confused, just be confused. Why come find me? Taking a bite of the ice pop, Haken exhaled a puff of breath. These past few days, he'd been playing around pretty wildly with Conan, basically staying in her room the entire time. If not for Yujito cleaning up the mess thoroughly, the room would have become uninhabitable. In return, Haken shared some secrets about Akatsuki's background with Conan. Today, after hearing everything, Conan fell completely silent. Even stiff as she was, she didn't resort to genjutsu to escape. Instead, she proactively began a new round of service. It was clear she was more confused now than before learning the truth. Was Akatsuki's entire existence merely a pawn in someone else's game? Using Nagato to revive Madara Uchiha. Then what had they been pursuing all along? The sage's eye appearing in a mortal wasn't meant to change the world, it was just one man's conspiracy. This blow hit her hard. The future held no glimmer of hope. Ironically, it was in the arms of the men who had taken everything from her that she found a sliver of security. A wild thought even began to take root within her. If Nagato's path was blocked, what about Haken Yoru? What could he bring to this world? Conan was eager to see. However, the Haken had said all they needed to say. How Conan chose to proceed from here was entirely up to her. Leisure time had passed. Haken planned to depart for the moon that very day. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya called him over early. If possible, could you accompany me to Mount Maiboku? After a long silence, Jiraiya suddenly spoke. The Great Toad Sage wishes to see you. The Great Toad Sage. Gamamaru. Hakken froze, blurting out the 3 words. If anyone else had addressed the sage by his full name, Jiraiya might have been annoyed. But with this particular person, he could only shake his head and sigh. Gamamaru was indeed the Great Toad Sage's name. Lately, however, after a confused Jiraiya sought him out for a chat, things had become rather complicated. The prophecy seems to have changed, though I can't quite put my finger on how. Scratching his head, Jiraiya spoke with some confusion. Before, the Great Toad Sage had only said that his disciple would be the child of the prophecy who would change the world. But now, another prophecy had emerged. A prophecy he couldn't understand at all. The path of change has gained another route. Failure will bring the destruction of the ninja world. Success will usher in true peace. Jiraiya couldn't make heads or tails of these words. That's why he wanted Hakken to visit Mount Myaboku personally, so that the Great Toad Sage could figure out what had gone wrong with the prophecy. Mount Myaboku, huh? Hakken sank into thought while eating his popsicle. Truthfully, he didn't have much affection for the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. The first reason being their involvement in instigating Ōtsutsuki Himura and Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo to seal away his parents. Another story of sacrificing one's own mother for the greater good. It reminded him a lot of Itachi Uchiha's actions in the original story. If he could, Hakken really wanted to ask, when the so-called greater good stood with Konoha, he was willing to destroy Konoha for it. But when Konoha stood against the ninja world, and the greater good stood with the ninja world, would he have destroyed Konoha with his own hands then? Likewise. Ōtsutsuki Himura and Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo, those unfilial sons, killed their own mother. They seemingly saved the world. But in reality, the clumsy Kaguya Uzumaki used the infinite Tsukimi merely to cultivate a weapon that could protect the world in the future. Her method was flawed. But it wasn't impossible to change. She didn't try to persuade her mother with words. Instead, she fought her own mother non-stop for months, ultimately sealing her away. After months of battle, the surrounding land turned into a barren wasteland, and more people died than those trapped in the infinite Tsukimi. So how can you say you saved the world? From Kaguya's perspective, she too wanted to protect the world from an invasion by the Ōtsutsuki clan, creating a resistance force. So who truly represents the greater good? Who truly holds the righteous cause? No one can fully explain it. Only Gamamaru from Mount Myaboku, he's truly despicable. Anyone who encourages others to kill their own parents is scum in Hakken's eyes. That's why he looks down on Danzo and Sarutobi. Without their coercion and schemes, Itachi wouldn't have fallen into such despair in the original story. Well. When did I become so hypocritical? But now that he had come to this world, Itachi had taken the gourd of sake Hakken offered him at just the right moment. So everything had already changed. If Gamamaru truly had prophetic abilities, then it made perfect sense that he'd notice the shift in the world's trajectory. Shoving the rest of his popsicle into his mouth, Hakken exhaled and glanced at Jiraiya. I was going to say, if a bunch of toads want to see me, they can come themselves. I'm not you, so I won't call toads sage. But Mount Myaboku has indeed helped Konoha quite a bit, so I can give them this favor. Just this once. Next time, they'll need to make an appointment in advance. Standing up, Hakken tossed the popsicle stick into a nearby trash can and twisted his waist. Today at Conan's place, he hadn't just played dead. Only after stepping on the gas did a whole new world open up before him. Of course, it was good exercise for his waist. Huh. Agreed. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. If Hakken had truly refused to go to Mount Myaboku, he would have been out of options. If that had happened, the confusion in his heart might have only cleared when the day of the ninja world's revolution arrived. Clearly, Jiraiya didn't have the patience to wait for that. The moment he saw Hakken, he had already decided that the latter was the child of the prophecy. That's why he was so focused on the changes in the prophecy. What he feared the most was Hakken changing his mindset. If that happened, the entire ninja world would likely suffer the consequences. Let's go. You lead the way. Grabbing Jiraiya's body, the two soared into the sky. Sign a contract, then perform reverse summoning. It was convenient, sure, but Hakken never wanted to be treated as a toad-summoned beast. The ugliness of it was one thing, the bigger issue was that he completely didn't trust Gamamaru from Mount Myaboku. The ninja world wasn't that big. With his ability to fly, he might as well enjoy the scenery on the way. Mount Myaboku. A place of legacy, alongside the Shikatsu Forest and the Ryuchi Cave. Regarded by the outside world as one of the 3 great sage regions. The beings within can harness natural energy, a power known as senjutsu. Carrying Jiraiya along the way and admiring the scenery of the ninja world, the two finally arrived at the foot of Mount Myaboku. After opening the barrier and stepping inside, Hakken furrowed his brow. The natural energy here was far denser than outside. Those with heightened perception could even clearly sense the natural energy drawing near. Haken's perception was naturally strong. Curious, he extended his hand, and a colorful butterfly passing by landed fearlessly on his fingertip. Without rushing forward, the youth crossed his legs and sat down before Jiraiya. The butterfly on his fingertip fluttered its wings, then settled onto Haken's shoulder. What is he doing? Though curious, Jiraiya didn't interrupt Haken, quietly observing the changes unfolding. But the next second, his expression abruptly shifted. As someone who had also mastered Sage Mode, he understood exactly what was happening to the youth before him. At that moment, natural energy was surging into Haken Yura's body at a terrifying rate, exceeding even the amount stored within him when he was fully immersed in Sage Mode. Delight. No, terror was the word. As the sage who taught him Senjutsu, Fukasaku, had warned, recklessly absorbing natural energy could cause one to explode. To master Sage Mode, novices must first attempt absorption through toad oil. Interrupt him. A flustered Jiraiya grabbed a taiseki nearby, preparing to smash it down. But a toad emerged from the corner. Young Jiraiya, don't move rashly. Fukasaku. Shaking his head at Jiraiya, the old toad's eyes held profoundly complex emotions. True animals perceive natural energy with far greater clarity. It observed the energy burrowing into Haken Yura being absorbed with remarkable stability. Not stored, but absorbed, assimilated. Ultimately, he was beginning to fuse with nature itself. He's cultivating his own perfect Sage Mode. It's best not to interrupt him. Fukasaku shook his head, his mind filled with confusion. Animals could absorb natural energy because they were inherently closer to nature. But how could this kid, born into the ninja world, maintain such a mindset? He simply couldn't understand. Sometimes treating people too much like people is itself a form of misguidance. After reviewing some materials on sage arts, Haken formed an idea. Humans are primates themselves, why must they resort to other methods, transforming themselves into neither fully human nor ghostly beings, just to absorb natural energy? Therefore, this Sage Mode inherently contains a fundamental flaw. Humans are animals. Everything humans create stems from transformations driven by the goal of survival. But fundamentally, humans are the primate species standing at the apex of the food chain. Given that, why resort to external methods to absorb natural energy? Yet precedents exist. Haken dared to absorb directly because his physique was monstrously enhanced, granting him 200% control over his own body. Even Conan admitted that if he'd chosen to kill her with his first genjutsu, she would have been exhausted to death. This statement starkly revealed the extent of this man's bodily mastery. Almost there. 5 minutes later, Haken's eyes snapped open. Boom. The instant his eyes opened, a faint golden light surged from his pupils straight toward the boulder ahead. Without fail, the boulder shattered instantly. As for the features that should have been affected by Sage Mode, they all converged into a golden star positioned right in the center of his forehead. Is this what Senjutsu chakra feels like? Nothing special. As if recalling a scene from the original story, Haken clenched his fist, appearing utterly nonchalant. Madara said that too, but he still ended up using it in the end. What the hell is this? Jiraiya swallowed hard, his face a picture of defeat. What happened to Sage Mode being incredibly difficult to master? What about the frog-like features that were supposed to appear when entering Sage Mode? Why are you looking even cooler? And don't you think you're mastering Sage Mode a bit too quickly? Even when Haken was at his strongest, Jiraiya still believed he could become Haken's master in reality, teaching him step by step to become a sage when the time was right. But now. This blow was too much. Yoru. Haken. Fukasaku Sage was somewhat calmer than Jiraiya, leaping before Haken and nodding. The great Toad Sage sensed you were coming to Mount Myaboku and sent me to greet you. A premonition. Haken nodded and followed behind him. That earlier remark was pure bluff. Sage Mode was indeed powerful, ninjutsu amplification by natural energy far surpassed ordinary techniques in potency. But truth be told, he didn't rely on ninjutsu. It wasn't exactly embarrassing, just that from today onward, his basic strikes gained another passive ability. Where others wield blades to kill men, he wields his to slay gods. Every swing of his blade carried natural energy. Absurdly so. Thus Sage Mode still served him well. Arriving at Mount Myaboku, mastering this technique alone was sufficient. Considering this alone, meeting Gamamaru wasn't such a bad idea. After trekking onward, they finally reached the grand hall atop the mountain. Jiraiya and the sage of Shinsaku hadn't followed him up. As an ancient sage who'd lived since the era of Kagaya, Gamamaru held the highest authority on Mount Myaboku. He wished to see only Haken alone. Stepping into the hall, Haken still maintained Sage Mode, the golden glow on his forehead particularly striking. Looking up, an enormous toad made Haken frown. A Buddhist rosary hung around its neck, with a Maru character at its center. Gamamaru, no mistake about it. You've come. The one who will pacify this chaotic world. Perhaps it slept daily to sustain its life, but today it was unusually alert. I'm not worthy of such praise. Speak plainly if you have business. Beijian nodded at Gamamaru and got straight to the point. Good. I appreciate your directness. Then I'll ask plainly. To protect this world, would you choose to create weapons using infinite Tsukuyomi, just like Kagaya Ōtsutsuki did? The old man has something. Hakken froze. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Protecting the world. How could it know what Kagaya faced? Impossible. Don't doubt it. This world originally possessed its own inherent power. Like the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons, it's something Chakra can't explain, because to us, whether Chakra, the god tree, or Kagaya herself, they're all outsiders. But 1,000 years have passed. The original heritage has vanished almost entirely, while Chakra has persisted, becoming what should have existed all along. Gamamaru began explaining again. The original heritage belonging to this continent. Hakken nodded. Indeed, the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons and the yokai had nothing to do with Chakra. Yet they still existed. The heritage was severed, and the current world system had matured anew. Chakra was now the dominant force. This was the world of ninja. Consider Gamamaru as a being that originally existed on Earth. After being invaded, it began scheming to overthrow this foreign intrusion, but it failed. The wars of this world had never ceased. So you found the answer you sought. Kagaya's method was wrong. After a long silence, Hakken shook his head. I am not like her. If you call me the pacifier of chaos, it's because I've glimpsed something. I cannot give you the answer. If you wish to see it, you must continue living. The only thing I can tell you is, this world, in my eyes, is absolutely not the nursery of the Ōtsutsuki clan. After that, Hakken didn't continue speaking to Gamamaru. If it truly possessed prophecy, it had already seen the outcome. What good would more words do? Having mastered sage mode, Hakken saw no need to linger here. As for his final words, they came from the heart. Why should this earth be treated as a nursery by the Ōtsutsuki clan? If it is a nursery, then it is mine. And the so-called end of the ninja era. Sorry, but when the Kara rears its head, he'll use his blade to show Kawaki that ninjas are still the real deal. That kind of answer is quite good. After Hakken departed, Gamamaru nodded within the grand hall, finally closing his eyes. The instant his eyes closed, the last flicker of life within him vanished. Prophecy demands an equal price. He paid with his final breath, yet this time, he felt no regret. 1,000 years ago, his choice had been wrong, bringing more calamity to this world. Now, he chose to believe in the person foretold by prophecy. Perhaps only such a person could truly change and protect the land beneath their feet. The great toad sage has passed. At the exit of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya, who had been chasing after them, spoke with a hint of sorrow. I know. Hakken, whose soul was exceptionally sensitive, could clearly sense that Gamamaru had been on his last legs the moment he saw him. Was he clinging to his final shred of consciousness, desperate for answers? Sighing, Hakken stroked his Zanpakuto. You should return. I have a new mission for you. Taking a swig of sake, Hakken patted Jiraiya's shoulder thoughtfully. Protect Konohagakure until I return to the village. I have matters to attend to. Bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Hakken soared skyward and sped forward. He descended only upon reaching the entrance of a cave bordering the land of fire and the land of lightning. In the movie, the Ōtsutsuki clan on the moon used this very passage to spy on Earth's affairs. Calculating Naruto's age, the current Toneri Ōtsutsuki should have been born by now, and internal strife had erupted. So going there now, eliminating Toneri Ōtsutsuki and his father would allow him to seize the Tensigen and everything on the moon in one fell swoop. Hakken felt no sympathy whatsoever for those two lunatics. The ninja world created by Hagoromo Ōtsutsuki was indeed flawed, but even if it needed correction, outsiders had no right to interfere. Moreover, their future plans to invade Earth and even covet Hinata had already sealed their fate. Thud. Kicking aside debris blocking the passageway entrance, Hakken stepped inside. The bizarre spectacle from the movie unfolded before his eyes. Yet for Hakken, whose spiritual pressure bordered on monstrous, the influence of genjutsu was negligible. Father. On the moon, within a resplendent palace, two figures sat together. Silence reigned, broken only by puppets occasionally sweeping the immaculately clean floor outside the hall. A civil war had erupted here 3.4 years ago. Only two had survived. Believing themselves burdened by destiny, they awaited the arrival of that moment. The palace was spotless, yet the blood-stained aura left behind after slaughtering countless kin had become intertwined with their very souls. It was a sin no amount of scrubbing could ever wash away. I sense it. Nodding to Toneri Ōtsutsuki beside him, the Ōtsutsuki gently activated the nearby mechanism. Let the puppet handle it. The descendants of the Rikudo Sennin cannot comprehend this power. He spoke with absolute confidence. Yet the very next second, the Ōtsutsuki instantly lost the presence of the Ōtsutsuki puppet. Dead? How could that be? Gathering their child, the two rushed outside. The branch family's lunatic sure picks names at random. This thing was called the Otokichi puppet, I think. In the air, Haken flicked his Zanpakuto, feeling somewhat bored. This thing was controlled by Urashiki Ōtsutsuki in Boruto. Since it was Boruto, its combat power was, well, everyone knew. Looking down, two figures appeared beneath Haken's feet. One was a man bearing a striking resemblance to the future Toneri Ōtsutsuki, cradling a child born blind. Undoubtedly the last two survivors of the Hamura lineage. Stranger, I sense no trace of the Rikudo Sennin's aura within you. The Ōtsutsuki, eyeing Haken cautiously, spoke first. Father, is he a vile earthling? Kill him now. Toneri Ōtsutsuki's pitch-black pupils glared at Haken. A despicable earthling. Haken laughed, his grin growing more savage. He had intended to grant them a swift end, but suddenly changed his mind. He'd heard this boy could cultivate the Tensigen. Killing him would be a waste. His Zanpakuto rose high, the surrounding atmosphere abruptly thickening. Your life is now mine to command. God's tears. Hum. A blade of light shot skyward, a black blade flash rivaling the golden will rebirth explosion, slicing downward. The lunar surface began to tremble. A massive fissure slowly opened. Seen from above, the entire moon was instantly split in two, revealing eerie ceiling patterns and chakra within the gap. I spare your life. Enjoy the rest of your days bearing the title of Tensigen machine. Gripping Toneri by the throat, Haken tilted his head, shouldered his Zanpakuto, and strode toward the moon's interior. Within, he sensed a chakra steeped in sorrow and agony. It belonged to Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, in the name of Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, become his Kama. The combined power of the three great templates, alongside the strength of the Zanpakuto's Shirkai, surged within him. With a single strike, the moon, created by the ultimate sealing technique released by Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo, the Six Paths, Earth Explosion Heaven Star, was cleaved cleanly in two. But Haken saw it clearly. As he stepped into the moon's interior, the severed halves slowly began to draw closer to one another, faintly regaining their original form. The seal's self-healing ability. Six Paths level power. He withdrew his gaze, tightening his grip on Toneri's neck as he pressed forward. Surrounding him was pure darkness. But Haken could distinctly sense the faint chakra within. With each step, he seemed to glimpse the pitiful struggles of a woman, desperately fighting for her life. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. 1,000 years ago, she had come to Earth alongside Ōtsutsuki Ishiki, but internal strife led to her nearly killing him in a surprise attack. Though an outsider to this world, she had developed an attachment to the land, even coming to consider opposing the Ōtsutsuki main clan to protect Earth's inhabitants. After using her chakra to create two children, she set the infinite Tsukimi in motion, attempting to forge an army to defend Earth from impending disaster. In the end, her path led her astray. The term foolish, innocent fool, fit her perfectly. Being sealed away by her own two sons couldn't have been easy for her. Yet, there was something Haken had never understood when watching the anime. As a member of the Ōtsutsuki clan sent to Earth to cultivate the god tree, her power was undeniable. The fact that she severely injured Ōtsutsuki Ishiki, nearly killing him, further proved her strength. Yet, when she was unsealed in the original story, Kaguya appeared incredibly clumsy. Beyond her immense chakra and bloodline net, her combat skills were shockingly poor. This clearly contradicted her established strength. Haken even believed that, without Madara's infinite Tsukimi, Kaguya could have easily defeated Sasuke and Naruto using just her 2 Rinnegan and 1 Nine-Tomo Rinnegan. In short, the Ōtsutsuki's innocent and naive persona raised serious doubts about her intelligence. Shaking his head, Haken continued forward. He had come here to uncover more truths about the Ōtsutsuki clan, and perhaps to meet this goddess of the hair. The closer he got to the moon's interior, the more oppressive the Six Paths energy became, while the faint energy within the moon itself grew clearer. Advancing steadily, he eventually encountered an invisible barrier blocking his path. This was the core of Chibaku Tensei, the final seal that bound Kaguya's body. Kaguya's faint soul fluctuations were now within reach. Six Paths Chibaku Tensei. Haken's expression remained calm as he stepped forward. At the same time, a blinding golden light erupted from his body, and a fierce skeleton materialized, roaring fiercely. Manifested defense of immeasurable spiritual power. The overwhelming force was enough to tear apart the Six Paths Chibaku Tensei and its core. The once invisible barrier now shimmered with gold, and Haken forced a gap through it, slipping inside. The scene before him. It was like tadpoles struggling to be the first to reach their mother's embrace. The core of the six paths Chibaka Tensei was the final defense of the mother. The gap shattered, and Haken's body merged into the core. In an instant, the scenery before him changed dramatically. A kaleidoscope of barriers, a serene atmosphere, and colorful streaks occasionally flew through the air. It was reminiscent of the scene Naruto witnessed when he encountered Kushina's chakra in the spiritual world. But there was a crucial difference: the figure waiting for Haken was not his mother. As the barriers gradually restored themselves, Haken slowly raised his head. At the same time, the woman standing quietly there also turned her gaze toward him. Their eyes met, and a flash of astonishment flickered in Haken's eyes. She was breathtakingly beautiful. A beauty so captivating that it stirred a deep desire for conquest within a man's heart. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her long, silky blue-white hair flowed smoothly down her back, trailing on the ground. The two horns on her forehead complemented her exquisitely delicate face perfectly. At this moment, there was no Nine-Tomo Rinnegan on her forehead. The six paths, Chibaka Tensei suppressed her power, but within her white pupils, curiosity and confusion reflected the figure of Haken. It was a unique Byakugan. Unlike the uniform white cataracts of the Hyuga clan, Haken noticed that their eyes never reflected another person's image with this peculiar light. It was a unique light that belonged to her. It belonged to Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, the moon goddess who, 1,000 years ago, pacified a chaotic world and crowned herself as king to protect Earth according to her vision. It belonged to Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, the poor woman sealed by her own children. The atmosphere was calm, yet it felt eerie. Kaguya gazed at Haken, and he met her gaze in return. There was no suppression. Only intense curiosity. That curiosity led Haken to abandon Toneri Ōtsutsuki, who was immobilized by the six paths energy, and step closer to Kaguya. His footsteps halted, and Haken stood before her. Reaching out, he grasped her chin at the moment when shock flashed in her pure white pupils. Want to go out? To Haken, who had long grown accustomed to the act of pinching a girl's chin, this gesture was entirely normal. However, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, clearly uncomfortable with it, felt uneasy. The goddess of the moon, the progenitor of chakra. She carried many lofty titles, but the one she had never known was that of a woman who had been teased. Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo and Ōtsutsuki Himura were merely children born of her chakra, revered by the world. She regarded them as her true children. The overwhelming surge of emotions that came when seeing Sasuke and Naruto, the tears that flowed without control, only a mother could understand that feeling. Yet Kaguya, who had been furious, froze completely when she heard the man's 4 words. Want to go out? Of course, she did. She had been gazing at this mystical world of light and shadows for centuries. Even the occasional streaks of color that passed across the sky had become etched into her memory. 1,000 years of solitude. A loneliness that no one could ever understand. Who are you? Gently pulling her chin free from Haken's grasp, Kaguya stepped back. The fact that he had broken through the defenses of six paths, Chibaka Tensei to reach this place spoke volumes about his power. Kaguya may have been naive, but she wasn't foolish enough to attack someone like this outright. Besides, she didn't have the strength to do so anymore. 1,000 years of sealing had drained 99% of her power. The relentless torment of six paths, Chibaka Tensei had left her on the brink of exhaustion. What could she possibly do in this state? My name is Haken. I am the current ruler of Earth. He stepped forward, and with each step she took back, he advanced one step closer. The ruler of Earth. Kaguya froze. It was like hearing her own voice from 1,000 years ago. Answer me, woman. Once again gripping her chin, Haken's voice was calm but carried an undeniable authority. Originally, he had intended to ask a few questions, but as he progressed, it seemed he had glimpsed deeper into certain people's hearts. Pity. Perhaps. But he suddenly felt the urge to show her the world he controlled. Do you want to leave, or not? Kaguya's confused gaze slowly regained some color. For the first time, she was so close to a man that her pale face flushed a soft pink. She nodded gently. Stay close. Tilting his head slightly, Haken released her and turned to lift the half-dead Toneri Ōtsutsuki, then drew his Zanpakuto. At the same time, a crimson-black glow radiated from his face as a hollow mask appeared in an instant. His power surged relentlessly, becoming terrifyingly intense as he gripped his blade, yet his transformation wasn't complete. Suddenly, 2 menacing horns sprouted from his forehead. The combined power of hollows and Shinigami fused completely. Annihilate space. God's tears, hollow flash of the blade. With a low growl, Haken swung his blade downward with overwhelming force. In an instant, space itself shattered. The core of six paths, Chibaka Tensei was completely reduced to ashes by that single strike. What kind of power was this? I've never seen anything like this. Kaguya froze. After the colorful world shattered, only pitch blackness remained. She even forgot to leave. Let's go, woman. He sheathed his blade and grabbed her hand. The hollow mask slowly faded from Haken's face in his berserk minotaur form, but the horns on his forehead remained. Kagaya, still in a daze, allowed Haken to pull her along, her gaze fixed on the horns atop his head. So big. So beautiful. So majestic. All members of the Ōtsutsuki clan had horns. The thicker and more handsome the horns, the more they caught the attention of females. But bigger didn't necessarily mean stronger. The power Haken demonstrated with that one strike, Kagaya sensed a strength unlike chakra. A single slash obliterating the core of 6 paths, Chibaka Tensei. What kind of power was that? Of course, Kagaya might never fully comprehend the principle behind 6 paths, Chibaka Tensei in her lifetime. Itachi, however, saw it clearly. The more intricate the structure, the more fragile it became once its core was destroyed. It was clear that from this day forward, the ninja world would never again witness a full moon. The crescent moon would become the final landscape. The fractured power of 6 paths, Chibaka Tensei would slowly recover, but the severed lunar surface had turned into a vast abyss-like canyon. But none of this concerned Haken. If he wished, creating 2 moons for the ninja world would be no trouble at all. After all, this moon was unlike the one from his past life, different in size, principle, and the stars scattered across its sky. He pulled Kagaya along as they sped forward. Finally, they broke free from the pitch-black environment and landed on solid ground. Kagaya remained in a dazed state, staring intently at Haken's head. But the moment they emerged, the white energy receded back into his body, and the horns disappeared with it. He dropped Toneri to the ground and, gripping Kagaya, the two ascended to the peak of a mountain. From afar, Earth appeared more beautiful than ever. Come to think of it, whether in his past life or after his reincarnation, this was the first time he had ever enjoyed seeing Earth from the sky. But one thing remained the same. Whether in his past life or this one, that sapphire blue planet was breathtaking. It nurtured human civilization, and now, that ninja world belonged to Haken. Because he would ultimately be crowned king. Earth lay in the distance, and Kagaya's gaze finally shifted from Haken's head. A deep blue light reflected in her pupils. This is my nursery. The woman's voice slowly reached Haken's ears, causing him to roll his byakugan. Smack. Kagaya turned back in shock, the sensation of her cheek being slapped sending a shiver down her spine. This ninja world is not your Ōtsutsuki clan's nursery. Gripping her chin again, Haken spoke calmly. Only this statement evoked his intense displeasure. Nursery. Sorry, but that doesn't concern me. What happened before doesn't matter. But from now on, this ninja world is mine. It is yours. Kagaya nodded reluctantly. The title of Goddess of the Dawn, the first of chakra, no longer belonged to her. Before the men who had freed her from the 6 paths, Chibaka Tensei, she had no right to protest. You said you wanted to get out. I made it happen. But there are conditions. Gently brushing Kagaya's cheek, Haken spoke again. Conditions. Her gaze softened, and Kagaya nodded. Of course. Just say them. I want everything about the Ōtsutsuki clan. From the Ōtsutsuki main house to the Ōtsutsuki head family and branch family, all their records. Also, tell me about Ōtsutsuki Model 223, who came to Earth with you, and where the second Ten Tails is. I intend to exterminate them. After speaking slowly, Haken glanced at Kagaya, whose expression was one of surprise. She hadn't expected this. All that he knew. You are going to defy the Ōtsutsuki. Admire a human's courage? But if it were him, maybe he could actually pull it off. For some reason, when Haken Yoru declared his intention to exterminate them, Kagaya, a member of the Ōtsutsuki clan, felt an unexpected sense of relief. That sudden feeling of security was strange, yet it filled her with anticipation. Once, she had also wished to protect Earth, fighting to resist the invasion of those few. But in the end, she failed, defeated by her own son. It was a painful memory. Now, however, someone else was attempting the same thing, and she was curious to see how he would approach it. Would he unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi as she had? Or would he find another way? How I long to see, observe the changes in that nursery. Resistance. They don't deserve that word. I'll simply make them realize the price they'll pay for coveting Dad's little patch of land. Clenching his fist, Haken stood, his gaze fixed on the distant ravine. That was the one he had cleaved with a single stroke. The lunar journey had been largely successful. The only real regret was. Looking up at the distant Hamura shrine, Haken frowned and began walking toward it. In the original movie, the massive golden Tensigen at Hamura Shrine had been destroyed by Hinata and Naruto working together. It seemed like such a waste of something so magnificent. It was a powerful energy formed by countless byakugan. Moving the moon was just one of its abilities. Its power extended far beyond that. As soon as he arrived on the moon, Haken sensed immense energy fluctuations. He moved forward. Finally, the enormous golden light bathed him. This was the golden will Tensigen. Do you want it? Following behind Hakken, Kaguya suddenly spoke, seemingly sensing the longing in his eyes. I don't have the Ōtsutsuki bloodline, so I can't absorb it. Shaking his head, Hakken replied. The Ōtsutsuki bloodline was available in the system store, but Hakken didn't think he needed it. Besides, he didn't have enough points, so it was just something to look at for now. I can help you. To Hakken's surprise, Kaguya stepped closer, moving slowly until she stood directly behind him. What shocked him even more was this. When Kaguya's body pressed against his back, an extraordinary power surged within him. This was Kaguya's chakra. In the name of the Ōtsutsuki, I shall become his Kama. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Connected Souls, Cracked Moon. Kama. A concept introduced in the later sequels of Naruto. It originates from the unique abilities of the Ōtsutsuki clan. When a user enters the cursed seal state, peculiar markings appear on their body, greatly enhancing their abilities. These markings can manifest in different colors depending on the user's elemental affinity. In Boruto, only Jigen, Kawaki, and Boruto possess this power. It may seem like a flashy gimmick, but its power is undeniable. Kaguya leaned back, completely unaware of how devastating her high-tech lights could be to men. In a back-pushing stance, she offered all of her chakra to Hakken. This was a one-sided contribution, unlike Boruto's bond with Kinshiki, which seemed more like a symbiotic relationship poised for possession and rebirth. This was a unique Kama. Only those with the purest Ōtsutsuki blood could perform this sacrifice. From this moment on, she would belong to Hakken. When necessary, they would merge, the cursed seal manifesting, and she would wield the power of the Kama. When not needed, she would summon him for an unconventional merge, exploring each other's depths and chasing the thrill of soaring through the sky. Of course, none of this mattered to Hakken at the moment. The system notification ringing in his mind was what truly surprised him. Ding. Host, detecting Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's intent to contribute chakra as your Kama. This Kama differs slightly from the conceptual model. It will not affect any of your inherent powers, nor will it be influenced by Kaguya's consciousness. This Kama operates in a unilateral support state. Please select whether to accept. Upon acceptance, you will possess the same pure Ōtsutsuki bloodline as Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. When energy reserves are sufficient, special abilities will activate. Kaguya's chakra will attach to your body, constantly providing you with energy. This constitutes Cursed Seal Stage 1. You may summon Kaguya at any time to fulfill your wishes, such as finding a biological father for the Sage of the Six Paths naturally. This system understands the concept of biological father based on your thoughts, and it is highly probable that this refers to yourself. Activating the seal enters Cursed Seal Stage 2. You will harness the power of the Kama to enhance your abilities comprehensively. The level of enhancement scales with Kaguya's growing strength. Rest assured, host. Kaguya's current bond resembles a reliance on your formidable survival skills rather than treating you as a vessel for a resurrection. With your spiritual pressure, she cannot achieve such a goal. During this bond period, you may choose to absorb Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's chakra into your body or sever the bond completely. After a brief pause, the system continued its explanation. Of course, host may refuse by releasing your spiritual pressure. However, rejecting this offer will permanently forfeit future opportunities to obtain a Kama. The explanation was clear now. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki had once attempted the same with Hakken, but she had failed. The world did not unfold as she wished. Her perspective shifted. She decided to witness the world with her own eyes. It was no longer her nursery world. With her power not yet restored, indeed, so weak it could only be called feeble, becoming this powerful man's Kama was her only option. There was another reason behind her mindset. This man had spoken of confronting the Ōtsutsuki clan in the future. The naive Ōtsutsuki didn't understand, and wouldn't delve into, the logic that, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She only knew this man's strength was absurd. Becoming his Kama, if even this formidable man couldn't defeat the others, what could she accomplish? Kaguya had truly come to terms with it. As the men dragged her away from the moon's interior, she realized that what she lacked was someone to rely on. Whether this man was worthy of that reliance was still unknown. But by observing him, she would become his strength. It was fine to simply witness that nursery with her own eyes. For whatever reason, she proceeded. Acceptance. This was a no-lose proposition. Hakken had no reason to refuse. The barrier between them completely vanished. Kaguya's remaining power flowed into Hakken's body, her form gradually becoming transparent and faintly merging with his. But at the very last moment, Kaguya's eyes widened in shock. What was that? A fierce beast resided in this man's heart, ruthlessly suppressing all of her power. Perhaps, before, she had entertained other thoughts about Hakken's body. But at this moment, even that final thought disappeared. Whether it was spiritual energy or soul, this was absolutely not a two-type entity she could covet. Dance with the wolf. Resistance was futile. From this day forward, this servant belongs to him. Abandoning her last struggle, Kagaya's form fully dissolved, becoming transparent and vanishing into Haken's body. At the same time, a strange woman appeared in his spiritual realm, observing the outside world through Haken's eyes. Naturally, Haken could close these visions at any time. He could also summon Kagaya's physical form whenever he wished. This was the perfect Kama. Power surged, a pale blue pattern extending from Haken's arm to his pupils. His eyes snapped open, revealing a white pupil identical to Kagaya's in his left eye. Byakugan. Unlike the Hyuga clan, under Haken's physical constitution and unique chakra, he didn't need to stimulate the meridians around his eyes, the Byakugan activated naturally. Beyond that, the eerie pattern stretched again, wrapping around Haken's Zanpakuto. Without a doubt, the power of his standard slashes had increased once more. So this is the power of the Kama. Not that impressive. Frowning, Haken seemed somewhat disappointed. This wasn't him putting on an act, mimicking Madara's tone to mock sage mode after learning it. It was genuinely weak. Too weak. The boost it gave him was completely different from what he had expected. It's because I was sealed. Kagaya's voice echoed in his mind, her tone betraying profound terror. Indeed. The soul-crushing pressure, capable of devouring her at any moment, was something she had never encountered before. Now, this man only needed a single thought, and she would be devoured until not even her bones remained. True death. A seal. Haken nodded. That was indeed the case. Even before being sealed by Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo and Ōtsutsuki Himura, Kagaya was not the complete chakra ancestor. This could be concluded from the fact that Rikudo Sennin could separate nine-tailed beasts from his own body. Creating two children with chakra alone meant the Rikudo Sennin possessed the combined power of all nine-tailed beasts. One could only imagine how terrifying Kagaya's original chakra must have been. After all, who could have guessed the true form of the Ten-Tails was just a naive, innocent Ōtsutsuki? Does it require activating infinite Tsukuyomi to restore it? After pondering, Haken asked curiously. Honestly, if she was too weak, it wouldn't offer him any substantial boost. Infinite Tsukuyomi is merely one method, and it doesn't require everyone to contribute all their chakra to become white Zetsu. A single drop is enough. Kagaya sounded slightly anxious. And this massive energy entity before you, by absorbing it through our cursed seal method, it ultimately strengthens your body. Yet I serve as the conduit for this power, which will also aid in restoring some of my own strength. Comparing herself to a conduit. Haken was speechless. The adjectives used by the Ōtsutsuki clan were all rather stinging. Kama, vessel, just thinking about it was absurd. Still, getting down to business was paramount. The prerequisites for absorbing the Tensigen were in place, but Haken was unclear on the exact steps. It requires connecting with my soul and spirit. In the spiritual realm, Haken's figure materialized. Seeing Kagaya's slightly flushed face, he seemed to understand what needed to be done. Undress. Pointing at Kagaya's clothing, Haken stated calmly. Kagaya, ? Didn't you say we needed to connect? Right, since we're both spiritual forms, might as well be open about it. The man's gaze naturally fell upon Kagaya, slowly shifting downward. Taking 2 startled steps back, Kagaya, still processing, realized the misunderstanding. Though they met as spiritual energy and souls, this overt behavior made her pale face flush completely. I hadn't finished yet. As the Ōtsutsuki's robes dissipated, Kagaya finally managed to squeeze out the second half of her sentence. Actually, just holding hands would be enough. Sorry. She had no chance left. It was merely a connection between souls and spirits, not a physical one, so Haken dismissed it. Only the two of them remained on the moon now. Toneri Ōtsutsuki, already treated as a tool by Haken, had been sealed away using a special scroll exchanged from the system store. A true world of two under the stars. Feeling that profound connection, Haken's hand, wrapped in eerie patterns, reached for the golden will Tensigen. This power was of the same lineage and clan, rejection was impossible. The sheer strength of Haken's physique astonished Kagaya. Same lineage, formidable physique, Byakugan. With all prerequisites met, the absorption of power commenced. As if plunging into a warm ocean, only Haken, immersed in the unique sensation of soul-to-soul connection, gazed with delight. The golden will reincarnation I was, at its core, the convergence of countless Ōtsutsuki Byakugan. Each of those eyes represented their most precious possession. In other words, they were their very souls. Thus, during absorption, Haken noticed his blade emitting an unusual glow. The second normal slash trait, soul-devouring blade, was taking effect. Haken's Zanpakuto absorbed the soul power above, thereby solidifying its soul harvest and souls under the blade effects. This unexpected bonus was something he hadn't anticipated. The soul-devouring blades, souls under the blade, effect was immensely powerful, especially on the day Haken achieved his Shurkai, when his attack reaped over 3,000 souls. That single strike felt like 3,000 souls charging forward with a roar. Its effect could only be described as terrifying. The normal slash remained the same, yet its power now included not only physical and soul damage but also an extremely potent deterrent effect. This trait was exceptionally potent. Yet Haken couldn't possibly slaughter and harvest the souls of every person in the ninja world, otherwise, he and Kaguya would be no different. Once unification arrived, only the rebels could become souls slain by his blade. The growth potential of the souls slain effect within the Hokage world seemed to have reached its limit. But the number of souls within the Golden Will Tensigen once again amplified the effect of Haken's normal slash trait. This alone made using Kaguya as his Kama well worth it. Very good. In the spiritual energy realm, the Haken, bound to Kaguya's soul, wore a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Kaguya had completely collapsed into his embrace. "May I touch your horns?" She suddenly spoke. It seemed the Ōtsutsuki clan harbored a peculiar fixation on horns. Sure enough, after the horns of her rampaging void form appeared, the woman herself consolidated the connected souls. Seems she found a rather peculiar point of interest. Her knowledge has expanded. The energy of the Golden Tensigen was considerable. Gathering all the Ōtsutsuki Byakugan from the moon, its power was unimaginable. Thus, even after Haken acquired attributes aligned with Hamura's lineage, the absorption rate remained sluggish. Yet these days of energy absorption were far from tedious. Feeling the metamorphosis with body and soul, this process was pure enjoyment. Especially with the connected soul within the spiritual space. The perfect Kama grew stronger, and Haken, whose curse seal remained perpetually active, sensed it. His eyes were completing their transformation. Earth, the ninja world. Within Konohagakure. Based on the observations over the past few days, there's no sign that the moon is heading toward Earth. Apart from that strange sight of it splitting in two, no other phenomena have occurred. In the Hokage's office, Narashikaku presented the findings from the Konoha Observatory to Minato. The moon has split. Such an event would certainly cause a sensation. But why it split, and how it happened, no one knows. After all, before the incident, no one even knew the moon was the source, and no one had been looking up at it constantly. So, it poses no threat to Earth, correct? Minato nodded, finally exhaling in relief. When the moon first cracked, they had feared it might collide with Earth, but looking back, that seemed like overthinking. The moon was still the same moon, only showing a strange phenomenon for some unknown reason. The only real mystery now was who was responsible for all of this. The ninja world was filled with confusion. But the one most puzzled of all was the bizarre pool of liquid. Black Zetsu Ōtsutsuki. The third son of Princess Kaguya. On a quiet night, atop a hillside outside Odogekure in the land of rice fields, Black Zetsu stared at the glowing crescent moon and opened his mouth. The moon has split. Others might not know what this meant, but he did. The moon was merely a sealed image created by the Six Paths Chibaka Tensei, and the one sealed within was his mother, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. But now the moon had split, cleaved in two. What had happened to Mother? Black Zetsu's gaze grew distant as he looked toward the village of Odogekure and sighed. The plan had spiraled beyond control. At least Orochimaru shared their objective, destroy Konoha, destroy that man. But the technique used on Nagato. He shook his head. Let Orochimaru take the lead. If all else fails, they would have to revive Madara early and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. He lifted his gaze back to the moon. Perhaps Black Zetsu would never know. In this moment, it wasn't just the moon that had split. Shattered alongside it was his mother. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. The woman of the king. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, he's back. Bang. What is Konoha trying to do? What are they planning? Kimogakure. A deafening roar shook the Reikichi's office. His lone arm slammed onto the desk, and the poor thing shattered on impact. Mabui stood beside him, watching calmly. She'd expected this. As the Reikichi secretary, she knew his temper better than anyone. The fact that he'd managed to hold back until now was already impressive. She quietly gathered the scattered documents, letting out a small sigh. To be honest, she couldn't really blame the Reikichi-sama for losing it this time. Konoha had gone too far. Looking out the window, Mabui rubbed her forehead. The information that had trickled out of the ninja world over the past few years made one thing clear. Konoha's recent moves were about to shake the entire balance. Reikichi-sama. I won't say anything else until you've calmed down. I just need to remind you of one thing. Before you start smashing things again, please look at your hand. She sighed softly as she spoke. Look at his hand. Inside the empty sleeve, only half an arm remained. The Rakige's face darkened as he sank back into his chair. A lesson carved into him with blood. Even if he was angry, what could he do? Slumping back, he let out a long, frustrated exhale. Finally calming down, Mabui let out a quiet breath of relief. And Rakige-sama, we really have no grounds to blame Konoha for this. We can only swallow the humiliation. She glanced at the documents in her hands and gave a bitter smile. Here's how things stood. In recent years, the ninja world had seemed peaceful on the surface. The 5 great nations all appeared to be recovering. But behind the scenes, plenty was happening. Rumors had long circulated that many smaller villages and nations had already pledged allegiance to Konoha in secret. But rumors were rumors, without precedent, no one had taken them seriously. Yet now, several small countries bordering the Land of Lightning had openly announced that, starting today, they would accept Konoha's restructuring and reforms, effectively acknowledging Konoha as their patron. This news directly threatened the Land of Lightning's interests. For the major nations and their shinobi villages, aside from domestic resources and missions, the biggest source of income came from the yearly peace fees paid by the smaller nations. And for ages, these small nations had relied on larger powers, hoping that when great nations fought, the flames of war would pass them by. The Land of Fire had the same system. But until now, the payment had always gone to the Land of Fire's daimyo, not to Konoha. Now Konoha was stepping in directly. They were even turning those small nations into Konoha's dependents. What were they trying to do? This move severely threatened every other nation's interests. A few days ago, the Rakige had sent a squad to collect the customary peace fees from the small nations bordering the Land of Lightning. But today, what returned were Kimogakure shinobi on stretchers, every one of them with their legs broken. And the message delivered alongside them only added fuel to the fire. Trespass again and you will be killed. The humiliation sent all of Kimogakure into an uproar. A provocation, a blatant, unrestrained provocation. For a moment, the Rakige almost marched out himself to crush the country. But in the end, he held back. Aside from venting in his office, he had no other options. Just as Mabui said, they had no right to complain this time. They had no grounds to be angry. Think of it this way. A small nation wants peace. It wants to keep war from touching its borders. Who it chooses to pay, whose protection it seeks, that's its choice. If the Land of Lightning couldn't fulfill that role, then turning to the might of Konoha was perfectly reasonable. Which meant Kimogakure had no move to make. Attacking that small nation would be the same as attacking Konoha. And if that brat in Konoha got angry enough to bring the fight to Kimogakure, what would they use to stop him? After all these years, just how strong had that brat become? Actually, Rakige-sama, there's no need to worry. Standing before the desk, Mabui suddenly smiled. Konoha's actions can only lead to 2 outcomes. First, all the small nations and minor ninja villages bow their heads and become Konoha's dogs. Then Konoha uses that massive influx of resources to grow at incredible speed, until one day the other 4 great villages can no longer withstand the pressure and also become Konoha's dogs. At that point, Hakenyoru will have succeeded. Because he will have corrected the chaos, achieved complete unification, and his name will go down in history as the hero of the entire ninja world. Mabui was sharp. She'd accurately deduced Konoha's intentions from their actions alone. And her reasoning was flawless. This truly was Hakenyoru's and Konoha's ultimate plan. But the same logic cuts both ways. Her expression shifted, a bright smile spreading across her face. His methods will also infuriate the other great nations, just like you are now. Great nations are great because they possess overwhelming military strength that smaller countries can't compare to. If the day comes when the 4 great villages can no longer tolerate Konoha's dictatorship, war will follow. Her expression grew serious as she pointed to the Land of Fire on the map. Compared to the end of the Third Shinobi World War a few years ago, Konoha's territory had expanded by nearly a third. That monstrous outline looked as if it intended to swallow the entire ninja world. But if you try to swallow too much, you end up choking yourself. Her eyes glinted as her voice lowered. Have you forgotten? This same situation occurred when the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, ruled Konoha. Putting aside whether Hakenyoru's combat strength matches Hashirama Senju's, even if he had that level of dominance, Konoha can only advance along the first path while he's still alive. But Hashirama Senju was far more easygoing than Hakenyoru, he even voluntarily brought out the tailed beasts to sell. Mabui paused, almost laughing. Buying something from them, then using that very thing to kill their people. Did Hashirama really never think ahead? So what happens after he dies? When the 4 great villages' resentment toward Konoha reaches its peak, and their strongest pillar is already gone. After he dies. The Rakige froze, suddenly understanding. Yes. Even the men called the god of shinobi eventually died, so what about that brat? A brat with no bloodline at all. Hakenyoru could rule for a few decades at most. Without the vitality of the Uzumaki or Senju clans, how could he hope to accomplish in one lifetime what even the first Hokage could not? Of course, the first Hokage never intended to unify the ninja world. Madara Uchiha, on the other hand, did. Yet what puzzled the Raikage to this day was that, according to Kimogakure's historical records, the first Hokage had sensed Madara's ideals as a threat. Their differing philosophies drove Madara to even consider destroying Konoha. Then the two fought. Two peak-level fighters, one killed, the other heavily injured. How foolish. Their battle alone carved out a canyon. With power like that, how could any other village hope to withstand them? You're right. He will die. Just like Hashirama Senju. The Raikage nodded firmly. So instead of focusing on the powerful Hakenyoru, we should shift our attention to Konoha's next generation, maybe even the generation after that. Mabui continued, and for that, I have a proposal. In less than a year, Konoha's two famed prodigies, the son of Minato Namikaze and the second son of the Uchiha clan leader, will graduate from the Ninja Academy. That same year, it will be Konoha's turn to host the Chunin exams. They will invite the Land of Lightning to participate. We take that chance to record those two prodigies' combat strength. In my opinion, neither is likely to surpass Hakenyoru. And as long as they don't surpass him, after that man dies, the Land of Lightning will have its chance to rise. Her full analysis delivered, Mabui exhaled deeply. This strategy was the result of an entire day and night without sleep, ever since she learned that Konoha had taken control of the surrounding small nations. For now, endurance was their only path. Wait for time to strip away Konoha's peak strength, then the Great War would erupt. And Kimogakure was far from the only one displeased with Konoha. Even if Konoha survived the combined assault of the four great ninja villages, it would likely be left as weakened as it had been after the Third Shinobi World War. Balance would return. Not a bad plan. But unfortunately, unbelievable as it sounds, Ken-san has never once lied to me. He said, he will not die. So your strategy won't have any effect at all. Above the Raikage tower of Kimogakure, a lone figure stood, murmuring to himself. He was now a full head taller than when Haken had left. In just a few years, he had grown far more mature. The wind brushed across his face, as if memorizing Itachi's features. And as fate would have it, the forest country on the border of the Land of Lightning was one of the regions under his jurisdiction. And those who had gone there yesterday, he was the one who dealt with them. To prevent Kimogakure from retaliating, he had followed from afar, wanting to see the Raikage's reaction. The hot-headed Raikage hadn't disappointed him. He'd erupted in anger. But the presence of his secretary forced him to suppress it. She even suggested waiting for the right time, then uniting the other villages to attack Konoha. Casting one last glance at Mabui, a unique pattern flashed through Itachi's pupils before his body dissolved into a flock of crows, vanishing from sight. Finally back. Outside a ruined cavern somewhere within the Land of Fire, two figures landed, hand in hand. One had long black hair cascading over his shoulders, a black blade at his waist and a sake gourd at his side drawing the eye. The other had skin pale as snow and white pupils that curiously took in their surroundings. Hakenyoru and Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. How long had it been? Haken no longer remembered. But it had certainly not been short. Only recently had he finally finished absorbing the immense energy of the giant Tensigen. Absorbing it wasn't enough, the real task was mastering that violent power, turning it entirely into his own. Only then could he consider the transformation complete. How had Ōtsutsuki Toneri been defeated by Naruto? Not because the Tensigen was weak, but because Toneri had only just awakened it. His understanding of its power had barely scratched the surface. Even so, the newly awakened Toneri had already commanded several devastating techniques. The golden wheel's blazing blade, capable of piercing the moon. The silver wheel's overwhelming tornado. And the Tensigen chakra mode, its eerie green glow unsettling to the core. Especially the truth-seeking orbs behind him, proof that once the Tensigen awakened, one foot was already stepping into the Six Paths realm. Of course, it had taken Haken so long not only because of the Tensigen. He had also traveled through several of Kagaya's dimensions, searching for various things. It ate up time. But not too much. Because now, with the power he possessed, no one could restrain him. A faint blue light flickered in his gaze as his star-like eyes shifted to Kagaya beside him. The Tensigen. With their long-established rapport, Kagaya understood immediately what he intended. She stepped behind him, pressing gently against his back as her form melted into him, becoming wedge power. My lord, allow me to witness your world. Her voice drifted through his mind, soft as flowing water. With her body and will completely surrendered, she placed all her hopes on this man. For the first time, facing the future threat of the Ōtsutsuki clan, she no longer felt fear. So this was what it felt like to have someone to rely on. After absorbing the Tensigen, her strength had also recovered significantly. Perhaps fate had already settled this. From the moment he took her hand and pulled her from the moon's core, she had been destined to become his strength. Ha! Gripping the sake gourd, Haken took a heavy swig as his long hair billowed in the wind. Almost time. Whoosh! His figure vanished, appearing in the sky the next heartbeat. Konoha, I'm back. If I ever die, it'll definitely be from boredom. Konohagakure. Outside a certain hot spring. A white-haired old man slumped on the ground, looking utterly drained. Pen and paper in hand, he stared at the blank page, unable to squeeze out a single decent idea. Swish. A figure dropped beside him. Jiraiya-sama, the quality of your recent work has gone downhill. And it's always the same poses over and over. There's really nothing interesting left to see. Same white hair, but this man carried himself with much more flair. Despite the blazing heat, he insisted on wearing a mask, and his forehead protector hung lazily over one eye. Kakashi Hatake. Lately, he'd grown even lazier. ANBU kept filling with elite members, so Team All only handled high-difficulty missions now, like organizing intelligence from the small countries and minor hidden villages. And because Konoha needed time to digest all that intel, progress wasn't fast. Naturally, that left Kakashi with plenty of free time to read Ika Ika Paradise. Unfortunately, the quality was atrocious. It couldn't even spark the slightest interest anymore. At night, before bed, he had to rely on editions from years ago just to function properly. At this rate, he was worried something might genuinely stop working. I can't do anything about it, Jiraiya groaned. You know Konoha's rules. Forget collecting material, even trying to take a normal bath near a women's bathhouse gets me monitored. There was truly no way around it. Naruto's constant pervy sage shouting had probably burned that nickname into the villagers' minds as well. I'll wait until that brat comes back before finishing the next volume of Ika Ika Paradise. I need to go out and find some inspiration first. He shook his head and sighed deeply. Kakashi didn't push him. Authors got writer's block, it was normal. Once the ideas came back, he still looked forward to reading the results. Whoosh! Just as they were wallowing in gloom, a crimson blur burst down from the sky with a thud. Looking closer, it was Kurama. The boss is back. Shouting the words midair, it shot toward Konoha's gates at a speed nearly matching Minato Namake's. Boss. Who's its boss? Jiraiya scratched his head, then suddenly froze. He exchanged a look with Kakashi, and both vanished instantly. 5 years. He had finally returned. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, This Presence. It's the Sage of Six Paths Mother. At the entrance of Konohagakure, years of development had transformed the village into something far grander than before. The gates bustled with life. Merchants and travelers streamed in and out, all eager to glimpse the majesty and atmosphere of the first shinobi village. As everyone lined up for inspection, 2 crimson shapes suddenly shot out of the village at incredible speed. Looking closely, though both were orange-red, they weren't quite the same. One was a deeper shade, the other lighter. 2 blazing clusters of fire. Is that Lord Ninetails? Only the village's beloved mascot, Kurama, could run wild around Konoha with such abandon. Despite how reckless its movements appeared, its street racing skills were already perfected to an art. Even on the most crowded street, Lord Ninetails would never crash into anyone. Many believed this daily sprinting was Kurama's own kind of training. Following the direction the flaming figures rushed toward, the crowd noticed something unusual. Lord Ninetails seemed particularly anxious today. Slowly, people turned their heads. A lone figure approached from the distance. Long black hair flowed down to his waist. After so long on the moon, he had clearly stopped caring for his hairstyle, yet the unkempt look only made him seem more naturally carefree. The confidence radiating from him was unmistakably compelling. After years away, he'd grown noticeably taller, his straight posture no longer burdened by the awkward contrast of a long blade and a sake gourd at his side. The scars that once marked his youthful face had vanished entirely, erased by changes in his physique. Only the slight upward curve of his lips and the depth of his eyes remained familiar. His old black martial arts uniform no longer fit him. In its place was a shihakusho purchased with points from the system store, a garment originating from the Shinigami world, yet now shaped into a style uniquely his. Most importantly, the clothing could repair itself, sparing Haken the hassle of changing after every battle. Konoha. It finally felt like coming home. He lifted the sake gourd, ready to take a satisfying drink. Whoosh. 2 fiery shapes launched straight at him. What the? Boom. Boom. The 2 flames slammed into his chest, and Haken's lips curved into a gentle smile. What shocked the onlookers was not the impact itself, but the fact that he didn't move an inch. Instead, the ground behind him split open with a thunderous crack. Such terrifying force. Just who was this man? 5 years had passed. The once young boy had completed his transformation into a man. His mature aura and sharp features made him unrecognizable to many. But the name, Konoha's Kenpachi, was known by all. Ignoring the stunned villagers, Haken lowered his gaze. There was always a special sense between beasts. Kurama was probably the very first in Konoha to notice his return. Since this was homecoming, there was no reason to hide his chakra. Truthfully, this was the first time he'd ever been away from Konoha for so long. Before, even if he wasn't always visible, he still lived and worked within the village. And with time, bonds formed, unique to the shinobi world. Bonds that drove people to grow stronger. Hey! I got here first. Couldn't you wait before diving into the boss's arms? You got no shame. Shut up. You wouldn't even exist without me. And we clearly arrived together, stop squeezing. What truly surprised Haken was that Kurama had become two. No, more accurately, its yin chakra and yang chakra had separated into two bodies. Both equally round. Equally chubby. Equally simple. Seems what I left for Minato-sensei finally came in handy. Winning over the Ninetales in just a few years was no small feat. As he held the two Kurama, Haken could feel it clearly, these weren't sealed beasts bound by force. Their bond was closer to comrades, partners. Using the tailed beast charger he'd exchanged from the system store, he connected their chakra to his own. This allowed him to gain the power of a Jinchuriki without any of the restraints. He could enter Minato or Naruto's bodies if needed, or move freely like this. One Kurama had become Minato's aide, the other, Naruto's big brother. Just as Haken had expected. They were getting along perfectly. Give Minato and Naruto a bit more time, and the true yellow flash of Konoha would soon appear before the world. And their bond. It was nothing like that of a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast. It was more like friends. Real companions. Hey, boss, why do you have the six paths old man's aura on you? Yeah. At first I almost didn't recognize you. If it wasn't for that wild, violent chakra of yours, I'd have thought you were someone else. Perched on Haken's left and right shoulders, the two Kurama, one black, one orange, sniffed him curiously before voicing their confusion. The Ninetales had undergone a tremendous change compared to the past. At the very least, they had finally understood one thing. Humans were divided into good and bad, and in the land of fire, nearly everyone in Konoha was good. And the method for judging good and bad people was simple. If they saw Kurama and respectfully called it Lord Ninetales, that person was a pure good guy. And among the good, the very best was the men before them, Haken Yoru. The first man to truly acknowledge its existence. Maybe in the past, Kurama didn't really understand how much that meant. But after years apart, the feeling of missing him had made it clear, this man was far more important than someone who just carried it around the village every day. This warmth was closer than anything it felt toward the Sage of Six Paths who had created it. Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo had simply crafted the tailed beasts and left them to discover their own path to coexist with humans. But the men before it had lit a bright lamp in the darkness that followed. However, there really was an aura clinging faintly to him, one eerily similar to the Sage of Six Paths. What was happening? Aura, huh? Haken touched his chin and let out a playful smile. Sorry, but Hagoromo Ōtsutsuki's aura doesn't deserve to be compared to mine. My aura. It's his mother's. My aura is his mother's. Why is he swearing? The two Kurama exchanged baffled looks. They didn't understand. And it was natural that they didn't. Deep within the shared mental space, Kaguya lowered her head, cheeks flushed. Hagoromo and Hamura were beings she had created with her own chakra mixed with the collective faith of the people. She had lost enormous power for them, she had given everything to raise those two children. The final result, however, had been painfully tragic. Chakra could shape all things. It was a mysterious power. And since the Sage of Six Paths was a product of Kaguya's chakra, it was perfectly normal that Haken, whose soul had been intertwined with hers for years, carried an aura similar to his. Kurama's excitement was only a passing moment. When Haken lifted his head, his expression softened. They were all here. Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Ataki Kakashi, Might Guy, Uchiha Shisui. Even the fully matured maid, the little cat, now slim, elegant, and striking, had arrived. Alongside her were Haken's sister Mitarashi Anko and her close friend Kurina Yuhi. And the girl who had always waited for him had grown up as well. Yuzuki Yugao. Konan stood in the corner, her expression complicated. And then there were the boys and girls about to graduate from the ninja academy, their eyes blazing with excitement. Hinata, Tenten, Ino, and the rest of the Rookie 12 stared at him with curiosity and awe. Naruto and Sasuke were already sprinting toward him. But one person was missing. The figure who had once trained beside him, sweating and striving alongside him. Haken. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out behind him. A swirl of crows converged, forming Itachi, who rushed straight toward Haken. There was no dramatic reunion hug. Instead, a familiar finger tapped Itachi gently on the forehead with a crisp snap, freezing him in place. Long time no see, dumbass. Truly, men didn't need many words. He was back. That alone was enough. Itachi smiled faintly and nodded. Konoha's Kenpachi. Welcome home. He was Konoha's Kenpachi. In that instant, the villagers finally understood, erupting into cheers. He's so handsome. Ino tugged the dazed Sakura and nudged the blushing Hinata. Then her eyes shifted to the gloomy-looking Tenten. He really was handsome. Everyone had known, even years ago, that this man had shattered the meaning of handsome. And now, that ceiling was even higher. A large part of it was that effortless, carefree charm. People said that carefree demeanor was just his natural way of living. But when it came to protecting the village, the overwhelming aura he unleashed was what truly commanded respect. A man like that was bound to attract countless admirers. Ino clenched her teeth, gathering her courage. Some people, once they made up their minds, never backed down. After hearing he had returned, she'd rushed here with flowers in hand, hoping to do something. But when she looked ahead, the figure had already disappeared into the village, surrounded by a crowd. Had she missed her chance? It seemed she would have to wait for next time. The dispirited girl let out a long sigh. For now, she could only watch his retreating back and muster her courage again. I thought you'd go home first to spend time with Anko and the others. Hokage building, office. Minato scratched his head as he looked at Haken sitting on the sofa, with Itachi and Kakashi standing behind him. After all these years, his disciple had completely grown up. Gone was the youthful immaturity, replaced by a calm, reliable presence that made Minato genuinely proud. No rush. Haken shook his head. This time, unless something unexpected happens, I won't be leaving the village for a long while. There's plenty of time. Outside Konoha, he had gathered almost everything he needed. Next came two major goals, developing his own Tensigen abilities, and speeding up the efficiency of his daily sword-swinging missions. All the years he spent absorbing the Golden Will Tensigen's energy had slowed down the progress of unlocking his template abilities through daily sword swings. And Haken would never forget, his core move was still the basic slash. Even the Tensigen's power worked best when channeled into repulsive and attractive forces along his blade. There was still a lot of room to grow. His plan was to settle down, sort out the remaining issues in the ninja world, and then move forward. He had come to Minato's office to learn about recent changes in the ninja world and whether Konoha's development had veered off its intended path. According to your second 5-year plan, Minato began, Konoha's ANBU reserves and the Nightingale squad have fully begun their operations. Over the past few years, the results have been impressive. Right now, more than 80% of the small nations and small to medium hidden villages in the ninja world are under Konoha's control. He spread out a map, pointing excitedly at the marked regions. 80%. The speed was indeed remarkable. Haken nodded slightly. But there are a few countries that are complicated. Minato sighed. For example, the land of demons. Their system is completely different. There's no daimyo, no real centralized government. Rather than governing the land of demons, it's more accurate to say the people they're protected from the demon Morio. The highest authority belongs to the shrine maidens, generation after generation. A priestess, huh? By this timeline, Cheyenne's mother should have already sealed the demon and died. Which meant that the young girl now ruled the land of demons. Haken understood instantly. As Gamamaru once said, chakra was an external force to this land. This continent originally had its own unique traditions, and the shrine maiden system was one of them. Besides the land of demons, there are also other politically unstable regions like the land of snow. In short, they're troublesome. Some decisions still need to come from you. Sensei doesn't know what to do anymore. Minato shrugged, giving Haken a meaningful smile. Haken, you understand, don't you? Understand what? Holding Kurama, Haken looked puzzled. Ken-san, Itachi reminded gently, Minato-sensei means it's time for you to shoulder the responsibility of Hokage. That's right, Haken, Minato added, stepping forward with excitement. Your achievements and reputation make you more than qualified to become the 5th Hokage. He held out the Hokage cloak expectantly. Last time, this brat claimed he was too young. Now he was fully mature, what excuse could he possibly have left? I refuse. Haken pushed the cloak away with clear disdain and scooted back on the sofa. Are you kidding me? I just got back, and you want me to be Hokage. As expected. Kakashi spoke calmly. Anyone who knew Haken understood perfectly, he was absolutely not the type to sit in the Hokage's office buried under paperwork. Especially with so many adorable girls waiting for him at home. The more Kakashi read Ika Ika Paradise, the more convinced he became that all was the true winner in life. In fact, wasn't the story basically written for him? A protagonist born without contest. Ha! Minato sighed, looking thoroughly defeated. Was the Hokage position really that undesirable? Alright, Minato-sensei. Just wait a little longer. For the first time, Hakken left him a glimmer of hope. Just wait a little longer. Timing was everything. You said earlier that Konoha now controls over 80% of the small and mid-sized villages. I have an idea. Select elite talents and send them to Konoha. Let them strengthen the village. Those small villages have plenty of prodigies and clans with secret techniques. Their addition would boost Konoha's combat power. He paused, a confident smile forming on his lips. And before long, they'll be desperate for the chance to come to Konoha. A new generation was close to graduating, which meant the Chunin exams were just around the corner. This time, he planned to invite every village to Konoha to witness the exam. Let them see, Konoha's new generation was just as powerful as its legends. A great idea. Minato nodded. But before that, Hakken. The next Ninja Academy graduation is coming soon. This time, I want you to serve as the supervising instructor for the evaluations. In other words, exam proctor. Hakken sighed. Minato's intention was obvious. He wanted him to build a connection with Konoha's next generation, further solidifying his presence in their minds. Another step toward making him Hokage. But Hakken was genuinely interested in this batch. All right. He nodded, then turned to leave. His work here was done. Now, it was time for reunion. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, after stepping onto the peak, he's not standing there alone. Konoha, the Mitarashi residence. The courtyard had already gone through a full expansion and renovation. The house had even been relocated to the residential district at the very center of Konoha. There was no helping it, more and more people had moved in, so expansion was inevitable. Anko was the last remaining member of the Mitarashi family and Hakken's older sister, making her the rightful mistress of the home. As for Kurenai Yui, for certain reasons, she had moved in a few years earlier to live with her best friend. Her official excuse had been to keep Anko company so she wouldn't feel lonely. But as the mistress of the house, Anko saw straight through her little scheme. Well, Anko knew exactly who her best friend was actually here for. Aside from Kurenai and Anko, the first generation maid Yujito Ni had been enjoying life quite a bit lately. At least she was no longer the only maid and now even commanded a powerful subordinate, Konan. With General Konan at her side, she could crush that jerk any day. Ahem. Not that she was exaggerating, she had once squatted by the door, peeking inside, and had seen everything clearly. And she knew some secrets that even Anko and Kurenai didn't. Secrets shared only between a maid and her master. So sometimes she would secretly ask Konan strange questions. Like, subtle sensations she might feel. Or how her body responded. Or why her clothes ended up torn to pieces. And how exactly was Konan supposed to answer those? After accepting her role, Yujito originally planned to slack off. But after getting close to the other women, she realized Konoha wasn't as terrible as she had imagined. The warm, happy smiles of people in the village were incredibly close to the peace she once dreamed of. Wasn't this the life she wanted? If it were that man, maybe, he really could bring peace to the world. Too bad Nagato and Yahiko would never get to see that day. She'd thought that without that infuriating man around, her mood would gradually improve. But as though she'd gotten used to being bullied, his image would sometimes surface during her lonely nights. She didn't know why. She felt lost. Besides the maids and the pair of best friends, the newly expanded Mitarashi household had one more resident. Yuzuki Yugao. Officially, the girlfriend of Konoha's Kenpachi. Originally, she only came by daily to help tidy Hakken's room. But after staying just one night, she found she couldn't bring herself to leave, so she moved in as well. Her arrival caused a chain reaction, Tsunade soon joined them too. Under the pretense of protecting her disciple from danger, she conveniently stayed over while teaching her the Yin seal. Yugao, of course, knew exactly what Tsunade was really thinking. The Senju compound was full of sorrow. An empty courtyard, all alone, would only bring back painful memories. And so, for all of these reasons, the Mitarashi household had grown very lively. Kurenai and Anko, 2 maids, Tsunade, and her apprentice. 6 girls altogether, creating quite the spirited atmosphere. And Hakken Yura was the only man. So when he stepped into the courtyard, he froze. The other 5 girls were understandable, but even Tsunade had moved in, wasn't that excuse a bit too flimsy? Raising an eyebrow, he barely had time to react before Anko dashed forward and threw herself at him. His well-proportioned older sister had developed impressively over the years. Though her weight had gone up quite a bit, all the extra softness had gone to exactly the right places. For example, Anko's Anko had clearly surpassed her best friend's, though it still fell short compared to Tsunade's. You really need to lose some weight, sis. Hakan pinched her cheek helplessly. Her weight was still manageable for now, but at this rate, he worried her refined features might eventually get buried. Don't care. You handle it later. Anko rolled her eyes. There were plenty of ways to lose weight. But when Hakan glanced at Conan in the distance, her cheeks faintly flushed, an idea suddenly formed in his mind. During those days when he forced Conan to stay calm, she seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight. Of course she had. Scream-inducing high-intensity training burned an absurd number of calories. I'll try it later. He narrowed his eyes slightly, the conclusion clear. Lying back in his familiar reclining chair, the two maids took their positions, one standing at his left with a fan, the other at his right offering sweet fruit. This summer was destined to be scorching, yet filled with refreshing coolness. Why is the atmosphere of the world you govern completely different from the one I once ruled? As they returned home from outside the village, the scenery along the path flowed into Kagaya's mind through Hakan's eyes. Indeed. Even 1,000 years ago, when Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was revered as the rabbit goddess, people only displayed peace on the surface. The warmth she sensed from these people now left her confused. Why had she never received anything like this before? After becoming the rabbit goddess, all she ever felt from others was fear, nothing like this gentle closeness. The reason is simple. Part of it is that your method was too rough, Hakan said calmly. The other part is that you never truly saw yourself as someone who belonged to this world. Strength reaches its greatest potential when you wield it yourself, yes. But don't overlook the people beside you, they're just as remarkable. If there's one key difference between you and me, it's that even if both of us succeed, even if we're crowned at the top, you'll be standing alone. But when I stand at the summit, I won't be alone. Not even close. Just a few words were enough to lay bare Hakan's heart. His change in mindset hadn't happened overnight. Bit by bit, he'd learned to integrate into this world, to help Konoha revive from what once seemed hopeless. From having no particular fondness for this village, to feeling the warmth of Minato's protection. What he gained wasn't just power. The people who trusted him mattered just as much. The worlds of anime and manga are simple, express your emotions sincerely, and it's enough. Is that the difference? Kagaya fell silent. Learn to trust others. That was something she had never truly done. My lord, perhaps I have never fully understood you. Even after those years we spent together absorbing the Golden Will Tensigen, even during our journey through Amanamanaka, the world I once created with the god tree's power. Even after so long, every part of him still drew her in, still made her want to understand him more. Perhaps in 1,000 years, the one correct decision she had made was becoming his perfect wedge. My lord is nothing like me. He gained overwhelming power, yet his heart never changed. Unshakable, as always. She closed her eyes, letting the warm sunlight and the passing breeze wash over her senses. A faint smile curved Hakan's lips. He had once said, a few confidants, a few beloved companions, that was enough. A carefree life, enjoying battles and the peace that followed. That was the life he wanted. Hey, Sasuke. Nissan's back. In the elite class of the Ninja Academy, where graduation was just around the corner, Irika stood at the front, explaining new rules for the final exam. Below, Naruto, seated beside Sasuke, suddenly whispered. We can't go yet. Sasuke shook his head. These two destined rivals had, because of Hakan, forged an even deeper bond. Rivals. Friends. Motivation for each other, a target to surpass. Now that Hakan had returned, a simple glance at the village gates wasn't enough. After so many years, it was only natural Naruto missed his brother. Every time Itachi came to pick Sasuke up, Naruto's disdainful look always carried a hint of envy. Well, now my brother's back. Try bragging to me about how great your brother is. And your brother can't beat my brother. Naruto grinned smugly. But what did Sasuke mean by, we can't go? When I came back earlier, Nissan said that for the next few days, Sensei will be at home with his family. I don't know the details, but Sensei's house is full of girls. It'd be inappropriate for us to visit. Sasuke pulled out a copy of Ika Ika Paradise, glanced at it, and calmly analyzed the situation. It was the uncensored version, a gift from his master after he became his disciple. Rumor said the treasure had been passed down from Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. As a kid, he couldn't understand it. But after experiencing the pain of being yanked off the toilet by Naruto one day, clarity had arrived. And there's one more thing. Sasuke inhaled deeply, eyes glinting as he pointed to the lectern. Don't you think showing Sensei how much we've grown is the best way to greet him? Graduation season. Becoming official ninja. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Right. Seeing his little brother's growth, of course that would make his brother happy. These two energetic brats. Irika smiled from the front of the room. Once someone set their sights on a goal, they would charge forward fearlessly. Though these two were considered prodigies, ever since the Ninja Academy reformed its graduation system, the difficulty had increased several times over. Whether a student could graduate, no one could say for certain. Yes. The graduation system had been completely reinvented. Before, mastering the 3 basic techniques was enough to pass the exam. But that's no longer the case. As a ninja, even a genin, the moment you leave the academy, you represent Konoha. A genin should possess combat prowess befitting a genin. Therefore, the way the academy trains its students has changed. Psychological resilience, physical conditioning, ninjutsu aptitude, chakra reserves, theoretical knowledge, all must meet standards for successful graduation. The next generation is the vital seedling destined to succeed Konoha's elder ninjas in protecting the village. There can be no negligence. Rumor has it the driving force behind this educational reform is that enigmatic figure, Konoha's Kenpachi. Before he departed the village, this entire system had already begun implementation. Irika had initially opposed it. After all, children are children. If the curriculum became too rigorous, the excessive burden could hinder their growth. Yet, years later, this system earned his profound respect. Especially when those genin who had left the Ninja Academy returned, having faced dangers in the outside world, they expressed deep gratitude for the education they received at the academy. This showed Irika a new way forward. Alright, the graduation exams are in 2 days. Good luck to everyone. After explaining all the necessary procedures for the exam, Irika smiled at his students. This class was the most outstanding group he had ever taught. As graduation approached, he felt a pang of reluctance. As their mentor, witnessing their growth was the greatest comfort. Irika-sensei. Thank you for everything. Just as Irika was about to find a quiet spot to reflect, the entire elite class stood up in unison and bowed deeply to him. This unexpected turn of events caught him completely off guard. You. Irika's eyes welled up as he clenched his fists. You've grown up. Below, Sasuke and Naruto exchanged a glance. The plan to thank their sensei for his hard work had originally been Naruto's idea. This stemmed from the excellent upbringing instilled by Minato Namikaze. Respect for teachers and the way. Good family education fosters outstanding individuals. In the original story, Naruto's mischievous behavior was merely a way to seek attention. But this time, having parents, he received proper guidance. He'd inherited that sunny disposition perfectly. This transformation had even influenced Sasuke. My foolish little brother, everything you see in Konoha is thanks to Ken-san. Even your older brother can only watch his back from behind. Including the Uchiha clan, including you, Master Ken-san gave everything to Konoha without expecting anything in return. Remember, being Ken-san's disciple is the greatest honor you'll ever have in this lifetime. These were words Itachi often repeated. Young Sasuke didn't understand them then, but after seeing Konoha's developmental history at the Ninja Academy, he formed his own thoughts. Without a doubt, Konoha's Kenpachi transcended the greatness of any previous Hokage. Graduation season had officially arrived. 3 days later, on the vast grounds of the Konoha Ninja Academy, the new batch of students awaiting their assessments were itching to get started. Hearing from seniors who failed to graduate last year, the Lord Third overseeing the exams is said to be incredibly strict. Sigh, I wonder if I'll even pass. Well, it's the third Hokage-sama, strictness is to be expected. But seniors who smoothly graduated 3.0 also said that if you can't even pass the exams, you'll likely die on missions out in the field. Around the field, students whispered and debated. But when the third Hiruzen Sarutobi shuffled over, his aged frame swaying, the chatter died completely. Retiring? Not exactly. Hiruzen enjoyed watching Konoha's new generation grow. The youthful energy of the children made him forget his own age. And the feeling of contributing to Konoha reminded him he was still alive. Standing in the center, Sarutobi shook his large tobacco pipe with a touch of melancholy. Sadly, today he was destined to merely watch. Ahem. Though I'd love to test your abilities like the elder did, this year, the one responsible for evaluating your graduation eligibility isn't this old man. Not the third Hokage. Then who? The children around him exchanged puzzled glances. It is, the hero of Konoha, the man who wields the Sword 8 insignia and the power of the Hokage. Konoha's Kenpachi. Buzz. Amidst the children's astonished gasps, a figure slowly descended from the sky. The familiar silhouette that had entered Konoha that day came into view. My name is Urahaken. His gentle voice sent the children into a frenzy, itching to rush forward and admire his heroic presence up close. Konoha's Kenpachi. Konoha's living legend. He had personally come to oversee the graduation exam. It was actually him. In that instant, Sasuke and Naruto were stunned. Yet the next moment, blazing intensity and surging fighting spirit erupted from within them. Their goal had changed. From merely completing the graduation exam, to giving their absolute all, to earn that man's recognition. Chapter 169, Konoha's New Generation, the Shy Hinata. Without a doubt, the atmosphere on the training field had completely changed by the time that legendary men arrived. Seeing Konoha's Kenpachi up close for the first time was exciting, but the tension was even stronger. Rumor said this man was overwhelmingly powerful. The Konoha Wall of Honor even recorded his achievements, capturing a Jinchuriki alive and taking the Raikage prisoner. And the most unbelievable part? He did all that when he was still a child. Now, no one knew how strong he had become. Relax. Just show me your usual level. But the tense mood didn't last long. The gentle voice echoing across the field eased everyone's nerves. The men simply stood there. Even though most of them had barely met him, he gave off the feeling of a friendly older brother next door. It was a little strange, but comforting all the same. The assessment began. The first student to step forward was an ordinary, unremarkable boy. Haken glanced at the roster in his hand and gave him an encouraging nod. His name was Mitsui Jiro. The meaning behind his name was simple enough, the second child of the Mitsui family. He didn't have any special Kekkei Genkai or an exceptional lineage, but he had worked diligently at the ninja academy, full of determination. Haken never treated anyone differently. Bloodline and background didn't matter. There were countless roles available in Konoha for aspiring ninja. Even if someone graduated and didn't want to join a combat unit, they could be trained for the service sector. Ninjutsu didn't exist solely for fighting. Integrating it into everyday work and life was how things should be. Take the land Konoha seized from Tsunegakure, for example. Was it truly worthless? Not at all. Under Yamato's guidance, a new reforestation project had already begun. The Earth Release Construction Team and Water Release Cultivation Team were both in desperate need of manpower. Of course, the benefits were far inferior to those in combat units. But with steady effort, anyone could prove their worth. That was what set Konoha apart from other villages. As long as you were capable, there would always be a place for you. Please take care of me. Taking a deep breath, Mitsui Jiro pulled out 3 shuriken and threw them at Haken. The feint began. Clink, 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 Haken casually caught all 3 and flicked them back. Mitsui reacted quickly, dodging sideways and using the leftover momentum to rush in and throw a punch. Crack. A dull thud echoed. Haken didn't budge. He pointed at Mitsui's slightly unstable footing, then gave him a light kick. Thud. The match ended. A bit dejected, the boy lowered his head. Haken walked over, ruffled his hair, and nodded. Keep working hard. You'll definitely pass next year. He lost, yet he didn't feel crushed. Why? After stepping down, Mitsui Jiro watched the next student take the field and bowed deeply to Haken. Next year, he would work even harder. But Haken's attention had already shifted to the girl now standing before him. She was the second participant. Looking at her pale pupils, Haken rubbed his chin. Hinata Hyuga. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family. If nothing unexpected happened, she would inherit the position and bear the burden of becoming clan head. Thanks to Haken's existence, the Hyuga never experienced the tragedy of losing Hyuga Hisashi. That alone had caused countless ripple effects. Under Konoha's strict system, no child would be foolish enough to bully Hinata at age 3. Those white pupils were unmistakably the symbol of the Hyuga. Any villager with half a brain knew that, even children. Human nature is inherently evil. Please, parents determine the limits of their children's growth. Haken's arrival had changed Konoha entirely, so the scenes from the original story never happened. Even back when he watched the anime, he had thought those hero saves the damsel moments were just forced drama. So, whose back did she look up to now? Haken didn't know. He'd been away from Konoha for years. He had to admit, though, that Hinata's gentle nature, paired with the courage to rush forward and protect those she cherished in times of danger, was the reason for her growing reputation. Fresh out of the academy, she was now training under the strict guidance of Hyuga Hisashi. He looked at Hinata, and Hinata looked back at him. The air felt subtly different. After a long moment, Hinata bowed properly to Haken. Please instruct me. That familiar shy demeanor. It takes time for someone with this personality to gradually grow stronger. Come to think of it, there's still a gift in his system backpack he hasn't given to Hyuga Hayashi yet. Today he has time, so after the assessment ends, he can go find him for a proper chat. Hinata. Without rushing her to attack, Haken stepped forward toward her. The sound, as though her voice were stuck in her throat, made Haken roll his eyes. If you fail the assessment, your father will punish you, won't he? For a clan that valued reputation so highly, this question was almost unnecessary. Don't be nervous. Just show the strength you have during your usual training. If you can't focus now, won't all that effort have been wasted? He patted her cheek and stepped back, completely unaware of the crimson flush rising from Hinata's neck. No boy had ever touched her face before. She felt faint. What should she do? Her vision started to blur. But just as she was fading, a cool sensation washed over her and brought her back to clarity. In her sight was the vast, boundless universe reflected in his eyes. Those deep blue eyes. Are you ready? Haken nodded at Hinata and asked politely. Her nervousness disappeared. Those eyes, they gave her strength. Since she was to give everything. Byakugan. Open. The test began. The growth of the new generation always drew attention, especially when the examiner was the rumored Konoha's Kenpachi. This assessment even attracted ninjas who came just to see Konoha's Kenpachi in action. The men did not disappoint them. Whether the challenger was a civilian ninja or a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan, he treated everyone the same. He gave each student a chance to display their full power and pointed out which movements were flawed and would leave openings for an enemy. It was as if this were a live combat lesson taught by Konoha's Kenpachi. Ken-san. What people didn't know was that at the highest point of the ninja academy, a relaxed man sat watching the scene below. Haken Yoru. The one guiding the children on the field was nothing more than his shadow clone. A figure appeared behind him, and the man casually tossed his sake gourd over. Use the eye drops. Uchiha eye drops, an effective measure to slow the loss of Sharingan power, exchanged by Haken from the system store. MHM. They work well, but I have a feeling I'll lose my sight someday. Itachi sighed. Didn't I tell you to stop overthinking things? Haken calmly poked him with a finger, sending Itachi stumbling back a step. Next you'll say you want to leave your eyes for Sasuke, right? And that you want me to take care of him later. Ugh. Itachi awkwardly rubbed his head. That poke had been pretty hard. But how did Ken-san even know the secret of the Eternal Eye? He had pieced it together from the faint clues on the Uchiha stone monument, ancient clan texts, and the records left behind by the second Hokage, deducing how one could reach the stage of the Eternal Mangekyo. And just as Ken-san said, he had indeed been thinking about it a lot recently. There was no question, he intended to leave his eyes to his younger brother. But he needed to choose a death that would etch itself deeply into Sasuke's memory. It was a heavy thought. And he was reluctant to part with the Konoha he cherished now. Unfortunately, this was the fate of the Uchiha clan. The legendary Madara Uchiha had used his brother's eyes. So what was wrong with him, the elder brother, sacrificing his eyes for his younger brother? Hey! The sharp call made Itachi meet Haken's gaze. The pale blue universe of swirling stars nearly drew him in. What kind of eyes were these? Why couldn't even his Mangekyo withstand that power? Itachi froze. I told you about the eyes a long time ago. Haken drove a fist into Itachi's chest and leaned close to his ear. Did you forget, or do you just need a beating? You idiot. Finally, it's my turn. The test was still underway, and as Sasuke walked toward the stage, his entire body trembled with excitement. It's been years since he last saw him, Master will definitely be shocked by how much he's grown. Sasuke, do your best. His ear twitched as Itachi's voice reached him. Surprised, he turned his head, and the second pillar froze. Itachi was still Itachi. But right now, he looked rough. His once handsome face was swollen and red, with dark shadows around his eyes. Someone actually managed to beat up my brother like this. Sasuke clenched his fists in fury, his Sharingan flaring open with a single tomo. Ni-san. Who hit you? Can I say that? Itachi let out a bitter smile and shook his head. In the end, it was his own fault. With Ken-san gone for a while, it felt like losing their central pillar. He'd started overthinking things again. But now that Ken-san had returned, he'd said to leave the eye problem to him, so what was there to worry about? This beating was deserved. Without explaining anything, Itachi simply shook his head, signaling Sasuke to focus. Were Sasuke and Naruto the final two? On the field, Haken checked the roster and waved them over. You two, go together. Remember, use full strength. His standards for his disciples were, naturally, not the same as for ordinary graduates. This was one of the reasons he appeared here in the first place. Even as a shadow clone, with Haken's absurd strength, those two brats had no chance unless some old man popped out and forcibly awakened the Indra and Ashura chakras right now. Together, huh? Sasuke nodded without objection. He understood what Haken intended. A master always carries hopes for his students, and the moment a student surpasses their master is one of the greatest points of pride. Too bad, he was mistaken. And in this lifetime, he would never see that moment. The battle began. In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke were fully engaged. Years of rivalry had built a wordless understanding between them, a single glance was enough. Whoosh! Whoosh. Two sharp bursts cut through the air, not from thrown shuriken, but from their sheer speed. These are freshmen. That's insane. Their speed alone left the newly tested students utterly speechless. Both were already talented, and neither had wasted their academy years. With Kurama no longer causing trouble, Naruto displayed talent equal to Sasuke's. And Sasuke, beyond ninjutsu, wielded his blade with the kind of overwhelming force that seemed like a single strike could split the heavens. No doubt, the battle among the three had captured everyone's attention from the start. Unfortunately, despite their speed, the moment they closed in, Hakken casually sidestepped Naruto's kunai and sent him flying with one kick. Sasuke's slash was caught between Hakken's two fingers. A punch to the stomach followed immediately. Thud. Thud. Both boys slammed into the ground, grimacing in pain. He's so strong. From afar, Ino, who had already passed her exam, covered her mouth, staring at the tall figure in the arena. Beside her, Sakura was equally stunned, unable to even speak. Hinata simply grasped the hem of her clothes, her cheeks turning red. The three of them had passed the exam, and they had thoroughly enjoyed the process. Is that all? Arms crossed, Hakken watched as Naruto and Sasuke struggled back to their feet. Hey, Sasuke. At least make Big Bro draw his sword, will you? If we're the students he trained, looking this weak is just embarrassing. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, unusually serious. Got it. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke nodded, the tomo in his eye spinning slightly. The Sharingan. Opening it at this age wasn't particularly impressive, and in his case, it had awakened only because Itachi forced him through emotional stimulation in the Tsukuyomi world. But once awakened, it represented a fundamental leap forward. Let's go. With a low shout, Sasuke dashed forward first. Naruto, meanwhile, remained where he was, hands forming seals. Sasuke's short blade flashed through the air. After several rapid movements, he slammed his palm on the ground, summoning a massive Fuma Shuriken and hurling it straight at Hakken. Coordination. It looked almost exactly like how they defeated Otsutsuki Kin's Hiki in the original story. The difference was that as the Fuma Shuriken approached, it suddenly split into three. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Too bad. This kind of trick meant nothing to Hakken. He reached out and, to the shock of everyone watching, caught the spinning Fuma Shuriken instantly in his hand. One of the remaining shuriken bounced into the air, while the other skimmed past Hakken's side toward the back. Before Hakken could comment, Sasuke suddenly revealed a strange smile. Boom. A burst of white smoke. The Fuma Shuriken transformed into Naruto, while the Naruto in the distance had already vanished. At point-blank range, Naruto grinned and swung a punch at Hakken. Transformation technique. The students immediately understood. But what shocked them even more was that when Hakken moved to block Naruto's punch, Naruto grabbed his hand tightly instead. The ground beneath them cracked, and two figures burst upward simultaneously. Naruto's shadow clones. At that same moment, a roar came from above and behind. A figure sped toward Hakken, hidden within the sunlight. Raiznan. Chidori. In just a few breaths, their coordination was flawless. Using the Fuma Shuriken to draw Hakken's attention had only been bait. Southwest they could get close enough to restrict his movements. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto used the blinding light to disguise himself as one of the three Fuma Shuriken, flying upward, while Sasuke circled behind Hakken. Their true killing move was the combined ninjutsu of the two of them. Not bad. Unfortunately, this level still isn't enough to make me draw my sword. Watching the attacks approach, Hakken smiled slightly. He reached out, grabbed each boy's hand, and pinched the meridians where their chakra gathered. In an instant, both the Raiznan and the Chidori vanished. Thud. Thud. A moment later, each boy was kicked away again. Thump. The two landed in a heap and exchanged a glance before letting out a bitter laugh. He's a monster. Our master is a monster. We're just his little brothers, how are we supposed to fight that? Their ninjutsu had been used up without landing a single hit, and more than half their stamina was gone. But give up? Impossible. They struggled to their feet again, the determination in their eyes stirring the hearts of everyone watching. So what if they knew they couldn't win? Giving everything and enjoying the fight, that was what their teacher, Hakken Yoru, had told them from the very beginning. Just as they were about to charge again, a figure suddenly landed beside them. Your strength is passable. But Sasuke, Naruto. Congratulations on your graduation. That gentle, familiar voice entered their ears. The Hakken who had stood motionless on the field from start to finish vanished with a pop. The real one had already pulled them into his arms. So the one conducting the entire exam had only been a shadow clone. Terrifying. But somehow, it no longer mattered. That single sentence, congratulations on your graduation, was all the acknowledgement they needed. It was enough. Chapter 170, the pure white bridal robe and her hope-filled gaze. Graduation exams were complete. The genin who passed left the ninja academy under the guidance of their teachers. For them, what came next was celebration, and their final moments of farewell. Hinata. Just as the elite class was preparing to depart, Haken suddenly walked over from afar, heading straight toward the Byakugan princess and calling her name. Ah. Haken-sama. Startled by the sudden voice, Hinata froze for a moment before quickly bowing. Come with me. Are you going to see my father? On the way to the Hyuga compound, Hinata asked softly, her cheeks tinged pink. Walking through Konoha beside a legendary man was a feeling she couldn't describe, but it made her nerves tighten with every step. And when he mentioned wanting to meet her father, that tension only grew sharper. Did she perform poorly on stage? Most likely. If Haken hadn't given her the courage she needed, she probably wouldn't have been able to display even the most basic form techniques. Yeah, I have a few things to talk to him about. Haken sighed as he lightly patted Hinata's cheek. It was just meeting a parent, did she really need to be this nervous? And this kind of meeting the parents wasn't the kind she was thinking of. It was purely to talk. Thinking back to the words Niji once declared in front of so many people, Haken couldn't help feeling reflective. The Hyuga clan was divided into the main house and the branch house. This structure was the primary reason their bloodline remained pure. There was nothing inherently wrong with the system. From the main house's perspective, the caged bird technique, which restrained the branch family and ensured the Byakugan wouldn't fall into enemy hands, was perfectly reasonable. But from the branch family's viewpoint, it was unquestionably unfair. That was why someone like Niji existed, someone who tried to fight destiny. And Haken had already given Niji his word, he would help him change that fate. So, notifying Hyuga Hayashi ahead of time was necessary. When Niji finally proved himself, that would be the day the branch family system was abolished. And then there was Toneri Ōtsutsuki, whom Haken had sealed. In the original story, the Hyuga clan prided themselves on being Konoha's strongest clan. Yet their actual combat strength was far from impressive, so lackluster that they earned the nickname, the background clan. For a Byakugan inherited from the Ōtsutsuki clan, such mediocrity was a pity. It wasn't until Haken obtained the Tensigen himself that he truly understood the Byakugan's potential. Ultimately, the issue lay in bloodline purity. As shown in the movie, when Hanabi's eyes were placed on her body, they remained ordinary Byakugan. But when placed on Toneri Ōtsutsuki, they transformed into the Tensigen. It became obvious, Toneri Ōtsutsuki functioned as a Byakugan purifier. Haken intended to discuss the specifics of this with Hyuga Hayashi. Strengthening the Hyuga meant strengthening Konoha. And Haken's philosophy differed entirely from the previous Hokage, who favored suppression and political balancing. He allowed freedom to grow, as long as no one attempted rebellion, no one would interfere. Everything had rules. Follow them, and you were fine. Because he had the confidence. No matter how powerful a clan became, it would never surpass Konoha itself. Haken-sama, for you to come without sending word beforehand, not welcoming you personally is truly unforgivable. Hyuga Hayashi was clearly shaken. The younger generation might simply admire this man, but the older generation held deep respect, and a quiet, instinctive fear. This was an unbelievably powerful man. A man who had forced all 4 great ninja villages to bow their heads. And now, he was widely acknowledged as the leading candidate for the next Hokage. Why had he suddenly come to the Hyuga clan? Could someone from the clan have angered him? In an instant, Hayashi glanced at Hinata beside Haken. Had his daughter caused trouble? Don't misunderstand. I just want to have a proper conversation with you, as the clan head of the Hyuga. Haken shook his head and looked at Hayashi. Hyuga clan reception room. Just like his daughter who had gone to prepare tea, Hyuga Hayashi was feeling noticeably tense. Only he and Haken remained in the room, yet no matter how he looked at it, the young man before him seemed far more at ease than the host himself. Haken-sama, I. After a long, strained silence, Hayashi finally spoke, unable to endure the atmosphere any longer. As I thought. I still can't get used to drinking tea like this. Cutting him off, Haken set down his teacup, lifted his sake gourd, and took a swig. Your nerves are worse than your daughter's. He glanced helplessly at the visibly uneasy Hayashi and let out a soft sigh. Well, there are 2 matters. Shaking his head, Haken straightened up slightly and held up 2 fingers. First matter, the caged bird seal placed on the branch family, and that outdated system. So it really came to this. Hayashi let out a bitter smile. I recall Niji sought out Haken-sama before. But this isn't only about him. Haken shook his head. As an outsider, I technically have no right to interfere with your clan's internal affairs. But the fact remains, the system is inhumane. The most important point is this. Haken fixed his gaze directly on Hayashi, his expression turning solemn. I want to ask you one thing, is the Hyuga clan the Hyuga of Konoha? Is the Hyuga clan the Hyuga of Konoha? Hayashi's mouth opened, and then he suddenly stood up, bowing deeply with a horrified expression. Hakan-sama, the Hyuga clan's loyalty to Konoha has never wavered. What could possibly make you say such a thing? Relax. Hakan patted his shoulder. What I mean is, if you truly see the Hyuga as part of Konoha, why must the branch family still protect the main house? Or do you believe Konoha is no longer capable of protecting you? Speaking calmly, Hakan continued, put simply, while Konoha stands strong, how could the Hyuga bloodline ever be at risk? And don't you think this system stirs resentment in the branch family? What if one day that resentment erupts? Even if you activate the caged bird seal, then what? Slaughter the entire branch family. They're all members of the same clan. Being treated so differently must feel terrible. For Konoha and for the Hyuga clan, this is a hidden danger. Abolish the caged bird seal, and the branch house will still protect the main house with all their strength. They'll even feel gratitude and work harder. He paused, letting out another sigh as he absent-mindedly brushed a hand over his zanpakuto. Preaching wasn't exactly his specialty. He'd said everything he needed to say, whether Hayashi understood depended on him. But Hakan felt it shouldn't be difficult. In the original timeline, the Hyuga eventually abolished the system anyway. If Naruto could do it, then he certainly could as well. Of course, think carefully about how and when to make the change. Once you've personally seen Niji's resolve, then you can begin implementing it. That's the first matter. Returning to his seat, Hakan took another hearty gulp of sake, shaking his head lightly. The second matter concerns the Hyuga clan's bloodline. Bloodline. Still unsettled, Hayashi's heart tightened as he opened his mouth. Internally, he muttered, it's over. So he's finally targeting the Hyuga. The strict system was the very reason the Hyuga clan had endured until now. Intermarriage simply did not exist within the clan. When Hakan mentioned bloodline, Hayashi instinctively compared the present Hyuga to the former Senju. The downfall of the Senju clan wasn't just due to war or political suppression. The main cause was intermarriage, which gradually diluted the clan until they were absorbed into Konoha. Tragically, the main Senju line was on the verge of extinction, leaving only Tsunade. No one else in the village could legitimately bear the Senju name. Integrating bloodlines into the general population to enhance overall village strength. This approach. If the Hyuga clan were to adopt such a method. Hakan-sama, matters of marriage alliances. I cannot make such decisions on my own. With a bitter smile, Hayashi spoke in a defeated tone. But the man before him was Hakan, a person who alone could wipe the Hyuga clan off the map. Living under Konoha's roof, Hayashi had no means of resisting. Who told you anything about arranging a marriage? Hakan frowned, clearly puzzled. That is. This time it was Hayashi who fell into confusion. And then, all at once, a realization struck him. Just earlier, Hakan-sama had returned holding his daughter's hand. Could it be? Recalling all the rumors around Konoha about Konoha's Kenpachi and his scandalous love life, Hayashi suddenly understood. The man before him was the only one in the village who had 2 maids, a legitimate boyfriend, and, according to rumor, even his sister's best friend harbored feelings for him. Had he inherited the enthusiastic nature of Lord Jiraiya, one of the Sannin? But if that was the case, then things actually became easier to resolve. I see. If Hakan-sama has intentions toward Hinata, then I will immediately consult with the clan elders to choose an auspicious date for her marriage. However, considering Hinata is only 12, I would ask Hakan-sama to wait 2 or 3 years until she is of proper age. Marriage. Getting married. Outside the door, Hinata, holding a tea tray, was just about to enter when those words reached her ears. Her face erupted in crimson, and she nearly dropped the tray entirely. Regaining her balance, she panicked and retreated in trembling steps. I'm going to get married. To Hakan-sama. Inside the room. Stop. Hakan was utterly exasperated as he slammed his zanpakuto onto the table, the impact sharp and heavy. The meaning was obvious, keep talking nonsense and I'll cut you down. How far did this man's imagination go? Is this what I was talking about? And going after a 12-year-old lowly? Not happening. Up to now, the women he had been with, Konan and Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, were all fully mature, powerful women. Even if someone new were to enter the picture, it should be his official girlfriend, Yugao. A lowly. That required guidance. Not interested in Hinata. Not proposing a marriage alliance. Hayashi swallowed hard, glancing nervously at the zanpakuto on the table. According to his younger brother, Hizashi, Hakan-sama's blade had already transformed 3 times. A Kekkai Genkai. A sword-based Kekkai Genkai. He had never heard of such a thing. But one thing was certain, he absolutely could not withstand that blade. Bang. Summoning Jutsu. With a casual snap of his fingers, a puff of white smoke rose and faded, revealing a struggling, weakened youth on the floor. Who is he? Pitch-black pupils, strange curled hair, clothing patterned with magatama. Hayashi observed Toneri Ōtsutsuki with confusion. Filthy earthlings. Trash of inferior bloodlines, I'll slaughter you all. Toneri thrashed violently, screaming with madness. Though blind, he understood one thing: his father, Ōtsutsuki Shurin, was dead. Boom. A single punch smashed into Toneri's face, knocking him unconscious. Haken calmly sat back down. Before anything else, let me explain the origin of the Hyuga clan. The origin of the Hyuga clan? Hayashi blinked. As the clan head, did he really need a history lesson? 1,000 years ago, a naive, air-headed woman brought the god tree to earth. She was the progenitor of chakra, but for certain reasons, she was sealed away by her two sons. One of them was Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo, the sage of six paths, who inherited her Rinnegan and the sage body. The other was Ōtsutsuki Hamura, who inherited her Byakugan. Hamura eventually settled on the moon with his descendants, guarding the Ten-Tails husk, the demonic statue of the outer path. Hagoromo founded Ninshu, bringing unimaginable disaster upon the shinobi world. Speaking in one breath, Haken pointed at Toneri Ōtsutsuki. In short, he is the last pureblood on the moon, my compensation to you for abolishing the caged bird system. He stood, raised his Zanpakuto, and drove it deep into Toneri's chest. With Toneri's agonized screams, the soul-devouring blade ripped away his consciousness. From today onward, Toneri Ōtsutsuki would be nothing more than a walking corpse. How do I even use this? Hayashi swallowed again. Today's shocks were far too overwhelming. He needed time, lots of it, to digest everything. And more importantly, he still had no idea what this pureblood battery was even for. Place a Byakugan you deem precious onto him. It will greatly purify and enhance its quality. Haken pulled an ancient scroll from his robe and tossed it before Hayashi. This contains the true training methods suited for the Byakugan, including the 80 Gods vacuum attack and other superior techniques. Hayashi's eyes widened as he stared at Haken. Those pure white pupils. That was Byakugan. And the subtle pressure radiating from them made Hayashi tremble uncontrollably. A Byakugan purer than his own. And clearly not transplanted. Byakugan, intimidation. The crushing pressure froze the entire room, forcing Hayashi down to his knees. Never underestimate the Byakugan. That simple intimidation is only one of its abilities. Leaving that final remark behind, Haken allowed his eyes to revert to normal and turned to leave. From this day forward, Toneri Ōtsutsuki would serve as the Hyuga clan's purification core. With his consciousness erased by divine cry, he posed no risk of rebellion. As for whether someone in the Hyuga clan could awaken the Tensigan, Haken wasn't sure. In the original story, Hanabi's Byakugan returned to normal after being removed from Toneri. But purifying and strengthening the Byakugan, this, he could guarantee. How far the clan's potential would rise depended entirely on Hayashi. As Haken approached the exit of the Hyuga compound, a figure suddenly appeared before him. What made him stiffen was her attire. A kimono of pure white and cherry blossoms. If he remembered correctly, this was the kimono Hinata wore on her wedding day in the original timeline. Meeting Hinata's hopeful, shining gaze, Haken felt his mind go blank. This. What now? Chapter 171, Orochimaru's final stubbornness, the Chunin exam prelude. Hinata, what's this? Hyuga Hinata, having snapped out of her daze and followed them out with the intention of seeing Haken Yoro off, was completely bewildered. Just looking at Hinata's attire made it clear she was preparing for marriage. Father. Father. Hinata's face turned crimson as she lowered her head. She had overheard everything her father had said. If it's Haken, Hinata is willing. This was a misunderstanding. Hyuga Hisashi awkwardly glanced at Haken. How could he explain this? It was likely that Hinata had overheard strange words while she was serving tea earlier. Hinata, about this matter. Let's go. But just as Hisashi was about to clarify and take his daughter back, Haken interrupted him. With one swift motion, he scooped the stunned girl into a princess carry and strode out of the Hyuga residence. This. What on earth was happening? Hisashi opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't stop Haken's actions. The shock of Lord Yagami's sudden visit was already overwhelming enough. The two events, this one and the earlier one, made the first seem insignificant. Byakugan can be purified. This was something Hisashi never could have imagined. And the Byakugan, it was actually the bloodline passed down by the legendary sage of the Six Paths' younger brother. Haken Yoro had no reason to deceive him, nor would he give him a useless, incompetent person. Given his immense strength, Haken could have easily forced Hisashi to abolish the caged bird system. Yet, he chose not to. Instead, he reasoned with him, what would it mean if there were no rift between the branch family and the main house? Konoha would protect every bloodline within the village. This was where Hakenyoru was fundamentally different from the Hokage before him. It was his own conviction. Hisashi ran his fingers over the scroll in his hand and swallowed nervously. And when it came to purifying the Byakugan and the so-called powerful taijutsu, the earlier matters hardly seemed relevant. For a clan to survive, strength in battle was the most important thing. The Hyuga clan had always considered themselves Konoha's top clan, but in reality, their role was mostly limited to reconnaissance. Aside from the gentle fist, their overall combat power wasn't that strong. And the 80 gods vacuum attack that Hakenyoru had just mentioned, that was something the Hyuga clan's ancient ancestor, Lord Tenin, had spoken of. Was it being revived? The glory that once belonged to the Hyuga clan. As for why Hisashi didn't stop Hinata from being carried away, the reason was simple. Hakenyoru was the most powerful ninja in Konoha, the undisputed top dog, and the de facto fifth Hokage. For his daughter to marry such a person was an honor for Hinata and for the entire Hyuga clan. The benefits the Hyuga clan would gain from aligning with someone like him were incalculable. Of course, the most important point was that Hakenyoru also possessed the Byakugan. Under the overwhelming pressure of that single white-eyed glare, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, a bloodline suppression that towered above his own Byakugan. In that instant, Hyuga Hisashi could even state with certainty that the other shared his clan's lineage. Given this, whether for preserving the main house bloodline or fostering relations with Konoha's Kenpachi, he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, Hinata herself had no objections. She had even donned the wedding kimono her mother had prepared for her. Though the garment appeared somewhat large and not really suitable for someone of her age. Her eager gaze made it clear she showed no resistance. "Father, why is that man carrying my sister away?" Just then, Hanabi, a few years younger than Hinata, suddenly ran over and asked curiously. "Your sister is being carried by your brother-in-law. Is there a problem with that?" Rubbing Hanabi's hair, Hisashi smiled. "And Hanabi, remember that man. He is the benefactor of the Hyuga clan." Another person had joined the Matari household. However, this little girl didn't provoke any hostility from the original residents. Instead, her shy personality sparked the playful spirits of several women. Bringing her home was one thing, for now, Haken had no particular plans for Hinata. Reclining in his chair with his eyes closed, he contemplated his next moves. The pace of annexing small nations and minor ninja villages had slowed. Yet, those more peculiar villages would steadily supply Konoha with promising recruits in the coming days. Everything was proceeding methodically. Naruto and Sasuke had graduated. Soon, Konoha would host the Chunin exams. Minato had announced that this Chunin exam would invite all 4 major ninja villages to participate, with smaller villages also joining the festivities. The goal was to showcase the strength of Konoha's new generation. That was the purpose of the Chunin exams. Even in peaceful times, rivalries persisted, and flaunting military might was something every village did. Unlike the original story, this Chunin exam would be of unprecedented scale. Konoha had grown so powerful that it left other villages gasping for air. No village leader worth their salt would dare snub Konoha by refusing to participate. Moreover, Itachi had already briefed him on the wreckage of Kimogakure's intentions. He wanted to wear Hakenyoru down to death. Upon hearing this news, Haken nearly choked on his laughter. "Did you hear that? Wants to let Hakenyoru, the Shinigami, die of exhaustion." Good heavens! After the fusion of multiple energies within Haken's body, his form had already undergone a complete metamorphosis. He didn't know to what extent his lifespan had been extended, but being worn down to death by Kimogakure was absolutely impossible. The Rikudo Sennin would die of old age because he wasn't a true Ōtsutsuki clan member. He was merely a counterfeit existence created by Kagaya using chakra. He sealed his own mother and split off 9-tailed beasts, no wonder he wasn't immortal. But even if his physical body perished, his soul still roamed between the pure land and the mortal world. Haken had every reason to confidently declare that he could never truly die. Especially after absorbing the golden will Tensigen from the moon, his physique underwent yet another leap in enhancement, and he successfully awakened the Tensigen. In the original story, Toneri Ōtsutsuki once stated his plan, to destroy the ninja world using the moon, then, after everything settled, emerge from the Tensigen realm with Hinata. There, he would use the Tensigen to restore Earth's environment and recreate everything from scratch. These were Toneri's exact words, and they revealed just how formidable the Tensigen truly was. Of course, the true focus wasn't the power of the Tensigen itself. Haken always felt that Toneri's real goal was to create race after race with Hinata. Heh. Give me a girl, and I'll give you an entire nation. Can your kidneys handle that? Shaking his head, Haken sighed softly. Ultimately, the power of the Tensigen had already surpassed the Reikich's imagination. The sheer monstrosity of reviving the earth alone proved that relying on death was futile. Besides, Haken was never Hashirama Senju, nor did he aspire to be him. He was simply himself. After the Chunin exams, he would begin reshaping the ninja world. By then, everything destined to emerge would come to light. The Chunin exams, huh? I wonder if Mr. Snake will show up this time. Closing his eyes, Haken leaned back in the recliner, quietly resting. Achoo! A violent sneeze erupted in the dimly lit laboratory. Are you trying to die? Or do you want to feel pain? Before him, a red-haired man, his face dripping with snot, glared angrily. My mistake. I don't usually catch colds. Someone must have cursed me just now. Orochimaru awkwardly wiped his face. But Nagato-kun, in your current state, I wouldn't recommend making me suffer. You should focus the last of your chakra on modifying the procedure. Tapping Nagato, who was lying on the operating table, Orochimaru flashed a dangerously amused smile. An experimental subject with the Rinnegan. What a perfect test subject. Look at his hair, it's already returned to its vibrant red. Proof of how successful this experiment has been. His intense hatred for Konoha drove him onto my operating table. After 5 years, an ultimate monster has emerged. Add in his other 2 pawns. Haken-kun, perhaps choosing to stand with Konoha in the end will be the last decision you make in this life. He picked up the vial, drew out the last of the green liquid, and injected it into the other's body. The wails in the laboratory began once again. Can Orochimaru succeed? Outside the lab, the masked Obito spoke in a low voice. Black Zetsu, standing beside him, glanced at him slowly but offered no reply. Success or failure no longer mattered much to Black Zetsu. He had already made his decision. Once Orochimaru's plan was complete, he would directly take control of the body to resurrect Madara using the Rinnegan. The Eye of the Moon plan had derailed. Only a handful remained in Akatsuki. The others had disappeared, and Nagato had no desire to rebuild the team. Only vengeance remained in his heart. Black Zetsu looked around, his face blank with confusion. It was still the same Otoge-cure, yet this place had bizarrely aligned itself with Konoha. Even the land of rice fields had become a vassal state of Konoha. Adhering to the principle that the most dangerous place is the safest, Orochimaru's experiments couldn't be interrupted. So, he used ninjas transformed by White Zetsu to cover his tracks. But periodically, Konoha agents would come to collect intelligence. To avoid suspicion, he had to cooperate fully, a major hassle. He lifted his head to the sky. Night hadn't fully fallen yet, but Black Zetsu stared intently at the sliver of the moon just peeking through. What the hell is going on? Something must have gone wrong with his sealed mother. Could the Eye of the Moon plan be jeopardized by the host's condition? He had no answers. He knew nothing of what transpired on the moon. Black Zetsu, the morning sun, burned with desperation. Charged with the mission to rescue his mother, he could only watch helplessly as everything spiraled out of control. Anyway, we'll see how things go during the Chunin exams. After a pause, Black Zetsu spoke. Right now, they had no viable options. Revive Madara Uchiha. Obito's expression grew slightly uneasy as he touched his chest. He knew Madara had treated him as a pawn. His original intention hadn't been to use Rinnegan on Madara, he hadn't even wanted Madara revived at all. Having taken Madara's name, he had fully embraced the role. Nor did he want the world he created to have 2 rulers. One world didn't need 2 rulers. But even Madara couldn't control me. Pinching the heart of his body, now filled with White Zetsu, Obito's 3 tomo gently shifted. The seal Madara had placed on him vanished after being struck by Hakenyura's terrifying attack the first time. He was no pawn of Madara's. Night fell. In the courtyard of the Mitari household, the young ladies had all retired to their rooms for the night. Only Hakenyuru and Yugao remained, leaning close together as they watched the occasional shooting star streak across the sky. Haken yearned for simple, genuine happiness. This feeling couldn't be provided by the maids or the loli he'd brought back, it was a unique sensation only found beside Yugao. The girl who'd fallen beneath his blade in youth had grown up. Her soft purple hair still cascaded over Haken's shoulder. A sealing mark now graced her forehead where none had existed before. She had mastered the Een seal. In truth, it would have been strange if she hadn't. If Sakura could master Fuinjutsu in the original story, why couldn't Yugao? Her talent wasn't lacking, she'd simply devoted herself entirely to the way of the sword. Becoming a swordswoman who followed Haken, that was her dream. Haken had promised to help her achieve it someday. So for now, her talent could be channeled elsewhere. Want to go take a bath? A shooting star streaked across the sky. Haken lowered his head to gaze at the woman in his arms, his face gradually drawing near hers. As you wish. Shedding her girlish shyness, Yugao's breath mingled intimately with Haken's. Don't feel like it. Too lazy. He abruptly stood up, wrapping his arms around her waist as he led her toward the room. Their silhouettes slowly faded beneath the waning moon. Not long after. Hey! The true sensation of hearts connecting. An experience uniquely his own, a taste unlike any other. You two lovebirds. The soundproofing in the Mitarashi household was mediocre. Tsunade, who'd been freeloading and crashing in the house, happened to be staying in the room next to Yugao's. Covering her face with the quilt, the furious old woman muttered curses at the adjacent wall. But now she had no grounds to barge in and stop them. Besides, the car had already started and accelerated. Intervening now would only make her look awkward. Given that man's temper, he might just swoosh. She pulled her hand out from under the quilt and examined it. Ultimately, Tsunade seemed to sink into the same torment she'd felt after returning from the hot springs with Yugao Yuzuki and Yugao Yuzuki that day. Self-control, you old hag. After slapping herself hard across the face, Tsunade slammed her head against the adjacent wall and passed out. If only she couldn't hear it. The old woman just wanted a good night's sleep. As for where that hand was placed, well, that was another matter entirely. What was that sound? Haken asked, puzzled. It's master next door. After the turmoil caused by the legendary figure, Konoha's Kenpachi himself conducting the assessments, Konoha returned to its usual tranquility. Yet, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the honorary instructor of the Konoha Ninja Academy, could see that the students who had been personally rejected by Haken Yoro as unqualified were not discouraged in their studies, they were striving even harder. Not a trace of despondency. Haken Yoro. The Hokage who isn't the Hokage. This phrase had once been used to describe Minato and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet now, it was the most fitting description for that man. Within the village, the atmosphere was serene and tranquil. But this calm was finally shattered when an invitation flew out of Konohagakure. The Chunin exams. The day has finally come. Kumogakure, land of lightning. The one-armed Raikage slammed his fist on the table, snatching up the invitation with excitement. Konohagakure had invited every known ninja village to participate in the largest Chunin exams in history. All villages could bring their genin to take the test, passing would grant them promotion to Chunin. The Chunin exams themselves held little inherent appeal. Especially among the major ninja villages, competition was fierce, sometimes, simply sending an invitation didn't guarantee attendance. But this time was different. Major villages responded immediately, with their kage even pledging to attend the ceremony in Konoha in person. Undoubtedly, these Chunin exams had captured immense attention. Smaller villages lacked the courage to refuse, while larger ones sought to observe Konohagakure's new generation perform, to gauge the landscape after that terrifying man's demise. The ninja world stirred once more. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Haken-sama is also a Chunin. Lady Tsunade, what brings you here? Konoha, Mitari residence. Early in the morning, the dedicated maid Yujito watched Tsunade emerge from her room with a puzzled expression. It was the first time she had ever seen Lady Tsunade wake up so early. The Konoha medical department was now running smoothly. As its head, Tsunade didn't need to personally treat the injured unless it was a particularly difficult case, something beyond the skills of the regular medical nin. That was when Tsunade would step in. This was the true value of Tsunade's role in Konoha. She was the ultimate lifeline. Therefore, she usually slept until noon, then checked in at the medical department. After confirming that there were no urgent cases requiring her attention, she would head straight to the casino for some fun. The reforms in the medical department had been implemented, and while Tsunade didn't feel much change herself, the benefits for the medical nin had increased several-fold. Haken placed great importance on the welfare of medical nin, which Tsunade was very pleased about. Her previous meager salary had barely covered anything, but now, as the head of the department, the quarterly pay she received was substantial. Haken even agreed to let her withdraw her salary in advance. The reason was simple, she would undoubtedly waste it all at the casino. And the true owners behind those casinos were none other than Haken himself. So, this arrangement made perfect sense. Tsunade took the salary Haken gave her, spent it at the casino, and then Haken would give it to her again. Naturally, Haken benefited from this. It was a virtuous cycle, and Tsunade felt immense satisfaction from it. A win-win situation. However, Tsunade, whose gambling luck had been poor, had already spent her salary for the next 10 years. It was only natural for the usually lazy old woman to be confused when she suddenly woke up early. I need a different room. Tsunade, her face heavy with dark circles and exhaustion, glanced tiredly at her own room before looking toward the one next door. That brat is still human. If she hadn't misheard, last night he even used her precious seal. What the hell are you two doing? Even creating new life doesn't require this much dedication. Damn it. Tsunade, furious and lacking rest for days, had even struggled to sleep during the day. If this continued, she might really turn into an old woman in every sense of the word. For the sake of her health, this well-ventilated room would have to be put on hold for now. Is that so? Yujito blinked, not asking further. As a maid, she had the sense to understand. Besides, she could probably guess why Tsunade was changing rooms. Yeah, the master's combat abilities are terrifying. This was something the second-generation maid, Conan, knew all too well. Yo, good morning. Just as they were talking, the door swung open, and Hakan lazily walked out. Good morning, my ass. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, wanting to punch this jerk right then and there. He was doing this on purpose. Especially after knowing her room was right next door, how despicable. Calm down, old lady. Getting angry just gives you more wrinkles. Hakan yawned, playfully slapping her cheek and then winking at her. Old lady. Old lady again. Tsunade's fury boiled over. She was about to give that brat a proper beating when he darted away. Sigh. The old woman really had incredible self-control. In the end, that hand never made contact. Shaking his head, Hakan headed toward Konoha's training grounds. A few days ago, Minato had given him a heads up. The invitations for the Chunin exams had already been sent out to all the major ninja villages. In just a few days, the Kage from each village and the participating genin would begin arriving in Konoha. The first shinobi village. It must embody the dignity and stature befitting the first shinobi village. Even genin must showcase their formidable strength. To improve the combat abilities of the genin, Minato hoped that Hakan could offer some guidance to Konoha's genin. For Hakan, this wasn't particularly taxing, rather, it was a great chance to observe the 12 strong. The Chunin exams were always tough. In the original story, 87 participants from Konoha took part, with only Shikamaru advancing to Chunin, while all others were eliminated. Now, with Konohagakuru's rapid growth, the number of participants will only increase, not decrease. Add to that the vast number of invited villages, and the pressure on the candidates will surely rise. The focus remained on Konoha's 12 strong, but it wasn't that Hakan was biased. Their survival through the Fourth Shinobi World War alone was enough proof of their strength. As for Niji, well, that was just a plot device to push Naruto to rise again. A protagonist who always speaks his mind and follows through needs someone to sacrifice themselves at a crucial moment, right? Hakan, and Hinata? Minato asked, waving at Hakan as he glanced at his apprentice and Hinata standing beside him. The news that this guy had been carrying Hinata home had already spread. The question was whether his disciple could summon the courage to follow through. She's only 12. Up this early? Hakan raised an eyebrow, leaning against a tree beside Minato. Hinata stood beside him, waiting patiently. Truth be told, the Hokage didn't need to be this busy. Especially after his return to the village, Minato had set up a new task force. Unless there was a major issue, the Hokage didn't need to handle everything personally. This was part of the plan to lighten Minato's load as the fifth Hokage. That way, even when he eventually took on the Hokage role, he could focus on other important matters. Can't help it. I've been doing this for so many years, Minato said, scratching his head and handing Hakan the documents he had been holding. Hakan glanced at the list of villages sending participants to the exams. Some villages had not yet confirmed, but the major ones were already listed. The 5 great shinobi villages were naturally included. Konoha, at this point, wasn't something those villages could oppose. Besides the 5 greats, a few smaller villages caught Hakan's attention. Villages like Genin Village, Star Village, Snow Village, and others. Finally, his eyes stopped on a lesser-known village. Otogekure. So they're here after all. You mean this one? Minato leaned in to look. It's under the jurisdiction of the land of rice fields. Our people went there and agreed to the terms without any resistance or hesitation. It all went suspiciously smoothly. You know about it? Hakan asked. Know about it? I know it well. Hakan closed the file, his lips curling into a sinister smile. A village built by Orochimaru. How could I not know about it? Orochimaru. Konoha's S-rank missing nin. Minato froze for a moment, then his expression became serious. Are you certain? Should we send forces to Otogekure to confront him? Unnecessary. He'll come to Konoha to meet his end. Hakan replied coolly. This time, Orochimaru had the opportunity to enter Konoha openly. Who knew if he'd choose to disguise himself as Raza? Hakan shook his head. Minato-sensei, don't tell too many people about this. I'm curious to see why he dares come, what gives him the confidence. Is it that Hakan Yoru can no longer wield his sword, or has Orochimaru grown arrogant? I want to ask him that face to face. Of course, with Hakan Yoru here, there was nothing to fear. Minato nodded. His disciple's words had already proven true. As long as I stand here, Konohagakure remains the foremost shinobi village. What a commanding statement. But now, it was an undeniable reality. Konoha was unquestionably the greatest shinobi village. No schemes could take root here. That was Minato's unwavering belief as Hokage. Beyond Otogakure, there were still a few others worth paying attention to. Take Karen from Kusagakure, for example. If she were kept around to keep Kushina company, that would be quite fitting. Keep an eye on Orochimaru. Once they arrive, have the ANBU personally monitor him. After handing the documents back to Minato, Hakken yawned. Also, Minato-sensei. The Chunin exams finals are coming up soon. There's only so much I can teach them, and I won't say any more about that. All I can cultivate is their will. Not everyone in this world has Naruto's cheat-like training ability, after all, they're not the main characters. Building powerful combat strength in a short time is simply impossible without a strong family background. This was made painfully clear during Hakken's training with the ANBU. He had originally thought that with the right methods, the ANBU would show results within a month, but it took nearly half a year before they could show anything worthwhile. That's the gap. Without a prestigious surname, it's simply impossible to improve combat strength quickly. Take Sakura, for instance. What impact did she have during the Fourth Shinobi World War? This isn't to mock her for not working hard, it's just the reality of a world where connections matter. The problem is that Sakura constantly has the illusion that she's catching up to Naruto and Sasuke. She's probably already been caught by the infinite Tsukuyomi. So what Hakken can teach them is only that unyielding will, the will of fire passed down through Konoha. With that willpower, even if they fail the exams, they won't end up as complete failures later on. You handle it however you see fit, but there are two people I'm not sure how to deal with. Scratching his head awkwardly, Minato looked a little embarrassed. Do you remember Deidara, the one you brought back from outside, and Kisame Hashigaki? They both applied for the Chunin exams. Should we let them take part? That was indeed a problem. Since arriving in Konoha, Deidara had become the Ninetales lackey, often lost in his artistic pursuits. Meanwhile, Hashigaki had been working within the ANBU, contributing quite a lot to Konoha's security. But both were undeniably genin-level shinobi. Just to prove it. What do you think, are you worried they'll cause trouble? Hakken said nonchalantly. Well, after approving them, another problem comes up. Minato swallowed nervously and pointed at the Konoha ninja forehead protector wrapped around Hakken's arm. My dear apprentice, it seems you've forgotten something. Since you graduated, you've never participated in the Chunin exams. So, you're still a genin, too. Huh? Really? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed true. Hakken's graduation had been achieved through various battles, conquering this village, then that village. Afterward, he'd enjoyed life for a while, only to later journey to the moon to absorb the Tensigen and traverse different realms in the Amanamanaka. Technically speaking, he was still a genin. No wonder. As a fan of anime, Hakken had always believed in one truth: jonin fight with pots and pans, while genin fight as though the world is collapsing. Clearly, genin are the ones who steal the spotlight. The issue was clear now. Minato had left the decision to him. It was basically asking if Hakken had any shame. If he cared about his reputation, he could just become Hokage directly. But if he didn't care, it was easier, just fill out the application and become a candidate. Sign me up. I'll go have some fun. After thinking it over for a moment, Hakken finally smiled warmly. Bullying people, huh? After all, it wasn't unheard of for 6 Paths level shinobi to participate in the Chunin exams in the original story. Didn't Naruto himself participate, shamelessly? This was an answer I, as his master, hadn't expected. Minato sighed helplessly and checked off Hakken's application. Hakken-sama is also taking the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, Hinata, who had been standing silently the entire time, was completely stunned. This. Who could possibly beat him? Why isn't Sensei here yet? Inside the training grounds, Naruto sat bored on the ground, sighing heavily. Chill out. Sensei's spending time with family. It's normal for him to be late. Sasuke leaned against his subordinate, stroking a brand new blade. As Sensei had said, this sword had no name. If he had to give it one, it was Ashiuchi. But Sasuke found the name rather unappealing. He kept thinking of a more distinctive name but couldn't quite pin it down. Of course, don't let its plain appearance fool you, this blade held profound significance to him. It was a gift from his master after graduation. The moment he first held it, he sensed its uniqueness, finding it even more comfortable than the small dagger he'd used before. Especially that sense of connection, it made him reluctant to put it down. Ugh, getting all cocky. It's just a sword your big bro gave you. What's there to brag about? Naruto shot a dismissive glare at Sasuke, though the envy in his eyes was plain for everyone to see. Too bad he couldn't wield a sword himself. But his forehead protector? That was personally tied on by his big brother. He smugly stroked his ninja forehead protector, letting out a silly chuckle. And he'd heard Big Brother was still preparing a gift for him. It wouldn't be any worse than what Sasuke got, that was for sure. Just then, two figures approached from the distance. As they came into view, whispers rippled through the crowd. No wonder, Hakken was holding Hinata's hand as he walked over. It was only natural this caused a stir. Casually releasing Hinata's hand, Hakken leaped onto the high platform. I won't waste words. Everyone has their strengths, but these next few days, I'll do everything I can to help you improve. However, I won't teach worthless trash. Konoha doesn't need such people as ninja. So, show me your courage. Arms crossed, he surveyed the crowd below. The gaze of over 100 Konoha genin felt rather satisfying. A wave of his hand. Ah. Blades flashed as hundreds of peculiar knives plummeted from the sky. In that instant, the weak-willed turned and fled, terrified of being struck. Seconds later, the knives landed in perfect unison before them. The man on the platform extended a finger toward the fleeing ninjas. The moment they turned their backs, they forfeited their chance to be ninjas. They lacked the courage to face an attack head-on, even exposing their backs to those before them. Such people are unworthy of being ninja. At that moment, the entire crowd fell silent. Had the special training from Konoha's Kenpachi already begun? But why did the men before them seem so different from the refined, scholarly demeanor he displayed during the graduation exam? Think about it carefully. The graduation exam was meant to motivate the juniors, but today's special training is for the honor of Konoha. What a pain in the ass. Shikamaru sighed, explaining the situation to Ino beside him. Is that so? Gritting her teeth, Ino's gaze was unexpectedly firm as she picked up the sword before her. Swing 5,000 times. Begin. And the man's next words plunged the genin into despair. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, before you cause trouble, remember, this is Konoha. Not everyone has Hakken's physique. By the time the sword-swinging practice ended, the genin were already sprawled across the ground, completely worn out. It was only the first day, yet some were already at their limit. What reassured Hakken, though, was that the 12 genin of Konoha still managed to hold out. Do you know why I make you practice sword swings even though you have no talent for kenjutsu? After dismissing the group, Hakken sat down beside Naruto, who was resting, and asked. Not really. Naruto scratched his head. But if you say it's training, big bro, then you must have a reason. Their conversation drew the attention of the nearby genin. The little strong ones, who had been about to leave, all stopped and listened. Indeed. For ninja, this type of sword practice wasn't even as effective as throwing a few extra rounds of shuriken. Aside from building some arm strength, it didn't seem to offer much practical improvement. And for those with clan secret techniques, this kind of sword practice was even more optional. After all, very few in the entire village had ever mastered swordsmanship to true perfection, let alone gained fame across the ninja world. There had been Konoha's White Fang, and now Konoha's Kenpachi. Only those two. And now, Kenpachi-sama seemed to be hinting, intentionally or not, at the true purpose of this training. Will. With one hand resting on Naruto's head and the other on Sasuke, Hakken spoke just 2 words. Will. The simplicity of those 2 words made the young genin fall into deep thought. Repeating the same action over and over, that's how you test a person's will. This will becomes your strongest ally in desperate moments. It's the stubborn belief that lets you save yourself and your comrades. Like right now. With one hand gripping Sasuke's throat, Hakken calmly looked at Naruto. Imagine I'm the enemy. Your comrade has been captured and could die any second. You've burned through all your chakra and have nothing left. Do you give up, or do you risk everything to swing that one decisive blade? Your comrade captured, your own strength gone. Could he deliver that crucial strike? Naruto stared blankly at the suffering Sasuke. What should he do? Was the thing pushing him to swing the blade the very will his big brother spoke of? Letting go of Sasuke, Hakken sat back down. Whether Naruto understood or not was now up to him. Because of Hakken's existence, this child had never been ostracized since he was young. No one would dare throw stones at the Hokage's son. At the academy, he wasn't the one always at the bottom either. Would this Naruto still possess that unyielding spirit from the original story? Hakken didn't know. As for the paths Naruto and Sasuke would eventually walk, all he could do was guide them in his own way. As he always said, they weren't Ashura and Indra. They were Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha of Konohagakure. The choice was theirs. I still don't really get it, big bro, but if someone tried to kill Sasuke, even if I didn't have any strength left, I'd still force some out. I will protect my comrades. Naruto suddenly clenched his fist and declared. Comrades, huh? So he's beginning to understand. Hakken nodded, satisfied. When some people get serious, they really do show a charisma all their own. What he inherited from the little son wasn't just that blonde hair, but this warm, uplifting presence as well. There are many forms of will. To protect, to fight, to resist, as long as you hold to even one of them, you'll accomplish something as a ninja. And before you awaken that will, swinging a blade is a form of tempering. When you're pushed to the brink, ask yourself why your sword feels unsteady. Think about what you're trying to protect. That's all. He patted Naruto's shoulder, then stood and walked toward Hinata. Let's go home. Taking her small hand, the two of them turned and walked out of the training field. The days of intensive training continued. This time, Hakken chose to act as a guide. With the exam still some time away, Sasuke and Naruto's individual specialty selections would take place after the written portion. Minato-sensei, no matter how I look at it, the most suitable person to guide Naruto and Sasuke to become Jonin should be Owl. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi studied the roster in his hands, puzzled. With the ANBU elite now firmly controlling the smaller nations, Team Night Owl's missions had eased up. Following the principle of not wasting manpower, Minato planned to have the members of Team Night Owl serve as Jonin instructors. Kakashi, meanwhile, had been assigned to Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Haruno Sakura. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, swapping Sakura for Hinata seemed far more reasonable. Without a bloodline, relying purely on effort in Team 7 would put tremendous pressure on her. Of course, that wasn't the main issue. The real point was that he felt Hakken was the most suitable person to guide this team. He's not getting out of it anyway. The title of new Genin Chief Instructor has been reserved for him. Whatever missions you carry out, how you train and coordinate, he'll be the one calling the shots. Minato shook his head. Because new special training subjects had been added unexpectedly, the class assignment process kept getting delayed. It wasn't until yesterday that Minato finally selected the appropriate candidates. Moreover, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had personally visited Minato, not for any major matter, but because he felt that Asuma, who had recently returned to Konoha, still hadn't grasped what the Konoha Jade truly was. He wanted Asuma to serve as an instructor as well. After years of wandering, even serving as a guardian ninja, Asuma had matured considerably. He had let go of his feelings for Red and focused wholeheartedly on understanding the meaning of Konoha's Jade and what it was meant to protect. Minato decided to honor the third's request, granting him this favor. After all, the third had devoted himself earnestly to the Ninja Academy over the years. The final team assignments were at last confirmed. As for why this differed from the original story, where teams were formed immediately after graduation, it was because the Academy's curriculum was demanding. After finally graduating, taking some time to relax was inevitable. Thus, a regulation had been established long ago: graduates would receive a 1-month vacation to help them transition smoothly into their ninja careers. Once team assignments were fully completed, they would form squads and begin their missions. Genin instructor. Kakashi's mouth twitched. What kind of position was that? Once the special training with Hakken ends, Team 7 will form officially. Follow your own plan from there. Minato nodded, gazing out the window. Outside lay the village's vibrant scenery. Konoha had been completely reborn. I wonder if people from other villages will be shocked when they see it. Days passed one after another. The Genin trained tirelessly alongside the figure they admired, swinging their swords again and again. Finally, the half-month of special training came to an end. Hakken had no way of knowing whether they had truly learned the meaning of perseverance during those 2 weeks, or the will to persist even when utterly exhausted. But he had done everything he could. Raising kids was clearly not his specialty, and he had no interest in it. As for their future training, whatever direction they chose, each department had its own specialized program. That wasn't his job. With the Chunin exams registration deadline approaching, participants from the various ninja villages began arriving in Konoha. On this particular day, at the village gates, 3 ninja in odd clothing slowly walked in. The 3 giants of the sand. Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. The Kazekage had yet to arrive, so they had set out a little earlier. Thud. From around the corner, Naruto and his newly adopted little brother, Konohamaru, came running. Unfortunately, Konohamaru crashed right into the tall man in black carrying a puppet. "Hey, where'd you come from, kid?" Kankuro grinned, deliberately putting on a cruel expression, an expression that made Sasuke, watching from a nearby tree, want to laugh. He, Naruto, and Sakura had just completed the traditional Konoha bell-snatching test. With nothing else to do, they'd headed to the village gate to observe the arriving Chunin exam candidates. Grabbing Konohamaru by the neck with one hand, Kankuro lifted him into the air. Yet despite his supposed intelligence, he completely failed to notice the atmosphere around him shifting into something cold and ominous. The looks the villagers gave him were filled with amusement and ridicule. Someone trying to pick a fight with a Konoha resident, in Konoha. "Kankuro, don't cause trouble." Just as Kankuro was about to act, Temari stepped up behind him. "I'm just playing around." Kankuro chuckled and suddenly tightened his grip on Konohamaru's arm. Konoha Anal Fissure Whirlwind. Boom. A furious shout split the air as a green figure suddenly appeared behind Kankuro, and his massive foot drove straight into the man's backside. Red, yellow, and some unidentified liquid sprayed into the air before splattering across the ground. The Kankuro who had been shouting moments earlier had already fainted. The upgraded version of Leaf's Fierce Whirlwind. The Konoha Anal Fissure Whirlwind. After being defeated countless times by Kakashi's 1,000 Years of Death, Guy finally had an epiphany. This was the move he created after comprehending the technique. No one causes trouble in Konoha. Pointing a thumbs up toward the ground, Guy's gleaming white teeth made Temari recoil in horror, stumbling back several steps until she slammed into a wall. This man was absolutely not someone they could provoke. That kick. She was convinced it could literally end a person's life. No doubt about it, Kankuro had definitely been split open. Konoha. Sand surged upward, lifting Kankuro's body into the air. A boy with deep crimson hair, the character Love carved into his forehead, walked forward slowly. From his furious expression, it was clear his heart was overflowing with murderous intent. Gaara. As if grasping onto a lifeline, Temari rushed behind him for protection. She really had told Kankuro not to start anything, yet he was the one who ended up beaten half to death. "I'll kill you." Sand erupted. The life or death obsessed Gaara reached his hand toward Guy. Sand coffin. Killing intent. Who was Guy? The man who nearly kicked out someone's ending. His strength was obvious, just look at Lee, who inherited his taijutsu. Right as the sand coffin was about to engulf him, Guy vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared directly in front of Gaara, grabbed him by the throat with one hand, and slammed him into the ground. Then, with his free hand, he began punching Gaara's face repeatedly as if punches were free of charge. The exam guide stated it clearly. Thud. No fighting at the Konoha village gates. Thud. No causing trouble. Thud. No. After more than 20 punches, Guy finally released him and stood up, bowing to the surrounding foreign shinobi who were staring in stunned silence. He gave them a big thumbs up. "This is youth. Feel free to cause trouble. Cause your ass. Someone just grabbed a Konoha shinobi by the neck, didn't even do anything else, and you acted like that. Then when they tried to retaliate, you almost killed them. Who would dare cause trouble now?" Shinobi all clutched their backsides and shook their heads vigorously. Who would dare in Konoha? Gaara. Temari stared blankly at the deep crater in the earth, then cautiously approached. But when she saw what lay inside, she screamed and scrambled backward frantically. It came out. That thing came out. What thing? Guy looked over, confused. Ugh. My eyes, my eyes. What was that? A writhing monster. The one-tail, Shikaku of Sunagakure. If I'm not wrong, he's Sunaгаkure's one-tailed Jinchuriki. Just then, footsteps approached rapidly. The Uchiha patrol unit responsible for village security had finally arrived. Fugaku's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, then twisted into the unique Mangekyo. Calm yourself. Shikaku. Buzz. His ocular power activated. The monster that had just emerged instantly shrank back into Gaara's body. On the ground, only the unconscious brothers remained. Gaara and Kankuro. Take them to the rest area. Remember, this is Konoha. The only outcome for causing trouble here is death. After issuing Temari a warning, Fugaku bowed to Guy. It was my failure. I'll strengthen security to prevent incidents like this. Guy said nothing, simply giving Fugaku a thumbs up in approval before turning and leaving. Everyone, before you think of causing trouble, remember, this is Konoha. We have our hospitality, but we will not tolerate troublemakers. Surveying the area, Fugaku gestured to the Uchiha security unit behind him. They immediately dispersed, beginning a new round of covert patrols. Guy-sensei is amazing. And clan head Fugaku is so cool. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he finally snapped out of shock. Maybe this was the kind of person he wanted to become, someone others acknowledged. Sasuke said nothing. Watching from the tree, he looked at his father with pure admiration. A single glance could quell that monster. This was the Uchiha clan. This is Konoha. Once the commotion settled, several unusual groups suddenly arrived at the gates of the village. The Kage of the 4 great shinobi villages. Along with their entourages. It was as if they had agreed beforehand, they all arrived together. But when they stood at Konoha's entrance, they were completely stunned. You're telling me, this is Konoha? Anoki's jaw hung open as he stiffly turned to his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. He had heard rumors that Konoha had changed dramatically, but since his last visit to apologize, the rate of development was absurd. This is Konoha. The Raikage exhaled, a trace of envy in his gaze as he looked upon the bustling streets and the villagers who genuinely smiled. The village had expanded several times over. Standing at the gate, they could only see the tip of the iceberg. Suddenly, that proposal from that Mr. D doesn't seem so easy. A Konoha like this, can it really collapse so easily? Terumi smiled, revealing hints of the secret behind why they had all arrived together. Lord Kazekage. Your son has been attacked. Just as the Kage were marveling at Konoha's rapid development, a shinobi rushed over. He was part of the vanguard that had traveled to Konoha with Temari. My son. Who? Raza frowned. Both of them. Kankuro suffered severe anal fissures, and Gaara's face, his face is ruined. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, The Collapse of Konoha. It's about to begin. What intelligence do you have to report? It was deep into the night. Inside a room of a high-end resting area in Konoha, Haken sat on a soft couch with his legs crossed. The woman on his lap had wrapped herself around him like a snake the moment he entered, maintaining her position even now. Man, you're even more attractive than when you came to Kirigakure years ago. Terumi's breathing grew quick as she grasped Haken's hand. Don't rush. At least listen to what I have to say first. Before I report anything, as Mizukage, I want to forge a united front with the future Hokage. A relationship far more intimate than simple alliance. Water and fire don't usually mix, but I think I've found a way for them to blend. The heat of her melting release slowly seeped into him. I like men who don't melt. If you can handle it, then Kirigakure is yours to marry into. Wiping away the traces of melting release, Terumi leaned in again. Woman, do you understand the consequences? Haken shifted, taking the dominant position. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Someone delivering themselves to his doorstep. Why refuse? He also wanted to know whether the Mizukage truly lived up to her title. Mizukage, the emphasis being on water. I want to try the consequences you mentioned. HM. Is this how you use melting release? Not bad, Terumi. What's going on with your Mizukage? Far from Haken and Terumi's room, in another resting chamber, the third Tsuchika Jinoki, the fourth Raikage, and the pale-faced fourth Kazekage Raza sat together. Yet in the Mizukage seat sat only her guard, Ao. Ao, now truly one-eyed, had fully become a cyclops, though still strong enough to serve as a bodyguard. But what angered the other Kage was this. They had agreed to gather and discuss whether the plan proposed by that certain big-named individual could succeed, and to formulate a unified response. Yet when the time came, the Mizukage did not appear at all, sending only a bodyguard to brush them off. Lord Mizukage isn't feeling well and has retired for the night. Ao spoke calmly. But rest assured, Lord Mizukage said that on the 27th, she will cooperate with you depending on the situation. It was clearly perfunctory. Cooperate? Hardly. Anoki snorted, saying nothing. Forget it. No need to wait for her. Raza crossed his arms and took a deep breath. Let's get to the main point. How likely do you think that person is to succeed? Honestly, whether he succeeds or not, we still have many paths to choose from. The key is whether the four great villages, excluding Konoha, can stand united. Anoki's tone was cold. United. I glanced at Anoki, stroking his chin. Everyone, the small villages around your borders. Konoha has absorbed them all, hasn't it? They're like nails driven into our territories. The sooner we pull them out, the better. The same situation had befallen all four great villages. Konoha had even taken control of the main routes leading out of their countries. What exactly do you mean by united? Raza looked at Anoki with interest. For the first time, they shared a true common enemy. This wasn't some political alliance filled with deception, this was genuine unity with the intention of toppling the strongest village. No matter whether he succeeds, the outcomes fall into a few categories. Anoki remained calm. Years of isolation had only intensified his resentment toward Konoha, yet precisely because of that, his clarity as Tsuchika sharpened now. First, he fails, and we do nothing. We lose nothing. It's just a show. Second, he fails, but his plan inflicts serious damage on Konoha. If at that moment we unite and pressure Konoha. Third, he still fails, but he kills that brat named Hakenyoru. Anoki paused, his eyes filled with pure hatred. The tailed beast bomb from the fully transformed Ninetales, please accept it. It was the most mocking sentence he had ever spoken. With a single backward glance, IWA village had nearly been wiped off the map. He would never forget that agony. That day, IWA village suffered catastrophic losses. Nor would he forget how he was forced to bow in humiliation before Konoha's wall of honor. If even a sliver of opportunity appeared, he would seize it. Finally, if he succeeds, not only killing the brat but also collapsing this village, watch for my signal. We must seize the greatest possible benefit. Though that final outcome is almost impossible. What I truly expect are the second and third scenarios. Having finished, Inoki turned his gaze toward the Reikage. Relations between Iwagakure and Kimogakure had always been strained, but now it was the Reikage's turn to speak. In his eyes, the weakened Sunagakure and Kirigakure were merely supporting roles in this grand plan. I agree with your assessment. The Reikage glanced at Inoki and nodded. In truth, this was exactly what he and Mabui had concluded beforehand. Who would have thought that despite his age, Inoki's mind was still so sharp? You're all certain that man has no chance of succeeding. Raza, however, looked doubtful. Everything they knew about that man was based on rumors. He had indeed bowed his head to Konoha at the end of the Third Great Ninja War, and like Inoki, traveled there to apologize. But that was only because he didn't want the land of wind to end up like the land of earth. Yet now that so many forces had gathered, why was there not even a shred of confidence among them? Unless the first Hokage is resurrected, he has absolutely zero chance. The Reikage spoke with certainty, glancing at his severed arm before shaking his head. That man's terrifying blade had been enough to tear through his lightning-release armor. No. I'd say even if the first did revive, he wouldn't be a match for that brat. Inoki frowned. Unlike Raza, he and the Reikage had both witnessed the terrifying power of that man firsthand. After so many years, the little brat had already grown into a true monster. Just how strong he had become now, no one could say. We'll just see how the situation unfolds. Just don't act rashly. The Reikage sighed. Originally, their visit to Konoha was only meant to observe the strength of Konoha's new generation. Who would have thought someone would actually dare stir up trouble? That big-named guy. Just say Orochimaru. In Terumi's room, she lay sprawled on the futon, pretending to be dead, completely devoid of her earlier overbearing aura. Hakken calmly took a sip of his drink as he questioned her. How should he put it? As expected of Orochimaru, the man whose Konoha crush plan, in the original timeline had almost succeeded. Hakken had been a little surprised to see Raza present in person, but what he hadn't expected was that Orochimaru had already approached the Kage of the 4 major villages ahead of time and revealed parts of his plan. According to Orochimaru, as long as the Kage entertained even the slightest thought of action, once chaos erupted in Konoha, they would definitely seize the opportunity to strike. It was a flawless plan, so flawless that Orochimaru didn't even worry about anyone leaking information to Konoha. The reason was obvious. The so-called 5 great ninja villages had long been a hollow concept. Everyone knew Konoha now dominated the entire ninja world. The other 4 were being suffocated under Konoha's pressure, they would love nothing more than to see Konoha fall. So at such a critical juncture, even if they learned of a scheme targeting Konoha, they would never warn them. Between villages, profit always came first. And for profit, they would unite without hesitation. Orochimaru even dared approach Terumi knowing Kirigakure was actually under Konoha's influence. Because in his eyes, Kirigakure would never willingly remain Konoha's subordinate forever. When the time was right, rebellion was inevitable. He even believed Terumi would be the one most eager to support his plan. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. On her very first night in Konoha, the Mizukage invited the future 5th Hokage to her room for a deep discussion, and she sold Orochimaru out completely, down to the last detail. Terumi was no fool. Yes, Kirigakure didn't want to live under Konoha's control forever. Konoha was undeniably strong. But rebellion was not impossible. She had prepared 2 gambles, offering herself, and offering Kirigakure, betting on the outcome. If she won, even if Kirigakure ended up a subordinate, its status would far surpass that of the other villages. If she lost, given her newfound connection with Hakenyoru, Kirigakure wouldn't be implicated. She might even secure a better life for her people. Thus, she sold those men out without hesitation. Who knows if he's really Orochimaru anyway? The Oro part fits, at least. Terumi leaned lazily against Hakken's chest. Nah, as Mizukage I've shown you plenty of sincerity. Don't embarrass me when the time comes. But if Konoha really does fall, I'll take you to Kirigakure. From then on, you'll belong to me. Click. Hakken pinched Terumi's chin, a laugh escaping his lips. Seeing how candid you are, I'll share something with you too. Do you really think I'm unaware of Orochimaru's ambitions toward Konoha? Or do you believe we don't know Orochimaru's whereabouts? I know exactly what he and his Otogakure are capable of. He knows. Terumi was stunned, then shook her head with a bitter smile. Was there anything in this world he didn't know? Then why not just kill him outright? What puzzled her was that if he knew, why allow Orochimaru to enter Konoha at all? Shouldn't every potential threat be eliminated? Do you think Konoha is fragile? What kind of storm could a mere Orochimaru possibly stir up? Besides, before complete unification is achieved, I simply thought it'd be amusing to play with him a little. Haken leaned in closer to Terumi's face. And I'm genuinely curious, how exactly will he please me when the time comes? How will he please you? Terumi trembled slightly. He can't possibly, like this servant, use himself. Continue. Konoha's nights were always enchanting. For Haken, Orochimaru's impending arrival filled him with genuine anticipation. He never considered Orochimaru a fool. A man who had prepared countless means for his own immortality would never act carelessly. And that only made Haken more curious about what exactly Orochimaru had prepared for Konoha. Just the Edo Tensei of the first and second Hokage. That would be insulting. In truth, Haken was entirely certain that if Orochimaru relied only on those two, Haken wouldn't even need to intervene. Because the Konohagakure of today was not the fragile, half-fallen village of the original story. Back then, all three Sannin were absent. Minato died in battle. White Fang committed suicide. The Uchiha clan was massacred. The Hyuga, after the death of Hisashi, would never give their full strength for the sake of Konoha, preserving themselves came first. Under such conditions, the only ones truly fighting for the village were Kakashi and a few others, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even Danzo didn't step in. Jiraiya did return to teach Naruto the summoning technique, but he did not participate in the crucial battle, he merely watched from afar as Orochimaru and Hiruzen fought. Could the four purple flame formation really stop Jiraiya? Haken doubted it. But he didn't interfere. The truth was simple, at that time, Konoha had grown so weak that Orochimaru could fully enact the Konoha Crush plan. But that was the original story. Now, Konoha was overflowing with talent. Its upper-level combat strength was terrifying. Setting Haken aside entirely, Minato had already earned the full acknowledgement of Kurama. With a single call of Lord Ninetails, he could enter Golden Body mode and become the true Golden Flash. And then there was Team Night Owl, any one of those members could shake the entire ninja world. What made Orochimaru think he could challenge such a Konoha? Shursui. Itachi. Fugaku. 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. 3 metaphoric giant mechs activated at once. What exactly did Orochimaru plan to fight them with? Konoha collapse. Keep dreaming. So what exactly was Orochimaru's trump card? That curiosity tugged at Haken's thoughts. As for Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kimogakure, their participation was acceptable so long as they behaved. But if any of them made even the slightest questionable move, Haken would seize the opportunity to unify the 5 great nations right then and there. It would be ahead of schedule, yes, but it wasn't something he feared. Inside Terumi's resting chamber, the atmosphere remained heated and harmonious. The next morning, a strange-looking group approached the gates of Konohagakure. Otogakure. Holding the invitation, gatekeepers Kotetsu Hagain and Izumo Kamizuki looked up at the approaching team. The air around them felt unusually heavy. Uniform clothing. Identical, eerie eyes. Yes. I am the leader of Otogakure and the one in charge of this team. My surname is Ah. The cloaked ninja at the front appeared to be a mature woman beneath the hood. You may enter. The invitation served as official identification and a pass to participate in the exam. Nodding, the gatekeepers allowed them through. Stepping into Konoha, the woman lifted her head to observe the village. Konoha, huh? Finally back. Haken-kun, you once said you would never remain in this village. It seems you've broken your promise. Withdraw. Let me see the charm of this place. As the figure moved forward, the scene at the village gate froze in time. The ninjas behind Orochimaru all lifted their heads, their cold gazes aligned perfectly. Kagaya Kimimaro. The Sound 4. Several lower-ranked sound shinobi. But none of them were the true source of pressure. The figure standing behind them was. Crimson hair swayed slightly. Concentric rings spiraled in his pupils. His fists clenched with oppressive weight. The collapse plan is about to begin. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Konoha, do you even have any shame left? As the Chunin exam's date drew nearer, Konoha, already a flourishing village, became even livelier. Beyond being shocked by Konoha's prosperity, ninjas from the smaller villages found their perception of the #1 hidden village rising once again. Many of them even felt a growing desire to become part of Konoha. There was no fear of talent going to waste here. A completely fair environment. Everything and everyone was put to proper use. Anyone could display their strengths. As long as you had ability and were willing to work hard, you could absolutely prove your value and your purpose. There was no need to worry about tomorrow's meals, because what you ate tomorrow depended entirely on how hard you worked today. This atmosphere of collective progress, this unity and harmony, it was truly the kind of life people yearned for. One of the goals of the Chunin exams had already been quietly achieved the moment ninjas began touring Konoha's streets. After all, when Konoha previously conquered the smaller villages, its methods were admittedly rough. Many believed it to be a brutally oppressive village. But after arriving here and seeing the place with their own eyes, they realized the truth. This village was the dream they had imagined. The ninja's mindset was changing. SAA. I never expected Madara Uchiha's name to be engraved up there. Other than the Hokage Rock, Konoha's most iconic landmark was the Wall of Honor in the central plaza. For some inexplicable reason, when Orochimaru saw the characters, Madara Uchiha, a faint emotion, jealousy, rose in his heart. Madara Uchiha, founder of Konoha. Such simple words, yet they did nothing to diminish Madara's contributions to the village. This unwelcome feeling made Orochimaru turn to the red-haired, cloaked man beside him. But clearly, this man had no opinion about Madara's name being carved there. He only stared fixedly at the very top, at the name, Hakenyoru, his fists clenching. Nagato-kun, please remain calm. Narrowing his eyes, Orochimaru stepped in front of him. It wasn't time to act. Moving now would, at best, only trigger Nagato's power for a moment. But Nagato was merely one of his pawns, acting alone would ruin the plan. Did you find Konan? Nagato loosened his grip and spoke coldly. We found her, Orochimaru said awkwardly, but I'd really rather not tell you. Say it. Nagato's breathing grew sharp and uneven. She's become Hakenkuin's maid. And based on my current perspective as a woman, she has already been used by Hakenkuin, and more than once. Snake Ant patted her cheek regretfully. Please compose yourself. Haken-sama's lust is known throughout the entire shinobi world. You should have expected this outcome. I thought she was dead. Nagato grit his teeth, exhaled heavily, and turned away. Well then, Hakenkuin, the game begins. After giving the Wall of Honor one last glance, Orochimaru followed Nagato out of the plaza. What they didn't realize was that, far away at the highest point of Konoha, two figures were leaning against one another. Matching long hair, one black, one white. Kagaya and Haken watched the two clowns below grow smaller as they walked off. I was wondering what the trump card would be. Haken calmly held Kagaya close, a slight smirk curling at his lips. His dismissive expression made Kagaya blink curiously. I sense a very complex aura around them. Indeed, complex. Like Hagoromo's, but not quite. Chaotic and disordered. Byakugan. Buzz. I see. Damn, Orochimaru, changing your own gender is one thing, but how many other people's cells did you shove into Nagato's legs? As if he had seen something that burned his eyes, Haken quickly withdrew his gaze. No wonder the aura beside Orochimaru had felt familiar, it really was Nagato himself. Good lord, his legs were completely healed. But the genes inside them were constantly rebelling. Nagato had become a monster, a hybrid bred from multiple foreign cells. But Hashirama cells. Even if Orochimaru inherited Danzo's research and studied it thoroughly, it shouldn't be enough to grow two functioning legs. Frowning, Haken suddenly remembered something and closed his eyes. With how crowded Konoha is right now, sneaking in should be easy, right? On a small hill several miles away from the village, two figures stood together watching the distant scene. After a long moment, one finally spoke. No rush. Let's see what Orochimaru pulls off first. The other shook his head, signaling to wait. Black Zetsu and Obito. Of course. Haken's thoughts clicked neatly into place. The demonic statue of the outer path could cultivate Hashirama cells, so they had already joined forces. Obito, Nagato, Orochimaru, and Black Zetsu. Quite the little foreman team. Now that I think about it, is Black Zetsu really your creation? He's a bit too ugly, isn't he? Haken pulled back his gaze. He stroked Kagaya's cheek, then tugged lightly at her hair. As for the ancient Ōtsutsuki garb she wore, unique and mysterious, Haken had studied it thoroughly during his years on the moon. He had rummaged through it inside and out countless times, finding nothing unusual. And as for how pale, soft, and enticing Kagaya truly was, Haken knew every detail intimately. There wasn't a single corner he hadn't explored. Which brought up the question. Black Zetsu, who claimed to be Kagaya's third child, was he really born from the consciousness of this pure, flawless Kagaya? He cannot be considered a child, Kagaya said. He is merely a fragment of my consciousness, or rather, a technique. A technique given independent will. She shook her head slowly. Consciousness was consciousness. A child was a child. For now, I do not have a true child of my own flesh and blood. So, my lord, you will need to work harder. As the topic drifted off course, Kagaya flushed and nestled even closer to Haken's chest. But Haken's thoughts were nowhere near children. He was still young, whatever happened, happened. And it wasn't like he used protection. Black Zetsu, however, definitely needed a proper conversation soon. As for something like Infinite Tsukuyomi, Haken could activate it with ease. He didn't need his so-called eldest son, that Daikoro, exhausting himself for it. Haken already had a plan for meeting Black Zetsu and for what would follow in the ninja world. There was no need to hurry. For now, he wanted to see what other trump cards Orochimaru held besides this grotesquely modified Nagato. Once the Chunin exams ended, the new era of the ninja world would officially begin. I'll take you to meet your eldest son later. Let's see if he's worth acknowledging. Haken traced a finger across Kagaya's cheek, an odd smile spreading across his face. The atmosphere in Konoha remained intensely charged. Finally, under the eager gazes of countless onlookers, the Chunin exams officially began. The first round was a written test of theoretical knowledge. Early that morning, examinees filed into the testing hall one after another. Just like in the original story, before the test even started, the genjutsu laid over the entrance confused many candidates. But this did not include Naruto from the original timeline. After all, this Naruto, driven by the desire to surpass Minato and Haken, is now tied with Sasuke as the top-ranked student. Sakura, meanwhile, was simply average in comparison. And for reasons she herself couldn't quite understand, after Naruto and Sasuke's rivalry evolved into genuine friendship forged through competition, Naruto no longer showed any romantic interest in her. Which made Team 7's current dynamic rather strange. With two prodigies overshadowing everything, Sakura struggled to make her presence felt. Lately, she had been dragging her feet, searching desperately for a way to improve, yet finding no clear path. As she trudged behind Naruto and Sasuke up the stairs, a green blur suddenly appeared before them. Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun. Swish. The figure stopped, and Lee bowed politely to the pair. A familiar scene from the original story unfolded. To prove that effort could surpass talent, Lee viewed Naruto and Sasuke as his rivals. But unlike the original sudden brawl, this time Lee merely raised a thumbs up and declared he would challenge them later. He didn't attack. The reason was simple: lately, Gai-sensei had been hammering into him that he must show respect for comrades in front of outsiders. If they were going to fight, it wouldn't be here, it would be during the third-round matches. Please make it to the third round. Offering them a martial bow, Lee turned and left. As he passed Sakura, he gave her a polite nod. That thick-brow guy is pretty strong. I heard his teacher is Might Guy from the Night Owls, the one we saw at the village gate earlier. Naruto rubbed his chin while analyzing. He is strong. Judging from the way he walks, he definitely has something tied to his legs, looks like weighted training. Sasuke's Sharingan had already activated, observing the fierce, sharp-footed stride Lee used as he disappeared around the corner. And his teammate is that genius from the Hyuga branch family, Hyuga Neji, right? He's crazy strong. When Big Brother trained us, that Neji guy was insane. Even after practice ended, he'd force extra training for another hour. Naruto let out a breath. So many strong opponents. Sasuke. Naruto suddenly shouted, eyes lighting with determination. Let's go crush this. Sasuke, ? The written exam was being held on the second floor. When the trio pushed open the door, they immediately sensed something was off. After quietly scanning the room, they took a deep breath and walked forward. This year's exam had several times more participants than the original. Everyone here was a competitor. Cameras had been installed in every testing room to prevent cheating. These cameras fed directly into the observation hall where the leaders of each village were gathered. Though it was just a written test, nearly every village head had come, hoping to study Konoha's advanced technology. At the front, watching the large screen, sat the Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages. But notably, one person was missing, the Mizukage of Kirigakure, Terumi. Without a doubt, what they had just seen on screen moments ago was the scene of Konoha's two top prodigies entering the exam room. His composure is quite good. Seeing his son behaving well and not shouting, Minato nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the Hokage's son, impressive. But Hokage-sama, it seems the Mizukage isn't giving Konoha much face today. Seizing the opportunity, Inoki, sitting beside Minato, leaned in and delivered his usual yin-yang sarcasm. No problem, he may simply have something to take care of. The little son replied with a pleasant smile, refusing to take the bait, then shifted his gaze toward the door of the viewing chamber. The leader of Otogekure. From Haken, Minato already knew the person's true identity. Orochimaru, huh? But why did he look like a woman? And with all the village leaders gathered here, he still dared to stroll in so boldly. Minato frowned. Ah, everyone, my apologies for being late. Wrapped in the Mizukage's cloak, Terumi stepped inside. Her rosy cheeks made it clear she had likely overslept and rushed here. Of course, the real reason for her lateness began with a certain bastard who had jumped through her window last night. Still, that exhausting night wasn't without its gains. That bastard. Sitting in her chair, eyes fixed on the large display, Terumi smiled the moment a certain man kicked open the doors of the exam hall. So this ninja info card contains data on every examinee. As in the original story, Kabuto used this moment to introduce his cards, prompting Naruto and Sasuke to question him curiously. Not all of them, Kabuto replied calmly, pushing up his glasses and giving a subtle glance toward the group of Otogakure ninjas in the distance. Only those worth noting are included. Yes, since Lord Orochimaru had come in person, stirring up a little chaos wasn't unreasonable. Bang. Unfortunately for him, the door to exam room 5 was kicked open ahead of schedule. I am Marino Ibiki. He strode in with confidence. As Konoha's chief interrogator, the gruesome scars across his face indeed made him look intimidating. But his true combat ability was nothing remarkable. His interrogation skills were solid, and scaring kids was well within his expertise. The classroom fell silent, and Ibiki nodded with satisfaction. Next. Bang. Just as he was about to explain the test rules, another deafening crash rang out. This time, the kick was even more violent, so much so that the entire classroom trembled, and the door shattered pitifully into fragments. The examinee stared wide-eyed at the figure in the doorway. Ah. I'm late. The man coughed lightly. His martial attire was slightly messy, clearly thrown on in a hurry. The lipstick smear on his cheek and the fading claw marks across his chest made it obvious he had just come from an intense battle. But none of that was the damn point. What the hell is Konoha doing? In the viewing chamber, the furious Raikage smashed his only remaining hand across his own face and pointed at the screen with shaking rage. That brat. He would recognize that brat even if he were reduced to ashes. And they let that guy participate in the Chunin exams. Yes, Hokage. He is one of Konoha's heroes, after all. Inoki sees the opening immediately. His strength likely surpasses yours, no. They call him Konoha's Kenpachi, after all. Inoki swallowed hard, he had to say something. His granddaughter Kuratsuchi was taking this exam. If she ran into Hakenyoru, wouldn't she die on the spot? He's Konoha's Kenpachi. The one who beat the Raikage senseless. Konoha, do you even care about appearances anymore? Someone muttered from the back, and the entire room shifted toward chaos. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, tell them, I'm the one who cut the moon apart. Exactly, this is way too shameless. A hero of Konoha, someone whose strength rivals or even surpasses the Hokage, taking an exam alongside a bunch of genin. Relax, what if he's just passing by? Or maybe he's the proctor. The room erupted in noisy chatter. Inside the exam hall, Marino Ibiki was completely stunned. He hurried forward and dropped to one knee before Haken. Haken-sama, is this, a last-minute examiner change? Then I shall take my leave. He swallowed hard and brushed his fingers over the scar on his face, left by none other than the man standing before him. He could still recall it vividly, the moment this youth kicked open the interrogation room door, carried off Anko, and, before leaving, carved that dazzling slash across Ibiki's face. No matter when he faced this man, the pressure was always immense. Ironically, though, this scar had become something he bragged about to his comrades. See this? Konoha's Kenpachi did this himself. Pretty damn cool, right? Don't get the wrong idea. I'm here to take the exam. Haken straightened his slightly rumpled shihakusho, cleared his throat, and patted Ibiki on the shoulder. Take the exam. The moment those words landed, every Konoha genin in the room stood up simultaneously and slapped themselves hard across the face. Damn it, this is insane. He's really here to take the exam. Hokage-sama, don't you have anything to say about this? In the observation room, Inoki glared at Minato, his expression dark enough to crush mountains. Letting that brat take the exam. That's like letting a level 99 character loose in the beginner's village. Does Konoha have any shame left? And what would the Tsuchikage like me to say? Minato's genuinely puzzled tone nearly made Inoki cough up blood. This exam is for genin, and as Hakenyoru is my disciple, I can vouch for his character. He truly is a genin. A genin, he says. Your face is as thick as Konoha's outer walls. Inoki collapsed back with a defeated sigh. Konoha's strongest combat power is a genin. A genin. Everyone, calm down. As for this no-shame issue you're discussing, Konoha has clear regulations. Illegal trafficking of human organs is prohibited. That rule does exist, but how did shamelessness suddenly become related to organ trafficking? Who was the shameless bastard who said that? Everyone slowly turned their heads toward a certain someone sitting in the corner. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Of course. Old Ginger really is the spiciest. And truly, Konoha needed someone to step in right now. To protect Konoha's dignity, Hiruzen decided he had to speak up. If he took the blame for Konoha's shamelessness, then no one could say anything more. As expected of the third Hokage-sama, truly the strongest Hokage. But amusingly, sitting right beside him was none other than Snake Ant. Hearing Hiruzen's line, she suddenly leaned in so close their noses nearly touched, sticking out half her tongue as if she'd found prey. Please stay away from me. I am fully devoted to my wife. Hiruzen calmly shifted his body and addressed her, Are you the leader of the Otoge-cure? You know of Otoge-cure? Snake Ant withdrew her tongue and narrowed her eyes. Master and student meeting again, and the topic between them was whether Konoha had any shame. No doubt, Konoha did not. Or rather, her master had absolutely no need for something like shame. I only know a few rumors. Hiruzen looked away. Though he sensed a strange familiarity from her, he couldn't place where it came from. The commotion caused by Haken entering the exam hall gradually died down. After some grumbling, the atmosphere finally settled. After all, no one dared speak recklessly here. This was Konoha, their rules applied. And Hakenyura was indeed a genin. That fact mattered. As long as he was a genin, he had every right to participate in the Chunin exams. If anyone kept complaining, their fate would be miserable. Hadn't they heard? Even the Kazekage's 2 sons were beaten, one hospitalized with anal fissures, the other knocked unconscious for days, just for speaking out of turn. A bloody lesson. Complaints were allowed, but only in moderation. Anyone who pushed it further might not live to see tomorrow's sun. This was Konoha, the undisputed #1 shinobi village. But how had none of them thought of it sooner? If they let their own jonin pretend to be genin and enter the exams, wouldn't it make their village look amazing? Indeed, shamelessness was the true shortcut to rising to power. Seriously, this is beyond shameless. As a hero of Konoha, someone whose strength rivals or even surpasses the Hokage, he's actually taking an exam with a bunch of genin. Calm down, what if he's just passing through? Or maybe he's here as a proctor. The room erupted in noisy chatter. Inside the exam hall, Marino Ibiki was completely stunned. He hurried forward, dropped to one knee before Haken, and froze. Haken-sama, is this, a last-minute examiner change? In that case, I'll take my leave. He swallowed hard, brushing his fingers over the scar on his face, left behind by the very man standing before him. He would never forget the moment that youth kicked open the interrogation room door to take Anko away, then turned and carved a brilliant slash across Ibiki's cheek before walking out. Facing this man always came with crushing pressure. And yet, ironically, the scar had become something he proudly showed off to his comrades. See this? Konoha's Kenpachi cut this himself. Pretty damn cool, right? Don't misunderstand. I'm here to take the exam. Haken straightened his slightly rumpled shikabane fu, cleared his throat, and patted Ibiki on the shoulder. Take the exam. At that line, every Konoha genin in the room shot to their feet and slapped themselves across the face in perfect unison. Damn it, unbelievable. He really is here for the exam. Hokage-sama, don't you have anything to say about this? In the observation room, Inoki glared at Minato, his expression dark as the bottom of a well. Let that brat take the exam. Isn't this the same as letting a max-level character sneak into a newbie village? Does Konoha not care about dignity anymore? What exactly would that such a kid like me to say? Minato's genuinely confused tone nearly made Inoki cough up blood. This exam is meant for genin. And Hakenyura is my disciple, I can vouch for his character. He is a genin. A genin. Your face is as thick as Konoha's city walls. Inoki collapsed into his seat with a defeated sigh. Konoha's strongest combatant is a genin. A genin. Everyone stay calm. As for this whole shameless debate, Konoha has strict regulations. Unauthorized trafficking of human organs is illegal. The rule exists, yes, but how did shamelessness end up connected to illegal organ trafficking? Which bastard said that? Everyone slowly shifted their gaze toward a certain someone sitting in the corner. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Of course. Old Ginger is still the spiciest. Indeed, Konoha needed someone to step up right now. To protect Konoha's reputation, Hiruzen Sarutobi decided he had to say something. If he took the blame onto himself, these people would have nothing left to complain about. As expected of the third Hokage-sama. Truly the strongest Hokage. But amusingly, seated right beside him was Snake Ant. The moment Hiruzen spoke, she leaned in until her face was practically touching his, sticking out half her tongue like she'd spotted prey. Please keep your distance. I am loyal to my wife. Hiruzen calmly shifted aside and addressed her. Are you the leader of Otoge-cure? You know Otogekure. Snake Ant withdrew her tongue and narrowed her eyes. Master and disciple, reunited, and their discussion topic was whether Konoha had any shame. Without question, Konoha did not. Or rather, her master certainly had no need for such a thing. Just heard some rumors. Hiruzen looked away. He felt a faint sense of familiarity from her but couldn't recall where it came from. The uproar caused by Hakunyoro entering the exam hall finally subsided. After some whispered grumbling, the room settled down. In truth, no one dared speak too boldly. This was Konoha, their territory, their rules. And Hakunyoro was indeed a genin. That point mattered. As long as he was a genin, he had every right to take the Chunin exam. If anyone kept complaining, their end would be grim. Hadn't they heard? Even the Kazekage's 2 sons got beaten, one hospitalized with anal fissures, the other knocked unconscious for days, just for talking out of turn. A blood-soaked warning. Complaints were fine, but only in moderation. If they pushed their luck, they might not see tomorrow's sunrise. This was Konoha, the undeniable #1 ninja village. But how had none of them thought of this sooner? If they had their own jonin disguise themselves as genin to take the exam, wouldn't that bring glory to their village? Truly, shamelessness was the best strategy for climbing to the top. Big brother is taking the exam too. Naruto stared at Haken in disbelief as he asked the question. Master is a genin. Sasuke sat stiffly in his chair, his expression solemn. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and seemed to come to a fierce decision. With eyes full of fighting spirit and stubborn resolve, the second pillar slammed the table hard. Sasuke, don't tell me. Are you actually declaring war on Big Brother? Naruto stared at him, utterly stunned. What kind of courage was this supposed to be? Naruto, who had always aimed to surpass Big Brother, gritted his teeth. Putting himself in Sasuke's place, he realized he didn't have that level of boldness at all. I absolutely refuse to draw master in the practical exam lottery. I'll stake all of the Uchiha clan's luck on it. Absolutely not. The hell you will. Naruto blew up on the spot. Hey, that guy Kabuto, you should have his ninja recognition card, right? In the corner of the classroom, Temari frowned as she turned to Yakushi Kabuto. She didn't care about intel on other people, but this so-called Konoha's Kenpachi was someone she had to understand. In Sunagekure she'd heard some rumors, but knew nothing about who he really was. And for the past few days, caring for her 2 injured brothers left her no time to explore Konoha. She only vaguely knew the descriptions on the Wall of Honor. But now, if he was going to be an opponent in the Chunin exams, Konoha's Kenpachi, the one rumored to lead the Night Owl team, where anyone encountering them could retreat immediately without completing the mission. What kind of person was he? Temari wanted to know. I don't. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, his expression serious. He really didn't have one. Who would have thought this guy would show up to the Chunin exams? Is that so? Temari let out a disappointed sigh and was about to give up. But as a Konoha shinobi, I do know some of Konoha's Kenpachi's deeds. Kabuto smiled faintly and pulled out a blank card and pen. Hakunyoro graduated from the Ninja Academy at age 6 alongside his peer, Itachi Uchiha. His first accepted and completed mission was C rank. Later, because they encountered a large number of shinobi during the mission, it was upgraded to A rank. His first mission was A rank. Temari's whole body trembled, eyes widening. Graduated at 6, completed an A rank mission. After returning to the village, when his adoptive sister, Madarase Anko, was taken by the ANBU for investigation, he stormed ANBU headquarters to rescue her. What? That has to be fake. Temari's lips parted, and she didn't even dare breathe. He stormed ANBU. He actually dared to do that. Although he violated regulations, he received the 4th Hokage's protection and joined the ANBU. Team Night Owl was officially formed. That same year, he infiltrated the Land of Lightning, captured the 2-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni, and severely injured the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Later, upon returning to the village, he and the 4th Hokage captured the 4th Raikage alive. At the time, Lord Minato said it was Konoha's Kenpachi who led the assault, he merely provided support. During negotiations with Kimogakure, he forced them to cede territory, becoming the first in Konoha's history to expand its borders. During the Nine-Tails' birth, he protected Konoha from disaster. Lord Nine-Tails became the guardian beast of the village. Later, to retaliate against the 4 great ninja villages, he led 200 elite ANBU and crushed Iwagakure so hard they were forced to apologize. As for Sunagekure, they came to apologize voluntarily. Kabuto exhaled and added 3 ellipses to the achievements section. In short, the deeds he's done can't possibly fit on this small ninja card. But to summarize, he is an unprecedented figure in Konoha's history, his prestige long ago surpassed that of any Hokage. In Hakan-sama's own words, with me standing here, Konohagakure is the #1 ninja village. Not a boast, an achievement. With a final sigh, Kabuto added the last notes. The demon of the ninja world to outsiders, the soul of Konohagakure to those within. A master swordsman who wields power beyond chakra. Rumored to possess the ability to strike the soul itself. His combat strength cannot be measured, but one thing is certain, whoever crosses him, if Lord Kenpachi wishes it, will die. Swish. Kabuto finished writing and handed the ninja recognition card for Konoha's Kenpachi to the trembling Temari. She swallowed hard. In that moment, she felt she ought to kneel while reading this card. She looked at the man's face, he didn't even look 20. Yet his experience and achievements were simply absurd. How could Konoha have someone this strong? Toby. Just then, Hakken turned his head and met Kabuto's eyes. Hakken-sama. Kabuto instantly dropped to one knee without hesitation. His reverence was palpable. As an undercover agent, Kabuto was flawless, his ability to slip into character unmatched. You do know me well. But next time, add one more thing, it'll make the introduction easier. Hakken smiled lightly and pointed at the sky. Tell them the moon. I shattered that too. Thud. Temari collapsed into a full kneel, bowing fiercely toward the ninja card. Tell them. The moon, I shattered that too. Is he bragging? No. Someone like him had no need to brag. With someone of his caliber, the only words that come to mind are absolute monster. A man that powerful doesn't need fake achievements. The genin in the exam room trembled. This had to be a joke. A man who cut the moon in half is competing with them. Please, have a shred of mercy. Could they at least get some gaming experience here? Ring. Outside the exam hall, the bell rang. Marino Ibiki, who hadn't dared speak this whole time, finally let out a breath of relief. Originally, when Hakken-sama entered, he'd planned to show off a bit and build an intimidating presence. But with that man here, he absolutely could not. Forget it. The exam would proceed as usual. He said he shattered the moon. Seems like it. The exam had already begun, yet the observation room was deathly silent. The man's words had been transmitted to them through the surveillance feed. For a long moment, the Kage from every major village were speechless. Just last night, they were still debating who was stronger, Senju Hashirama or Hakken Yoru. But now the man himself casually claimed he had shattered the moon. Well. Hashirama was called the god of shinobi. But even he only ever affected the shinobi world. Yet that man. He'd gone beyond the sky. Shattered the moon. Orochimaru, seated beside the third Hokage, wore a heavy expression. He had arrived in Konoha full of confidence, armed with 3 ultimate trump cards. But now, he felt an unexpected tremor of doubt. Hakken-kun could sever the moon. What kind of joke was that? How could a human possibly wield such power? At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly felt that having Nagato under his control wasn't so impressive after all. The Chunin exams. The first round was a written test. But what it really assessed were the basic skills required of a shinobi. Cheating was considered a tactic. There were many ways to observe and gather intelligence. Still, the most important part was the final additional question. It tested teamwork, whether one trusted their comrades. But for Hakken, that wasn't a problem at all. Because he didn't have comrades. Calmly tossing his test sheet beside Hinata and asking her to fill it out, Hakken lifted his gourd and began drinking. TCH. Everyone else was going to great lengths to cheat, and this guy just blatantly asked someone else to answer for him. Damn. Then again, who could stop him? This brat came here just to walk around and show his face. Hakken had no interest in actually doing the test. He wasn't here just for a casual stroll, he had his eyes on something far more interesting. The second round, the Forest of Death, was where he intended to shine. He stood up and walked toward the opposite corner of the classroom. Kimimaro, who had been staring blankly at his exam paper, slowly lifted his head and met Hakken's gaze. Kagaya Kimimaro, huh? Crossing his arms, Hakken touched his chin thoughtfully. After settling the Kirigakure incident, he'd requested 2 individuals from Terumi. One was Kisame Hashigaki, currently behaving himself while taking the exam next door. The second was Kagaya Kimimaro. In the original storyline, even after his body had deteriorated severely, he remained a terrifying fighter driven purely by will. He shouldn't be here. Judging by the timeline, his Kekkei disease should have erupted long ago, leaving him bedridden in Orochimaru's laboratory, waiting to burn his last brilliant flame during Sasuke's defection. But instead, he had somehow arrived in Konoha, and was calmly taking an exam. Hakken frowned. His pupils flashed blue, the light of a universe-like Tensigen sweeping across Kimimaro as though scanning him to his core. Oh. Using Hashirama cells to extend your life. Even so, it won't last long. His eyes returned to normal. Haken smiled faintly, then, in full view of the entire room, grabbed Kimimara's Otogekure forehead protector. Crack! With one hand, he crushed it into powder. Leaning close to Kimimara's furious face, Haken revealed a gray bone in his palm. This thing, do you recognize it? Chapter 177, Miss Snake, what do you think of them? This bone. The moment the gray bone emerged from Haken's palm, Kimimaro sprang to his feet. Shikatsumiyaku. No. This was different from Shikatsumiyaku. That bone carried an aura of deathly stillness. Shikatsumiyaku, on the other hand, relied on chakra to control one's own bones. Every bone in the body could become a weapon. Yet without a doubt, this method of fighting with bones was strikingly similar to the Kagaya clan. All-killing ash bones. Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was Haken's kama. He could freely wield Kagaya's power, and this perfect kama placed no burden on Haken's body at all. So being able to use all-killing ash bones was nothing unusual. Looks like you understand a little, Haken said. Retracting the all-killing ash bones, he reached out and patted Kimimaro on the shoulder. Find a chance sometime. We'll have a proper talk. There was no doubt Haken admired Kimimaro. Whether it was his resolve to fight for his beliefs, or that extreme state where spirit ruled over flesh, both were qualities Haken respected. And the terrifying combat power of Shikatsumiyaku shouldn't end with Kimimaro's generation. This child's body has serious problems, Kagaya said in the spiritual space, observing Kimimaro through Haken with a puzzled expression. The chakra I passed down was inherited, but somewhere along his line, it seems to have mutated. It's hard to say exactly, but it's likely a conflict between his body and his Kekkei Genkai. A mutation. That was an easy problem to solve. Haken nodded, turned around, and returned to his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Damn, that's way too arrogant. Yeah, that Konoha's Kenpachi crushed Otogekure's forehead protector into dust. What the hell does that mean? You idiot, it's obvious Konoha's Kenpachi has taken a liking to that kid. What insane luck. Why didn't he take a liking to someone from our village? That kind of thinking is dangerous. Crushing another village's forehead protector was a blatant provocation against that village leader's authority. But they all knew how strong Konoha was. Having one of their own noticed even gave them the urge to show off. After all, this was a solid way to build ties with Konoha. Haken-kun. Staring intently at the big screen, Orochimaru's eyes flickered as if he were plotting something. That child is quite lucky, the third Hokage said cheerfully, nodding toward Orochimaru. Heh. Who knows? Orochimaru replied with a cold laugh. He stood up and walked out. His reason for coming had been simple, to observe the examinees and pick out a few prey he deemed suitable. Now that his goal was achieved, it was time to prepare for the next stage. The Chunin exams continued. The final supplementary question of the first round truly stumped many candidates. But there were plenty who genuinely trusted their teammates. In the original story, only 26 teams, 78 people in total, remained after the written exam. This time, however, with far more villages sending participants to Konohagakure, the number of those who passed had increased nearly fivefold, approaching 400. Haken didn't bother checking the details. You couldn't see much from a written test anyway. The real highlight of the Chunin exams was the third round. After greeting Ibiki, he headed straight for the second round's testing grounds. The Forest of Death. Oh my foolish little brother. I was worried you wouldn't even survive the first round. As the examinees left the academy building and arrived at the entrance to the Forest of Death, a figure rushed straight into the arms of that legendary man ahead. Smack. Connections. Confirmed. The chief examiner of the second round was actually that man's sister. You're thinking too much. It's just kids playing around, Haken said, shrugging casually. Here, I'll just give you the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Something even more outrageous happened. The candidates, who had just learned that the second round was a scroll-snatching battle, stared angrily at the two of them. Anko casually stuffed the Heaven and Earth scrolls straight into the man's arms. Hey! What are you doing? If you're going to cheat, can't you at least be subtle about it? What are you staring at? This is for your own good. Anko snapped. With too many eyes fixed on her, she slammed her fist into the ground in irritation. Living with Tsunade for so long hadn't been for nothing. At the very least, she'd grasped a bit of the essence of monstrous strength. Boom. The ground cracked. Anko crossed her arms and coldly swept her gaze over the stunned genin. Calm down. Then perk up your ears and listen to me. Don't talk about fairness. Let's be blunt. My brother is only here to go through the motions. And do you really think it's wrong to hand the scroll straight to him? Let me ask you this. If a man who can split the moon in half decided to attack you, what makes you think you could protect your own scroll? the genin from the various villages fell silent. Yeah. If he really moved to snatch their scrolls, who could possibly stop him? And by then, the losses wouldn't stop at scrolls alone. Ever since arriving in Konoha, they had heard rumors that Konoha's Kenpachi had a habit of collecting women. His home was full of them, everyone except himself. If he set his sights on them. Swallowing hard, once the stakes were spelled out so clearly, the genin obediently took their scrolls and entered the forest of death. Haken's gaze, however, lingered on one particular figure. He actually came. And he even walked into the forest of death right in front of him, as if nothing were amiss. On purpose. Rolling his neck once, Haken stepped in as well. So boring. This is nothing like what I imagined. The exam had barely begun. Naruto, full of excitement, rushed into the forest, but the battle he expected never came. The expanded forest of death has over 100 entrances, Sasuke said, shaking his head while keeping his eyes on their surroundings. And it's only just started. No one would be stupid enough to go all out right away. As natives, they were fairly familiar with the terrain of the forest of death. Still, as Sasuke said, Konoha's expansion meant the forest itself had grown much larger. The destination was still the tower at the center, but the distance had increased considerably. One thing was certain. The longer they moved forward, the higher the chance of encountering enemies. With only one endpoint, the density of ninja would inevitably rise. It was exactly like the Battle Royale game their master had mentioned. Battle Royale, a new concept that had come from Hakenyoru. That so-called ninja game was already being added to the selection process within the ANBU, used to screen truly strong candidates for the Night Owl team's reserve force. 100 people would be dropped into the forest. A lightning release barrier would slowly contract, and only those who survived would qualify for the next round. If you wanted to join the Night Owls, surviving the Battle Royale was the bare minimum. The ANBU had no need for the weak, let alone the elite among elites like the Night Owls. By the way, Sakura suddenly said, breaking her silence, Sasuke, Naruto, what kind of person is Haken to you? Can you tell me? As a teammate, Sakura's strength simply couldn't keep up with Sasuke and Naruto, but she didn't want to fade into obscurity like this. There were many ways to grow stronger. Following Haken was easily the most tempting one. Big brother. Naruto thought for a moment, scratching his head. Hard to explain. To me, he's the most important family I have, just like my mom and dad. What about you, Sasuke? Naruto tilted his head and looked over, curious about his answer. To surpass my master, and earn Itachi's recognition, Sasuke replied. He clearly didn't want to say more, gripping his blade and keeping his gaze steady. Toward Haken, Sasuke felt more respect than anything else. Because Itachi respected Haken, even looked up to him. As Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke had only one thought in the beginning. It was also what he said to his master when he formally became his disciple. I want to take my brother back from your side. So melodramatic it bordered on absurd. Your brother is already right next to you. What did take him back even mean? Even Haken couldn't make sense of it. Still, taking Sasuke in had been something Itachi personally asked of Haken, so he didn't refuse. After all, compared to Naruto, Sasuke's talent with the sword was anything but weak. Sasuke let out a quiet sigh and shook his head. That had only been his initial mindset. As he learned more about his master's past and gradually uncovered the secrets surrounding that man, he finally understood what had drawn Itachi in, and why Itachi had even spoken of becoming his shadow. It was his master's unique, one-of-a-kind charisma. Just standing behind him made every problem seem insignificant. And Sasuke realized that the closer he got to that man, the more overwhelming the impact became, one shock after another. He thought he understood his master. That was nothing more than self-deception. The conversation came to an end. Naruto and Sasuke walked at the front. Sakura, following behind, felt even more lost. At this point, she simply couldn't understand what was going on in their hearts. No one spoke again. It seemed all of them were thinking about the question Sakura had raised. Gradually, though, something about the path ahead began to feel off. Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke stopped at the same time. What is it? Sakura asked, snapping out of her thoughts in confusion. It's too quiet. It's been quiet for a while now. Sasuke's Sharingan slowly spun. This place was called the Forest of Death, but it was still a forest in every sense. And where there was a forest, there should be animals, birds, sounds of life. Yet here, there wasn't a single noise. TCH. So you noticed. From behind the trees ahead, 3 strangely dressed ninjas slowly stepped out. The Sound Trio. Unlike the Enhanced Sound 5, this trio, made up of Zaku, Duosu, and Kintsuchi, only possessed genin-level strength. In the original story, they had been sent by Orochimaru to Konoha to observe changes in Sasuke's curse mark, or even kill him outright. Their objective now was clearly similar. At this moment, they were blocking Team 7's path. "Looks like trouble," Sasuke said calmly. He slowly drew the Shota sword from his waist, completely unflustered. Naruto was just as composed, pulling out a kunai and readying himself for battle. "All right. Let me see how strong he really is." Far away, a pair of eyes watched everything from the shadows. The sound trio had all been personally trained by Orochimaru. Their combat style, using sound as a medium for attack, was something he found novel and worth observing. Of course, these three were disposable pawns at the very bottom. The real test had already been arranged further ahead. "I'll give you one chance," Sasuke said coldly. "Hand over the scroll, or die." On the battlefield, Sasuke imitated Haken's usual posture, lifting his chin as the Zanpakuto rested against his body, pressure pouring out unabashedly. Unfortunately, Itachi strictly forbade him from drinking. Otherwise, he really should have been holding a bottle while posturing like this. "Kill them straight away." Naruto scratched his head as realization dawned on him. Big Brother did say that if we ran into ninja from other villages, we could decide based on the situation. Except for Otogekure. Those have to be killed. Are the three of us being looked down on? Zaku rasped, his anger impossible to hide. "Kill them." Dosu snarled, his bandage-wrapped body trembling. Kim said nothing, simply pulling out his custom weapon. "Sasuke," Naruto said quietly, "this is that moment Big Brother talked about." Instead of charging forward, Naruto suddenly turned his kunai toward Sasuke beside him. "Yeah," Sasuke replied, drawing his own kunai and locking eyes with Naruto. Itachi said Master used to do it this way. What were they doing? Sakura, standing behind them, was completely stunned. Slash. Kunai collided. Blood sprayed into the air. In that instant, their figures overlapped with the image of Haken during his very first mission. Sasuke still remembered how Haken, standing behind him back then, had caught an enemy's weapon with his bare hands, forcing him to suppress the discomfort that came with killing. Now, the scene before them was almost identical. Pain kept them clear-headed. Since they had chosen to temper themselves with blood, and killing Otogekure ninja was a task Haken had personally given them, there was no reason to hold back at all. Multiple shadow clone technique. Raisnon. Hand seals flashed as blood dripped from their hands onto the ground. Hundreds of solid clones appeared behind Naruto. At the same time, Sasuke drove his blade straight into the earth. In an instant, lightning erupted violently. Sword Chidori. A version of Chidori modified by Haken Yoru, even more destructive than the original. An A-rank ninjutsu that only Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan could successfully learn. As for Sword Raikiri, the evolved form of Chidori, Sasuke was only one step away from mastering it. What was this? Monsters. When hundreds of Naruto clones, each forming a Raisnon, charged toward Dosu and the others, the sound trio froze in sheer terror. In the moment they hesitated, the sharp hum at the tip of Sasuke's blade split one of them cleanly in two. Blood sprayed everywhere. The final images burned into their minds were a sky filled with Naruto clones and lightning piercing straight through their chests. Failed. The figure watching from afar shuddered and finally withdrew his gaze. There was no doubt about it. It was Orochimaru. Standing silently beneath a tree, Orochimaru leaned against the trunk, confusion flickering in his eyes. He realized he might have gotten something wrong. Were his three genin subordinates really useless? Apparently not. Their defeat came from the overwhelming combat power Sasuke and Naruto had displayed. Coming to Konoha, his ultimate goal was naturally to obtain a suitable vessel. The best candidate was Haken Yoru. The second choice was Itachi. And if everything failed, he would take Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke. Yet this was only the first round of probing, and already his face felt painfully slapped. The people he had personally trained were wiped out in a single exchange. What is this supposed to be? Orochimaru muttered. I can't even write an experiment report. Crossing his arms, he let out a quiet sigh and turned around. Then he froze. The men sitting on a tree trunk, casually drinking, sent a chill straight down his spine. When did he get there? Snake-sen, oh, sorry. Well then, the men said lightly, Snake. My brother and my apprentice, what do you think of them? Needle-sharp gazes met. In that instant, the atmosphere of the Forest of Death turned unbearably cold. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, because I have one more outstanding teacher than you. Forest of Death. True to its name, a suffocating pressure slowly spread through the air. In a dark corner of the forest, two figures faced each other beneath the trees. Haken Yoru and Orochimaru. Naturally, this standoff was not what Orochimaru wanted. From the moment this man appeared behind him until now, Orochimaru had been thinking of only one thing: how to escape. There was just one thing he couldn't understand. Hakken had appeared behind him without making a sound. If he had attacked right away, Orochimaru should already be dead. But clearly, Hakken hadn't done that. What was he planning? Hakken-kun. A bead of sweat slid down Orochimaru's forehead, his scalp tingling with danger. The instant he spoke the name, his body instinctively recoiled backward like a snake. But the figure before him blurred, and in the next moment, his head was slammed straight into the ground. Boom. Crash. A violent shockwave rippled outward, shaking the entire forest of death. From the pit where Hakken drove Orochimaru into the earth, cracks spread rapidly from the point where his head struck, as if even the whole of Konoha trembled along with it. More than 10 seconds passed before the shaking finally eased. Whether it was the genin inside the forest of death or the people in Konoha watching through surveillance feeds, all of them widened their eyes, desperately searching for the source of the quake. From above, the explosion looked like a spiraling vortex expanding outward, an overwhelmingly destructive sight. Unfortunately, this location had been chosen by Orochimaru himself. It lay in a blind spot of the monitoring network. The epicenter. Orochimaru stared at the surroundings in shock. What stunned him wasn't the destructive power. It was the fact that he was still alive. That level of precise control over strength left Orochimaru completely shaken. After so many years, returning to Konoha. That little brat from back then had become someone he could no longer contend with. That constant feeling of being moments away from death, of being able to die at any second, was something Orochimaru hadn't experienced in decades. Growth at a pace beyond comprehension. If this was truly his power, then the claim about cutting the moon in half was probably real. I believe you still haven't answered my question, Hakken said calmly. Tossing Orochimaru aside, he leaned casually against a shattered tree trunk and continued drinking. Killing Orochimaru? For Hakken, that would have been effortless. He was certain that no matter what hidden cards Orochimaru possessed, it wouldn't amount to much. With the 3 major templates fully activated, and after countless hours of relentless training, Hakken's body had reached an absurd level. Unnatural basic slashing power. A ridiculous Tensigen. In this world, anything Orochimaru could do, Hakken could also do. And even what Orochimaru couldn't do, Hakken could still do. So he had nothing to fear. He had already struck with killing intent just now, yet he chose not to finish it. There was nothing left in the ninja world that truly excited him anymore. When power reaches its peak, where does pleasure come from? Just a little more. Just one step further, and his strength would break free from the limits of this world. The goal he once spoke of, cutting this world down entirely, was no longer far away. Hakken glanced at the blade in his hand. A relaxed smile crossed his face. Cutting down and cutting down carried 2 different meanings. Just like Konoha now. The village had already undergone earth-shaking changes. This was the second way to cut down the past and build the future. The first, the purely physical kind, was nothing more than blind destruction. In the process of cutting down Konoha, Hakken had grown, and he had also reached understanding. He realized that what he hated was not Konoha itself, but only a handful of individuals within the village, along with its rigid, outdated systems. So when Minato appeared, Hakken understood that this village was not beyond saving. With just a few actions on his part, even the ninja world had begun to change in ways never seen before. After forming bonds with the people of this village, that sense of belonging, of truly standing among them, was what Hakken had been seeking all along. Yes. This was the Konoha of today. His arrival made up for many regrets. Perhaps there were things he hadn't handled perfectly, but from his own standpoint, he had already done enough. Just like Orochimaru standing before him now. Was he truly someone beyond saving? That was precisely why Hakken had stood behind him earlier instead of killing him outright. I never expected you to possess such overwhelming power, Hakken-kun, Orochimaru said. He pushed himself up from the ground. Because Hakken's strike had been directed at the earth rather than at him, he hadn't suffered serious injuries. But looking at the devastation around them was more than enough to prove just how terrifying this man's combat strength was. Orochimaru still had trump cards, but using them now wouldn't mean much anymore. Naruto and Sasuke. They really are strong. After a long silence, Orochimaru finally answered the question Hakken had asked earlier. There was no disputing it. Even now, he was still shaken by the fact that the sound trio had been instantly wiped out. After all, one is my younger brother, and the other is my disciple, Hakken said. He nodded with a cheerful smile, looking exactly like someone pleased to hear praise for the juniors he had raised. Hakken-kun, may I ask you something? Orochimaru said. His eyes were filled with deep resentment and confusion. Why? Why did this man ultimately choose to stand on Konoha's side? Wasn't it you who told me that if I cared too much about this village, then being a missing nin would lose its meaning? Many years ago, on Konoha's training grounds, Orochimaru continued. I told you I had the perfect plan to defect from Konoha, that from that day on I would become a missing nin. But you said that the very fact I took pride in such a plan meant I still cared about this village. His breathing grew rapid, emotion creeping into his voice. After hearing that, I even reflected on myself. Especially that one line of yours. If you truly don't care, then destroy it. Well, now I'm here, Orochimaru said, his voice rising. So why is it you standing in my way? His eyes burned with unwillingness as he clenched his fists. Why? Coming back to Konoha, this was likely the answer he had been searching for. The Hakenyoru of so many years ago had been so much like his former self. The same indifference toward life, the same cruelty, no complicated feelings toward the village at all. So why did their fates end up so completely different? One became Konoha's most dazzling hero. The other was still a missing nin. That promise made on the training grounds at night. Orochimaru still remembered the young man saying he would come looking for him one day. He had even believed that Haken had seen through Konoha's true nature, that he had lost interest in petty power struggles. And in truth, that was correct. Haken had seen through it all, but instead of escaping, he chose to change everything he saw. While I chose to run. Why? Haken repeated softly. After a long moment of thought, he smiled faintly and lifted his gourd, taking a deep swig. As the strong liquor burned its way down his throat, memories surfaced in his mind. If, back then, when he stood behind Anko at the ANBU entrance, protecting her, Minato hadn't stepped forward and said those words. I believe in you. Yes. If he hadn't said them. What path would I have chosen? At that time, the progress on the template behind him was pitifully low. But a Shinigami was still a Shinigami. With his spiritual pressure fully unleashed, surrendering his body to the demon within, he could still have taken Anko and left Konoha. That was the power of a Shinigami. But that wasn't the point. The point was that if Minato hadn't stepped forward, he probably wouldn't have formed bonds with anyone in this village besides Itachi. Even if that incident had been forcibly suppressed, after the night of the clan's destruction or the Ninetales incident, he would likely have left Konoha with Itachi and become a missing nin. Only then might he have truly understood Orochimaru. But that kind of if never existed. No matter how many choices there were, Minato would always step forward. That was fate, and it was the wisest decision Minato ever made in his life. Without that figure standing in front of Haken back then, Konoha, the so-called #1 ninja village, it would have been nothing more than a joke. TCH, bonds, my ass. Shaking his head, Haken turned his gaze toward Orochimaru's eyes. Why, is that it? Probably because I had one more good teacher than you did. One more good teacher. Orochimaru's body trembled, and he collapsed weakly onto the ground. Yeah. That must be it. My teacher, in the same situation, wouldn't stand in front of me when I wanted to stop others from dangerous training. He wouldn't block my path, watch me warily, or say things like my eyes were full of ambition. He trusted me. A gentle smile appeared on Orochimaru's face as he lowered his head. No one is born with all their emotions erased. And no one starts out experimenting on human bodies while calmly watching life struggle inside a container. He was Orochimaru, after all. One of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Born in Konoha, honored to become the third Hokage's disciple. The bonds he shared with Tsunade and Jiraiya were known only to the three of them. He rose to prominence in the Second Shinobi World War and earned the title of Konoha's Sannin. During the Third Shinobi World War, when Konoha was fighting on multiple fronts, it was he who held Kikyo Pass with a force far smaller than Tsunagekire's 1,000-strong army. With the bodies of his comrades laid out before him one by one, perhaps that was the moment he lost his way. He infiltrated the archives and studied forbidden techniques, including the Yamada no Oroki technique. But even then, he hadn't abandoned Konoha. He still had his own thoughts about the position of fourth Hokage. Of course, it was true that his views differed from his teacher's. At times, he leaned more toward Danzo's decisiveness. But was that really his fault? After all, it was his own teacher who sent him to root and work together with Danzo. The human experiments were carried out with tacit approval. Perhaps, just as Hakenyoru had said, the moment his teacher stood in front of him and stopped him from saving Itachi, that last trace of goodwill truly died. Well then. Being a good person was too hard. So what if he became a bad one? Immortality. Immortality. Only by living forever could he master every ninjutsu in the world. He was a genius. He believed he had already grasped the secret of longevity. Yet the thorn buried in his heart could never be pulled out. Konoha. His teacher. It was time to make a decision. This would be his first goal after achieving immortality. He wanted to see what choice his teacher would make when facing death. And he wanted to ask him personally whether he regretted not letting him become the fourth Hokage. He was right. Hakken-kun, you really did have a teacher far more outstanding than Sarutobi-sensei. After the silence, only Orochimaru's hoarse voice remained. Perhaps the most painful thing of all was never receiving one's teacher's recognition. But, Hakken-kun. I am Orochimaru. I don't need to be nailed to a pillar of shame like Danzo, nor do I need to desperately climb a wall of merit like the third Hokage. I am Orochimaru. I don't need you to judge me. I am who I am. His hands flew through seals as Orochimaru howled like a madman. Watch, Hakken-kun. Watch Konoha be destroyed before your eyes. 10,000 snakes formation. Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru-style body replacement technique. A writhing mass of serpents surged outward, a chaotic tide of fangs and scales. Yet not a single snake dared approach Hakken. This chain of techniques was nothing more than a rapid retreat. When everything settled, Hakken was still standing there, unmoving. The familiar smile lingered on his face as he slowly straightened up and brushed the leaves from his shoulder. Then do your best to entertain me. He stepped down on the body of a nearby giant snake. With a dull thud, flesh and blood burst apart. Standing tall, he faced the sunlight, savoring its warmth amid the oppressive atmosphere. He didn't chase after Orochimaru. From Orochimaru's final words, beyond the madness, Hakken heard a faint trace of something like a plea. Give him a chance. Just once. A chance to reach a conclusion. He wanted to prove the value of his own existence. Hakken's ears twitched slightly as he glanced to the side. Ah. Where did all these snakes come from? Run. This forest of death is such a pain. First an earthquake, now a snake nest. Wait for me. In the distance, 3 figures were sprinting toward Hakken. At the front was a bulky silhouette. Bulky, or perhaps chubby, was more accurate. But in Choji Akimichi's eyes, that was just being well built. The men who had mastered the expansion technique. In Boruto, he even married that dark-skinned kunoichi from Kimogakure who once beat up Naruto. What was interesting was that Choji Akimichi's daughter once asked her why she married someone as unremarkable as Choji. And the even more interesting part was her answer. She said Choji did have a strong point, but she couldn't say what it was. Damn. Pretty easy to guess. Parts of the expansion technique really could be used anywhere. Against her, it was the most effective weapon. An enviable ability, though unfortunately useless to Hakken. At this moment, among the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, Choji was clearly running the fastest. Shikamaru was in the middle, while Ino at the back was being chased by a white snake. It was Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes formation, used to cover his retreat. The technique had only been used defensively, so the snakes hadn't been detonated. They were merely pursuing. As for why the Ino, Shika, Cho trio ran this way, they were probably trying to investigate the cause of the earlier earthquake. In the original Chunin exams, this group also rushed toward any disturbance they heard. We're done for. Something caught her foot. Ino stumbled forward, while the white snake behind her opened its blood-red maw. Slash. At moments like this, when a damsel needed saving, you could always trust Hakken. A flash of blade light, and the white snake was split cleanly in two. The Ino who was about to hit the ground instead fell straight into the man's arms. Sunlight. Long hair. Blood. A long blade. The scent of a man. And that face, so close. Ino's heart skipped violently, and then she passed out on the spot. Hakken rubbed his chin, then suddenly smiled and leaned closer to the delicate face. Looks like artificial respiration is needed. Chapter 179, Sudden Change, names called out in the preliminary matches. Hakken-sama. Hakken-sama. After a full 5 minutes, Hakken carefully set Ino down and lifted his head. Choji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara stood stiffly in place, both looking somewhat awkward. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio. A family of secret technique practitioners with a long legacy. They never sought the position of Hokage or power. Regardless of who became Hokage, they would always choose to stand by their side, fulfilling their duties without fail. Among the many secret technique families in Konoha, generally seen as merely clock-punching ninjas, they were a special exception. Secret techniques differed fundamentally from Kekkei Genkai. These techniques relied on specialized ninjutsu to enhance the user, and members of such families typically received special training from childhood. The coordination between the Ino, Shika, Cho trio was widely admired. Yatsurugi had little interest in the other secret technique families. But the Yamanaka clan, to which the girl he was holding, Ino Yamanaka, belonged, stood out to him in a unique way. They excelled at controlling others' minds, infiltrating and reading the memories of the deceased, and had the ability to transmit information to allies. They also possessed formidable sensory perception. A powerful clan of secret techniques, it was clear that their mental strength was extraordinary. Moreover, the expansion of the mind-body switch technique had enormous potential for development. Did you find the scroll? After setting Ino down on the ground, Haken asked with curiosity. Bad luck. I only found the heaven scroll of the same type. Shikamaru scratched his head in resignation. Unlike previous Chunin exams, this one had an absurdly high number of participants, making the difficulty increase dramatically. Moreover, simply gathering the heaven and earth scrolls wasn't enough to complete the task. The journey to the central tower was the real danger. Hang in there. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. Smiling, Haken nodded at them before setting Ino down and turning to leave. Team up and head forward. He wasn't interested. What he wanted was to wander the forest and observe anything worth watching. Phew, thanks to Haken-sama just now. Choji Akimichi sat down with a sigh of relief. Facing that man was far too much pressure, even just standing before him made him feel completely out of place. Ugh, I thought Haken-sama would choose to team up with us. Shikamaru sighed softly, his mind overwhelmed with the thought of trouble. Why did he think that? Come on, even though it was supposed to be mouth-to-mouth resuscitation for Ino, the actions were far more than just breathing. He hadn't dared to look, but from the flushed face Ino had when she was finally released, he could tell something was off. That mouth-to-mouth wasn't about saving her life, it was more like stealing her soul. Hey, Haken-sama's already gone. So, could you get up already? This place just shook. We could run into other teams. Now that Haken-sama's left, we need to hide quickly and set traps. Rolling his eyes helplessly at Ino on the ground, Shikamaru said. What was he talking about? Given Ino's tough-as-nails reputation in their squad, a small snake would scare her into passing out. Not likely. He really left. Suddenly opening her eyes, Ino panted heavily, patting her chest. She'd been faking it all along. Poor girl's heart. Tapping his forehead, Shikamaru started scanning the area, looking for a good place to set traps. The tremors in the Forest of Death certainly caused a stir, but for the genin undergoing their evaluations, acquiring the scrolls was clearly the more pressing matter. Haken wandered through the forest, observing the actions of the ninja completing their trials. As he passed a river, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura. A figure flickered, and the men crouched, landing silently. Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come over. Yeah, can't you see we're injured? By the river, two genin, covered in blood, approached a red-haired girl in front of them. Although their forehead protectors indicated they were from the same village, the injured ninjas showed no pity or hope in their expressions. Instead, their faces were filled with greed and desire. Clearly, they never saw the girl as a comrade but as a special chakra power bank. What do you want? The red-haired girl nervously took a step back, her panic and despair impossible to hide behind the glasses perched on her nose. Her name was Karen. Having inherited her mother's unique physiology, she had been plagued by nightmares since birth. After the fall of the Uzumaki clan, her mother brought her to Kusagakure, and that was when the nightmares truly began. Her special constitution was more potent than any medical ninjutsu. No matter how severe the injury, a single bite would gradually heal it. The nickname, Power Bank, was certainly earned. As a child, she had witnessed her mother being bitten to death, an unimaginable tragedy. Maybe nothing would change. This life would see her become just like her mother. Kusagakure had given shelter to Karen and her mother, but her mother paid with her life. She never complained about the world's injustices, accepting her fate seemed her only choice. As the bloodsuckers stepped closer, Karen offered a bitter smile and numbly extended her hand. The savage bite marks on it were the bloody remnants of her childhood. This was probably how it would end. She slowly closed her eyes, and just as darkness was about to envelop her, a blinding light suddenly appeared in front of her. Hey, companions aren't meant to be sucked dry. With a sword over his shoulder, the man's gentle smile startled the two Kusagakure genin, who quickly took a step back. You are. Karen blinked, her eyes widening as she looked up at the men. Want to live again? Haken tilted his head, asking calmly. Karen. A member of the Uzumaki clan. Haken had no particular attachment to Karen, but her fiery red hair reminded him of Kushina Uzumaki. Sensei's wife didn't seem to have many friends besides Uchiha Mikoto. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have Karen, another Uzumaki clan member, keep her company. Hey, even if you are the legendary Konoha's Kenpachi, you have no right to interfere in another village's matters. The two genin recognized Haken's identity. Cautious but stubborn, they issued a warning. Kusagakure was a peculiar place, holding an equally unique position in the ninja world. There were even rumors about the infamous Hozuki Castle, responsible for imprisoning the most dangerous criminals in the ninja world. Do you want to? Haken didn't even glance at the two genin. His focus remained entirely on Karen, waiting for her answer. Ultimately, he didn't owe anyone a rescue. He wasn't intervening because he had any personal attachment to Karen. Though her physique was special, Haken didn't need a power bank or anything like that. Yes. Karen's gaze locked on the light that was so close, and she nodded eagerly, desperate to reach it. Good. Haken patted her head and slowly turned away. You said I have no right to interfere with Kusagaku's affairs. Your leader must have taught you that, huh? He ran a hand over his chin and casually tapped the ground. Summoning jutsu. Boom. A puff of smoke, and Itachi Uchiha appeared, his hair flowing as he bowed respectfully to Haken. Ken-san, what are your orders? Take people and wipe out Kusagaku. Understood. Swish. The figure vanished. No extra words, just a simple command. To this man, it seemed utterly trivial. Wipe out the village. The two genin were stunned, frozen in place, completely at a loss. Do you like this gift? The village that killed your mother, I think it's rotten to the core. Haken casually grabbed the golden dagger hanging from his neck and handed it to Karen. He yawned. Take this and leave the exam grounds. Find the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He'll know how to handle you. Thump. Thump. One kick each sent the stunned Kusagaku genin stumbling away. Haken turned and walked off with effortless grace. It all felt like a dream. By the time Karen fully snapped back to reality, the man was already far away. She wanted to ask his name desperately, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Silently closing her eyes, she felt his chakra, like the brightest star in the night sky. The strongest perception technique, mind's eye of the Kagura. That was his scent. Karen nodded as if she remembered something. Running her fingers over the small sword in her hand, she walked backward. The moment she took that step, the Kusagaku forehead protector she had been wearing fell to the ground. Starting tomorrow, she would embrace her own new life. The second round of the Chunin exams continued. In stark contrast to the easy first round, the Forest of Death now exuded an overwhelming atmosphere of death. Amidst fierce competition, genin from one village after another withdrew from the exam grounds, some gravely injured, others unable to continue and choosing to forfeit, while a few lost their lives. Inside Konoha's observation room, Orochimaru returned to his seat. However, this time, his gaze was not on the large screen. Instead, he fixed his eyes on Minato, sitting at the very front. I have a superior teacher than you. His attention shifted back to Sarutobi beside him, and those words echoed persistently in his mind until, finally, he leaned back silently against his chair, lost in thought. Do I truly despise Konoha this much? The village before him was completely different from how it had been years ago. Feeling the atmosphere around him, Orochimaru was lost in thought. Time passed. The number of genin deaths in the Forest of Death rose sharply. In just 3 days, over 100 bodies had been sent back to the leaders of each ninja village. At the central tower, the first candidate had now arrived. Without a doubt, the only one who could reach the finish line so quickly was Hakenyoru. With the increased number of candidates, this Chunin exam was far more difficult than before. Having found the person he needed and said what he had to say, Haken had no further goals for the second round. He would simply wait at the finish line for the preliminary matches to begin. This time, the finish line was guarded by ANBU. Kakashi and other Jonin instructors from various teams, along with Jonin leaders from other villages, gathered there, waiting. Some of them, during the wait, received news that their subordinates had already been disqualified. Feeling down. Leaning against the railing of the central tower, two men sat slumped together. One of them puffed on a cigarette as he spoke. Not too bad. The other man, looking sickly, gave a wry smile and shook his head. Hayate Gecko and Sarutobi Asuma. At this moment, they both felt a touch of melancholy. But the resentment and anger had long faded. People mature, and when facing that man, they just couldn't bring themselves to feel such emotions anymore. Where did the gloom come from? The answer was clear when they saw the men surrounded by women in the distance. The first man to reach the finish line now had his arms around Kurenai Yuhi and Yugao Yuzuki, chatting animatedly. At the happiest moments, he'd even lean in and give them a loud kiss. The resentment of the single dog. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Asuma watched the three figures in the distance and suddenly smiled. Well, while focusing my energy on raising the next generation, I think I've finally figured out what the old man meant by the jade. He stood up and leaped forward, landing in front of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. Those with a goal are truly enviable. Hayate cleared his throat and followed him. As an examiner for the Chunin exams preliminaries, he needed to explain the procedures to the genin beforehand. You're being way too mean. In the distance, Kurenai Yuhi winked at Haken. Just standing there like that makes you look shameless. Even now, she still couldn't quite accept that this man had actually entered the Chunin exams. This was blatant bullying. After staying with the Mitarashi family for a while, Kurenai Yuhi had tacitly accepted her other role. She had grown accustomed to being taken advantage of every now and then. Like now, for instance. This man's hand was resting on her waist, yet she didn't feel a hint of aversion. I'm just here to observe potential recruits for Konoha. Nothing else. Haken replied calmly. The truly shameless part comes later. This bastard straight up altered the back-end match sequence. He swapped his original buy slot for Hinata, and now he plans to personally torment the genin. Yugao Yuzuki sighed, stepping around Haken to speak to Kurenai Yuhi. Now that's true bullying. Indeed. Haken arriving early wasn't without purpose. According to his original plan, a buy for someone of his caliber was the best option. But this bastard had actually tampered with the back-end program. Soon, the very first match would be his. And whoever he'd chosen to face him, well, they were the ones who'd truly drawn the short straw. Of course, this was just Yugao Yuzuki's one-sided perspective. The sun slowly dipped toward the horizon. The countdown to the end of the second round had already begun. Below, Kakashi glanced at the time and frowned. Team 7 still hadn't arrived. That was unexpected. Judging by Naruto and Sasuke's abilities, it made no sense for them not to have reached the finish line by now. He scanned the surroundings. Everyone who should have passed had already made it through. Up in the viewing stands, the seats were filled with the leaders of various villages, along with the Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages. Clearly, watching from the observation room was no longer enough to satisfy them. Even though this was only the preliminaries, they wanted to see the genin with their own eyes. It wasn't the finals, but the atmosphere already felt like it. Everyone was present. Why activate the plan early? In a secluded corner of the upper stands, 3 figures crouched low, speaking in hushed voices. Orochimaru, Obito, and Black Zetsu. It was Black Zetsu who voiced the doubt. To him, the timing still wasn't ripe. More importantly, that dangerous man was standing at the entrance, his arms around 2 women, calmly observing everything. Our goal is to trigger the collapse plan when all 5 Kage are present. Now that everyone's here, there's no need to wait for the finals. Orochimaru spoke indifferently. He had already run out of patience. What difference was there between the preliminaries and the finals? The preparations were complete. Driven by an urgent need to prove himself, he had fallen into a near-mad state. He couldn't wait even a single day longer. Right now, although it was technically the preliminaries, nearly every village's leadership, including the 5 great shinobi villages, was already seated in the viewing stands. The opportunity had arrived. Creak. At the entrance below. The gates were about to close. At the very last moment, the 3 members of Team 7 finally arrived, scrolls in hand. And with them came 5 more people. The sound 5. 8 figures stood facing one another, sparks flying in their gazes. It was obvious that a skirmish, small but intense, had broken out just moments earlier. If the passageway hadn't been closing, a bloody clash would have been unavoidable. The atmosphere instantly turned solemn. On the field below, Hayate Gecko stepped forward and pointed at the large screen. The preliminaries officially begin. First round. Haken Yoru vs. He paused. Hayate Gecko looked at Haken Yoru in surprise as the name was confirmed. It didn't match the name he remembered. Wasn't the kid originally called Knowing Pain? Why had Haken-sama changed it? Nienchen. Haken Yoru nodded calmly at Hayate Gecko. Ahem. First round, Haken Yoru vs. Uzumaki Nagato. Damn it, prepare the Konoha collapse plan. Leaving behind a string of curses, Orochimaru sprinted straight toward Hiruzen Sarutobi in the distance. The most unexpected turn of events had begun. Chapter 180, seems like you haven't made much progress, huh? Nagato Uzumaki. When this name echoed across the central tower, the spectators were left in confusion. The Uzumaki clan. A clan mysteriously destroyed during the Second Shinobi World War. However, several Kage from the 5 great shinobi villages, seated at the front, knew exactly what had happened. Terumi and A. It was a hidden chapter of history, unlocking the sealed clues revealed a brutal truth. The Uzumaki clan was too powerful. Every member was a perfect Jinchuriki. Beyond their potential as Jinchuriki, it was their unique Fuinjutsu and extraordinary physical constitutions that truly captivated others. Uzumaki. Minato sighed. He had just settled the girl named Uzumaki Karen, and now, he saw that familiar red hair again. It was a tragic clan. As Hokage, he knew a thing or two about the massacre of the Uzumaki clan. After all, his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, was a survivor rescued by Konoha during that event. Minato had been young during the Second Shinobi World War. But over the years, he'd learned some secrets from Kushina. For instance, the Uzumaki clan had sought Konoha's help more than once during their attacks. But they received no response. At first, Minato had assumed it was because, during the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha's forces were all deployed in the Land of Rain and thus unable to provide support. But after carefully considering the time period when Kushina Uzumaki came to Konoha, Minato reached a conclusion. At that time, the battle in the Land of Rain was merely at a stalemate. The decisive final battle, where Jiraiya-sensei earned his title as one of Konoha's Sannin, was still far off. Yet, Konoha still made no move to send reinforcements. It wasn't until the very last moment, under remarkably fortunate circumstances, that Kushina was brought back. Whether it was due to an inability to help or a deliberate choice, Minato never asked the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, about it. That too was Konoha's buried history. No one knew the exact events or what the third Hokage had truly thought back then. It no longer mattered. At least Minato knew this now. Many orphans of the Uzumaki clan still existed in the ninja world. The Uzumaki clan still lived on in this world. But as for the fate of the Uzumaki clan, some still knew who the true culprit was. After all, when the battlefield in the Land of Rain reached a stalemate, neither Kirigakure nor Kimogakure intervened. The only ones capable of wiping out the Land of Whirlpools were them. Nagato. In a corner of the viewing platform, Jiraiya leaned against the wall. Hearing the name, he froze, gripping the railing as he looked down. Nagato Uzumaki was his student. Had he not perished under the Haken's attack? Then why was he now wearing the forehead protector of Otogekure? According to Minato's intel, wasn't Otogekure actually founded by Orochimaru? And Nagato had even become a genin, taking the exams. Relief, confusion, and disbelief filled Jiraiya's mind. Not far beside him, two maids from the Mitarashi household sat chatting. When Uzumaki Nagato's name was mentioned, Konan's body stiffened slightly before she returned to her usual calm demeanor. I thought you'd just jump down and have a chat with him. The adorable cat-eared girl, Yujito, blinked, looking somewhat puzzled. Chat about what? Konan remained expressionless, calmly leaning against Yujito's shoulder. Tell him the truth. Or calm him down. I don't know why he's here either. But the Akatsuki's Haku Byakugan user Konan is dead. The one alive is Konoha's Kenpachi's maid. Since she's Konoha's Kenpachi, if he wants to destroy this village, he's probably my enemy. She's changed. Yujito opened her mouth but then just tucked Konan's head into her embrace. This change didn't happen overnight. How difficult must it have been to sever all ties to the past? Yuki and Konan, both maids, could deeply empathize with this. When Konan first arrived, she reminded Yuki so much of herself when she first came to Konoha. But as you gradually stop caring about everything, you realize that you've already become a part of this village. Whether your heart resists or not, the life you live now is the one you've come to want. If anything, it was the peace-loving Nagato in Konan's heart that had changed the most. Just like the intense killing intent radiating from him now as he stood on the stage. So utterly unfamiliar. But whether Konan had truly let go, Yujito didn't know. I have an ominous feeling. Far away, Black Zetsu and Obito stood at the highest point, exchanging a glance. Black Zetsu scanned Haken Yoru on the field and couldn't help but speak. Mother's aura. What's going on? Everything has gone off course. Infinite Tsukuyomi, Akatsuki, Obito's plans, everything had to change. He was utterly bewildered, especially by Haken Yoru below. Mother's aura felt so familiar, so comforting. Yet this familiarity emanated from that man. Damn it, Nagato's identity's been exposed. Bloody hell, his aura changed drastically. How did they see right through it? Obito clenched his fists, his face full of confusion. Looking at the bewildering situation, they clearly had no idea what to do next. Well, might as well play along with Orochimaru's act for now. With that, Black Zetsu withdrew into the wall. If things got desperate, he'd just have to force Black Zetsu to assert his presence. This chapter of ninja history, Black Zetsu's mission to save his mother, couldn't possibly unfold without him. The Sound Village truly is a breeding ground for talent. They even have members of the Uzumaki clan. From his seat in the center of the viewing area, Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled as he spoke to Orochimaru beside him. Not at all. It can't compare to Konoha. Orochimaru, who had jogged over to secure a spot beside the third Hokage, glared at Hiruzen with a cold expression. So close now. Briefly glancing around, Kabuto confirmed his position. The Sound Five were assembled. All that remained was for the battle below to intensify. Then, the Konoha collapse plan would commence. Sarutobi-sensei. Your life has entered its final countdown. It's a pity you still haven't recognized me. Sarutobi-sensei. I stand right before you. How much do I resemble my former self? The expanded center of the Forest of Death, within a tower several times larger than its original counterpart. Under the watchful eyes of Konoha's elite and the leaders of various ninja villages, two figures finally stood facing each other across the distance below. Haken Yoru and Uzumaki Nagato. It seemed that nothing this man did was arbitrary, a strong sense of purpose had driven him to settle this grudge here. After all, when a Rinnegan user went berserk, the damage inflicted could be classified as area of effect devastation. The stage was protected by a barrier, but this paper-thin shield was utterly useless against attacks of that magnitude. Yet Haken remained confident. Here, no one could stir up trouble. His true purpose was to eliminate Nagato as a threat, then leisurely savor Orochimaru's offerings meant to please him. On the field, both figures halted. Nagato slowly raised his head. His hood fell back, revealing striking crimson hair. An unstable aura seeped from him, and the Rinnegan in his pupils appeared savage. Nice eyes. Nice gaze. But alas, the chatterboxes of the Ōtsutsuki clan lack a unique sense of aesthetics. Holding his sword, Haken closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. The kama on his arm extended over the blade, while the profound mystery in his pupils resembled a vast universe, causing Nagato's eyelids to twitch. Do you find this pleasing? It's blue. Tensigen. An eye equal to the Rinnegan in function, yet fundamentally different. What about Konan? Nagato couldn't be bothered with the man's superfluous chatter. Standing here now, he desired only to destroy this village, the village he despised. The more Konoha resembled the peaceful vision Yahiko had once imagined, the more repulsive it became to him. That peace was utterly contrary to his own ideals. To acknowledge this village would be to deny his very existence. And Haken wasn't Naruto. He wouldn't forgive someone simply because they were Jiraiya's student. Well, he hadn't done anything yet. But there was nothing between them. Konan. Haken calmly took a sip of sake. My maid. No need for others to worry. The only thing I can tell you is that she's happy. Glancing at Nagato's legs, Haken sighed. Hashirama cells, combined with white Zetsu, plus the legs of Uchiha Shin's clone. This poor kid really went all out. Probably only his will remains his own, the rest of him is long gone. Is living like this truly worth it? CHFF. A sack of rice. Seemingly provoked by Haken's words, Nagato's eyes flashed with malice, and he immediately offered to sell rice. Hold on. Tilting his head, Haken's gaze swept toward a figure in the distant spectator seats. The maid had shifted from resistance to compliance. Turning back, Haken fixed Nagato, with his desire to sell rice, with a stern look. I'm giving you a choice. From today onward, live as an ordinary person. Abandon your self-proclaimed divine status. Find a quiet place to cultivate rice properly. Sell it regularly to Konoha. Sustaining yourself won't be a problem. What do you say? From God, back to being human. Live well. Consider it doing Jiraiya a favor. After all, in some ways, he and this kid were kindred spirits. The opportunity was offered. The choice was Nagato's alone. Yet the only response Haken received was cold indifference. And Nagato's body slowly began to rise. This Nagato no longer relied on the six paths pain to fight, or rather, he himself was the six paths pain. Feeling the pain. Those earlier words were wasted, weren't they? Haken smiled faintly, making no move to stop Nagato's ascent. He raised his Zanpakuto high and plunged it into the ground. Land of divine tears. Hum. A tangible barrier instantly expanded, enveloping the entire arena in mere moments. The invisible barrier and domain were undeniably real. The Shirkai ability of Haken's own Zanpakuto. Absolute domination. His spiritual pressure now engulfed the entire arena. Agony. Let the world taste suffering. Holy crap, that guy just flew up. What kind of move is that? Damn, master, have you never heard of a palm technique that strikes from the heavens? Whispers of curiosity rippled through the spectator stands. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's expression in the center seat abruptly hardened. Nagato actually intends to unleash this from the start. He wants to kill even us. Run. In that instant, Orochimaru felt the urge to flee. Calm down. Leader of Otogekure. Just as Orochimaru wavered, a hand seized his arm. It was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. You may not know the men who fought your village's ninja, but I do. With him here, no one can harm Konoha's villagers. That much I am certain of. So, leader of Otogekure, there's no need for panic. This is merely a minor skirmish. The third spoke calmly, but the gleam in his eyes sent a sudden chill through Orochimaru's heart. He tried to break free from the third's grip, only to find the pressure overwhelming. Trying to restrain me? Humph. Let me show you how far your disciple has come. With a cold sneer, Orochimaru launched his counterattack. Please release me, third Hokage. Straining his voice to sound delicate, Orochimaru clamped his legs together, adopting a coy expression. Men and women should not touch each other. Please let go. This left Sarutobi flustered. The surrounding gazes turned toward them, growing more intense at Orochimaru's words. Damn, I've heard the third Hokage of Konoha is indecent, using crystal balls to spy on the women's baths. Never thought he'd sink so low as to grab the female leader's hand. What's he doing? What's he doing? Is he going to do it right here? Sarutobi. That shameless old man. The surrounding murmurs reached the third's ears, and his aged face flushed crimson. Even for someone as shameless as him, being accused of taking advantage in public was unbearable. With no other choice, he finally released her hand. Yet the strange look in his eyes left Orochimaru utterly perplexed. Could it be, he's figured out my identity? Nagato's body continued to rise. The crowd looked up, their eyes fixed on him. From a great distance, they could almost make out the pale violet eyes. The Rinnegan. How many floors does it take to carry a sack of rice? The air seemed to fall into silence, yet Nagato's voice pierced the quiet, crystal clear. It takes 2 floors to carry a sack of rice. Under the night sky, a breeze ruffled Nagato's hair. His striking red hair slowly turned white, but as it did, his legs twitched slightly, and then returned to their usual red. Vitality replenishment. How exhausted I must be from a single sack of rice. A sack of rice demands I wash it clean. His body paused, still under the absolute control of Hakken, then trembled violently. I washed so much mud off that sack of rice. Every grain had mud on it. Who even gave you a sack of rice? Shinra Tensei. Hum. A violent repulsive force erupted. Visible ripples in space sent the spectators recoiling in panic. But just as the immense repulsion peaked, a pillar of light shot upward from beneath the ring. A gentle aura immediately nullified the terrifying force. The repulsive force exploded but failed to penetrate the absolutely controlled domain. Instead, the ground within the barrier began to crumble, turning into dust. Violent tremors spread from the central tower, and the onlookers stared in horror at the deep pit at the very bottom. Such destructive power. What would have happened if there had been no barrier? No. Hakken-sama. Where is Hakken-sama? Those who regained their senses looked frantically at the billowing dust. They were outside the barrier, but within it stood Konoha's pillar of spirit. The Kage of the major villages secretly rejoiced. Konoha's ninja were filled with worry. But when the dust finally settled, the unbroken, upright figure stood tall. Konoha's ninja breathed a collective sigh of relief. How could a living legend fall to an attack of this caliber? Konoha's Kenpachi, invincible. Seems you haven't improved much either. In the pit, Hakken remained in his drinking posture, defiantly looking at the sky. He brushed the dust off his shoulder, stretching lazily. Damn. I recall mentioning this last time in a Megakure. Use some muscle. This old man is struggling. Chapter 181, Impure World Reincarnation, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The Shinra Tensei is nullified. Nagato hovered silently in the air, his gaze fixed on the figure below. This is tough. He heard the same words twice. Immunity. Hard resistance. He had analyzed this before. His conclusion had been that the opponent had physically withstood both the Shinra Tensei and the Bancho Tenin. But this time, he noticed something different. When the opponent's pale blue eyes appeared, Nagato's Rinnegan instinctively sensed hostility and provocation. That emotion flowed into his mind from the eyes, deepening the ferocity on his face. This was a feeling he hadn't encountered even when facing the Sharingan, or even the Mangekyo Sharingan. Without a doubt, if his guess was correct, the opponent's eyes were also divine eyes. He glanced at his own hands. Furious, Nagato dropped rapidly from the sky and slammed his hand into the ground. You once told me this world only needs one god. He accelerated as the second Shinra Tensei, fueled by an enormous sacrifice of vitality, charged mid-descent. Unlike the Shinra Tensei's overwhelming defense, this repulsive force was all concentrated in his hands, channeling all his chakra and power into a single point. This was a new power he had gained when using the Deva Path ability. It was still the same Super Shinra Tensei. Yet its penetrating force and repulsion were completely different from when used in midair. He accelerated once again. Nagato's final strike crashed into Hakken with incredible force. Feel the agony. Know the torment. This is pain bestowed by the gods, suffering beyond mortal comprehension. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The earth trembled again, and the entire central arena of the tower of the center began to sink. But this time, they saw clearly. The men, still standing there drinking, didn't move a muscle. A nearly tangible, transparent barrier surrounded the arena, yet it showed no signs of disturbance. Absolute control. The greater the disparity in power, the more formidable this mastery became. Clearly, even with multiple foreign cells now within him, Nagato remained no match for Hakken. Enough. A soft sigh. The men extended a hand and gripped the throat of Nagato, who was still desperately draining his chakra. These eyes cannot reach their full potential within you. After all, they never truly belong to you. They never truly belonged to me. Nagato's body trembled as an arm emerged from his throat. The arm of the human path. At that moment, Nagato had merged all 6 of the pain path's abilities into one body. But this fusion wasn't a weakening, it was an enhancement. It reminded one of the Fourth Shinobi World War, when Itachi and Nagato were resurrected and fought against Naruto and Killer Bee as they arrived on the battlefield. Nagato, after absorbing the 8 Tails chakra through the Preta path, nearly obliterated Naruto and Killer Bee in their golden body forms in an instant. He even fired a cannon with one hand while the other reached out to rip Naruto's soul out. If Itachi hadn't used Koto Amitsukami to break free from the Edo Tensei's control, Naruto's soul would have been pulled out of his body right then. Though, it's possible the Nine Tails might have stepped in, triggering a true Sage Fox mode. But just from this feat alone, one can gauge how powerful a healthy Nagato truly was. The human path of the Rinnegan, another technique capable of targeting souls. Of course, this ability has its limits. When facing someone with chakra far superior to one's own, it can't immediately extract the soul. Especially when up against someone like Haken, it was laughable. He was the Shinigami. The Shinigami soul isn't something anyone can control. Take your hand off me, thanks. Haken glanced at the arm gripping his body and casually spoke. In the next moment, golden skeletal bones erupted from his body. It's here, the golden chakra pattern that defeated me. The Raikage, sitting in the viewing area, suddenly jumped to his feet, lightning crackling uncontrollably around him. Raikage, please calm down. Minato helplessly yanked him back into his seat. I asked Haken about this technique, it's not a dojutsu. You should think of it as more of a defensive stance. But so far, I haven't found a way to break through that defense. Manifested spiritual pressure defense. The stronger the spiritual pressure, the more formidable the defense. It was a power that ordinary ninja could never hope to understand. Damn, that's insane. Yeah, right. Who would have thought a mere genin fight could be this exciting? A genin. Are you out of your mind? That's Konoha's Kenpachi. He's probably the strongest genin in the entire ninja world. Exactly. But that kid from Otogekure was pretty impressive too. Yelling about selling rice and then smashing out a crater that big. True. This trip to Konoha was definitely worth it. The surrounding spectators were in a frenzy, cheering loudly. Thumbs up were raised for the 2 combatants on the field. Kenpachi. Nagato Uzumaki. To witness a battle of this magnitude in my lifetime, truly worth living for. But calling them genin, well, if Konoha's strongest are genin, I'll remember that. Now, it's my turn. The golden skeleton violently shattered Nagato's human path arm, instantly obliterating the Preta path that had been attempting to absorb chakra. Shaking his stiff neck, Haken grabbed the arm holding Nagato's throat and slammed it into the ground with crushing force. Boom. A massive shockwave erupted. The weathered Mother Earth trembled in fury. Though today's tremors weren't the first or second, this one was far more intense than the previous 2. What kind of power was this? Even more shocking, this was only the beginning of the attack. Pinning Nagato to the ground wasn't Haken's goal. He raised his fist high, and with a furious roar, brought it down in a crushing blow. Another shockwave ripped through the air. I told you to sell rice. Boom. Konoha doesn't eat cheap rice. We've got our own gourmet street. Boom. Sell your damn rice. Boom. Who are you trying to impress with all those Hashirama cells? Boom. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Boom. With each punch, the tremors surged again. Luckily, the ANBU ninjas had prepared in advance and had already started reinforcing the central tower's stability. Otherwise, the aftershocks from Mother Earth alone would have likely brought the tower crashing down. Even so, the violent tremors forced the onlookers to cling tightly to the nearby handrails. In that moment, they gained a whole new understanding of Konoha's Kenpachi's combat strength. This is hopeless. Truly a useless pawn. From the center of the viewing area, Orochimaru muttered softly, glancing at Kabuto in the distance and slowly nodding. Kabuto understood immediately, retreating a few steps before forming hand seals. Genjutsu. Temple of Nirvana technique. With a low shout, just as feathers began drifting through the air, a figure dashed forward and threw a punch straight at him. I knew something was off about you. Boom. Superhuman strength. What? Tsunade had arrived. A punch to the gut sent Kabuto's eyes rolling back, nearly knocking him out cold. Failed. Orochimaru struggled to turn his head. He'd planned everything, but Kabuto's genjutsu had failed. Nagato was completely disabled, unable to use his full power. The Chibaku Tensei technique didn't even have a chance to be cast, as he was pinned to the ground and mercilessly beaten. Damn. Looks like it's come to this. Grinding his teeth, Orochimaru began to move. A hand seized his arm. Where do you think you're going? Orochimaru. The old man beside him remained calm, his gaze steady and unwavering. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. He saw through me. I'm not the kind of old man who takes advantage of women. The third Hokage said, puffing on his cigarette. Hey, Sarutobi-sensei, why do I feel such a strong disagreement with your words? Orochimaru's tongue suddenly extended, grotesquely long, his malicious grin clearly showing his utter disdain for Sarutobi. Well, your three disciples are certainly exceptional, aren't they? The nickname, Konoha's gambling, prostitution, and drugs has probably spread all over the ninja world. Konoha's yellow gambling poison. The surrounding ninjas burst out laughing. That nickname certainly had a unique flair. Though they didn't fully understand what was happening, the onlookers still maintained an optimistic attitude as they watched. If you like grabbing, then grab away. After all, your dear disciple is now a woman. Want to try out a young body? My body's far better than Biwako's. The crazed Orochimaru suddenly began babbling nonsense, his words causing Sarutobi's face to flush and his heart to race. Damn, why does just thinking about it feel so thrilling? With a powerful thrust of his legs, the two figures suddenly charged toward the elevated platform. In the next instant, 4 beams of light instantly surrounded Sarutobi and Orochimaru. Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation. The true master-disciple showdown had begun. Chaos erupted as countless white Zetsu and Otogekure ninja, seemingly out of nowhere, charged forward to launch their attack. Konoha destruction plan, commence. Has it begun? The Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages ahead all turned their eyes toward the 4 purple flames formation. Seems like your village's security is a bit of a problem, huh? Anoki began his usual sarcastic remarks. What gives you the confidence to say that? Minato shot him a puzzled glance before pointing toward the battlefield. The commotion came more suddenly than expected, but it didn't stir up as much of a storm as anticipated. In a few moments, the ANBU ninjas engaged with the charging Otogekure ninjas and white Zetsu in fierce combat. Meanwhile, within the village, numerous figures emerged to confront the monstrous serpent. You've weathered far greater storms than this. Why are you flustered by such a minor situation? Minato turned to Inoki and countered with a radiant smile. The minions aren't all dealt with yet, and your third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seems to be in trouble. What's wrong with speaking up when things go awry? A stepped forward at just the right moment, matching Inoki's rhythm. Ah. Clatter. No sooner had I finished speaking than the 4 violet flames formation above them bizarrely exploded. The 4 from Otogekure were sent flying backward. The slash came from the lowest tier. Clearly, the battle between Nagato Uzumaki and Hakken Yura had concluded. Listen up, everyone. The Chunin exams continue. Next match, Sasuke vs Akato. Get moving, no dawdling. Hakken's voice echoed across the entire arena. The spectator ninjas were stunned. With all this upheaval in Konoha, you're still holding the exams. Can't you see your third Hokage is in grave danger? And isn't your entire village engulfed in battle right now? How can you even spare the energy to organize a tournament? Yet astonishingly, the youth named Sasuke Uchiha calmly leapt down into the hollow beneath the arena, waiting for his opponent. Nothing else. Simply because that was what his master had said. So, the tournament continues. At this moment, the battle above and the battle below seemed utterly disconnected. But everyone could tell the one above was undoubtedly more spectacular. The man who had dragged an unrecognizable Nagato Uzumaki had already flown to the wrecked 4 violet flames formation area. Before him stood Sarutobi and Orochimaru, locked in confrontation. The 4 violet flames formation truly couldn't hold this man back. Orochimaru watched Sarutobi and Hakken coldly. Swish. 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 Several figures landed nearby. The entire Night Owl team, plus the 5 Kage. Of course, among the 5 Kage, aside from Minato, the others were clearly just tagging along. Even Terumi gave Hakken a mischievous wink. Orochimaru. What are you doing? The master-disciple confrontation saw Jiraiya speak first. Clearly, he hadn't wanted to see this unfold. He was relieved Orochimaru hadn't perished in a Megakure, but now, this man had actually come to destroy Konoha. What gave him the right? Konoha, with the Kenpachi present, what gave him the right to destroy it? Did he even have the strength? What are you doing? Orochimaru smiled, summoning 2 shadow clones and rapidly forming hand seals. Ending this. What? Seeing Orochimaru's seals, Sarutobi froze for a moment before rushing forward. But just as he took a few steps, a spatial Uzumaki suddenly appeared before him. 2 figures slowly materialized. Obito and Black Zetsu. They blocked Sarutobi's path. Too late to stop them. Summoning Jutsu. Edo Tensei. 3 coffins slowly rose before everyone's eyes. Resurrecting the dead. You actually. Sarutobi was heartbroken, yet his mind was filled with confusion. Why hadn't Hakunyura stopped Orochimaru? 3 coffins. Everything that was meant to come has come. Both Black Zetsu and Obito have arrived. That was something he hadn't anticipated. The Chunin exams, it was just like the 5 Kage summit in the original story. Running a hand over his chin, Hakken kicked Nagato aside, pulled out a stool, and sat down. He then pointed at the coffins. Who's in there? Miss Snake, who do you plan to resurrect to amuse me? Well, Hakken-kun. Not even a flicker of surprise at seeing Edo Tensei. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with danger and satisfaction. First, allow me to explain this technique, also to please you, Hakken-kun. The original Edo Tensei was imperfect. The quality of the sacrificial offerings often resulted in summoned beings possessing severely inadequate combat strength. But this time, I've infused all the sacrificial offerings with 90% of Senju Hashirama's cells. Thus, the resurrected will approach their original combat strength infinitely close. After a brief pause, Orochimaru pointed to the first coffin. He came from the Warring States era, a rare talent among the Senju clan. His water release techniques rivaled the ocean. He could wield powerful water techniques even in places devoid of water. Tobirama Senju, praised by you, Hakken-kun, as the most qualified Hokage in history. Boom. The coffin lid shattered. A man emerged, his face blank yet radiating killing intent. His forehead protector obscured his features, but those piercing eyes spoke volumes. He was a formidable warrior. The second Hokage. The Kage and leaders of the major ninja villages began whispering among themselves. He was a legendary figure. The next one is even more extraordinary. With one hand forming a seal to firmly control Senju Tobirama as his wingman, Orochimaru pointed excitedly at the second coffin. The legendary god of ninja, Konoha's first Hokage. His wood release was divine, his chakra rivaled that of a tailed beast. Hashirama Senju. Boom. The coffin lid shattered. A burly man emerged, scratching his head as he looked around in confusion. Ah. Saru. You've aged too. Why won't this bastard cooperate? As the first emerged, Orochimaru's expression abruptly changed, suddenly recalling an extremely grave question. Using Hashirama Senju cells to control Hashirama Senju. This failed. Blah blah blah, never ending. Boom. After listening for ages, it's just Edo Tensei after all. This time, as the coffin lid shattered, it was accompanied by a strange white smoke. Clearly, he couldn't wait to emerge and kick the lid to pieces. Scared. Just as this man emerged, one of the 5 Kage, an old man, suddenly stumbled back several steps, his face drenched in sweat. It's Madara Uchiha. Chaos was imminent. Everyone leapt to their feet at Inoki's roar. Madara Uchiha. Tobirama Senju. Hashirama Senju. 3 figures at nearly full power. Were these Orochimaru's final trump cards? The Kage's gazes flickered. Shifting back and forth between the Hakken and these 3. They seemed to be making some kind of decision. Yet only Orochimaru's face was a terrifying shade of green. When Tobirama Senju emerged, he was thrilled. But when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha appeared, he realized he was wrong. As the 2 resurrected rivals collided, the chakra whirlwind blew a stinging pain across Orochimaru's forehead. The scene descended into even greater chaos. Especially when a man suddenly stood between them, arms crossed as he drew his Zanpakuto. Orochimaru knew. This plan had utterly failed. I told you to do everything in your power to please me. Is this it? Spiritual pressure surged skyward. In that instant, everyone felt the shock and terror emanating from its core. Forcibly separating Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, Hakunyura Zanpakuto pointed directly at Orochimaru. Is this it? This is your best. I could take on 10 Madara Uchihas. 10 Hashirama Senjus. Insulting. In an instant, the god of ninja, Hashirama Senju, and the Uchiha clan's titan, Madara Uchiha, fixed their gaze on Hakunyura. How many did this bastard say he'd take on? Below on the battlefield, Gaara, standing on the ground, glanced up at the sky, then looked down at the ground. Finally, he sighed. Suddenly, he felt the one-tailed beast within him grow restless.